Chapter 1, Premarital Betrayal. Inside the curio store, the display is chic. The store is bright. Big belly Maitreya Buddha wooden sculpture. Sitting a bald boss looks 40 or 50 years old. He wore a red center sleeve, with black-rimmed glasses, Buddha bead necklace, high-grade watches, everything. The boss was holding a magnifying glass and was carefully examining a vase on the table. The vase was placed on a black cloth, with a flared mouth, thin neck, hanging belly, and a rounded foot, like a willow waist. It was exquisite. This thing, is it an heirloom of your family? The boss pushed up his glasses and glanced at the young man on the floor in front of the counter. Do you know what this thing is called? Jade pot spring vase. Su Xiaoming nodded honestly and hurriedly introduced. Boss, this bottle is really my family's ancestral heirloom. It's been passed down for over 200 years. Look at this shape, this pattern, so nice. Isn't this a superb antique? And preserved so well. If not lack of money, I simply cannot afford to take out to sell. Boss, you open a good price, okay? Finished. Su Xiaoming heart apprehensive. After all, is the ancestral things sold always feel a little sorry, but there is no way. He and his girlfriend Jing Xinyan love for 5 years. Can get married. The result of the mother-in-law to ask for $500,000 bride price. In addition, but also want a car to house, to decorate, to what the change of heart fee. Although Su Xiaoming has a formal job, but also earn more than 3,000 a month. In addition to 88,000 change of mouth fee, he found someone to borrow a little can be raised. The rest of the land that is nothing, and the mother has a chronic disease, has long lost the labor force, often rely on drugs to sustain life. His family still owes a lot of money to relatives. I thought in my mother's lifetime, save some money, find a way to start a family, to fulfill my mother's wish. The result of this skyrocketing bride price and messy expenses, has pressed their own breathless. Good thing there is still such an ancestral antique in the family. Sell it to apologize to the ancestors, but definitely afford yourself. Boss? Su Xiaoming couldn't wait to ask, how is it? How much do you feel this vase is worth? Can you sell it for $1 million? The boss glanced at him again meaningfully, then smiled disdainfully. Young man, you have more or less investigated this passed on for more than 200 years. The time is really right. This jade pot spring vase, can belong to the sky-high price of ancient porcelain? 40 or 50 years ago, the museum received a more than 10,000. After so many years, its value, has doubled more than 9,000 times. Su Xiaoming's eyes lit up. He was only thinking of marrying a daughter-in-law. Could this be an opportunity to get rich? However, the boss carefully surveyed him in a miscellaneous outfit, and asked again. This jade pot spring vase, also known as the jade pot appreciation vase, was specially used by the emperor to reward princes, nobles, and meritorious officials. Young man, what is your ancestry? That I don't know. Su Xiaoming clapped his hands together and skimmed. Boss, just tell me, how much do you intend to charge? Don't you get it? The boss frowned. The real vase that was a heavenly priced antique, or only the descendants of princes and nobles could have it. How could this one poor brat take it out? He directly secretly concluded that this vase, good looking a little too fake, cannot be a heavenly antique. The boss finally waved his hand and impatiently said, go go go, roll, you a worthless modern imitation, also dare to call the ancestral antique, or heavenly priced jade pot spring vase, you take me as a big injustice seed? If you take a cheap one, 10,000. I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll take it. Do you really think I'm stupid? A few minutes later, Su Xiaoming hard to be driven out the door, behind the boss, still cursing, Su Xiaoming carefully holding the jade pot spring vase wrapped in black cloth, crying and laughing walking in the antique street, muttering to himself, crap, what's wrong with this boss? This is really an antique It seems that we have to find a professional organization to identify, with a certificate of authentication. It will definitely sell well. Su Xiaoming face relief, wanted Jing Xinyan, but also full of expectation. Love for 5 years, can finally blossom and bear fruit. Antique street outside is more like a fair. The building is a ragged old building. On both sides of the vendors, people come and go, not very lively, but very smoky. Su Xiaoming carefully protected the vase, suddenly saw something, the whole person froze in place. Between the crowd, a pair of men and women, holding each other's arms around the waist, picking and choosing outside. Jing Xinyan was wearing a strapless white shirt, tight black pants, and barefoot sandals. Her hair was flowing, her features were standard, and her body was concave and convex, so she was definitely considered a sought-after item among the girls. The man beside her, on the other hand, was Hua Xiao, tall and unusual looking, relying on casual and expensive clothing to hold up an air of nobility. Xiao Jing. Hua Xiao looked refreshed, casually said, don't look at this mess, we came here to eat. Right in front, big skewers of barbecue meat, huge and incomparable aroma. Jing Xinyan faced a touch of embarrassment. The original to this side, is to eat barbecue meat. not to buy jewelry for themselves. Empty happy one. However, considering that Hua Xiao is a rich second generation that he met in the bar and has a generous hand, she no longer thinks too much about it. When she looked up, Jing Xinyan suddenly saw Su Xiuming less than 5 meters away. The first love during the school year. At the moment dressed even more pungent than during his student days, hugging what ragged black cloth he was wrapped in, with a disoriented face. For some reason, a wave of dislike arose. Xin Yen? Su Xiuming came back to his senses and hurriedly walked up to question. Didn't you say you are working in the unit today? Who is this person? Hua Xiao looked at Jing Xinyan scowling and asked in disbelief. Xiao Jing, who is this guy? You know, former boyfriend? Jing Xinyan answered, looking at Su Xiuming, more and more a little upset, so she put on a stinky face. Su Xiuming, it's over between us. This is my boyfriend, Hua Xiao. The 3 words boyfriend, like a thunderbolt, smashed on Su Xiuming's head. His brain suddenly went blank, his face full of disbelief. He took a step forward, grabbed Jing Xinyan's shoulders and pulled the two apart. Xinyan, what are you kidding? I'm saving up the bride price money for you. We're all getting married. Let go of me. Who wants to marry you? This dead poor guy? Jing Xinyan shook off Su Xiuming and said in annoyance. Look at you like this, a dead pauper for the rest of your life. What are you going to marry me with? It's over between us. Don't bother me. I've deleted all your contact information. Hua Xiao completely saw it all. With a smug face, he walked to Su Xiuming's side, patted his shoulder and said lightly, Hiss, you are Xiao Jing's ex-boyfriend. Your vision is really good. Xiao Jing's body is really beautiful. The skin is smooth and soft, thin waist and long legs. Last night called that a soulful. The most critical thing is still a chick. Su Xiuming only felt that he suddenly had tinnitus and couldn't hear anything, and the passers-by around him were looking this way, and he only remembered, because Jing Xinyan was reserved at first, he respected the other party, the two at most only pulled the hand, not even kissed. However, at this moment, Jing Xinyan's all was easily taken away by someone else. This person, standing beside himself, without waiting for Hua Xiao to finish, Su Xiuming subconsciously swung his fist and slammed it on the other person's face. Su Xiuming, you're crazy. Jing Xinyan was startled and rushed forward to support Hua Xiao. Crap. Hiss, you crazy dog. Hua Xiao shook off Jing Xinyan, raised his leg and kicked it out, cursing. Lousy teased you a little. Ing gave you face. Me you dare to hit? Under the confusion. Snapped. My vase? Su Xiuming finally slowed down and hurriedly pounced on the ground to check the vase. Mad dog. Go to hell. Hua Xiao was annoyed and smashed his fist on Su Xiuming's head from behind. Su Xiuming's brain was blinded, staring at the vase fragments, and in the next second, there was a bloody light in front of his eyes. How is this patient? Still not awake? No. Director, will he go blind? No, the patient is lucky. Vitrectomy, it won't affect his eyesight. There's nothing serious. Call me again if there's something. Su Xiuming woke up in a daze. His right eye was wrapped in a bandage, and his eyes were getting sore. Watching the doctors and nurses walk away, his mouth was only just able to speak. Don't go. What's the situation? In front of his eyes, mysterious patterns suddenly appeared, like some kind of frame. Chapter 2, show us. Appraisal level, grade 1, item, gauze bandage. Description, common medical supplies. There are many different types and a variety of bandaging methods. According to the injured part to choose the appropriate type and bandaging method. Collection value, 1.7 yuan per roll. Hiss, what the hell? Su Xiuming raised his left hand, blocking his left eye. The frame is still there. He raised his right hand again, blocking his right eye. The frame is also still there. After experimenting a few times, the frame and the information were all visible to the right eye. Appraisal, could it be I have the ability to appraise items? Su Xiuming also didn't feel any pain in his right eye, so he simply rolled over and got out of bed. Perhaps after lying for too long, his body softened a bit and nearly fell. He immediately entered the bathroom in the ward. Looking in the mirror, he is a casual short-sleeved casual pants. Handsome appearance. Right eye like a pirate wrapped in a bandage. Only the bandage is white. Fortunately the face is not injured. Su Xiuming touched his face, relieved. Back to God. The frame and disappeared. Where did it go? Wait. Appraisal. Item. Gauze bandage. Once again looking at the system box popped out. Su Xiuming holding the wash basin, open mouth. For a time so excited that he was a little speechless. Unsurprisingly, this is the ancestor manifesting. That antique vase cut his eyes. In turn, gave himself the ability to obtain the identification of items. Calm down. In fact, this hospital he is not a stranger. Here is the Second People's Hospital in Shijing City. Mother in this side of the hospital twice. Even he clearly remembers this bandage is $3 a roll. that is to say, this appraisal ability to see the value, closer to the true value of the item itself. It is often said that only an expert can see through the true value of antiques and cultural relics. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoming suddenly a little bit eager to try. Hospital this place who do not want to stay more. He immediately out of the ward door, just bumped into a nurse. Hey, Su Xiaoming, bed number 17? The nurse was carrying a tray of medication and hurriedly said, you're surprisingly awake. Quickly go back. I want to change your medication. Change the medicine? Wait, then my surgery fees those? Su Xiaoming scratched his head. The nurse was surprised. What's the point of asking herself? But she also happened to know, and casually said, the person you fought with, paid for you. No matter what, you can't be discharged. You have to be hospitalized for at least 2 days. Su Xiaoming immediately had some teeth. Jing Xin Yen. This is a complete betrayal. No matter what, it is impossible to forgive. As for that Hua Xiao, just think about it, has clenched his fists. But the fight, this is not good to say. With injuries and then do a fight also do not see to be able to fight. It is imperative, is to go to try their own this appraisal. I'm not out of the hospital. I'll go downstairs to sneak around. Su Xiaoming casually made a perfunctory remark and continued to leave. The nurse looked at him wobbling. Walking can still go off. Suddenly some helpless, hurriedly ran to find the head nurse. Antique Street. Su Xiaoming called a car over, got off the car, and casually threw the removed bandage into the trash can. I don't know whether it is the doctor's exquisite medical skills, or his own talent. I on this injury, is already completely healed. He immediately strolled up in the Antique Street, identifying from stall to stall. Article, glass jewelry. Description, colored glass. Collection value, 1.5 apiece. Su Xiaoming looked at the stalls in front of the young man, more or less a little skeptical. This Antique Street water, how so deep? This is from the spell Xiao into the goods? He picked up the necklace and tentatively asked, boss, how much is this? 80,000. The boss pointed to the emerald in black and white on the side of the box, and even said with some disdain, it's not written here? Emerald, old necklace, excellent, ancestral, how much do you want? Make a price. Su Xiaoming subconsciously rubbed his eyes, to make sure that the identification information is correct. This boss, what makes him so bottomless? Solely, test, $5? Open. The boss immediately packed. Next, Su Xiaoming, no matter what he sees, no longer dare to open the price. And I/ma, open a price. The bosses of this ground stall is really dare to sell. Inexplicably, on the loss of $5 to buy a piece of stained glass, he carried the necklace and strolled around the meeting. The whole 50 meters, 30 or 40 stalls, rarely can see any real goods. Even if there is, the stall owner also knows better than anyone else. The selling price is completely different. Su Xiaoming feels the most valuable. That is, there is a craftsman in the hand-painted gourd, looking really good, a 300 to 1,000 ranging, but unfortunately they are not interested. Just when he was hopeless about this ancient one street, but more than 10 meters away, there was a bunch of people gathered, seemingly arguing about something. In the crowd, a stall owner in his 40s had already packed up his stall and was ready to leave. However, a man in his 30s pulled at him and refused to let him go. The man called Luo Xingsheng. Not long ago the hands of this stall owner, 20,000 to buy a painting. When the feeling is to pick up the leakage on the purchase, the results go back. As long as he showed, people were laughed at a meal. Friends said, his hands, this painting, is printed to do old, not even copying. Dogs do not buy. Luo Xing angry bad. Feel their paintings are worthless. That is, the more you look at the more upset. Today it is not easy to run into the owner of the stall. Say what also want to return. Boss, you don't pack. I won't let you go. You a fake painting. Sell me more than 20,000? You are cheating consumers. In the crowd, there were also onlookers talking. Ground stalls, buying paintings for more than 20,000. How come I can't meet this kind of seller? A nearby stall owner laughed. This more than 20,000 sold indeed excessive. Hundreds of thousands, may not be able to make such a mess. This does not return to say it? A passerby who came to shop, sell paintings of the stall owner, see more and more people, a face of impatience, imposing, you this guest, you let everyone see, you are not in a difficult for me? Antiques trading away from the hand, that is a blanket non-refundable and non-exchangeable. This is the rules of the trade. When these words came out, the voices of those who couldn't stand to look at it, instantly lowered. Even the size of the Antique Street bosses, but also often buy fake goods. But from ancient times to the present, antique trading, money and goods, no return. Luo Xingxing, why don't you know this rule? Suddenly some dumbfounded, watching a big brother, patted him on the shoulder, said, so long, you are the painting open. Give us a look. What's there to see in a fake painting? Luo Xingxing had a displeased look on his face, but not so much that he refused the curiosity of the passers-by, and casually opened the scroll in his hand. Yellowish scroll. Above is the royal court ladies. Screen chessboard. Scroll edge. There are more than 10 red drop. A group of people surrounded the front. Have not seen this subject matter. Look that a careful. Among them, there is Su Xiaoming. He just came over, just in time to catch everyone looking at the painting. Without hesitation, open the identification item. Heavy screen meeting chess drawing. Chapter 3, Doctor, how's my mom? Object, heavy screen chess painting. Introduction. This painting was made in the Southern Tang Dynasty, more than 1,000 years ago, and has been honored by many knowledgeable people since ancient times. This painting pays great attention to the sense of depth and space, utilizing the painting within a painting method of painting a screen on top of a screen in the painting, showing two spaces in a virtual and real way, and the screen is reunited, so-called heavy screen, also known as painting in the painting. Collector's value, authentic, $800,000. $800,000? Su Xiaoming's eyes lit up. This group of people argued about the broken painting, but it is worth so much. If you buy it and sell it, how much would you earn? Moreover, the appraisal value is 800,000. The actual sale will certainly increase the price. Su Xiaoming immediately took a deep breath to calm the excitement inside, and then squeezed forward from the crowd, fixed eyes to measure the scroll. As expected, there is a screen behind the screen. There are paintings in the paintings, and even the pieces on the chess game are clear. If it is a modern photocopy of the ground, the feeling is rarely reproduced to such a point. The scroll content of the carving of lifelike, fine and incomparable. This big brother. Su Xiaoming immediately patted Luo Xingxing's shoulder, smiled and said, I see you, this painting is good. Sell it. How much is it? Luo Xingxing was pointed out by the crowd. At this moment is a bit unhappy. He was surprised to look at Su Xiaoming, casually said, fake paintings you buy a fart? I tell you, I find friends who know the line identified. They said this is a heavy screen wool chess figure. The legendary painting in the painting. The Forbidden City. There is one, but the Forbidden City that is a facsimile. The real work has long been lost, more than 1,000 years. The dynasty change, years and years, has long been unaccounted for? Don't know where it rotted. You go. Don't make trouble. I have this painting, but also let this black-hearted boss to return to me. The surrounding crowd laughed. The Forbidden City are not real, only a facsimile. This person hands of the scroll. Naturally fake cannot be more fake. The boss who sells paintings at this moment, helpless to the extreme, yelled at Luo Xingxing, you people are simply unreasonable. Have said, it is impossible to give you a refund. Really, I won't even give you a refund. Don't know the rules. Said, the boss is ready to run away quickly, otherwise in this street can lose adults. Luo Xingxing looked about to chase. Su Xiaoming a hand to stop it, suppressed the excitement in his heart, pretending to be calm. Big brother, this painting I do not know what, but I look is quite like. The boss does not give you a refund. You sell it to me, forget it. How much is it? You. Luo Xingxing eyes the boss slipped away, covered his face, angry that called a fire. You this guy, have a problem. Delay my big event. $20,000. You buy 20,000. Buy an antique scroll worth 800,000 to start. Su Xiaoming did not hesitate, gave a light smile and said, buy. You wait, I will transfer money to you now. The passers-by who were originally ready to disperse were stunned and looked at Su Xiaoming. Everyone recognized that it was a fake painting, but this guy even wanted to buy it? Luo Xingxing's mood, also like riding a roller coaster. He will believe in taking out his cell phone. Open the collection. The two of them swept the code, and with a ding, the balance was insufficient. Crap. Luo Xingxing's eyes glared, directly tugging on Su Xiaoming's arm, questioning, you guy, bluffing me? Hiss, I see. You're in league with that black-hearted boss, right? Su Xiaoming's face was embarrassed. Once he was happy, he almost forgot. Where did he have a balance of $20,000? Don't be anxious, I'll think of a way. Su Xiaoming pacified Luo Xingxing, in full view of the public, walked to the wall and began to study. Mother's illness, often urgent use of money. He has looked for a lot of people to borrow money. Now want to suddenly borrow a 20,000 is not really an easy thing. He had no choice but to apply for an online loan on the spot, and then shoot ID cards, and face recognition. An operation, completely to the surrounding crowd is to look dumbfounded. This, Luo Xingxing touched his head, do not know why. He felt from the seller full of sincerity, subconsciously choose to wait a moment. 10 minutes later, Su Xiaoming suddenly raised his cell phone. A face of joy, it's done. The next payment. The good thing is that he usually knows that online loans are harmful. Did not dare to borrow money online. Good reputation. This emergency, they are really dare to make a payment. 20,000 000 said to arrive. Su Xiaoming hurriedly took his cell phone and swept the code. Ding as sound. The payment was successful. Happy trading. He patted Luo Xingxing's shoulder, took the scroll, and left the antique street beautifully, leaving behind the crowd of onlookers, looking at his back and talking. These days, there is this kind of ingrate, borrowing online loans to buy antiques? A big brother? The tone is more or less a little skeptical. Loser, this young man is quite handsome. Why is he a fool? A passing older woman looked back. Surprisingly, she had been looking at it for more than 10 minutes. Crap. This matter, have to give my friends a good talk. Luo Xingxing looked at the collection with a happy face. On the other hand, Su Xiaoming bought the heavy screen kneading chess figure and pondered how to get out. But before that, he and his mother to discuss their own go out to sell vases. The result of the delay for so long, vases are not. To go home first, Shijing is city side of the old neighborhood, called Happy Homes, 10 or so buildings, our 6-story high old building, small area ragged, and even not many cars. Su Xiaoming bus on the mother Liang Dongling called. The results of the mother did not answer. After getting off the bus, he rushed into the neighborhood and ran up to the 3rd floor in one breath, thinking that this antique scroll can earn a lot when sold. So excited that his hand even opened the door a little shaky. Mom, I'm back, Su Xiaoming shouted, heard no one say yes, wore his shoes and walked through the door, looking into his mother's bedroom, only to see Liang Dongling collapsed on the side of the bed, and her cell phone fell on the floor. More than half an hour later, at the door of the emergency room, the doctor in his 40s walked out the door. Su Xiaoming was sitting on a chair with his hands holding his head. When he heard the commotion, he hurriedly went forward and asked, Dr. Zhang, how is my mom's situation? Child, don't be anxious, thanks to you sending over in time, the patient's life is not in danger. Dr. Zhang took a deep breath and continued. However, this tumor of your mother, looking at it now, there is a risk of it turning into cancer. This series of symptoms are all symptoms of precancerous lesions, but don't be afraid. Early detection, early diagnosis, early treatment, there is still hope for a cure through radical surgical removal. Your mother's health has not been very good. The coefficient of difficulty to perform surgery is also very high. The charges are naturally expensive. You have a preparation in your heart. No, it's fine. Su Xiaoming didn't dare to breathe a sigh of relief until now. Dr. Zhang, thank you. Then I now take your mother to the ward first. Dr. Zhang watched Su Xiaoming enter, stood in the doorway and hesitated for a split second, lamenting to himself. Ai, what a great filial son. Unfortunately, there is nothing cannot have a disease. Nothing cannot have no money. This time, I do not know whether this child can still carry. Chapter 4, Old Man, take a serious look for me. Inside the hospital room, the sound of drip 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 came from the monitoring instrument. Liang Dongling on the hospital bed, over 50 years old, with a kind and gentle face, was tortured by the disease for many years. Her hair was mostly white, and her complexion was weak. Tumor pain, let her how to lie uncomfortable. From time to time issued a whimpering sound, not crying, but the pain is unbearable. Su Xiaoming sat on the companion chair beside the bed, not to mention how difficult it was in his heart. Xiaoming, Liang Dongling propped up her arm and lightly called out. Su Xiaoming hurriedly went forward to support. Liang Dongling sat up, do not know whether it is pain or fatigue, gasping for a few mouths, only then continued, how are you and other people? Xiao Jing, when do you plan to get married? Su Xiaoming remembered Jing Xin. These years of feelings are really fed to the dog. No, is to raise a dog, cannot run to the crotch of other people pinned bark, but the mother's mind is also very obvious. Thinking about the lifetime can still participate in their own wedding. He held Liang Dongling's arm, gently comforted, Mom, we're fine, you can rest assured. The doctor said, you're not a big disease, may have to do a small operation. After the operation, your body will be better. Surgery, that will cost a lot of money, right? Liang Dongling looked toward the window with a kind face and slowly said, Xiaoming, when one is over 100 years old, it's already going downhill. Mom's body, Mom herself knows that is to get well also can't do the work. Mom doesn't want to drag you down. Xiaoming, let's not treat it, let's go home. Su Xiaoming immediately looked aside stubbornly, firmly said, no, Mom, you don't understand at all. You are there, I can only be stable and steady in my heart. Mom, your body is actually fine. It's just a minor ailment. Liang Dongling endured the discomfort, pulled up Su Xiaoming's hand, thought for a while, and only then said in a serious tone, Xiaoming, Mom knows that my son is filial, but this time you listen. Mom lives so big, do not like to owe other people money, more do not like to let you to borrow, also do not want to force you. These years, see the doctor has spent a lot of money, right? Another operation. When will you get married? Be obedient. Xiao Ming, just as mom begged you. Mom, think of a way. Find relatives to give you some money. First get married. The rest of the things can only rely on you. When Su Xiaoming heard such words, in his heart, that was not a single intention to get married. He turned back and said with conviction, Mom, you put your heart relaxed. The matter of money, I'll think of a way. Hey, Liang Dongling sighed softly, and did not have the strength to persuade her son again, so she could only lie down slowly, looking blearily at the window. Very quickly, Su Xiaoming was called out by the nurse. The hospital side had already given a surgical plan. Dr. Zhang explained to Su Xiaoming and finally urged, the cost of this tumor cutout surgery is about 150,000. Su Xiaoming, if you can come up with the money in the next 2 days and the deposit is paid in full, we can arrange for your mother as soon as possible, and the hospital happens to have experts in this area right now. Otherwise, if it's not an emergency, there's no way the hospital will operate before waiting for you to give you the money. If we wait until it's an emergency and the patient's life is in danger, then it's a different situation to operate. The hospital had rules and regulations, paying a deposit before doing the surgery, including medications and such. Without paying the money, the computer couldn't type it up and pick up the medication. 150,000. Okay, I'll think of a way as soon as possible. Su Xiaoming agreed in a hurry. As a matter of urgency, selling the heavy screen kneading chest drawing quickly and reselling it to give his mother's surgery was the #1 priority. If everything went well, his mother could really get well. Su Xiaoming immediately contacted his uncle to come over to help take care of his mother, while he, once again with the heavy screen chest diagram, took a taxi to the antique street. Time is already in the afternoon. Su Xiaoming's mind is mixed, but also found that this antique street is really unreliable. So he inquired, asked to the antique street's largest store, explore the ghost workshop, came to the door of the store. As expected, this store is decorated elegantly, is the most luxurious store in the whole street. The windows are bright and clean, and the store is elegant and peaceful. The female employee in uniform immediately came forward to receive. Hello sir, may I ask your name? How can I help you? I'm here to sell paintings. Su Xiaoming opened the door, thought for a moment and added, antique scrolls. Can you find someone who knows what they are looking for to help me look? Wait a moment, I'll ask for you. The clerk went upstairs and came downstairs again a few minutes later. Mr. Su, you've come at the right time. We just happen to have a few experts in antique paintings in the store. They are willing to take a look for you. Please come upstairs. Su Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. The word reliable came out in his heart. Had he known that it was such a situation? The vase before also brought this side to see. Just if that was the case, I don't know if I can still awaken the appraisal eye? Soon, Su Xiaoming was brought to the second floor of a hall, where there are almost 10 people, all wearing sophisticated, and look at everyone's accessories. There is a flavor of antique connoisseurs. The clerk didn't say anything, brought him over and left, and the men in the hall, at first, didn't take care of themselves. This hall is also set up a lot of exhibits. What ceramics in jade, randomly identify A, is worth tens of thousands of things. Tem, old copper lock. Introduction, strange shape, well-constructed copper locks, from the Ming dynasty. Collector's value, 1.7 million. This thing, it can still be sold for tens of thousands? Su Xiaoming casually looked at it. At this moment, a man in the store wearing a black center sleeve, looking no more than 30 years old, shouted at Su Xiaoming, Hey, little guy, come over here, bring your painting over here. The man's name was Gui Zhais, the owner of the Exploring Spectre Workshop, a figure of honor in the antique circle of Xijing. Su Xiaoming immediately walked over with the painting, handed it to the boss and introduced, Hello, this is the antique scroll. I brought it intending to offer it for sale. No rush, take a look first. Wu Zhais placed the scroll on the table and spread it out. Beside him, there were 7 or 8 other men ranging in age from 30 to 60. I don't study much about antique paintings. Everyone take a look? Several people, one by one, took a magnifying glass and looked at it in a decent manner, and also commented on it. Well, the style of the Southern Tang dynasty. Not bad. This character is painted very large. The proportion of the characters in the painting is not in line with reality, but the aesthetics at that time is to be big for beauty. Old Lu, you say this much nonsense now is not also to big for beauty? Ha ha ha. Come on, old Shui, you know this best. Take a look. Among the few people, an old man with a white beard, Shui Ichuan, has studied antique paintings quite deeply, belonging to the industry's treasure appreciation master. Su Xiaoming saw these people talking. His eyes also fell on Shui Ichuan. This guy should be able to give a price, right? Shui Ichuan, hands behind his back, probing his body to take a look. The corner of his mouth revealed a light smile. This also see what to see. Shirts Yu Baoji inside the heavy screen will chess figure. Imitation of so like, Modern technology. High imitation out. What? Su Xiaoming suddenly dumbfounded. This store reliable considering the other side may just look away. He hurriedly said, old man, you serious? You give me a good look Chapter 5. What does this poor boy know? Su Xiaoming was almost kicked out. He stubbornly stayed, pointing at the scroll. Boss Gua, and old Mr. Shui. You guys take a serious look. This is a painting within a painting. False and real. True and false kind. It shows a front and a back, two spaces. The spatial dimension is rigorous. The characters are delicately portrayed. How can imitation be so good? A few of you take a good look. This is clearly the real thing. Shui Yichuan felt his professionalism being questioned. Looking at Su Xiaoming, condescending and impatient. Young man, I began to play antique paintings. You probably not even born yet. I have seen the authentic paintings. Then you have seen more imitations. Still painting in the painting. I see you, this is a joke. That kind of ancient painting techniques have been lost, do you understand? Hurry up and take your fake painting away. Don't be an eyesore here. Wei Zhai's and a few other connoisseurs. One cannot help but laugh out loud. Shui Yichuan is a master of antique painting treasure appreciation. Respected in the industry. Few people in the circle dare to question. Su Xiaoming has been disappointed. Shui Yichuan. He scratched his hair, thinking hard, how to make these people realize that this is an antique. At this time, behind the display cabinet there is a temperament elegant and vulgar beauty, appeared in his field of vision. The beauty is tall, 1.7 meters. The features are exquisite, white teeth and lips, bright eyes, naturally shoulder-length hair, such as black satin is smooth and soft. She was wearing a black high-grade long dress, her feet stepped on light-colored sandals, her body was soft and her posture was alluring. Her name was Lin Miaoi, and at this moment, she was picking out birthday gifts for her old man who liked antiques. But unfortunately, she didn't know anything about antiques, and she didn't have any luck in picking them out for a long time. Not minding, Lin Miaoi and Su Xiaoming exchanged glances, seemingly sensing that there was something interesting over here. Lin Miaoi walked over in a graceful manner, rubbing her shoulders with a cozy fragrance that was pleasant to smell. The few connoisseurs in the store consciously made way for half a meter of empty space. Lin Miaoi cocked her head, looking at the heavy screen meeting chess drawing with interest, her voice clear and crisp. Feelings, this painting is quite nice. What is this? Su Xiaoming looked back and suddenly realized that this was more of an uneducated master, more of an amateur than himself. Not waiting for others to speak, he directly introduced politely. Hello, this is my painting. This is the heavy screen meeting chess drawing. Antique painting within a painting. It's just a pity that these few connoisseurs, especially this old Mr. Shui, they know a bit about antiques, but they don't seem to know much. Is that so? Lin Miaoi raised her slender hand and covered her mouth with a light laugh. Wei Zhai glanced at Su Xiaoming and hurriedly explained. Miss Lin, don't listen to his nonsense. He came to the store to sell the painting. And old Mr. Shui is our expert in appraising antique paintings in Xijing. He has already appraised that this painting is a high imitation. Don't be anxious. I'll bring you a few treasures in a while. Shui Yichuan even glared at Su Xiaoming and said disdainfully, what does this poor boy know? Maybe in which ragged stall he collected it. How dare he fool people under my nose? If I say, you guys also don't look. What painting within a painting? This is called a glance fake. So, it's a fake painting. Lin Miaoi showed regret, pursed her lips, and helplessly prepared to go pick something else. Su Xiaoming at this moment, carefully surveyed a circle of several people, found that one by one, are holding an ordinary magnifying glass. Perfunctory general look at the painting. One day strolling 3 times in the antique street, Su Xiaoming has seen a little what doorway. Ordinary magnifying glass to look at antiques, is to look at a rough, the real thing, have to use more professional equipment to do. One glance fake. Stinky old man. That's because you just look at one glance. Su Xiaoming nonchalantly disliked, immediately walked to the side, picked up a jewelry-grade magnifying glass that he had long been eyeing, returned to the table, and casually handed it to the others. You guys take this and take a closer look. Look at the lines on it. So natural and delicate lines. Is my eyesight too good, or you guys can't do it? The guest who had his magnifying glass stolen, looked at this side with a surprised face. What's the situation Lin Miaoi also stopped her steps and looked curiously. What magnifying glass can't work? Shui Lao said. It's a high imitation. Guo Zhai sighed, but still casually picked up the jewelry-grade magnifying glass and carefully looked at the scroll. His face changed slightly. 10 times magnification. The chess game turned out to be the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. 100 times magnification. Behind the screen, the scenery and characters are still lifelike, with natural and detailed lines. High imitation. Can imitate to this realm? Guo Zhai couldn't understand it and handed it to a person beside him. Old Zhang, take a look. How do I feel? Something is not quite right. Another connoisseur took over the jewelry-grade magnifying glass, came forward to take a look, and sure enough, he was also a little puzzled. Generally speaking, the picture of a high imitation will be slightly dull and not natural enough, but if it is a top master high imitation, and cannot help, will be their own style, substituting into the picture. This painting, even if it is magnified 10 times, magnified 100 times to see, it is also like the style of the court painter of the Southern Tang dynasty, Zhou Wenju. The imitation is really extraordinary. No wonder this guy said it's the real thing. Something. Another connoisseur took the magnifying glass, close to the table, looked carefully, suddenly waved his hand and said, "No, this is some kind of high imitation. It is possible that this is the real work." Dynasties change, years change, some lines become inconspicuous, but with a high magnifying glass, the traces are absolutely real. Even if it's a copy from the Forbidden City, it's impossible to achieve such naturalness in the ink and breath. Even without a master reference I can tell that it's Zhou Wenju's style. It's simply too subtle. If this is authentic, isn't this the mother copy? The bystander snatched the magnifying glass again. The guest who had his magnifying glass stolen walked around behind a few people, as if he couldn't find a chance to ask for it back. Shui Chuan's face was a little subtle, and he took out a high magnifying glass from his pocket, stuck it to the scroll and looked at it for a few times, and finally whispered, "No, it can't be, right, this painting." Su Xiaoming came forward and asked in Shui Chuan's ear, "How is it, stinky old man? In the end is it true?" Shui Chuan cannot help but look fascinated. Here suddenly came a sentence stinky old man, gave him a shock, but also collapsed out of a fart. His eyes suddenly some weakness and embarrassment. He came back to his senses, which hastily covered up. Che is not authentic. To find a few more connoisseurs appraisal only. The rest of the people raised their heads to look at him. Connoisseurs, as if they just happened to come together at a table. Old man Shui, Guo's eyes hurriedly joked to ease the embarrassment. "It seems you've looked away this time, almost making me miss a good painting." Shui Chuan's face swished out of place. Staring at the painting with cold eyes, he couldn't help but feel a little jealous. This is a famous painting from the ancient times. How did it fall into the hands of a brat? Otherwise, they find an opportunity to get their hands on it. Not only can they make a profit, but they can also play with this young man. Thinking of this, Shui Chuan sneered meaningfully. "Young man, what's your name again?" Wei's eyes then carefully sized up Su Xiaoming. Su Xiaoming instantly some do not want to speak. Helpless, "Boss, you just say how much money to collect the painting. The price is right. I'll sell it. As for whether to continue the appraisal, don't need me to say it, right?" It was at this time that Lin Miaoi walked to the table. She gently folded her arms and glanced at the scroll. Then with her slender hands pulling her hair back, she elegantly said to Su Xiaoming, "Hello, my name is Lin Miaoi. I'm interested in this painting of yours. Very interested." Chapter 6, $500,000. After Lin Miaoi learned that this pair of heavy screen meeting chess picture is authentic, immediately gave birth to the intention to buy. In addition to his father's love of antiques and paintings, in his spare time, he would also have a game of chess with an old chess player he knew. If he could give this heavy screen chess meeting to him as a birthday gift, his father would naturally be happy. Su Xiaoming took a glance at Lin Miaoi. Dressed in this outfit, he knew that she was either rich or noble, definitely a rich white beauty. Shui Chuan, who originally thought of finding an opportunity to get this painting into his hands, heard the words, his expression slightly stagnant, did not expect that this little girl actually wanted to come to the choking line. On the side, Guo's eyes vaguely sensed Shui Chuan's face was out of sorts and spoke in a low voice, "This is Lin Lao's granddaughter." Shui Chuan, who was originally still a bit unhappy, once he heard the identity of this little girl, the unhappiness on his face instantly disappeared. $500,000, how about I buy it? Lin Miaoi saw that Su Xiaoming did not answer immediately, so she asked again, "Cash?" Su Xiaoming's heart thumped when he heard the figure of $500,000. "If you're in a hurry, you can transfer the money now." Lin Miaoi's pretty head nodded lightly. The collector's value of this heavy screen chess drawing was $800,000, but if it was auctioned off, it was bound to go up to $1 million. But mother's side is still waiting for money. He wanted to realize immediately. "Good, Count let you pick up a leak." After a short hesitation, Su Xiaoming made up his mind. "Sharp, happy cooperation. Send over your internet banking account number, immediately call you." Lin Miaoi's face was happy, busy saying, "In." Su Xiaoming gave the account not half a minute. "The cell phone will receive a message. The internet bank to account for $500,000. After seeing this $500,000, Su Xiaoming's hand holding the cell phone slightly trembled. The big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. In front of his mother's life, even if the antiques sold at a loss, Su Xiaoming did not have a little heartache. Thinking that he already possessed this magical appraisal exotic technique, it was unlikely that he wouldn't be able to earn back so much money in the future. so just consider it as making a friend. Congratulations Miss Lin Ah. This heavy screen meeting chess diagram price is at least 1 million upwards. Miss 500,000 will take it down. Shui Chuan on the side thought that Su Xiuming did not know the real price of this painting, that's why he sold it for $500,000. With the idea of disgusting Su Xiuming, he lightly laughed and said these words, "Make a friend." Before Lin Miaoyi could speak, Su Xiuming casually replied. Between his words, he didn't seem to care about this $500,000, which drew Lin Miaoyi's side eye. From the words that Su Xiuming had just said, it could be seen that he was not a newcomer to the collection world. In the case of many connoisseurs' eyes, can adhere to their own attitude. This is for their own knowledge of confidence. Although Lin Miaoyi's study of antiques was not deep, she had seen many famous artists, but so young, vision is still so good. Should be Lin Miaoyi first time to see the heart of the idea of friendship. A heartbeat later, Mr. Su, I wonder if you have time tomorrow? Yes. Su Xiuming subconsciously nodded. Tomorrow is my father's birthday banquet. I wonder if you have the time to go together. Father has always been very appreciative of capable young talents. If I can get to know you, I'm bound to be very happy as well. Lin Miaoyi was very quick to turn to Su Xiuming and issued an invitation. In the face of the customer's invitation, Su Xiuming thought for a little 2 seconds and then agreed. It just so happened that there wasn't much to do tomorrow, and since the opposite party had invited, it was naturally not good for him to refuse. Not to mention that Su Xiuming also wanted to get to know some more people now, which would also be beneficial to his future. His current idea is very simple: to cure his mother's disease, to make a name for himself, to let those who look down on him, sooner or later have a day to look up to him. After a short conversation, Su Xiuming returned to the hospital first. On the way, Su Xiuming will first that 20,000 online loan to pay back. After all, this harmful thing, or early to get rid of early good. After returning to the hospital, Su Xiuming first recharged $300,000 to the hospital's card. The surgery was going to be $150,000, but the recovery costs behind it would definitely not be less. In the face of his mother's condition, Su Xiuming would not have any sloppiness. After finishing these things, he came to Dr. Zhang's office at the first time. When Dr. Zhang saw Su Xiuming coming in, he thought that he had come over to suspend the surgery. Little Sua, your mother's condition. The words had just been spoken in general when Su Xiuming placed the hospital card in front of Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang, if it's possible, hurry up and prepare for the surgery. The money I've already is raised. Dr. Zhang was slightly stunned when he heard this, and at the first moment, he was still somewhat in disbelief. Immediately, his face changed slightly. Little Su, I know you're a filial child, but you can't do something treacherous because of your mother's illness. You can't make a mistake. During this period of time, he had pretty much understood the Su family's family situation. If they were really able to raise the money, it was estimated that the surgery would not have been delayed until this time. There were indeed ways to make quick money, but those were written inside the criminal law. Su Xiuming let out a bitter smile. Dr. Zhang, it's actually my luck that I won a lottery ticket and the money is all clean. Hearing this, Dr. Zhang secretly sighed, naturally half believing in Su Xiuming's words. However, since the surgical fees had all been raised, Dr. Zhang didn't say much, but went ahead and arranged for the subsequent surgery. Naturally, the sooner the surgery, the better. Dr. Zhang, under Su Xiuming's urging, arranged for the surgery to take place at night. Just as Su Xiuming was about to tell his mother the good news, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Su Xiuming picked up the phone and looked at the note above the screen. Qian Pickpocket. This was the name of the owner of the company that Su Xiuming was currently in. As the name suggests, the owner of this company is simply similar to Joe Pai Pai inside the story. After entering this company, in addition to the 5 insurance and 1 gold, the monthly salary of only $3,000, but every day to do almost 10 hours. Even going to the toilet on weekdays, the boss has to specify the number of times. If it wasn't for the fact that his mother's condition couldn't be delayed, and he still needed the $3,000 to support his family, and the cost of jumping ship was too high, Su Xiuming would have long since stopped working there. Su Xiuming, do you not want to work? Said to take a half-day vacation. Now it's been a day. Why haven't you come back yet? According to the company's rules and regulations, you've lost your salary for the past few days. Now hurry back. The company wants someone. After clicking the answer button, a sound of angry roar came from the opposite side. Qian Pippi's shrill eunuch-like voice hissed hysterically. Chapter 7 Attending the Birthday Banquet. Qian Pippi, almost got it. This month's salary to send my card. I quit. Su Xiuming sneered. Did not put the words of money pickpocket in the ear. I let you go to work. You actually want my salary? Do you know how much we're going to lose if you skip a day here? Remove the wages and you'll have to compensate me another 2,000. Knowing your family situation should be no money. I have an online lending platform here. You first borrow money to compensate. The voice on Xian Pippi's side lowered, and actually began to threaten Su Xiuming. Su Xiuming heard this sentence, almost gave a gas laugh. Once again opened his mouth. I am the company inside the financial. The company inside the tax land, though small, I am clear. You can rest assured that today the tax bureau will go to find you. Hey, small Su, don't be like this. Let's talk about. Did not wait for the money pickpocket finished. Su Xiuming will directly hang up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Su Xiuming took a long breath. He was in this company. Accidentally found the former accountant left behind to do some number of false accounts. At that time, he also casually photographed it, and now it happens to be useful. Su Xiuming didn't rush to send it out, but first came within the ward. Liang Dongling is still lying on the bed. Looking at her pale face, Su Xiuming nasal cavity a burst of acidity. Until he saw his own son, his face only showed a trace of blood color. Mom, I've already spoken to Dr. Zhang, and will do the surgery in a while. Su Xiuming walked to the bedside in big steps, and put a hand on his mother's hand. When Liang Dongling heard this, her face slightly changed. Doing surgery? You? Where did you get the money? Xiuming you can't do anything confusing Mom, don't you know what kind of person I am? Would I be that confused? Su Xiuming hurriedly interrupted Liang Dongling's words and told the matter in a detailed and appropriate manner, but also fictionalized a story, saying that he knew an old man when he was in college, and he learned the knowledge of appraisal, so that he could earn money. Hearing these explanations from Su Xiuming, Liang Dongling was slightly relieved and did not pursue the matter further. After continuing to comfort her mother, she fell asleep. In the evening, under Dr. Zhang's arrangement, the surgery also began to take place. It wasn't too big of an operation in itself, plus there were experts present, so the operation was very successful. Liang Dongling was still in a coma from the anesthetic, and Su Xiuming also found a caregiver to let her take care of his mother first. Time soon came to the next day. Yesterday, Lin Miaoi had Su Xiuming's contact information, and had already told Su Xiuming the location of the banquet, Manhwa Hotel. As one of the most luxurious hotels in Xijing City, it has always been a place for dignitaries and guests. A luxury car parked at the entrance looked like it was all for that grandfather of Lin Miaoi's, which also made Su Xiuming a little more curious. When Su Xiuming had passed by the Honghua Grand Hotel before, he had at most taken a glance towards the interior of the hotel, but had never gone inside. After all, he was attending a banquet, and Su Xiuming had specially cleaned up a bit in the morning, taking out his most expensive set of clothes. Although it was not as good as these people in suits around him, he looked like a spirited young man. After entering the hotel, Su Xiuming gave the receptionist at the door a look at the electronic invitation and then got the chance to go in. The banquet was on the top floor of the hotel, and the Lin family had chartered the entire top floor of the Honghua Hotel this time. Although it was only for one day, it was estimated that without 1 million, it was unlikely. The number of people entering the banquet was not too many, and there were probably only a few dozen people in the entire banquet. Su Xiuming's ordinary attire, seemingly among these dozens of people, was particularly eye-catching. Mr. Su, Lin Miaoi, who was still exchanging pleasantries with the guests, immediately took small steps forward after seeing Su Xiuming. Today's Lin Miaoi was very different from yesterday's attire, slightly powdered, making his features appear more delicate and three-dimensional, and in his flickering eyes, it was like autumn water with waves, making people unwilling to move away even after a glance. Dressed in a light blue long dress, Lin Miaoi's figure was undoubtedly revealed, and when she appeared, she became the focus of the entire banquet. When the crowd saw the beautiful Lin Miaoi, actually walking towards a very poor-looking boy, many people secretly frowned. Miss Lin. When Su Xiuming saw Lin Miaoi in this sexy outfit, a hint of redness surfaced above her cheeks. Compared to yesterday's innocent style, today's sexy style seemed to fit Lin Miaoi even better, emphasizing her temperament of a great lady. Seeing Su Xiuming's stunning appearance, Lin Miaoi's heart, for some reason, suddenly blushed more, and a blush emerged from her face. This blush, even more so, embellished Lin Miaoi's appearance even more colorful. My father liked that gift yesterday and was wanting to meet you. Lin Miaoi came forward and whispered. She came out just now, worried that Su Xiuming would be a bit overwhelmed the first time he came to this kind of banquet. But now, it seemed that Su Xiuming's adaptability was obviously stronger than he had imagined, and didn't appear to have any constraints because of these rich and noble people around him. Yes, Su Xiuming then responded and nodded. Miaoi, long time no see. Just as the two of them were about to leave, a well-dressed man leaned over, with a few pleasing intentions between his words. This man had a greasy head and was dressed in a colorful suit, and his gaze fixed on Lin Miaoi's body, only causing her to have a sense of lewdness. Mr. Zhao. Although Lin Miaoi was displeased, she still nodded politely, and then prepared to bypass him. Who knew that Mr. Zhao, obviously not letting go of Lin Miaoi's feeling, circled around to her, picking up a wine glass. Do me the honor of having a drink? Sorry, I don't know how to drink. Lin Miaoi's brows frowned imperceptibly, but she still replied very politely. After Mr. Zhao touched Lin Miaoi's body with a turned-back dirt face, his gaze suddenly fell on Su Xiuming's body. Seeing that he was all shabby, yet he was so close to Lin Miaoi, a sea of jealousy fluttered in his heart. With a light laugh, this gentleman has some eyesight. I don't know which family in Xijing City? The Su family. After noticing that this Mr. Zhao's visitor was not good, Su Xiuming casually replied, I know all the famous families in this Xijing City. This Su family seems unheard of. As he spoke, he looked over at Lin Miaoi. Miss Lin, I hope you'll keep your eyes open, so you won't be fooled by some poor boy. Zhao He Chang. This is my father's birthday banquet. This is my friend. What friend I invite? Does it have anything to do with you? Lin Miaoi lightly glanced at Mr. Zhao, and after saying that, she brought Su Xiuming towards her father. Chapter 8 Fake Yuan Qinghua. Zhao He Chang looked at Lin Miaoi's back. A hint of shade flashed in his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. A middle-aged man was mingling with the people around him. He was dressed in a tang suit. His looks were quite serious, and his body carried an air of superiority. One could tell that his status was not low. In front of them, there was a painting, which was the heavy screen chess meeting sold by Su Xiuming yesterday. Several people are pointing at the heavy screen meeting chess map in front of them. Many people also bowed down, holding a magnifying glass to watch. From a few people's clothes and temperament can be seen. These people should be antique appraiser. Beside the middle-aged man, there are a lot of birthday gifts sent over. Su Xiuming's gaze subconsciously landed on top of those birthday gifts, and his eyes slightly lit up. Spring Moon, Autumn Frost Painting, worth 800,000. Top quality Hetian Jade Go, worth 1.2 million. Underglaze colored porcelain Ghost Valley Z descending from the mountain, worth 780,000. After casually sweeping a glance, it was found that all these antiques are also worth a lot of money. Actually, there is no one worth less than 500,000. This makes Su Xiuming secretly surprised. Looks like the Lin family's power is really not small, but unfortunately, he does not have much understanding of these families in Xijing, so he does not know what position the Lin family is in. Father, this is the Su Xiuming I introduced to you yesterday. Lin Miaoi took small steps and walked in front of the middle-aged man and introduced him cheerfully. Uncle Lin. Su Xiuming similarly stepped forward and greeted him in an unassuming manner. Lin Yaodong's gaze, along with Lin Miaoi's introduction, landed on Su Xiuming's body, faintly smiling a bit. Truly a young talent. A pair of discerning eyes is also helping my daughter, picking out a good gift for me. Although Lin Yaodong said this, his tone was nonchalant. It was obvious that it was a common casual conversation in the shopping mall. After hearing his daughter's words yesterday, Lin Yaodong did not place Su Xiuming too much in his eyes. A youth in his 20s was just a young man. Perhaps he only recognized this heavy screen meeting chess drawing by chance. It was nothing. Uncle Lin, I almost forgot the gift just now. A sharp voice rang out, and it was none other than that Zhao Hucheng, Zhao Dishao, from earlier. His hands were holding a golden-colored box, and within the box were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside stuffed with silk cloth. In the very center of the silk cloth was a large blue and white porcelain plate. This is Yuan Qinghua? Lin Yaodong's gaze, at the very first moment, landed on top of the plate in the youth's hands, slightly surprised. Isn't this your birthday? This is something my father specially picked out from the family's collection. A Yuan Qinghua seawater double dragon pattern plate. Zhao Hucheng nodded and brought the plate to the side on top of the table. His gaze intentionally or unintentionally looked towards Su Xiuming, always giving Su Xiuming the feeling that he was provoking himself. Many people around had gathered around after hearing about Yuan Qinghua. The number of Yuan Qinghua is extremely rare. Casually take out a piece. Not to say it is a rare treasure. It is also a very small number of survivors. It can even be said that each piece is a unique item. Lin Yaodong, around the several appraisers, immediately walked to the front of the Yuan Qinghua, picked up a magnifying glass, began to identify up. The body of the bottle has dark brown cohesive spots, which fits the Yuan Qinghua's characteristics very well. The color of this material is deep, very different from ordinary materials. It should be the material used in Yuan Qinghua. Suma Li Cheng. The foot is sticky sand, the color is watery green, and the glaze has faint bubbles, all of which are characteristics of Yuan blue and white. Those few experts spoke out their points of appreciation while observing the Yuan Qinghua in front of them. After hearing those words, Zhao Hucheng's face couldn't help but show a bit more pride. He didn't just give the gift to please Lin Yaodong, he also wanted to show off his family's financial power. This was something that his father had spent more than $5 million to buy over, and it was because he wanted to use this to curry favor with Lin Yaodong. so that the two families could be joined in marriage. The stuff isn't bad. There's nothing wrong with it except that it's fake. Su Xiaoming muttered to himself. His voice wasn't really loud, but in the midst of all the compliments, it was particularly harsh. A single sentence instantly chilled the scene. Who is this, who actually dares to question the vision of a few masters? Look at what he's wearing. I don't know if he's mixed in or not. The waiters are dressed better than him. What kind of person gives a gift to a fake? Those surrounding spectators, after looking at Su Xiaoming, muttered in whispers. Zhao Haqing stuck his hands in his pockets and slowly walked forward. It doesn't matter if some people don't see the words of knowledge. They are afraid of random nonsense. Seeing that everyone around him had heard it, Su Xiaoming didn't want to hide it. When the plate came out, he appraised it at a glance. Item, Sunodyuan blue and white seawater double dragon pattern plate. Description, the shape of the vessel is very much in line with Yuan Qinghua, but it is indeed a remnant of modern craftsmanship. The costumer's art level is very high, almost on the ability to fake the real, but has a certain personal artistic style. The bottom of the plate more than a seal. Collection value, high imitation, $50,000. This high imitation is indeed very clever. The price actually reached 50,000, but if the Yuan Qinghua in front of him was real, then the price would be running directly towards $20 million. I'm not talking nonsense, Su Xiaoming casually replied. Today itself is Uncle Lin's birthday. I actually don't want to pursue you for talking nonsense here, but you're making a scene by saying these words. If you don't say an exact word today, I'm afraid that it will be hard to make peace. Zhao Haqing had long been looking at Su Xiaoming with displeasure, so how could he let go of such an opportunity to step on one and praise another? If he performed well, not only would he be able to keep this poor boy away from Lin Miaoi, but he would also be able to show his own skills. Facing Zhao Hicheng's aggressiveness, Su Xiaoming didn't retreat any further. The corner of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. So what if I can prove that this Yuan Qinghua is fake? If you are able to prove it, I will crisp this Yuan Qinghua on the spot, and additionally kowtow to you and apologize. If you can't prove it, it's simple. Honestly apologize to me and get out of this banquet. Lin Miaoi saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly stood out. Both of you, why don't we forget about this matter? Forget it? Zhao Haqing snorted coldly. How can it be that easy? If we just forget about it, then where will my Zhao family's face go? Su Xiaoming, however, did not say much, walked to the front of the desk and turned the Yuan Qinghua over. Immediately, he said, everyone who has a magnifying glass can take a closer look at what's on top. Although the experts were confused, one of them came forward and took the magnifying glass to examine the bottom of the Yuan Qinghua. How is it possible? The expert's face changed slightly, as if he had detected an abnormality. The crowd's attention was instantly attracted by the expert's words. Chapter 9. Invitation to cooperate. Underneath this Yuan Qinghua plate, there is a very small mark that looks like some kind of word. The expert pushed the glasses above his nose and casually explained. Mark? After hearing these words, they first leaned over this way, their gazes condensing on the top of the mark. If one didn't use a magnifying glass, then one would only be able to see a small dot on it. So what if there is a mark? Is it hard not to allow a mark? Zhao Haqing's face changed slightly as he argued. But, this imprint is a simplified character. The expert raised his head once again and let out a bitter smile. It was only then that he realized that the simplified Chinese character was the word Zhao, which should be someone's surname. Hearing this, Zhao Haqing became a bit tense and directly picked up the expert's magnifying glass and carefully observed it. Look at this word. Very like not newly written out. Should be a master of forgery. In the forgery before written, and then the whole plate and then do old. Whether the texture or material above are no problem. But if this is really Yuan Qinghua words, then the production of this Yuan Qinghua master, it is difficult to be across? Accompanied by the expert's words, the surrounding crowd began to laugh. Remember, there was a master who imitated Yuan Qinghua who was arrested some time ago. He seemed to have this habit of thinking that everything he produced was a work of art that belonged to him, and had to add his surname underneath. Among the crowd, someone suddenly reacted and spoke. After this evidence was brought out, the others simply couldn't say anything else to refute it. After all, the evidence was right in front of them. Even if Zhao and Chang were to deny it anymore, it would be impossible. You guys must have misread it, or else I'll take it to appraise the carbon-14 content and determine the age. Zhao Haqing blushed, snatched the plate over, and put it back into the box again. Or else I'll accompany you. I don't want to apologize to you either. I'll go over just to be a witness. Su Xiaoming, who was only concerned about the world, glanced at Zhao Hicheng and said lightly. Su Xiaoming's character had always been like this. If others respected him afoot, he respected others afoot. Since it was the opposite side that was looking for trouble first, Su Xiaoming was naturally unwilling to let him go. Do you know who I am? Do you know how much power the Zhao group behind me has? Seeing that Su Xiaoming had already torn his face off, Zhao Hicheng immediately tore off that mask and shouted, "Enough!" From the crowd, a man's angry roar came out. When Zhao Hicheng heard this voice, he was instantly silenced and lowered his head. A middle-aged man slowly stepped out. His appearance was a bit similar to Zhao Hicheng, but his face was a bit more worldly and smooth. "This little brother, this is me hitting my eyes, count it as my fault. My son is still young and spoke impulsively. Let's get to know each other." As the middle-aged man spoke, he handed the business card in his hand to Su Xiaoming. Su Xiaoming swept the words on the business card with his afterglow. Zhao Mengtian. For this Zhao Mengtian's name, it was not the first time Su Xiaoming had heard of him. As a prominent figure in Xijing City, Su Xiaoming had also seen his name in the newspaper. But looking at the business card handed over, Su Xiaoming did not catch it. "Mr. Zhao, if it's me who loses today, then can you roll out instead of me? Furthermore, will you stop me from apologizing to your son?" Su Xiaoming let out a light laugh, not putting Zhao Mengtian in his eyes. After Zhao Mengtian heard these words, his expression was a little less than favorable, and the hand that was stretched out froze in midair. Only after a few seconds did he retract it. Unlike Zhao Hicheng, Zhao Mengtian still wanted to have a face, and he couldn't spill his guts on this kind of occasion. "Today is Uncle Lin's birthday. Everyone is happy. I'll give Uncle Lin a face." Forget it. After all, this was a banquet. If things really got unpleasant, it wouldn't be good for everyone. Seeing that Su Xiaoming did not continue to pester him, Zhao Meng Genius let out a sigh of relief. Looking towards Lin Yaodong, he cupped his fists and said, "Boss Lin, I'm really a bit sorry for this time." Lin Yaodong naturally waved his hand. "Mr. Zhao said nothing, but a gift is just a gift. Those of us who engage in collection, it is normal to hit the eye." Lin Yaodong heart for Su Xiaoming, also more than a little favorite color. After all, at such a young age, he had the eyesight, and did not continue to make a fuss over this matter, even if it gave him a face. "By the way, little Su, how did you just know that underneath that plate, there are small characters?" Suddenly, a query made Lin Yaodong puzzled. The moment this sentence was said, it also caused those guests around to faintly stare. Su Xiaoming just seemed to have inverted the plate directly after glancing at it, and did not see the bottom of the plate. "Young man, I didn't expect you to have such deep attainments in this line of appraisal. I was the one who underestimated you before." Lin Yaodong looked at Su Xiaoming and his eyes lit up slightly. "Actually, I've just seen the auction item of this plate, so from the grain, I can also see some abnormalities." Su Xiaoming scratched his head and casually made an excuse. "Let's do it this way. Miao Miao, you first take little Su around. In a moment, I have something that I want to discuss with little Su a little bit," Lin Yaodong then said. Lin Miaoi was slightly stunned, then she nodded her head with a strong nod. "Okay, father." In the distance, the Zhao family's father and son didn't continue to wait on top of the banquet, and hurriedly left before the banquet was almost over. They had indeed lost a great deal of face today. Su Xiaoming himself didn't have any familiar people, so he simply climbed into conversation with Lin Miaoi. After the banquet lasted for an hour, the guests had finally dispersed as well. After Lin Yaodong gave a greeting to Su Xiaoming walked forward. "Little Su, do you have any ideas of cooperating with me?" Lin Yaodong did not beat around the bush and asked immediately. "Cooperation?" When Su Xiaoming heard this, his face could not help but be a little surprised. Lin Yaodong nodded his head a little. "Actually, I have long wanted to involve in the antique industry of the entire Xijing city, but there has been no suitable manpower. I feel that you are not bad." With these words, it was considered that Lin Yaodong had recognized Su Xiaoming. Just from the hand that Su Xiaoming had just revealed, one could tell that he had a good eye. Among the people he invited over today, there were several well-known antique experts in Xijing City, and none of them found the problem with the plate. Even if it is really as Su Xiaoming said, he had seen a similar plate on TV, then Su Xiaoming's eyesight will be even more extraordinary. Chapter 10, The Jewelry Pavilion. Su Xiaoming's heart stirred when he heard that Lin Yaodong wanted to work with him. After experiencing Jing Xinyan and his own mother's surgery, he also wanted to change the status quo. He was able to rely on his current appraisal eyes to achieve success, but today his own capital was still a little too weak. If Lin Yaodong really want to enter the game, is Su Xiaoming cannot wait for a thing? Xijing City in the country cannot be said to be the center of antiques, but because of the long history, also caused the historical and cultural heritage here is very rich. From time to time, there will be some appraisal conference, or treasure appreciation program, carried out in this place. It can be said that the entire Xijing City Antiques Bureau is very big. Lin Yaodong said that he wanted to enter this industry. Absolutely not just a small fight. Seeing Su Xiaoming fall into silence, Lin Yaodong was not impatient and still had a smile on his face. How to cooperate? Su Xiaoming looked at Lin Yaodong. Actually, I want to open a store in the middle of our city's Qiguang Antique Street, and then integrate our city's antique industry. Because of this, A person with enough eyesight is needed. Lin Yaodong then replied, let me sit in the town? Su Xiuming was a bit surprised. After all, he was just a fledgling kid, although he was very confident in himself, but if Lin Yaodong really let himself sit in the town, it was also a bit too hasty. Lin Yaodong's mouth is indeed a little too big. Actually said that he wanted to integrate the entire antique industry in Xijing City. Although Su Xiuming does not quite understand, but also know that the entire Xijing City within the antique industry added up, at least there are 50 billion to the top. If there is no tens of billions of dollars to smash, almost impossible to complete this. If there are tens of billions of words, it is estimated that the experts in the Forbidden City are casually invited over. Lin Yaodong shook his head. A bitter smile, not let you now sit in the town. After all, want to open the store, or need to prepare for a period of time, and I also want to test you a bit. How to test? Su Xiuming came to be interested. As I just said, I can give you enough money. You use my money to buy antiques. At that time, if we earn a profit, we both half. Only then did Lin Yaodong speak out his plan. After hearing this plan, the beast was also a little surprised, not realizing that Lin Yaodong actually had such boldness. He had only slightly demonstrated his strength, and he actually dared to smash money into it. Good, since Boss Lin is willing, then I naturally agree. Su Xiuming nodded. Very well, this card has $2 million inside. It's considered my initial investment. If this $2 million investment is short, then there should be no way to carry out our subsequent cooperation. Lin Yaodong took out a bank card from his pocket and placed it in front of Su Xiuming confidently. Su Xiuming did not hesitate to pick up the bank card in front of him and put it into his pocket. Happy cooperation. When Lin Yaodong saw the confident Su Xiuming in front of him, the color of appreciation on his face was even more unhidden. By the way, if you have time, you should learn more behind Xiao Su. Subsequently, I am prepared to develop in the antique industry. In the future, our business, the same is to tend to the antique industry. Lin Yaodong looked at his daughter and then said, ah. Lin Miaoi was a little surprised, then nodded her head. Okay, it's still early. Let's just go and turn around on top of the antique street. We might even come across something good. Su Xiuming looked at the time and realized that it had just passed 12 o'clock. His mother's condition had gradually stabilized. Su Xiuming could have gone there a little later. After paying the surgery fee, as well as some medicine fees, Su Xiuming still had $200,000 on him. This $200,000 actually still have to pay back some of the arrears of relatives. Counting up, Su Xiuming is still penniless, but he was very confident in his heart. With the ability to appraise antiques, he was not worried that he would not be able to get money next. Good. Lin Miaoi didn't have much to do. Natural reason. Qiguang Antique Street. Since the antique industry gradually emerged in the 90s, it has always been the entire Xijing City, the most prosperous antique street. But anyone who comes to Xijing City, many people will also come here. And gradually this place has become a tourist attraction. However, since it is tainted with the properties of tourists, here is one more attribute. This place is one of the largest fraud market. Many people who are new to the antique industry, basically the first time to pay tuition fees, are also here. Two people casually hit a car, soon came to the red light antique street. This place was indeed extremely lively. People coming and going, shoulder to shoulder. Many of them dressed up and looked like ordinary tourists. For those people in the antique street, these tourists, as well as some young people, were actually the best to deceive. On both sides of the antique street, there are also a lot of stalls. This kind of place is the distribution center of the cheaters. For antique knowledge, Su Xiuming these days also understand a lot. In fact, in addition to this pair of eyes that can appraise, Su Xiuming basically belongs to a small white in the antique industry. However, in front of a little white guy like Lin Miaoi, he was still able to tell him some basic knowledge. Young man, come and look at this. It's said to be the night pot of Empress Dowager Cixi. Not looking for you to ask for more. 800. Do you think it's appropriate? Young man, I think I have a destiny with you. This ancient book of Ru Laishan poem from the Qin and Han dynasties is sold to you. $50. Hey, don't go. 20 will do. Look at this rope of mine. It is said to be used by Emperor Jiajing to hang himself. This is the emperor's rope. Those stall owners, after seeing the young Su Xiuming, took him as a good character to coax, loudly selling the treasures on top of the stalls, hoping to get this young man to pay a tuition fee. Generally speaking, the simplicity within the story was found above this kind of stall. However, above this kind of stall, 9 out of 10 were cheats, while the remaining one was a high premium curio, which was only a few $100s at most. After Su Xiuming casually swept a glance, he didn't care. Jubilee Cuisine. Looking at the plaque above his head, Su Xiuming softly read, this Jubo Xian is also considered to be a big antique pavilion. It is said to have a history of more than 10 years. Before my father had nothing to do, he brought me over to browse around. Lin Miaoi seemed somewhat familiar with this store and said softly, she used to come to this kind of place a lot before, but that was all to accompany her father. For antiques and whatnot, she was not interested at all, and was all about following along and feeling the fish. Not the same generation, there is always some generation gap, but since he saw Su Xiaoming's ability to appreciate antiques, for some reason, he suddenly became interested in these things. Chapter 11, Meeting Jing Xinyan again. Then let's go in and take a look. It was very crowded inside the treasure chest, with a wide array of expensive antiques neatly arranged on the shelves. Most of the customers here were middle-aged or elderly. This kind of antiques is always suitable for those who have money and leisure. Among the rich and idle people, there is a need to have certain eyesight, and naturally, there are not many young people. Su Xiaoming? Just after entering into the antique store, Su Xiaoming heard a gloomy voice coming from in front of him. Su Xiaoming turned around and realized that the person coming was none other than Jing Xinyan. Beside him, was his rich second-generation boyfriend, Hua Xiao. Jing Xinyan today's dress and before obviously different. Above the neck has hung a flashing jewelry. The body is changed into a set of gorgeous chest. Today's Su Xiaoming, after seeing Jing Xinyan, his heart no longer has the same kind of excitement as before. He also knew that there were some things that were inherently unsuitable for himself. What he liked was the kind of pure Jing Xinyan from before. And nowadays, all of Jing Xinyan looked extraordinarily solid in his eyes. Don't come and touch me. Jing Xinyan looked at this poor ex-boyfriend in front of her. Her eyebrows wrinkled high, said in disgust, as if she wanted to clear the relationship between herself and him. Hearing Jing Xinyan's words, Su Xiaoming cried and laughed a little, only lightly glancing at her before shifting his gaze. I didn't expect you to still be alive. It looks like I was still light on my hands yesterday. Hua Xiao, who was on the side, however, did not want to give up such a good opportunity to taunt and sneered. Although he smashed Su Xiaoming's head yesterday, but in his opinion, it still didn't relieve his anger. Such a poor man at the bottom of society actually dared to make a move against himself. It was simply a provocation. Between words, one of his hands had already been placed on top of Jing Xinyan's arched dolphin, as if he was swearing sovereignty. You're annoying. Jing Xinyan let out a delicate laugh, deliberately stimulating Qin Shuo. This is? Seeing the scene of saber rattling, Lin Miaoi on the side was a bit surprised. No need to care, Su Xiaoming said softly. In just now, Hua Xiao had already noticed Lin Miaoi, but he did not expect that she was actually with Su Xiaoming. Although Jing Xinyan was pretty, she was probably just an 8, and that was still after makeup. Lin Miaoi in front of her, although she just casually put on a bit of makeup, but this face value straight to was 9.5 up, compared to those stars on TV, it is only strong but not weak. In addition to the body of a big girl's temperament, but also give her a big plus. Jing Xinyan was likewise slightly stunned, looking at Su Xiaoming and Lin Miaoi walking together, just like a pair of golden boys and girls. In her heart, for some reason, a wave of anger arose. Inexplicable. Lin Miaoi similarly looked at the two of them, and then didn't care. Just at this moment, a clamor came from the distance, as if they were making a noise, only to see that in the distance, a middle-aged old farmer with a thin figure was holding a purple copper incense burner in his hands, and the appraiser in the store was theorizing about something. Master, take a look at the incense burner in my hand. It's really an ancestral treasure. Really, I am now short of $100,000. My daughter is still lying in the hospital. It is short of this $100,000. The middle-aged old farmer fell to sit on the ground, his face full of tears and snot. What kind of treasure does an old farmer like you have? A family heirloom? Do you believe this cell phone of mine is still a family heirloom? A cell phone from the Qin dynasty period. I've seen a lot of crooks like you. Everyone come over and take a look, but don't be fooled by this old crook. That appraiser's eyes were filled with contempt when he saw the old farmer above the ground. Those surrounding spectators, after hearing this sentence, had a preconceived notion that this old farmer was just a liar. As for the words that came out of his mouth, it was more like he was lying to people in general, stories that anyone would make up. Su Xiaoming stared blankly at this scene, his face slightly moved, as if he suddenly thought of himself 2 days ago. At that time, he was holding a vase, but the reason was because he wanted to get enough for the little dowry. Lin Miaoi looked at the old farmer above the ground, her heart slightly sour. Her gaze turned to Su Xiaoming. Go take a look. Saying that, Su Xiaoming then came to the old farmer's side and slowly squatted down. This boss, come take a look at this treasure in my hand. This is really my family heirloom. After the old farmer sensed that someone had arrived, he raised the incense burner in his hand and cried out regardless. When Su Xiaoming heard this, his gaze turned to the old farmer's hand. The incense burner held in the old farmer's hand took the shape of a lion's beast head, but the exterior was already covered with a thick layer of mud and dirt. Able to take a look? Su Xiaoming looked towards the old farmer. The old farmer was slightly stunned and hurriedly handed over the incense burner with both hands. Boss, Take a look. Su Xiuming took out a piece of toilet paper from his mouth and wiped it twice on top of the incense burner before he could see the pattern on top of the incense burner clearly. The pattern was very exquisite, with a very strong mid-Ming Dynasty coppersmith flavor. The overall atmosphere was very atmospheric. At a glance it was clear that it was not a mortal object. After noticing that this incense burner seemed really good, Su Xiuming opened the appraisal eye. Item, purple copper gilt beast head incense burner. Description, this incense burner from the Ming Dynasty period, more than 800 years ago. The palace imperial items. The shape is exquisite. Very collectible value. Collection value, authentic, worth $400,000. The introduction of the incense burner is very simple. Just a few short lines, but the most important is the last line. In front of its appearance of the incense burner, actually is the Ming Dynasty court period supplies. This value is definitely not low. Although the collection value written above is $400,000, but this kind of high-end type, plus from the palace imperial use, or increase the humanistic value. In Su Xiuming's opinion, as long as it was sold well, then the price was definitely not less than $600,000. How much do you want? Su Xiuming looked at the old farmer before asking. Boss, you want to buy? The old farmer was slightly stunned, originally thinking that Su Xiuming was just taking a look. Who could think that he actually wanted to buy it? As long as the price is right, then I will buy it. Su Xiuming secretly nodded his head. The old farmer hesitated for a moment before he stretched out a finger and said somewhat less confidently, 100,000. Old man, you're still lying here. This thing is 100,000. Unless he's an ingrate to buy it. That appraiser looked at the old farmer in front of him and said without any good humor, don't say it's 100,000. I know this person. Even if it's 10,000, I guess he can't get this money. Oh. Behind him, Hua Xiao did not miss this opportunity to mock. Even though he was a rich second generation, the pocket money his family gave him in a month was only 100,000, and he needed to estimate it if he wanted to buy it. He also didn't believe that such a poor man could casually take out $100,000. Chapter 12, Appraisal Gambit. $150,000. Just after recovery. Should still need some more money. Su Xiuming looked at the old farmer. His heart choked for a while. If there is no one to buy the land, then the probability is that the old farmer will not be able to sell this incense burner. Su Xiuming was also not willing to take too much advantage and simply raise the price. Really? Really? The old farmer's eyes widened, somewhat unable to believe his ears. He had only heard of bargaining, but he didn't expect Su Xiuming to actually take the initiative to raise the price. Give me the bank card number. It will be able to arrive in a while. Su Xiuming nodded and took out his cell phone. The old farmer hurriedly took out his bank card. While Su Xiuming's transfer soon arrived, a message was sent to the old farmer's broken cell phone. And looking at the long string of numbers, the old farmer let out a sigh of relief. Jing Xinyan sidled over and looked at the old farmer's cell phone, not realizing that the 150,000 had really arrived. Many thanks, young man. The old farmer passed over the incense burner in his hand, folded his hands at Su Xiuming and thanked him repeatedly. First go to the hospital. Do business. I also earned it. Su Xiuming light smile, did not care. You really gave 150,000. This will not be your family's savings, right? Just for the sake of fighting with me. Using this $150,000 to fight for water. It's not necessary. Jing Xinyan looked at Su Xiuming and sneered. TSK, you're really something. But so what? Isn't Xiaoyan still mine? Hua Xiao didn't care. Once again roaming around Jing Xinyan's body, facing the two clowns in front of him, Su Xiuming didn't even have the idea to look at them more than once. Let's go, husband. Right at this moment, Lin Miaoyi hooked a hand directly onto the top of Su Xiuming's arm and said sweetly, this. Su Xiuming froze a little. Come on, people are a little hungry. Let's go eat. Lin Miaoyi blinked her eyes at Su Xiuming and hinted. Seeing Lin Miaoyi's action, the corner of Su Xiuming's mouth also revealed a hint of a smile. He also understood that this was Lin Miaoyi not being able to see herself being mocked by them so much, so she made such a gesture. Su Xiuming then did not dismantle it, holding the incense burner in his hand. Accompanied by the warm fragrance and soft jade, he walked to the side of the appraiser just now. Lin Miaoyi out itself did not change clothes. Still that is sexy evening dress. Su Xiuming's arm rubbed against Lin Miaoyi's body. Both of them felt a little embarrassed, but did not show it. Hua Xiao looked at Su Xiuming and a glint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Secretly, he muttered, I don't know what kind of luck he ate, but he can still have such a beautiful girlfriend. When Jing Xinyan heard this, although there was dissatisfaction in her heart, she didn't dare to say anything. She knew that she was more of a plaything for Hua Xiao. She could only try to please him as much as she could, and if she made him unhappy, he could even leave her behind at any time. He then chimed in, maybe it's a group show that was invited from somewhere, and deliberately came to irritate me. He's ridiculous, taking that incense burner to the appraiser again. Does he really think it's a treasure? The appraiser looked at Su Xiuming, who walked over, some impatience in his gaze. Spinning around, he said, "What for? Wouldn't want me to appraise it, right? Can't I let you appraise it? Is your boss still here?" Lin Miaoi, who was on the side, raised her head and sneered. "I say, are you?" The appraiser looked at Lin Miaoi with some annoyance, and just wanted to drive them away, but closed his mouth in the middle of his sentence. He hadn't noticed Lin Miaoi just now, and it was only then that he realized that this person in front of him was actually the Miss Lin family. The words he had originally said in mid-sentence were swallowed hard and replaced with a smiling face. "It can be appraised. It can be appraised. There's no need to trouble my family boss with this." In an instant, the appraiser changed his face and his tone became fawning. If my boss knew that he had offended Miss Lin family, then he really didn't need to continue staying in this place. There's no need for you to appraise it anyhow. Just follow what I say and find it. Purple copper gilt incense burner from the Ming Dynasty period, and it's also a palace item. If it's sold for an appraisal, I'll give you a solid one, $600,000. Su Xiuming placed the incense burner on the table and then said. The appraiser was slightly stunned, obviously somewhat not believing Su Xiuming's words. However, he did not refute, and after taking out a magnifying glass, he began to appraise it. However, under the influence of Su Xiuming's words, the appraiser also followed what he said and began to appraise it. "You're asking for $600,000. Are you crazy for money?" Hua Xiao, who was on the side, looked at Su Xiuming and said disdainfully, "Why do I feel that you two are like a dog? Wherever I go you follow me? I don't have any dog bones here, so please don't follow me either." Only then did Su Xiuming look at the two impatiently and said in a cold voice, "You're afraid that you're not out of your mind because of your lost love. Where do the two of us want to go? Do we still have to listen to you?" Hua Xiao, however, said uncaringly, in fact, he just wanted to see Su Xiuming make a fool of himself. Then he pointed to the incense burner. "If you can sell this thing to $600,000, I will kowtow to you." "Interesting," Su Xiuming laughed softly. "Actually, I don't want you to kowtow or anything. Bad luck. If you lose, just crawl out of here for me. If I lose, I'll do the same." When Hua Xiao heard this, he immediately came energized. "Okay, just like you said." After saying that, the eyes of the two turned to the appraiser. Along with the appraiser's appraisal, his expression gradually changed from cautious to surprised. "I didn't expect that this is really an incense burner from the Ming Dynasty period, and this price of yours is very appropriate." The appraiser raised his head violently and said in surprise. Su Xiuming had just casually glanced at it, but he was actually able to feel this incense burner clearly. The result of his own appraisal, on the other hand, was not even remotely close to what Su Xiuming had said. The appearance of this result also made those surrounding spectators. TSK. Impossible. You've definitely misread it. As soon as Hua Xiao heard this, his face immediately changed. Immediately rushing to the appraiser, he slammed the table with force. "Misread it?" The appraiser laughed coldly. "It's true that I didn't pay attention to it just now, but now I can be 100% sure. Are you trying to make a scene?" Only then did Hua Xiao notice that his behavior was indeed a bit impulsive. He was indeed a rich second generation, but that was only relative to ordinary people. This Jubilee Xian had a big brother behind it, and he didn't even have the qualifications to lift the big brother's shoes. If the name of the trouble is really labeled, a beating and thrown out or light, a few sturdy security guards have gradually leaned over. Chapter 13, Exasperation. No, I just want you to be more accurate." Hua Xiao's head was full of cold sweat, panicked and explained. "If you're right, I'll take it for $600,000, the appraiser said firmly. In fact, even if this thing was a fake land, the appraiser was still prepared to say that this was real. After all, if he offended the Lin family's eldest daughter, he would definitely not have any good fruit to eat in the future. After determining the price, while the onlookers were surprised by Su Xiuming's vision, their eyes went to Hua Xiao's body. It had only been 2 minutes since the bet, so the crowd naturally remembered it very clearly. "Climb." Su Xiuming looked at Hua Xiao and coldly spoke to Su Xiuming, "Don't go too far." Jing Xinyan's face sank and said. Su Xiuming, however, didn't care. "I'm excessive? If it was me who lost just now, I would have climbed out as usual. A promise is a promise." "You." Jing Xinyan gritted her teeth viciously, unable to refute a single word of her dislike. "Hurry up and climb," Su Xiuming then urged. When Hua Xiao heard this, and then looked at the gazes of the people around him, his expression gradually became hideous. Starting to slowly bend his waist, his knees spiraled down and turned to the position of the store entrance, at the same time kneeling down. A burst of wild laughter came from the store. The surrounding spectators were sneering at the Hua Xiao in front of them. However, not a single person stood out to stop Hua Xiao in front of him. After all, this is self-inflicted. No one can save. A short distance of a dozen meters, but in Hua Xiao's eyes, it was as if a dozen years had passed. Amidst the ridicule of the crowd, he finally climbed to the door of the store. Jing Xinyan hurriedly ran over and tried to help Hua Xiao up. Hua Xiao had just stood up under her assistance when he slapped her in the face. "It's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, would I be in this state now?" Hua Xiao's expression became completely hideous as he shouted hysterically. Bright red slap marks appeared on Jing Xinyan's face, making it a little difficult for her to accept for a moment. After Hua Xiao said those words, he quickly walked forward, no longer caring about Jing Xinyan behind him. At this moment, although Jing Xinyan felt incomparably humiliated, she was unwilling to give up the high branch that she had managed to climb up so easily. Quickly following over, she excitedly called out, Brother Xiao, it's my fault, don't throw me away." Su Xiuming just took a look at the two people's farce and didn't care anymore. "Thanks a lot for just now." Su Xiuming looked at Lin Miaoyi beside him and thanked him. Only then did Lin Miaoyi let go of Su Xiuming's arm. Her face slightly reddened. "It's nothing. I couldn't stand to see them say those words. It's just a matter of raising my hand." "That person just now is your ex-girlfriend?" Lin Miaoyi asked suspiciously. "It's a thing of the past. I fell for him with bad eyes at first." Su Xiuming nodded his head and smiled with relief. "I think the one with bad eyes is her. That Hua Xiao. No matter if it's talent or looks, and you are a magnitude different. She actually still smug." Lin Miaoyi skimmed her mouth and whispered. Su Xiuming smiled faintly. Those money from selling the incense burner just now was already in the account. After removing the cost of $150,000, the remaining $450,000, I'll credit a portion of it to this card. After Su Xiuming looked at the 600,000 figure on his cell phone, he then said, after splitting it equally, Su Xiuming's side still had a profit of more than $200,000. This money-making speed was simply something that made Su Xiuming feel his hands shake. "It's not early now, let's come back tomorrow. Anyway, this place is quite big, enough for us to stroll around." After looking up at the sky, Su Xiuming laughed. Lin Miaoyi nodded, seemingly a little lost. "Good." After separating from Lin Miaoyi, Su Xiuming returned to the hospital first. The surgery completed yesterday. Today his mother was still in bed, but the caregivers took good care of her as well. "Great aunt. Yes, the $50,000 that I owed you before. Now I'll call you first. It's okay, the money is all there. It's coming from the right place. Don't worry." Second uncle. Yes, it is to sell that flower. Now the account has been leveled. After making a few phone calls, Su Xiuming will be the previous debt. All have been almost paid. In order to let his mother rest assured, Su Xiuming also made a special effort to return this money by his mother's side. For his own mother, hearing that the money owed out has been almost paid back, she then breathed a sigh of relief. However, Liang Dongling was still unable to stay in the hospital and was ready to go back in 2 days. Su Xiuming knew his mother's thinking, the kind that was not willing to spend more money. Even though her debts have been paid off, she still wants to save some money to give her son a wife. The next day, after Su Xiuming woke up, he rushed to the antique street. Lin Miaoyi had already waited at the entrance of the antique street with an expectant look on her face. After seeing Su Xiuming, she immediately waved her hand forcefully. "Where are we going to shop today?" Lin Miaoyi asked expectantly. "Still going to the antique street, but in the antique store, there are not many chances to pick up leaks." Su Xiuming laughed. After all, those who were able to open antique stores were basically not fools. Not to say that there is a master in the town. The vision must be very good. The authenticity of things they can see. Want to pick up the opportunity, that is much lower than the stall. So Su Xiuming this time simply go to those stalls to see. Maybe there will be what opportunity it. The two just walked into the antique street. They are ready to walk around. "Gu, are you blind?" After just a few steps, a middle-aged woman bumped into them. The middle-aged woman was holding an altar in her arms, and she heavily slammed it towards the ground. Bang! After a loud sound, the altar in his hands was already in pieces from the fall. "Right, sorry." Lin Miaoyi hurriedly apologized after realizing that she had bumped into the middle-aged woman. This middle-aged woman's strength was also great, and when she had just bumped up, she almost gave Lin Miaoyi a knockdown. If it wasn't for Su Xiuming's quick reaction and helping behind Lin Miaoyi, it was estimated that he would have been knocked over. "Gu, my ancestral porcelain altar, this was passed down from my old ancestor in the Ming dynasty." The middle-aged woman glanced at the porcelain altar above the ground and suddenly yelled loudly. Both hands slapped her legs, crying and howling, and instantly attracted a few people. "Gu, look, how did this break someone else's altar? It looks as if this altar isn't very cheap. It's probably also an antique. It's all knocked over for others. You two can't leave, otherwise, we'll call the police." Those few people quickly surrounded up and immediately surrounded the two in the center. "You said a word, I said a word." Chapter 14, Picking Up Leakage by Striking Porcelain. Watching the performance of the several people in front of him, Su Xiaoming's face did not have a trace of emotion. Although Lin Miaoyi didn't see the situation clearly due to her panic, he saw it very clearly. The middle-aged woman was knocked down at the same time. The porcelain altar in her hand did not fall to the ground at the first time. Rather, she herself, towards the ground. A heavy smash. In this way, the situation is already very clear. It was as if this middle-aged woman had directed herself, wanting to ruthlessly pit Lin Miaoyi. Item, counterfeit porcelain altar. Description, a very low-grade forged porcelain altar. The price is very low, but there seems to be something else in it. Please pay attention to these broken fragments. May be able to bring you a surprise. Collector's value, 200. After seeing the price of this item clearly, Su Xiaoming's heart was already more confident. The two people who surrounded her at the beginning were obviously trustees, and they could tell her identity at a glance. But as these people came up, there were more and more people surrounding them. Quite a few of the people who came over from behind didn't know the specifics at all, so they were only able to listen to others' introductions. If I see right, the ground above this porcelain altar, the price is definitely not more than $500, and not to mention the other. This is a copy of the Qing dynasty's blue and white porcelain. Not he traveled, but also traveled to the Ming dynasty. Su Xiaoming looked at that middle-aged woman and snorted coldly. This seems to be indeed really is modeled after the Qing dynasty. This porcelain altar also really cross. The crowd also has an understanding of antiques people. Pick up the ground above the porcelain tile. Loudly opened his mouth to say, what is that? I for these things and do not understand. Since you guys say so, then to this thing is the Qing dynasty. I also do not find you more to take $20,000 to level this matter. Otherwise, you today do not want to go. The middle-aged woman is also thick-skinned enough. Hands immediately forked waist and around the crowd on the line up, facing the completely unreasonable middle-aged woman. The surrounding crowd did not know what to do for a moment. Can only be you a word criticized up? But this result is naturally not very satisfactory. If you were an ordinary person, if you were really rich, then you would definitely just give a little bit of money to settle the matter. Lin Miaoyi was likewise of this mindset, reaching out her hand and pulling Su Xiaoming, as if she wanted to end this matter with money. But Su Xiaoming firmly shook his head. Don't. For this kind of person who touched porcelain, it was definitely just to be taught a good lesson, not to be let off easily. Otherwise, let's do this. Directly let the police come over to solve it. Anyway, we also have time, and this matter can't be passed so easily. Su Xiaoming glanced at the several people in front of him, and above his attitude was extraordinarily firm. The few people who originally wanted to continue pestering, after hearing these words, a hint of fear finally appeared in their eyes. Here is $200. The rest of these porcelain altar pieces, I want it. You want money or not, feel free. Su Xiaoming took out the only $200 in cash from his pocket and casually threw it on the ground, and after a few people looked at each other, it was as if they had already determined their thoughts. Count on it, kid. The middle-aged woman picked up the money directly above the ground and spoke viciously. Seeing the few people who left, Su Xiaoming then secretly let out a sigh of relief. He was worried that these people didn't know what was good for them, and if they continued to pester him, he really didn't have that time. His gaze casually scratched over the shards of the porcelain altar, but his expression suddenly stagnated. After bending down, he picked up a fragment of the porcelain altar above the ground. What's the use of keeping this? Seeing Su Xiaoming pick up this fragment, Lin Miaoyi asked in confusion. Su Xiaoming, however, had a slight light in front of his eyes and stretched out a finger, telling her to keep it quiet. Then he looked around and pulled Lin Miaoyi into an alley. Su Xiaoming's hands of this porcelain altar fragments, obviously is to be more than the average fragments, a little thicker, a full 5 or 6 centimeters. This is the bottom of the porcelain altar, and in the center of the fragment, there is a piece of obvious mud over the mark. Su Xiaoming will porcelain altar fragments to the ground. From the side copy a piece of broken brick, gently towards the fragments smashed over. The fragment instantly broke, and a green-colored ancient jade appeared in front of his eyes. This green-colored ancient jade was very fine, and it was still carved with patterns of dragons and phoenixes on it. This green jade as a whole showed a greenish-white color. The internal deconstruction was very detailed and even, and it had a warm feeling when stroked. Under the sunlight, it was clear and translucent, and at a glance, it was clear that the quality of the jade was very good. According to Su Xiaoming estimate, this should belong to the Hutin green jade, extremely outstanding one, and the dragon and phoenix carving is extremely fine, at a glance as from the master's handwriting, but also with some Yangzhou jade maker's feeling. Name, Hutin dragon and phoenix green jade. Description, carved from excellent Hutin green jade. The jade is fine, and after a long time of playing with it, it is more warm and moist. The feeling of warmth and moistness is added after playing for a long time. Carved by the famous Ming Dynasty jade master, Lu Zigong. It is unique and of high value. Collector's value, $1 million. After opening the appraisal Su Xiaoming's eyes were filled with a color of surprise. What? There's still jade in here? Lin Miaoi's small eyes widened in surprise after seeing this scene. It's probably someone's private money that was hidden away and then taken away by the rag collector. Su Xiaoming let out a light laugh and didn't know how to answer. After all, he didn't care about the probability of this thing. Anyway, he didn't steal it himself, but bought it rightfully. Although the price was indeed a billion points cheaper. But no matter what, it was all in name only. It looks like the two of us are really earning off. I was thinking, why would you give him money? Looking at the jade in Su Xiaoming's hand, Lin Miaoi excitedly spoke. This piece of jade, the price is estimated to be a few $1,000s, right? She tilted her head to look at Su Xiaoming and asked suspiciously. Actually, it's about the same. I estimate that it should be around $1 million. Su Xiaoming scratched his head and laughed. 1 million? Lin Miaoi looked at the jade in front of her, somewhat incredulous. Of course, this is also a minimum of 1 million. If you meet someone who likes this kind of jade, maybe 1,200,000 will be able to sell it. But who knows? Su Xiaoming nodded and laughed. Su Xiaoming originally thought that it was his bad luck to meet those people who touched the porcelain. Who would have thought that the opposite side actually sent money directly? If he ran into those people again, Su Xiaoming high and low to treat them to a meal. This kind of money-scattering children cannot be seen very often. Chapter 15, Lu Zigang. Luck is really good. It looks like those people don't know at all. Playing with the jade pendant in his hand, the corner of Su Xiaoming's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Also deserved they touch a lifetime of porcelain. More than $1 million vase. Actually buy them so casually give out. In the face of the jade pendant that she had gotten for nothing, Lin Miaoi also looked a little excited. If this jade pendant is taken out to auction, it is estimated that the price will be higher. Lu Zigang's jade itself is very rare now. The total price should be around $1,300,000. Su Xiaoming pondered a little and gave a suitable price. Lu Zigang? Lin Miaoi cocked her head, a little puzzled. With nothing else to do, Su Xiaoming also gave her a little bit of the knowledge he had learned before. Lu Zigang was a jade carving master in the city of Suzhou during the Ming dynasty, and the amount of his works that had been handed down was very small, but every single one of them was an authentic piece of art. Nowadays, there are still a lot of people in Suzhou who open stores under the name of Zigang, but those people are just playing the name only. Lu Zigang simply do not have any disciples, not to mention what air. Above this jade pendant, the dragon and phoenix. Each piece of dragon scale looks extremely detailed. If you look at it with a magnifying glass, you can see hundreds of dragon scales on top of a small jade pendant. And the feathers of this luanfeng, the same as each one, are carved extremely detailed, as can see the fine lines on each feather. On such a fine carving process, even if it is put into the present with some mechanical words, it is estimated that there is no way to do. Not to mention that this is still in ancient times, so the price naturally cannot be too low. Wow! Lu Zigang turned out to be so powerful. After hearing Su Xiaoming's introduction, Lin Miaoi's eyes widened and she said rather excitedly, "This was also discovered by you. It shouldn't be counted in our cooperation." Looking at the jade pendant in Su Xiaoming's hand, Lin Miaoi blinked her eyes. "If he hadn't bumped into you, perhaps I wouldn't have gotten this jade pendant, so let's both stop pushing it away." Su Xiaoming let out a bitter smile, knowing that this was Lin Miaoi wanting to give the big head to herself. Lin Miaoi nodded at this. "That's good. Turn around and take it out and sell it. The money will be half for one person." After picking up more than $1 million for nothing, Su Xiaoming's mood was not bad. This was also considered his luck. Su Xiaoming's biggest wish now is to buy a house again. Now he lives in the residential area. Itself is very humid. The environment is also quite harsh. His mother's condition had just improved, and he didn't want his mother to live in that kind of house for a long time, which was not good for her health. After receiving the jade pendant in his pocket, they came out from the alley. As the two of them walked on the street, Su Xiaoming was still popularizing some basic treasure appreciation knowledge to Lin Miaoi. While accompanying his mother in the past few days, he was also looking through many books on treasure appreciation. Simply having a pair of treasure appreciation eyes is only the foundation. How to make people believe that a treasure is real, that is the need for a lot of knowledge accumulation. Su Xiaoming in the process of reading, but found that his memory, but inexplicably become better. A book of several hundred pages, Su Xiaoming was able to finish it in 2 hours, and after reading it, he could recite all those things inside the book backwards. Su Xiaoming estimated that this was equally unrelated to his own treasure appreciation eyes. The two of them walked while paying attention to the surrounding stalls. Su Xiaoming also found 2 pieces of leakage, but because the value was really not high, Su Xiaoming was not willing to pick it up. Soon, a street market was about to be finished by the two people. "Otherwise come to me here to take a look. I have quite a lot of treasures here." A peddler with a somewhat oily face, seeing that Lin Miaoi's clothes were worth a lot of money, hurriedly called out to the two. Hearing this, Su Xiaoming turned back to look at the things on the vendor's stall. Come take a look at this. Authentic blue and white porcelain, produced in the Qing dynasty. Seeing the two's eyes looking over, the peddler hurriedly raised an antique vase up. Su Xiaoming faintly swept a glance. Qing dynasty? Produced in Jingdezhen during the Qing dynasty? Goo, you really know your stuff. Then I won't pick you guys. I didn't expect to meet a knowledgeable person. This, enameled snuff bottle. This thing looks like the king used it. The peddler took out another snuff bottle from the stall and waved it twice in front of Su Xiaoming. Enamel color? Why do I look at it? It's just watercolor? Su Xiaoming skimmed his mouth and let out a light laugh. At those other stalls, Su Xiaoming was more or less able to see some real ones. But on this stall, basically everything is fake. Basically the age of these things. Not as old as the cell phone in Su Xiaoming's hand. These rough things, connoisseurs look at a glance, will know is true or false. Just as Su Xiaoming was about to leave, his eyes suddenly noticed. Is that one of yours for sale? Su Xiaoming raised his hand and pointed in front of the peddler. The peddler lowered his head and looked at the inkstone underneath him. Goo, you have the right vision. This is an authentic old pit inkstone. You look at the color. Are 10% genuine? Su Xiaoming shook his head, but pointed to a pile of stamps in front of the vendor. The peddler is a little disillusioned. These stamps are $100 a bunch of him, from the waste collection station to retrieve. They have already been appraised by him, and their value does not add up to $200. Plus these stamps also look more ordinary. In front of this person more or less have eyesight. By this thing want to increase the price is not. These stamps, cheaper, sold to you $500. The peddler shook his hand, then said, deal. Su Xiaoming pressed down the joy in his heart and nodded. Looking at the $500 that Su Xiaoming handed over, the peddler's heart was also secretly happy. He originally really thought that Su Xiaoming was a capable one, but now it seems to be just like that. Collect these stamps well, the price can still double in some years, the peddler said casually. His words were not nonsense. When these stamps were passed on to the grandchildren, they would definitely be antiques. After receiving those stamps, Su Xiaoming casually flipped twice. The stamps inside are also mixed. There is no serial number, and most of the stamps are basically the 90s. The price must have doubled a few times, but $500 is still somewhat worthless. I still know a little bit about stamps. These stamps are nothing. Turning over the stamps in her hands, Lin Niaoyi asked with some confusion. Su Xiaoming shook his head. In fact, he didn't know what was inside these. Chapter 16, The Great Dragon Stamps. Just after opening the appraisal eye, the stamps appeared tips. Also let it grow a heart. Tips are relatively simple. Is this pile of stamps? There is a surprise. Hey, this stamp. Right at this moment, Lin Niaoyi suddenly called out softly. Su Xiaoming looked at Lin Niaoyi's hand and found that behind one of the stamps, there was actually a stamp stuck to it. It looked like it was also because the time was a little bit long, so the stamps were stuck together and could not be pulled apart. After separating these two stamps, the back of a stamp was also reflected in Su Xiaoming's eyes. In the center of this stamp was a colorful dragon, waving its teeth and claws at the outside of the stamp, while underneath the dragon was lined with clouds and water waves. The entire stamp took on an orange-yellow color, with the three big words 5 cents silver written on it, and in the upper position of the stamp, it is written Dajing Post Office 5 big words. Extremely eye-catching. This stamp is when the land, the Qing dynasty? Looking at the few big words on it, it also made Lin Niaoyi very surprised. Su Xiaoming nodded. His face showed a trace of joy. It looks like we really hit the big luck today. I did not expect to buy a big dragon stamp. A big dragon stamp? Lin Niaoyi scratched her head and brightened up. Is there any ancient dragon stamp? The Great Dragon Stamp is specifically this kind of great green post office stamp, Su Xiaoming explained. But a stamp only should not be very expensive. The most expensive stamps are not that what monkey stamps, but that's also a serialized expensive Looking at the stamp in Su Xiaoming's hand, Lin Niaoyi didn't seem to feel anything. Just because of a touch of porcelain, it made her heart a bit higher. It's a pity that this stamp is not that well preserved, otherwise the price would definitely not be low. Su Xiaoming looked at the four corners of the big dragon stamp. Already appeared some water stains. Sighed. Then how much is the price? 600,000 up and down it. Su Xiaoming sighed. Oh, 600,000. Ha, 600,000. Lin Niaoyi looked at the stamp, somewhat in disbelief. On top of a recent auction by Caltech's auction house in Xiangjiang, this thing has fetched a maximum of $50 million, but that was 3 consecutively numbered and very well preserved misprinted stamps. However, the survival quantity of big dragon stamps itself is not too high, so 600,000 should be about the same. After opening the appraisal eye, Su Xiaoming stated the price above. The real stamp fever was probably in the years of the Is era and the millennium, when the price of stamps was also speculated to be incredibly high. But with the retreat of capital, The price of the ticket also gradually fell down, but even then, it was all very unusual for stamps to cost thousands and thousands of times more than their own price. Doesn't this mean that we made $1,600,000 today? Lin Miaoyi froze and said. Although $1,600,000 was only a few months of pocket money for him, it was easy to spend money and hard to make money. Originally, in her imagination, being able to lose a few times less would be considered a victory. But now it seemed that it was much scarier than she had imagined. While Su Xiaoming basically had a gain every time he made a move, which also made him feel the terror of Su Xiaoming. This is just an estimate. Let's ask in the gathering treasure Xian. Su Xiaoming took the jade pendant and a stamp and entered the treasure chest. The appraiser from yesterday, after seeing Su Xiaoming, also gave a warm greeting. Let's see these two things. How much are they probably worth? After Su Xiaoming pulled out the two small items from his pocket, he placed them on the table. The appraiser didn't care too much at first, but after his eyes landed on the stamp, he immediately widened his eyes. Great Dragon Stamp. This is something good, the appraiser mumbled after receiving the stamp. And this jade pendant, Lu Ziguns, add the two together and give a price. If it's suitable then I'll sell it. Su Xiaoming stretched out his hand and moved the jade pendant on the side. Lu Zigan? Just hearing this name, the appraiser's heart was moved and he trembled as he took the jade pendant. The entire jade pendant was warm in color. Even if it was carved by an ordinary craftsman, it was estimated to be worth a few $100,000. After he picked up the magnifying glass, he observed the carving of the jade pendant, and his mouth even sked in wonder. Good stuff. The price of these two things is not estimated to be too low. I really can't make a decision either. I'll let my supervisor come over immediately, the appraiser continued. Not long after, a rather obese middle-aged man hurried over. It could be seen that he seemed to have rushed over in a hurry, his head covered in hot sweat. Miss Lin. After seeing Lin Miaoyi, he familiarly exclaimed a greeting. Supervisor Zhang, today we picked up 2 leaks above the market. How about you take a look at the quality of these two things? Lin Miaoyi politely nodded her head and smiled. Supervisor Zhang was obviously also an expert, and after receiving the 2 items, he brightened up and carefully appraised them. It's really good stuff. I didn't expect you guys to actually pick it up from above the market. Looks like you guys also paid a lot of tuition. Supervisor Zhang held the 2 small items and joked. Lin Miaoyi originally wanted to explain that she only bought these 2 things today, but when she saw Su Xiaoming winking at her, she very simply shut her mouth. Let's put it this way, both items are very good, adding up to about 2 million. How do you guys feel? Supervisor Zhang did some math and looked up to ask. The two of them nodded very dryly after glancing at each other. The price of $2 million happened to be suitable for them to distribute as well, and in the eyes of these two people, this price was not too high and not too low. After walking out of the treasure chest, looking at the more than $1 million in his card, Su Xiaoming still had a sense of unreality. 2 days ago, he was still penniless. Now it was only 2 days. Everything was like yesterday's flowers. By the way, my grandfather said he wants to meet you. Do you have time? Just as she was about to say goodbye, Lin Miaoyi called out to Su Xiaoming. Your grandfather? Su Xiaoming frowned with some confusion. Lin Miaoyi nodded her head and shook the phone twice. I just told him about today's events, and he's very eager to get to know you a bit. That's fine. I also have time these days. Su Xiaoming nodded, not caring. Tomorrow my grandpa is preparing to appraise treasures at home. That darned guy from last time. He is probably there too. Is that okay? Lin Miaoyi beamed her mouth and said reluctantly. Su Xiaoming knew that hateful guy in his mouth, the probability was Zhao Hichang. It's fine. If he causes trouble again, I'll make him pay back what he owes me. Su Xiaoming let out a light laugh. Lin Miaoyi was confused. What does he owe you? Owe me a few barks. Last time he promised. I only said to give Uncle Lin a face, but I didn't say to cancel the bet. Su Xiaoming shrugged and said. Chapter 17, Appreciation Meeting. The next day, Su Xiaoming had just woken up in the escort ward and was about to go downstairs to buy some breakfast. After arriving at his mother's hospital room, he heard a familiar sound coming from inside. He pushed open the doorway and found Lin Miaoyi sitting by the bedside, talking and laughing with her mother. Seeing this scene, Su Xiaoming was a bit dumbfounded. Didn't I hear you say that auntie was inside the hospital yesterday? I just followed the ward number and found my way over. The corner of Lin Miaoyi's mouth revealed a wry smile. Last night, because his mother's condition had gradually stabilized, he had very simply shown his cards to his mother. He had told his mother about his breakup with Jing Xinyan, but who knows that after hearing this matter, the mother immediately kicked him out of the hospital room. He was still searching for how to coax his mother today. Who knew that now his mother's face was already filled with smiles? Little Sua, come over here. Liang Dongling warmly waved at Su Xiaoming, completely losing yesterday's unhappiness. Mom, this is my friend. I know, Xiao Lin well. Without waiting for Su Xiaoming to finish, Liang Dongling interrupted Su Xiaoming. I'm going out with Xiaolin today. I'm going to go to her house. I know. A little earlier door good. After all, familiarize yourself in advance. A sentence did not finish, and was interrupted again. Seeing his mother's excitement, Su Xiaoming, who was still ready to explain, simply closed his mouth. After the two of them exchanged some pleasantries, Lin Niaoyi looked at her watch. Laughing, she said, Auntie, I'll leave with little Su first the family is waiting. Good. Xiaolin, you go down first. Xiaoming and I have something to say. Liang Dongling waved her hand and smiled. Lin Niaoyi also didn't say much, smiled and closed the door. Going downstairs first. Xiao Sua, you have to seize this opportunity. I see that this Xiaolin is much more agreeable. No wonder you will break up it. I also heard Xiaolin said that Xiao Jing split up well. In the future to really be married back. I guess you are not allowed to live in peace. Liang Dongling grabbed Su Xiaoming's hand and instructed. Originally, Su Xiaoming still wanted to explain a sentence, but seeing such an excited mother, the words that he originally wanted to say were blocked in his throat. In the end, he could only nod helplessly. Good. It was not easy to go downstairs. Only then did Su Xiaoming secretly let out a sigh of relief. Lin Niaoyi was standing next to a pink Maserati, a long red dress, looking extraordinarily beautiful. The doctors and patients walking around in front of the hospital couldn't help but look at Lin Niaoyi, as if he was the center of attention in the room. What did you just say to my mom? After sitting in the sports car, Su Xiaoming looked at Lin Niaoyi and asked helplessly. Nothing just casually exchanging pleasantries Chatting with auntie is still quite a good match. You came to my father's birthday before. It's only normal for me to look at auntie. Lin Niaoyi casually replied. Su Xiaoming glanced at Lin Niaoyi and ended up not saying anything. It didn't take long before they drove into a neighborhood within the city's central location, Golden Source Tianhua. This neighborhood Su Xiaoming had naturally heard of, one of the most luxurious neighborhoods in the entire Xijing city, and likewise the neighborhood with the highest land price. The price per square meter is at least 100,000 a square meter, and the price of the villa area has reached 200,000 a square meter, and Lin Niaoyi's sports car also stopped in front of a good villa. Saying villa, Su Xiaoming felt that using manor instead was more appropriate. This villa covers an area of at least more than 1,000 square meters, and there are a lot of water bamboos planted outside, shrouding the interior of the villa tightly. However, through some gaps, it could be seen that there was a swimming pool and a parking lot inside. The sports car soon entered the parking lot, and in the parking lot, there were also luxury cars of various colors. In the parking lot, there were also luxury cars of all colors. Just in this place alone, it was estimated that a small car exhibition could be held. The villa was dressed in ancient colors, and after entering it, there were some Chinese-style furnishings everywhere. Zhao Hicheng had already been waiting in the villa and immediately stood up after seeing Lin Niaoyi. Don't call out blindly. Who is your sister-in-law now? Lin Niaoyi looked at Zhao Hicheng and snorted coldly. Zhao Hicheng laughed rather awkwardly before he noticed Su Xiaoming on the side. His brows furrowed as he asked in dissatisfaction. Why are you here? You're able to be here, can't I? Su Xiaoming shrugged his shoulders. Then he said, actually, I came over to ask for your debt. You haven't paid back what you owe me. Upon hearing this, one of Zhao Hicheng's face instantly reddened into a boiled crab. From between his teeth, he squeezed out one word, you. At that exact moment, a sound of conversation came from the middle of the room. A spirited old man walked out from the room, and beside him was a middle-aged man wearing a long robe with a rather ancient appearance. Grandmaster is truly a grandmaster. This eyesight can indeed be. The one who spoke was that spirited old man with eyebrows that were somewhat similar to Lin Niaoyi's. Grandpa, Lin Niaoyi sweetly called out. Only then did the old man look at Lin Niaoyi, a loving expression flowing from his eyes. Then his gaze extended down to Su Xiaoming, nodding his head uncontrollably. This should be Xiao Su, right? Truly a young talent. Zhao Hicheng looked at the shabby Su Xiaoming, but there was only disdain in his eyes. Quite fawningly, he walked over to the old man. How about it, Lin Lao? This Master Qian should live up to his reputation. Naturally. The old man nodded. This Master Qian Dongpeng, his father had spent a large sum of money to invite him from the middle of the capital. The reason for this was so that he could make a little bit of a splash at today's appreciation mini-conference. Previously that time to buy fake goods, but let their family in the banquet lost a big face. Even after the banquet ended, the small circle still took this matter from time to time as an anecdote. This little friend should be the young appraiser that young Zhao mentioned. That Master Qian's gaze sized up Su Xiaoming for a moment and hummed lightly. He had originally thought that he had been asked to step in this time to deal with someone, but now it seemed that he was actually just letting himself deal with a poor youngster. poor and sour represented that he didn't have the opportunity to get up close and personal with cultural relics, and could only go to the museum for a bit, or learn from books. Young is inexperienced. Appraisal industry has always been the more you see, the more powerful the ability to appreciate. The original Qian master, who was still a little worried, but at this moment completely relaxed. Half an hour's time, the rest of the guests of the appraiser arrived one after another, began to talk to each other. The young Su Xiuming was naturally excluded by them from the small circle. Chapter 18 Hibiscus on the waterfront. The number of appraisers who came over this time probably also has 7 or 8. One of the most notable, naturally, is the money master, as the capital has a certain reputation in the appraisal master, but can freely enter and exit the palace museum such locations. So the money master has seen the national treasures. It is estimated that these masters have seen the national treasures combined are more. With him sitting here, it was absolutely safe. Along with that, Lin Lao also felt that this Zhao He Chang seemed to be less annoying. Masters, this time I'm looking for you guys to come over here. In fact, it's just to let you give me a poem. Some time ago, I collected some messy things. Some are cheap and some are expensive, and I don't know if they're real or fake. As everyone arrived, Lin Lao also politely opened his mouth. Between words, the servants on the side were already carrying over some artifacts. These are the artifacts. After all, it's impossible for every one of them to be real, so I'm also troubling you all. It had to be said that this Lin Lao was indeed very fond of cultural relics. The number of artifacts in front of him is estimated to be more than 10 pieces, and this is still one of them. Su Xiuming did not come forward, but began to observe the cultural relics around. Dahua white glazed Dharma statue, Yixing alabaster gold ink stone, the Han Dynasty painted mural bottle. These cultural relics, if taken out to sell, each is worth a lot of money, and can even say that no one is less than 2 million. The other side of the appraisal also began, and the appraisal of the way is very simple. The maid will take out one of the cultural curiosity, and then let these people around the appraisal, then based on the discussion of the crowd, distinguish which things are real and which things are fake. The appraisal masters here are so many, so it is also a combination of the ideas of the people, and no one special dictatorship. Lin Lao himself contact with the cultural relics have so many, so that his own ability to appreciate is also quite strong. Nowadays, most of these things in front of us, in fact, as long as a casual look at the things to know, must be true. Every time the opposite side took out another antique, Su Xiuming would casually glance at it to determine the authenticity of the item. With several pieces of antiques having been appraised, the crowd in turn felt a bit bored. Most of the things taken out were true. Lin Miaoyi was accompanied by Su Xiuming, who pointed at the antiques in front of him, and from time to time, he also introduced him to the situation and value of these antiques. This scene was also seen by Zhao Hucheng, and the fire of jealousy in his eyes seemed like it was about to gush out. However, the two of them didn't pay the slightest attention to Zhao He Chang, but rather joked and laughed with each other, talking about their own things. This painting should be the one I appreciate the most. Everyone can take it and view it a little. It's something I spent a large amount of money on. Soon, an ancient painting was also held and taken out by Lin Lao, with a slightly smug look on his face. When the crowd heard this, their eyes quickly focused on the ancient painting. Above the entire ancient painting, the most eye-catching thing should be those seals on it. Almost a third of the ancient painting was covered with various seals. Among all the seals, the most eye-catching one should be the biggest seal in the center. Next to the seal, there were a few small characters written in pen and ink. 10 perfect old men. The appearance of this scene also made the surrounding crowd smile. This old man of 10 perfections was naturally a certain emperor of the Qing dynasty, who had always loved to shelter all sorts of paintings. What he liked even more was to leave his own traces on top of these paintings. There are times when the mood wants us to come after, or even in the above inscription. If the place of inscription is very conspicuous, often will destroy the overall beauty of the painting too, so that the painting does not look like. Because of this, so he still has a nickname of Antique Destroyer. Soon the crowd's eyes were shifted from the seal to the drawing. This is a simple ink painting. The center position is depicting the scene of clear water out of the hibiscus, although a few strokes, but very easy to write. The composition of the entire painting was very atmospheric, but it was quite interesting as it mirrored the hibiscus in the center. The entire hibiscus flower is also in both form and color, as if it will come out of the painting in the next second. Underneath the hibiscus flower was a rock standing upright, as if the entire hibiscus flower was growing on top of the rock. What a great painting! Someone in the crowd couldn't help but gasp in amazement, and was equally impressed by the painting in front of them, and loved it very much. This is a painting by Tong Pak Fu? Another person saw the inscription at the end and marveled. This is what I bought earlier in the middle of an antique store in the capital, and it cost me more than $5 million. It's none other than Tang Yin's hibiscus on the waterfront. Elder Lin smiled and nodded when he saw the astonished looks of the crowd. After all, As one of the 4 great talents of the Ming dynasty, Tang Bowu's fame was definitely above the other 3 great talents. Most of the other 3 great talents were also accomplished in paintings no matter what, but he was accomplished in poetry, calligraphy and painting, and also amongst the folk. He had left behind quite a few interesting short stories, and his popularity could be considered to be very wide. Everyone, let's have a look. Is this painting of mine real or not? Lin Lao carried his hands behind his back and then said. After the crowd heard these words, they all leaned forward to carefully appreciate it. Although I don't have much research on paintings, this text is richly handsome and flexible. It can definitely be said to be a painting by Tang Yin. This silk cloth is also slightly yellowed. The paper used for painting is the most common rice paper in Suzhou at that time. It should be genuine. I'm not talented. I also studied some of Tang Bowu's paintings before. Needless to say, this painting in front of me is definitely real. As they appreciated, the same words of praise could be heard one after another. After hearing these words, Elder Lin also nodded his head in satisfaction. These words from the crowd were surprisingly consistent with his thoughts, especially the words of Master Qian at the end could be considered a final word. After all, he had once come into contact with quite a few paintings by Tong Pak Fu, so naturally, he was very clear about his painting style and brush strokes. Elder Lin nodded, and then prepared to put away this one painting. I do feel that this painting seems to be a fake. Not at this moment behind the crowd, but a burst of out-of-tune voice suddenly came. Su Xiuming slowly stood up from on top of the sofa behind him, walked over to the vicinity of the painting, and commented. Chapter 19, Fake Paintings. Once this sentence was uttered, it quickly attracted the attention of everyone, and they all looked at Su Xiuming. Those connoisseur masters saw Su Xiuming actually just a young man, eyes also with a little disdain, just age above. They can already pressure Su Xiuming head. A brat has what ability? Zhao Encheng's heart was slightly happy. After all, he had waited for such a long time, just to wait for Su Xiuming to open his mouth. Now that Su Xiuming had opened his mouth, it was also a chance for him to pick a fight. Su Xiuming, don't claptrap here. The several masters in front of you have stated their own judgment. What is the use of your judgment? These few masters in the appraisal world can be considered as titanic figures, especially Master Qian, but the experts from the capital. Zhao Huqing walked up and spoke disdainfully. These 2 words of his could also be considered as the art of language. While satirizing Su Xiuming, he still complimented the several masters. After hearing these words, the faces of the several masters were obviously very flattered and secretly nodded. Young man, we should still keep our feet on the ground. Claptrap really doesn't serve much purpose. That Master Qian came forward and said in a lecturing tone. From the attitude of these few masters, it could be seen that they really did look down on Su Xiuming somewhat. I'm just stating a fact. Why can't you guys see it? I don't know. I've already seen it anyway. Listening to the lectures of these masters in front of him, Su Xiuming also did not give them the slightest bit of face. Between his words, there was also a hint of dark sarcasm, which instantly made the faces of the few surrounding masters a little untenable. Little Su, do you have any ideas? Even Lin Lao seemed to be a bit dissatisfied between his words. After all, this painting was also bought back by him after painting so much money, and now that Su Xiuming said so, it was likewise slapping him in the face. In his heart, he also suspected that Su Xiuming was holding a kind of claptrap, wanting to attract his attention. In his opinion, young people definitely meant to be down to earth, and playing these slick tricks was simply useless. There is naturally nothing wrong with this painting from the outside, but the silk cloth and paper are not from the same era. Su Xiuming stood up from on top of the sofa, and then he caressed the painting in front of him. Su Xiuming, you don't talk about these things now. I just want to ask, how did you identify this painting? After Zhao Hichang gained momentum, he was not willing to back down at all, and then pressed for a question. Actually, wanting to appraise this painting is also easy. All you need is a basin of water to come over and stuff this painting into the water. It's just that this way is a bit violent. Su Xiuming looked towards Lin Lao. After all, the decision of this matter was still on Lin Lao. While Lin Lao, after hearing these words, the first time was when he started to hesitate. After all, he still couldn't give up. If it was said that this painting was real, to appraise this painting according to the way Su Xiuming had said would basically be the same as destroying this painting. You do have some brains. Don't you just want to use such a party to threaten others? If this painting is real, then Collared Forest Elder definitely can't afford to part with it. So you just proved that you're real through such a contradictory speech. What a skill. Zhao Hucheng, on the other hand, was watching the fun, and had been constantly arching his fire from the side. However, the words he spoke out did have a few points of truth to them at first glance. Su Xiuming, do you really have this confidence? Lin Niaoi on the side pushed Su Xiuming and asked in a low voice. Su Xiuming firmly nodded his head. The corner of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Don't you trust my eyes? Only after hearing these words did Lin Miaoi finally firm up her thoughts and took a step forward. Grandpa, simply do this. If you don't believe it, then I, Su Xiaoming, make a guarantee. Lin Miaoi's words were also what made the atmosphere on the field gradually become subtle. As the Lin family's eldest miss, making a guarantee for an unknown brat was indeed a bit of a thought-provoking situation. Go bring a basin of water. I'm actually quite curious as to how you appraised it. Lin Lao smiled faintly and continued. In his opinion, it would naturally be best if Su Xiaoming was able to identify it, and it would also allow himself to be cheated one less time. If he couldn't identify it, he could use it as an excuse to keep his granddaughter away from this kid. Yesterday, after Lin Miaoi returned home, he kept mentioning Su Xiaoming, which also made him very curious about this kid Su Xiaoming. Under Lin Lao's order, a basin of water was quickly brought over, in addition to some alum, as well as some salt. Su Xiaoming put the alum and salt into the water together, and both of them quickly melted into the water. Then Su Xiaoming lifted up the hibiscus flower painting and put it directly into the water in front of him. At first, the painting didn't have any noticeable changes, which made Zhao Hicheng very pleased. Kid, I advise you to take it out quickly now. That way, there is still some possibility of recovery. If you continue to soak it like this, even if wear the entirety of your life to compensate for it, I guess you can't afford it. Listen to my advice. Zhao Hicheng's originally hanging heart, at this moment has completely put down, coldly smiled and said, wait, this painting seems to have really changed. Right at this moment, an alarming voice rang out, causing everyone's eyes to gather in the basin. The entire silk painting in front of them actually began to gradually separate, and the paper pages on it began to gradually appear some folds, which looked very strange. As long as it's soaked in water for a long time, this will naturally occur. What's so strange about it? This masterpiece has already been ruined. Zhao Hucheng sighed, and between his words, he secretly pointed at Su Xiaoming. It seemed to be saying that Su Xiaoming was the one who destroyed the masterpiece, and when Su Xiaoming saw that the time was almost ripe, he brought up the chemise. Everyone should be very curious as to why I soaked this painting in water, right? Everyone can go and learn about the framing works during the Ming Dynasty. This is a special framing technique that is mostly applied to famous paintings. The reason why those famous paintings have been able to withstand the vicissitudes of life for a long time without changing, apart from being well preserved, there is also a reason for the framing method. When he said here, Su Xiaoming still coughed gently, sort of smoothing out his throat. Then with one hand, he came to the location of the silk cloth transformed into the framing and found a trace of mucus. Chapter 20 Elder Lin's Invitation. It was a milky white gel, sticking to the hands with a unique flavor. Su Xiaoming rubbed it twice, then determined that his idea was correct, immediately raised his hand, said aloud, this is the most common way of paste. Once it touches the alum and salt, it will be restored to its original state. A painting made by such a method of mounting can still remain intact for such a long time? Indeed. After Su Xiaoming finished his sentence, the crowd also gathered around. Regarding what Su Xiaoming said, they were somewhat half-hearted. Actually, is the real land He. The Ming Dynasty from the present is a few hundred years, but these pastes should not be so long. It looks like I may have just hit my eyes. For this aspect, I really don't have any understanding. This kid looks really have some real talent. After those people leaned in, they had already discussed it. These appraisal masters didn't have too much of a stance, and after realizing their mistake, they had begun to come to their senses. But Master Qian's frame is very big, red face, also not willing to go forward to verify. Lin Lao now looks at Su Xiaoming's gaze, has been a complete change. Just felt Su Xiaoming adventurous, but now feel Su Xiaoming this is brave, not humble, in front of the crowd, are able to insist on their own opinions. Before that Su Xiaoming is claptrap, now feel that this is Su Xiaoming and insisting on their own, with an independent personality, will not tend to the trend. Coupled with the means of identification of Su Xiaoming, really is to let the status of Su Xiaoming in his heart, greatly increased. Can have the courage to use this way of identification of people, is definitely a minority of the minority, but think of this spent millions of Tang Pak Fu authentic actually as a fake. The heart will have some meat pain. In fact, if Su Xiaoming did not have the appraisal eye, will certainly see this thing as the real thing. Framing method itself is with great uncertainty, so people are often not with the way to destroy the painting, to identify the painting. Before the final results came out, Su Xiaoming had also been alarmed, fearing that his judgment was wrong. But fortunately, the final result showed that the appraisal eye did not trap himself, and that this method did have an effect. Little Su, come here, take a look inside these things. Are there any forgeries? Lin Lao's attitude towards Su Xiaoming immediately warmed up and greeted him. Good. Su Xiaoming nodded his head and walked forward. This pile of things in front of him had actually taken up most of the real goods, but there were also a very small number of fakes. The inkstone likewise has some problems. Overall it shows a greenish-gray color. This kind of second-rate inkstone, and then disguised as a top-rate inkstone too. Otherwise you can see, as long as it is slightly scraped with a nail print, you can see the greenish-gray particles. Su Xiaoming, who had originally been gradually marginalized, had inexplicably come to the main position. Those appraisers around him didn't have much to say about Su Xiaoming's position, but instead had a feeling of wanting to learn from the past. Master Qian, on the other hand, had a dark face and squeezed in the outermost part. This feeling of being ignored also made Master Qian feel very indignant. An appraisal meeting had quickly ended, and the main character of this appraisal meeting was obviously Su Xiaoming. It didn't take long for those appraisers to disperse. This time they came to the old Lin's house, but feel that the harvest is quite rich, especially Su Xiaoming some special insights. More let them like a treasure. In the industry of appraisers, many times it is actually still about a master. A lot of things if you don't worship the teacher, then the general public simply will not spread out. Comparison teach the disciple, starve the master. This thing is still quite a lot of occurrence. Zhao and Chang and Chen master also did not stay in the villa more. Soon also slipped away. Now that the villa had once again returned to its empty state, only Su Xiaoming, Lin Miaoyi and Lin Lao remained. Lin Lao now looked at Su Xiaoming, also more and more obedient, and even brought him around the home. Su Xiaoming felt that Lin Lao's home was able to be comparable to a normal small museum, even more than some local museums. Little Sua, do you have any thoughts of participating in the appraisal conference? Lin Lao looked at Su Xiaoming, his eyes slightly narrowed, and asked softly, appraisal conference? Su Xiaoming was slightly stunned. This is a provincial appraisal conference in our Nanhai province. There are quite a few treasure appraisal masters appearing inside. You can go and take a look. Elder Lin nodded and introduced. This, I don't have much interest in. Su Xiaoming smiled and scratched his head. Lin Lao, on the other hand, said in a serious tone, in our appraisal business, we are likewise not able to work behind closed doors. Once there is an opportunity like this, you must be able to seize it. This time our Lin's group has such an opportunity. I have considered a little, or will such an opportunity to you. Hearing these words, Su Xiaoming hesitated. His current treasure appraisal relied mainly on the appraisal eye, but God knows if this appraisal eye would suddenly disappear. If the situation was really at its worst and his own pair of appraisal eyes disappeared, then wouldn't he really be grasping at straws? That's good. Su Xiaoming nodded his head, and was quite grateful for Lin Lao's promotion. He was not related to Lin Lao, and he was able to help himself purely because of his appreciation for himself. That's good. At that time, after the quota for the appraisal conference comes down, I will notify you at the first time. After seeing Su Xiaoming's promise, Lin Lao smiled brightly. This matter itself was a win-win situation. According to Su Xiaoming's appraisal strength, when he went to the appraisal conference, he would definitely shine. At that time the top of the Lin Group's reputation, for the Lin Group has a huge benefit. The South China Sea province itself is a large province of cultural curiosity, although only the provincial appraisal conference, but it brings together the entire province's appraisal elite. As long as it is able to shine in this provincial appraisal conference, the follow-up is absolutely able to participate in the national level appraisal conference. At that time, the opponents they encountered would be the top figures of the appraisal industry pyramid. That's good. Miaoyi, you see little Su off. Elder Lin's face was wrinkled with smiles as he reminded Lin Miaoyi. Lin Miaoyi's face blushed, feeling that this smile of her own grandfather more or less carried a little less seriousness. Chapter 21 Knowing gambling for the first time. The two of them didn't speak as they walked along the road, and when they almost reached the door, a figure also came in from outside the gate. Little Su, why are you here? Lin Yaodong asked rather unexpectedly after seeing Su Xiaoming. Father, I'm the one who asked him to come over. Didn't Grandpa hold a small family treasure appraisal meeting? So I brought Su Xiaoming over. Lin Miaoyi explained from the side. Lin Yaodong nodded and asked with some confusion. I just saw that Master Qian. Why did he walk out with an angry face? What happened? Hearing this, Lin Miaoyi let out a light laugh and told what had just happened. Upon hearing that Su Xiaoming had shown great power at the treasure appraisal meeting, even Lin Yaodong was a bit surprised. In his opinion, Su Xiaoming was indeed a quite capable young man, but that Master Qian was famous in the capital. He didn't expect that he would actually fall on his sword, which also made Su Xiaoming feel a bit surprised. Coupled with the words that Lin Miaoyi had said beside him the other day, it also made Lin Yaodong feel that he had somewhat underestimated Su Xiaoming. Right, little Su, do you have time recently? Lin Yaodong seemed to suddenly think of something, and immediately asked. I have time. Su Xiaoming nodded his head. I don't know if you have any knowledge about gambling stones. Lin Yaodong continued to ask. Gambling on stones? Su Xiaoming frowned. He naturally knew about this gambling on stones, a special way of trading jade raw stones, rough materials. Generally speaking, this kind of thing, gambling on stones, was very prevalent in the southwestern border. However, Shijing City, as one of the largest cities in the central region, also had a lot of stone gambling industry, and in Shijing City, there is still a larger gambling market, not too far from the antique street. It is said that all year round there will be some outsiders come to this market to buy wool, or participate in gambling. If you count the whole inland, this gambling market is also one of the existence of the second. Gambling, this thing itself, is a knife poor, a knife rich. How could he have that free money to buy it before? I have a little understanding, but I haven't participated before. For this point, Su Xiuming also simply told the truth and laughed. It was true that he didn't know that much about gambling stones, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't be able to gamble. Just with his own pair of eyes, gambling on stones couldn't be anything difficult. Compared to purchasing those antiques, the cost of gambling on stones was actually just comparatively much greater. It just so happens that there's still going to be a gambling stone appreciation conference held in Shijing City right now. I still have 2 tickets here. When there is time, you two can go and take a look, Lin Yaodong said, casually taking out 2 tickets from within his pocket. After all, a few days ago, Su Xiuming had also helped himself make a lot of money, so at this time, his attitude towards Su Xiuming had changed drastically. Now that he had seen Su Xiuming's ability, it was even more powerful than he had imagined, and it even made him pull in a little more. Many thanks, uncle. Su Xiuming received the ticket and was not polite. Nowadays, although he did have $1 million on him, but in Shijing City, it was enough for a down payment at most. If he really wanted to buy a house, he still had to earn a little money from other aspects. By the way, I still have a card with $500,000 in it. You take Meow Meow to play casually. It is also considered to be an eye-opener. Lin Yaodong then took out a bank card. The password was attached to it. Seeing the bank card Lin Yaodong handed over, Su Xiuming hesitated for 2 seconds before accepting it. Gambling on stones itself was a rich man's game. This $500,000 to open his eyes was fine. If he wanted to buy any treasure, it was indeed unlikely. Unlike before, this $500,000 from Lin Yaodong was purely for him to pull Su Xiuming in. Chang, Uncle Lin, then I will go over tomorrow. Say, does Uncle Lin know any car sellers? I want to buy a car for transportation. Otherwise it's too inconvenient sometimes. Su Xiuming nodded and then asked, this I know. I have a brother who owns a Ford store. I'll take you there. There are definitely discounts. Lin Miaoui stood out and said cheerfully. After saying goodbye to Lin Yaodong, Su Xiuming got into Lin Miaoi's car and drove towards the direction of the Ford store. Along the way, the two of them talked and laughed. Su Xiuming didn't prepare much money to buy a car this time, but since he was buying it, Su Xiuming still wanted to buy a slightly more expensive one. Soon, the two stopped in front of a Ford store that was dressed quite luxuriously. Driver's license Su Xiuming learned down in college. Just after learning, he didn't touch the car. The cars next to this seem to be full. I'll find a parking place. You go in first and take a look. After getting out of the car, Lin Miaoui then looked around and said with a smile. Su Xiuming also did not care. He himself entered the Ford store first. After looking around for a week, a few salespeople greeted him not far away. How is it you? A woman's voice came out, seemingly a bit surprised. Su Xiuming looked at those salespeople and realized that one of them looked very familiar. After a slight thought, he recalled that this salesperson was none other than Jing Xinyan's best friend, Wei Wenxin. In the past, when he and Jing Xinyan were in love, Wei Wenxin let Jing Xinyan break up from time to time, all kinds of blowing in the ear. Afterwards, Jing Xinyan cheated on Hua Xiao. It seems that it is this woman's matchmaking, so they know each other, although she is just a salesperson. But before for Su Xiuming all kinds of despise, all kinds of dislike. However, every time Su Xiuming and Jing Xinyan ate, she again rubbed her nose in it. After Su Xiuming glanced at Wei Wenxin, a trace of disgust flowed out of his eyes and ignored her. Goo, I thought I had a guest, but I didn't expect it to be such a poor guy. What bad luck. Wei Wenxin snorted coldly after taking a disgusted look at Su Xiuming, and the few service staff around him seemed to be interested when they heard this. The Hua Xiao who came to our store to buy a car last time, you guys still remember? That's the one who fell in love with my best friend back there. This is my girlfriend's poor guy ex-boyfriend. I didn't expect to come to our place. Are you here to look for a job? Wei Wenxin's voice was full of sneers, as if Su Xiuming was not there. In your store, don't you sell cars? I'll buy. Su Xiuming said indifferently, unwilling to pay attention to Wei Wenxin. What are you bragging about? Laugh your ass off. You can afford it? The cheapest ones we have here are over $300,000. Just sell your house and buy a car. Wei Wenxin sneered and let out a cold laugh, and the few attendants around him immediately lost interest after hearing that Su Xiuming was a poor man. Returning on top of the distant sofa, they started chatting once again, leaving Su Xiuming alone. Chapter 22, Buying a Car. Hello, sir, want to buy a car? My name is Wang Yushi. You can call me Little Wang. Right at this moment, a little girl who had been standing in the distance walked up and timidly asked, "Well, I want to buy one that's around $500,000, the requirement is just a little more power." Su Xiaoming nodded. One look at this little girl, he knew that she should have just joined. "That's good. I still want to understand a bit on my side. Your needs. You first come here and sit down." The little girl nodded, and then began to simply ask about some needs. Su Xiaoming's needs for a car or something like that was just a transportation tool, so there wasn't too much. After a brief understanding, the little girl basically determined Su Xiaoming's needs. She brought Su Xiaoming to a Land Rover and began to introduce it. "This Land Rover is very suitable for your requirements. The overall power is strong. Whether it is 100 kilometers of acceleration time, or the highest speed, in the same price models belong to the existence of the best. And in the security above is also more than a lot of vehicles. The overall very high-end atmosphere. The chassis is the same type of off-road vehicles, are considered high, whether in the city or the countryside are very suitable." The little girl's business is indeed very skillful, for Su Xiaoming's needs to do a comprehensive analysis, then began to talk about it. "What about the price?" Su Xiaoming then asked. "The full price is 620,000. Indeed exceeded your expectations, but we are now discount period. After the discount is about 550,000. Wang Yushi then introduced. "Egu, little Wang, I think you're really sick and desperate. You can't find anyone, so you're looking for this poor guy to sell it. You don't think he can really afford it, do you? Don't say it's a car of more than $500,000. Just this poor guy, I don't know if he can afford $100,000. Wei Wenxin in the distance walked out at some point and continued to sneer at Su Xiaoming. Right at this moment, Lin Miaoi, who had parked her car, also walked in. As soon as she entered, she could hear Wei Wenxin's mocking voice, and immediately frowned. "Are you guys selling cars, or are you driving people away?" When Wei Wenxin heard this, he looked behind him with an impatient face. After his eyes landed on Lin Miaoi's body, his expression immediately froze. Stuttering, he spoke. Miss Lin." Lin Miaoi had come to the store a few times before, and every time, the boss would personally run over to greet her, so she was naturally impressed. "I brought my friend to buy a car. Are you unwelcome? Good, that's quite good." A cold smile appeared on Lin Miaoi's face as she softly said, "No, Miss Lin, this should have some kind of misunderstanding. This gentleman is your friend?" Wei Wenxin asked in surprise. How could she not believe that this Su Xiaoming had just broken up for a long time, and actually had a rich woman on his side? Just at this moment, the lobby manager happened to walk out. Seeing Lin Miaoi who was fuming, she hurriedly came forward. "Miss Lin, did something happen? You really do have a good employee. Customers come to your place to spend money. Not only does he not receive them, but instead, he's still sneering here." Lin Miaoi forgot a glance at the lobby manager and let out a cold smile. Miss Lin. The lobby manager was somewhat at a loss for words, and his gaze spiraled down to Wei Wenxin's body. Immediately walking to her side, "Little Wei, you can now go to the finance to settle the account a little. The salary we should have, we won't undercut you." When Wei Wenxin heard this, her face immediately turned white. Although it was true that the wages here were not high, but in this place one was able to meet all sorts of upper-class members of society. For her, this was the only way to cross over classes, and it even still cost him a lot of money in order to get into the middle of this four-store. "Manager, I was wrong." Wei Wenxin panicked and grabbed one of the lobby manager's hands, saying in a panic, "Wrong? When did you offend me?" The lobby manager shook off his hand and looked at Su Xiaoming, and Wei Wenxin also reacted and immediately came to Su Xiaoming's side. Grabbing his hand, he begged, "Mr. Su, the two of us have known each other for 3 or 4 years. We are acquaintances. Why do things so absolutely? Let me go this time as long as you let me go. I will help you persuade Xiao Jing. Do you think it's okay?" Su Xiaoming violently flung his hand, and threw Wei Wenxian's hand that had grabbed him out ruthlessly. He was also just here to buy a car and didn't want to cause any trouble. "Little Wei, don't disturb Mr. Su anymore, or I'll have to call security. Now hurry up and go to the finance office." That lobby manager pulled Wei Wenxin over and reprimanded fiercely. Seeing Su Xiaoming actually being so ruthless, Wei Wenxin gave a vicious look before leaving the lobby under the pull of the crowd. "Mr. Su, I'm sorry, this time it was an accident." Only then did the lobby manager stiffen his head and nodded his head up at Su Xiaoming. "I hope that your eyes can also lighten up a little bit, so that the people who really have the ability can sit on top of the real position." As he spoke, Su Xiaoming's gaze fell onto Wang Yushi's body. The lobby manager immediately understood Su Xiaoming's meaning and immediately nodded. Looking towards Wang Yushi, "Little Wang, given your recent performance is very good. This remaining 2 months of internship, you do not need to continue. Wait a while to accompany me to go to do the formalities of transferring to a new position." Hearing this, Wang Yushi's eyes brightened slightly. Hurriedly coming in front of Su Xiaoming, Thank you, Mr. Su. What's the point of thanking me? It is you yourself who are dedicated. Su Xiuming let out a light laugh. Such a small episode soon passed, and the lobby manager, in order to apologize, specially lowered the price by one down. In the end, Su Xiuming also took the car at a price of 450,000, which was considered to be almost $100,000 cheaper. After buying the car, the two did not continue to stay here. The two quickly left, while Su Xiuming returned to the hospital first. The Stone Gambling Conference was taking place tomorrow, so the two quickly made an appointment to meet up on the Stone Gambling Street tomorrow. After casually buying some things, Su Xiuming returned to his mother's hospital room. Just as he sat down, Liang Dongling came to his senses. Why didn't Mia come with us? Su Xiuming looked towards his mother, and laughed bitterly. Why did she come along? She must have something to do at home. If she didn't come along, why did you come back? Liang Dongling rolled her eyes, and the way she looked at her own son seemed to have a few more points of dislike in her eyes. Su Xiuming, Chapter 23, Gambling Street. The following day, after the two people will make up, soon came to the Gambling Stone Street. Previously, when Su Xiuming came over, compared to the Antique Street, in fact, is to be a lot more chaotic. A lot of small businessmen and hawkers are gathered here, and from time to time there will be fighting and brawling things happen. The ground is also dirty and messy. Today, however, it looks very tidy here. The roadside gambling stalls, basically have been transferred to those inside the market. The location of the entrance, there are a lot of luxury cars. Looks like today over the people. There are a lot of dignitaries. There are also quite a few businessmen, but they are not here to gamble on stones, but mainly here to buy goods. In these years, the jade material itself is gradually decreasing, coupled with the rise of the gambling industry, resulting in a lot of jade merchants are more willing to buy jade material on site. If they encountered that kind of very good jade, the jade merchants would bid on the spot. Last night, Su Xiuming also made it a point to understand a little bit about gambling stones so that he could be prepared. In fact, those stalls outside, most of them are not so reliable. Fraudsters or the majority. Today, because of the organization of this gambling conference, so not only has the local mine stone, most of the stone is from the border area. After entering the interior, the entire gambling street is divided into two areas. One area is the stone opening area, and the other is the gambling area. As long as it is in the gambling area after the purchase of wool, are able to open in the stone area, general jadeite jade stone in the mining out, there is a layer of weathering and produce soil skin. Only after the soil skin is opened, can we see the appearance of the jade inside? That's why you need these cutting machines. After selecting your favorite stone, then cut with the cutting machine. They came quite early, but a lot of people have already been here waiting, and now this place is even more overcrowded. In the eyes of many people, the earlier you come, the greater the chance of getting a good stone. If you come a little late, those good stones are snatched away, then it is a little too loose. There are also many vendors here, of which the local vendors only occupy a small portion, and most of them come from abroad, and among these people around them, they also speak with accents from the south and north, obviously specially rushed to Shijing City. In the stone gambling area, it was likewise divided into two areas. One area is the ordinary area. The ordinary area, as long as there are people over, can be here to shop, and the other area is the VIP area, as long as you take the admission ticket to be able to enter it. In the ordinary area, most of them are ordinary people. There are a lot of rolled up pants legs of the old man, here looking left and right, but most of the old man basically just come in to see a lively, and not much willing to buy. Basically, there are a few people crowded in front of each stall, commenting on the jade above the stall. I feel that this piece of wool is definitely inside the jade, and the quality of the jade is definitely good. Your eyesight is not good. Listen to me, this piece of jade is so round, if there is no raw stone inside, I don't believe it. Yes, then you buy it, there is an imperial seed in it, right? The old men who came over early had all started to bicker, each defying the other, but if they were allowed to buy it, one by one, they all hid far away. These oldest masters were similar to keyboard warriors, pointing out other people's mistakes in one way or another. Let's try our luck outside first. The threshold inside is slightly higher. Su Xiuming looked around and looked at Lin Miaoyi. Good, I haven't been to this kind of place before either. Lin Miaoyi nodded. Although she said that she had never been to this place, she did have a certain understanding of jade. Coming from a wealthy family, she had been greeting all kinds of jade since she was young, so she naturally understood these things. Generally those woolen materials in the VIP area were all priced above $500,000. With the money Su Xiuming had with him, he would at most be able to purchase two of the lowest grade of wool. So Su Xiuming wanted to try his hand in front of these stalls to see if his appraisal eye was useful for these stones. In front of these stalls, there were also some decent stones. After Su Xiaoming opened his appraisal eye, the information of the stone in front of him appeared in front of him. Item, jadeite raw material. Description, the most common jadeite wool, able to make a jade pendant size thing. Color 60%, low-grade water jade. Collection value, 500. Looking at the piece of wool in front of him, Su Xiaoming casually picked it up and handed it to the vendor. Somewhat confused. This piece of wool, what is the approximate price? Su Xiaoming asked casually after picking up the piece of wool. The seller was a bald middle-aged man. Hearing Su Xiaoming ask, his eyes lit up. Smilingly said, "Oh hey, young man, your vision is really good. A glance will hit our wool king. How about this? I'll give you a little cheaper. 30,000. You take it over, how about it?" Su Xiaoming glanced at the peddler with a leathery smile, then put down the wool. However, he was also able to see that the water in this jade market seemed to be deeper than he had imagined. Look at the jade seed water. Transparency in the industry is generally known as the head. If the transparency is high, then it is called the head of water enough or good head of water. If the transparency is poor, then it is called poor seed water. The species, on behalf of the type of jadeite in color. If the color is strong enough, then it is a good seed head. Only after both of them are added, can we judge how the seed water of a thing is. Far away from the open stone area, is not a burst of wailing sound. Among those voices, some people because of the pain, open out the stone is definitely down. And some of the voices were very excited, and it was clear at a glance that the stones opened out had risen. Between heaven and hell, it was within a thought and a second. Because of this, there are many people addicted to such a kind of excitement. Addicted to gambling. From time to time, there will be some lost souls out of it. Face gray, as if lost soul. There are also a lot of security guards around, worrying that those who have lost their bets will do something drastic. It's green. A cheering voice came from the crowd in the distance. Su Xiaoming and Lin Niaoyi also came over, ready to take a look at the situation first. In the middle of the crowd, a clothed man, who was sweating profusely, was staring at the cutting machine in front of him, not daring to move his eyes away for a second. Chapter 24, The First Gambling. The man saw the green, then heaved a sigh of relief. He has already bought 5 pieces of raw stone. The money on the body has already been spent 7 or 8, but the result is not as expected. If this piece of raw stone is not green again, then he has the heart to die. The seed water is quite good, worth about $500,000. Before the stone in front of him was opened out, Su Xiaoming said in a low voice. The eyes of the surrounding people were all gathered on top of the wool, so naturally, they didn't pay attention to the rest. After looking at it for a few moments, Su Xiaoming left. After leaving, he also wanted to find a random place to test the water and practice, so that he could enter the interior and then show off his skills. With the appraisal eye, he was not the least bit flustered, and came to the side of a woolen material stall, and carefully selected it. The stall owner's face dark. From his accent can be judged that he is not a local. Should be the southwest side of the people. There are many jade minerals over there, so there are quite a few stall owners who basically come from there. If it is said that the local people, on the contrary, let a person feel not so trusting. Foreign monks are really good to read the sutra. This side of the stone is a few hundred. This side is thousands. This is 20, 000 to 50, 000. After seeing a customer come, the stall owner was also very enthusiastic to introduce it, pointing to these woolen materials in front of him. Woolen waste stone, no value. Woolen rubble, no value. Woolen raw stone, average quality. Price 100,000 yuan. With a gentle sweep, the prices of these woolen materials in front of Su Xiaoming were displayed in front of him. Most of them are not valuable wool waste stone. Of course, there is also a high value of the wool. After all, valuable is a minority. A few $100s inside the roughly more than 20 waste stone will appear a little bit of value. If you don't have some eyesight, the chances of this stuff out of the treasure can even be said to buy lottery tickets are not much higher, but with a certain amount of experience, one would be able to rule out a large portion of the waste stones. This one, plus this one, and this one. Su Xiaoming pointed at the stall in front of him, casually pointing out 2 pieces of wool that looked good. In order to avoid being too noticeable, Su Xiaoming even added in a random piece of waste stone amongst the 2 pieces of wool. Young man, your eyesight in general listen to uncle a word. These 2 pieces of stone at first glance is not valuable. The 2 old men who were originally gathered in other places, after seeing the drama on this side, they quickly walked over. After getting close, they began to point at Su Xiaoming, as if they regarded themselves as a high-ranking person. After Su Xiaoming took a look at the 2 stones that the old man pointed out, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Other than that, this old man's ability to exclude the correct answer is indeed there. The 2 stones he pointed to are both jade and bullish. These 3 stones that Su Xiaoming took were very cheap on top of the price, adding up to only $5,000. After paying the money, Su Xiuming quickly came to the side of a cutting machine, took out the stone. Next to the cutting machine, there was a craftsman who casually glanced at the 3 stones. From the top of the character, one could see that the value of these 3 stones was definitely not high, and immediately lost interest. While the stones were being opened, quite a few people gathered around, all wanting to get in on the fun here. These 3 stones look ruined. It seems that this young man should be gambling with stones for the first time. This is also considered to be a bit of tuition for him. Not knowing anything, actually coming over to gamble. Yeah, even an old hand like me has to be careful about buying. Quite a few people started talking, but the jade was already opening. The artisan, who was already a waste stone, had just cut the jade to a quarter of the way through when he saw a flash of green come out. Out comes the green. A cheer came out from the crowd, and many people shouted in surprise. However, it could be seen that the quality of the jade wasn't too top-notch, and the seed water was probably around 70%. After opening it completely, the size of the jade was about the size of a fist. Little brother, are you selling this jade? I'll buy it. $200,000. Right after it was opened, there was immediately a jade merchant who made a bid. After hearing this price, Su Xiuming was also relatively satisfied. It was similar to the price he had seen with his own appraisal eyes. To know that he this stone, but spent 1,000 to buy. Who would have thought that actually doubled 200 times? Although it was said that $200,000 was not much for Su Xiuming, it still made him feel a little excited. He finally knew why some people liked to gamble on stones. This one cut poor, one cut rich. It was indeed exciting. Wow, little Su, you're really lucky here. Looking at the stone that was opened out, Lin Niaoyi was similarly jumping up and down with glee. Little brother, not bad luck. The jade artisan at the side smiled and complimented. A second piece of wool was soon brought out, but what was opened out of this one was a waste stone. However, this also made many people feel a bit gloating, as if Su Xiuming hadn't earned it. It was them who had earned it. Most people are also a little unbalanced in their hearts. Their luck is not so good when they gamble. Even most of the people here have participated in a number of times in the stone gambling, but won nothing. Who knows that such a novice luck is still so good? Actually will them down. Naturally unhappy. After opening the third wool, although it is also out of the green, but earn is not too much. Earned almost 100,000 yuan. This also makes the surrounding old men who are concerned about this side of the situation. TSK. After earning almost $300,000 here, Su Xiuming had about $1 million left on him, and this was his capital. It's almost earned outside. Let's go inside and take a look. After trying his hand at gambling outside, Su Xiuming also had a basic understanding of gambling. Since this was the case, he wasn't willing to continue earning a small amount inside, so he simply entered the interior to earn a large amount. The two of them had invitations, so they were naturally able to enter it. After entering the interior, it was very different from the situation outside. Outside of the stone gambling conference after all, mixed fish and dragons, so very noisy, but into the inside words, the situation is steeply changed. Most of these people inside are well dressed, a business elite, industry big brother look, and inside the stalls arranged in a staggered manner, which is also in accordance with the price of the high and low, visited in the stalls above. There are also some VIP seats. In the VIP seat is some jewelry businessman, is concerned about the situation above the scene. From time to time will poke his head out to see if there is a new jade up for auction. Chapter 25, Chenkong. Now they look like they are well-mannered, but once an excellent jade appears, they will not hesitate to come forward and grab it. After entering the interior, a lot of stalls are also clearly marked prices. After seeing those prices, also let Su Xiuming cannot help but some staggering. The lowest price of jade will actually reach $500,000, and there was even the existence of 5 or 6 million, but the fist size of a piece of jade are able to compare to the urban center of a suite. Inside these jade is mainly divided into 3 parts. One part is already open to the ground wool. These can be directly purchased. There is open half of the half-hidden wool. This is also half-hidden, but the price is already determined in a certain range. These two kinds of wool basically have nothing to play with. Have a profit, but not too much. Su Xiuming casually wandered around, ready to see the quality of the wool here. In the crowd, Hua Xiao followed his company's young master and introduced the situation here. As the youngest deputy director of the company, he was actually inseparable from his young master. Today, the young master suddenly had the urge to come to the festival to take a stroll, so Hua Xiao naturally followed him. As the young master of the Hong Kong group, Chen Kong had casually purchased a few stones after arriving at the festival, but the final results were all down. This also made him a little angry in his heart, and he began to loiter. Right at this moment, he suddenly saw a woman wearing a blue dress in the middle of the crowd. The moment he saw the woman, Chen Kang's eyes lit up, and when Hua Xiao saw that his young master's eyes were a bit straight, he also followed his gaze. After seeing the woman at the end of his gaze, Hua Xiao immediately understood. Young master, I recognize that chick. Hua Xiao immediately came to Chen Kang's side and said with a nod. Chen Kang was a bit confused when he heard this. You recognize? Have you seen the guy beside him? That girlfriend of mine now is his ex-girlfriend. A poor man himself, and I don't know why he fell for such a rich woman. To be honest, it's quite a pity. Hua Xiao nodded and pointed towards Su Xiaoming, whispering. Chen Kang's face was delighted. If you can help me chase that chick, I'll immediately promote you after returning to the company. Aren't you the assistant supervisor? As long as you can help me chase it, I'll immediately promote you to supervisor. How about it? Hearing this, Hua Xiao was ecstatic in his heart. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. This is simple. With a twinkle in his eye, he spoke again. This kid in front of us doesn't have much money himself. We can utilize this aspect to make this kid make a fool of himself in front of that chick. According to my previous understanding, this kid seems to be quite the gambler. As long as we provoke him a little bit, we can do it. After Hua Xiao said these words, the two naturally hit it off. A lot of knowledge about jade was even popularized by Lin Miaoi to Su Xiaoming. Listening to this knowledge popularized by Lin Miaoi, Su Xiaoming also had a sense of enlightenment. Just as the two of them were talking happily, a figure blocked in front of the two of them. Chen Kang's rather plump body was able to stand up to the bodies of two people. Seeing Chen Kang who was blocking in front of him, Su Xiaoming slightly frowned. And you are? Chen Kang just glanced at Su Xiaoming before looking at Lin Miaoi like a pug. Miss, get acquainted. I'm the son of the chairman of the Hong Kong group. My name is Chen Kang. Lin Miaoi looked at the greasy man in front of her and subconsciously took a step back with a few points of disgust in her eyes. She had also heard of the Hong Kong group. This group wasn't in Shijing City before, and only recently moved over to Shijing City after developing well. However, compared to Lin's group, this group was still a small group. So after hearing this Chen Kang man's introduction, Lin Miaoi already looked down on him even more. Miss should be here to gamble on stones, right? Actually, my young master still knows quite a bit about gambling stones. If not, you guys can exchange a bit. Hua Xiao suddenly came out at this moment and introduced. After seeing Hua Xiao, Su Xiaoming instantly understood what had happened. Even Su Xiaoming wouldn't believe it if he said that all of this had nothing to do with Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao, are you finished or not? What exactly do you want to do by coming over now? Say something straightforward. Su Xiaoming frowned and asked. He felt that the Hua Xiao in front of him was simply like a fly, making him even more disgusted. Su Xiaoming, am I not doing this to help you? I thought you haven't gambled with stones before, so I came over to help you. Hua Xiao, however, said with no concern, looking at Su Xiaoming with a slight fierce color in his eyes. That's good. Since you said you helped me, then if you hurry up and leave, it's considered a big favor for me. Su Xiaoming waved his hand with a disgusted look. Hua Xiao heard this, but he looked like a dead pig. Just now, listening to your appearance, is it hard for you to have some knowledge about gambling stones? Su Xiaoming looked at Hua Xiao, a hint of a smile on his face. The last time he taught Hua Xiao a lesson, the lesson wasn't enough. Who knew that he would actually come over to disturb himself this time? Since that was the case, Su Xiaoming also wanted to teach him a lesson. He hadn't forgotten about that vase last time. He wasn't a vindictive person, but he definitely wasn't a person who repaid grudges with kindness either. I don't have much understanding, but my boss does have understanding. Or else let's compare? Hua Xiao nodded. Hearing this, Chen Kang on the side was anxious first. With the kind of performance he had just given, he wouldn't believe it if he said he could gamble on stones. He even wondered why Hua Xiao would say that. If he lost his face in a while, that would be troublesome. How to compare? Su Xiaoming did not refuse. Each of us will pick 3 pieces of wool in the field and then open them up to compare the prices. Whose price is high, then naturally is who wins. If said loser is to compensate the opposite side, the price of the difference between the two jade middle price. Right, there is also the fact that no one else is allowed to help. Only the two of you are allowed to pick. Hua Xiao looked at Su Xiaoming and said confidently. In Hua Xiao's opinion, Su Xiaoming did seem to have a little bit of money right now, but he was definitely no match for his own young master in terms of capital. Generally speaking, the higher the price of the wool, the higher the price of the thing opened out would definitely be. No matter what, a high-priced piece of wool like this must have a guaranteed jade. Even if Chen Kang didn't know how to appraise jade, he would still be able to win through this. If Su Xiaoming lost, then the difference in price in the middle would be able to crush it to death, and it might even owe itself a debt. Chapter 26, Purchase of Waste Stones. Good. Facing Hua Xiao's provocation, Su Xiaoming did not choose to dodge. Otherwise, let's forget about it. Lin Miaoi pulled Su Xiaoming's sleeve, somewhat worried. He also knew that Su Xiaoming only had $1 million in his body, and if he fought with the opposite side's capital, he definitely couldn't fight. The opposite side also seized such a point, and only then will choose to compete. After hearing Hua Xiao's whispered explanation, Chen Kong revealed a smile of satisfaction on his fat face. He, who was originally still a bit worried, was completely confident at this moment. Kid, if we agree to the ground, then let's go pick it now, Chen Kong said in a gruff voice, and after he finished speaking, his eyes did not forget to glance towards Lin Niaoi's body. Lin Niaoi's body subconsciously took 2 steps back when she sensed the eyes of the opposite party looking towards her. Those small eyes that were squinted up. It also made people feel very lewd and uncomfortable. The argument over here was likewise attracting over quite a few passers-by. Although the status of the passers-by here were not low, the mood to watch was the same. Many people subconsciously felt a sense of disgust after seeing Chen Kong. Now Su Xiuming only has $1 million on his body. Counting can only be able to buy 2 pieces of the lowest level of wool. After each of them dispersed, Su Xiuming walked towards the lowest grade of wool. Chen Kong looked at Su Xiuming's eyes with a hint of disdain. Did not expect Su Xiuming, such a kind of poor people, actually dare to compete with him. Then he walked towards the high-grade wool area. These wool minimum can be millions of dollars. Chen Kong looked at these woolen materials in front of him. In fact, are nothing to understand. In his eyes these stones one after another, from the surface looks no difference at all, not to mention his gambling, but he did not care too much. In his eyes, his side has already won. However, in his heart more or less still some meat pain. After all, the company is his father's, not his, so now his monthly pocket money is not much, the body of a few million, or hard to save, but thinking that when he won in a while, he might be able to earn it back, his heart instantly balanced out, and after Su Xiuming arrived at the low-grade wool area, he began to seriously rummage through it. This low-level wool area also has a lot of stones, densely packed with about 500. When Su Xiuming first looked over, the signs that appeared in front of his eyes were basically just some poor quality wool. Even a lot of jade inside the grade is very low. It is estimated to be able to sell a few $1,000s is also very good. After some careful selection, Su Xiuming stared at a jade. In front of this wool is very good even inside the material. The price is estimated to have been on the million. The water type arrived at 80%. So Su Xiuming did not hesitate, and soon picked up this piece of jade, considered his first piece of wool. After choosing the first piece of wool, soon he went to choose the second piece of wool. But it had to be said that there might actually be some capable people in this stone gambling convention. Among the remaining pieces, it would be a bit difficult to find a better piece of material. About more than 10 minutes later, Su Xiuming will be some material to find almost, and finally found another good stone. In the appraisal of the appraisal eye, the price also reached more than $800,000, but the price of these 2 materials has reached 1 million, which is equivalent to Su Xiuming will be almost spent money. Although the price of the 2 pieces of material has reached more than 1,800,000, but Su Xiuming is still a bit uneasy. Just as he was about to search again, a stone in the corner suddenly caught his attention. After checking the properties of this stone, a color of surprise had appeared in Su Xiuming's eyes. This stone, are you selling it? After glancing at the stall owner on the side, he asked with some curiosity. This itself is a waste stone material. If you want it, you take it over for free. There can't be anything inside anyway. After the stall owner heard these words, he laughed lightly and said casually, this stone was only this half-fist size, and the outside still had a rough look to it. No matter which way you looked at it, this stone was also a piece of scrap without a doubt. Su Xiuming's face immediately became surprised. Don't worry, when this stone is opened, I will share half of the money with you. After the stall owner heard these words, he didn't care in the slightest, letting out a light laugh. After I said I've given it to you, I'll give it to you. You really think that this waste stone has a hint of jade inside? After Su Xiuming heard these words, he continued to ask, Big brother, are you sure about this? You really don't want it? I've been in this industry for so many years, it's hard to believe that you think I'll lose my eyes? You'd better take it over quickly. This piece of waste stone is quite an eyesore to leave here in my place. The stall owner nodded confidently, then once again lowered his head to play with his cell phone. This scene made quite a few spectators notice, and this strange behavior of Su Xiuming seemed to have become the laughingstock of them. It looks like he's bound to lose this time as well. Don't gamble on stones if you don't have money. Even the random waste stones thrown to the side of the road are picked up. Ridiculous. Simply admit defeat directly. But this guy seems to be really a bit of ability. Just now I saw him outside. His hands of 3 stones actually opened out 2 of jade. Directly earn a few hundred times. Those spectators around them were all discussing with each other as well. But most of them were also not optimistic about Su Xiuming, and even thought that Su Xiuming would definitely lose this time. Facing the discussions of those people around him, Su Xiuming didn't care that much in his heart and didn't think about too many things. How to go and pick for so long. Or you can just admit defeat. Just compensate $1 million or so. Anyway, not pit you. When Hua Xiao saw Su Xiuming walking over, he began to sneer. Chen Kang's 3 pieces of wool were neatly placed on the ground, more than twice as big as Su Xiuming's 3 pieces of wool. Moreover, their appearance looked very smooth, as if they had been polished in advance. If one were to look at it just from the appearance, the disadvantage that Su Xiuming's side occupied was indeed more than enough. Then let's open the stone first. Are you first, or am I first? Su Xiuming looked towards Chen Kong and asked. Chen Kong volunteered to step forward. I'll go first, as long as my side opens it. I guess you know the gap. Chapter 27, Chen Kang's Luck. The craftsman had already started the stone cutting machine. While making a rumbling sound, the first piece of wool has been placed on top of the machine. Chen Kong Heart is also a little worried. This piece of wool has cost him about $1,200,000. I do not know what the result will be. 3 pieces of wool cost him almost $4 million, some of which he borrowed from friends. He was ready to return all the money he won to his friends after the material was opened. Hua Xiao didn't care. Even if Chen Kong lost, then this time it's a sure win. It didn't matter if Chen Kong won or not. He mainly wanted to see how Su Xiuming handed over the money after he lost. In Hua Xiao's opinion, Su Xiuming is just a little white boy raised by this Miss Lin. If Su Xiuming lost, Miss Lin would definitely not pay him back. At that time, this kid not only owes so much money, it is estimated that the whole life will not be able to lift up his head. This is his purpose. For his enemies, Hua Xiao had never been soft. After a roar, the wool has been gradually opened. As the cutting machine went deeper, what was cut out at the beginning were just some stones. Cutting a third of it, actually haven't seen green. It's probably a loss. Maybe the quality of the jade is very high. This who cannot say. If this stupid kid doesn't have a lot of money, I guess he's definitely going to lose this game. Some of the surrounding spectators also began to whisper, out of green, out of green. In the stone cut to the general time, finally saw a piece of green traces. After seeing this piece of green traces, Chen Kong said in surprise, but after the stone was cut out, there were only 2 thumb-sized pieces of jade. The quality of this jade looks good, although not up to 90% of the seed water, but also has reached 89%. Slightly lower level of IC jadeite, looks like it should be good. Looking at the jadeite in front of him, Su Xiuming secretly nodded. How much is the price of this? Chen Kong was immediately surprised to see that the jade was of good quality. If it's sold, it's probably around $500,000. After all, it's also a little bit smaller. The craftsman at the side casually analyzed it. After hearing these words, Chen Kong, who originally had some joy on his face instantly had sunk. Originally, he had thought that this piece of jade was of good quality and should be able to be sold for quite a lot of money. But after hearing $500,000, his face became even more unsightly. It's not bad. It's considered to have made some money anyway. Su Xiuming sneered from the side and lightly mocked. This is also just the first jadeite. Not to mention that it doesn't also have $500,000? You wait for me. The good part is still to come. Chen Kong glared fiercely at Su Xiuming and said in a cold voice. Su Xiuming snorted out a laugh. Right. The good game is still behind. The others were not like themselves after all, and they were also very curious as to why Su Xiuming laughed out. As for Su Xiuming's side, he had already gotten a clear picture of the bottom of the 3 pieces of wool. The 3 pieces of wool in the back didn't turn out to be better. Instead, one piece was not as good as the other. Soon they had begun to open the second piece of wool, and this second piece of wool was cut more than halfway before seeing some green color. More let Chen Kong some despair as, in front of this piece of water, not even as good as the previous piece. The previous piece of water at least has reached the ice seed, but in front of this piece is only a little higher glutinous seed. This water is divided into several grades, the lowest of which is the bean seed. Bean seed in fact cannot be called emerald, at best is also counted on some of the advanced stone only. Then it is glutinous species, then bean species to some senior, has been able to be called emerald. Then above is the ice seed. Basically translucent rate has reached more than 80%, is rarely seen jade. Ice seed above is glass seed. As the name suggests, crystal clear like man-made glass. Nature itself is a lot of accidents. Can appear a glass seed is also very rare. The price of jade that can be produced has reached several million, or even nearly 10 million degrees. The last is the emperor green. This is a specific word. Only the jadeite as a whole has reached a very high realm. All aspects cannot pick the slightest fault, can be called the emperor green. This kind of jade, if the big piece of words, the price is already close to hundreds of millions of dollars. Even if it is a small piece, the price is also already hundreds of thousands, millions of degrees. This glutinous seed according to the price, probably in a few thousand to a few tens of thousands of up and down. The size of this glutinous seed in front of me, only $200,000 only. After Chen Kong heard the price of this glutinous seed, the fire on his face was about to rush outside. He viciously glanced at Hua Xiao beside him, and even wanted to kill him. Originally, he had just come here to take a stroll, and was not prepared to buy anything, and he had already lost money after buying a few times just now. It was because of Hua Xiao's words that he gambled with Su Xiuming. Chen Xiao, don't be anxious. Isn't there still a stone here? We may rely on this stone. You can open a tens of millions of emerald. Fight. Bike into a motorcycle. Hua Xiao saw Chen Kang's angry appearance, quickly opened his mouth to soothe a sentence. After hearing these words, the atmosphere in Chen Kang's heart only slightly stabilized. Hua Xiao was also looking forward to what kind of jadeite Chen Kang would be able to open next. The third stone was soon on the stone-cutting machine. Chen Kang tightly clenched his fists, nervously looking at the stone-cutting machine in front of him. As the wheels of the stone-cutting machine gradually went down, piece after piece of stone skin was rubbed off, but as the wheel turned, they didn't encounter any surprises. Instead, their hearts had gradually become frightened. Has been cut to half of the time, is still layer after layer of stone skin, there is no trace of emerald. Damn! Jadeite it! Chen Kang viciously smashed the table beside him, but in his heart, he was already angry. After he finished this sentence, a voice came from the artisan's side, it's already green, but from the tone of the craftsman's voice, it seemed to be able to hear a very obvious smirk. This green is indeed in addition to, but this green is a little too ordinary. At this time there has been a spectator found in front of the emerald, with a few strange, after coming close to take a look, immediately dumbfounded. Chapter 28, Surprise after surprise. Surrounding the crowd to see him so expression, thought this is out of what good thing it, concentrate on looking at the emerald. Just after a brief silence, the crowd once again erupted into a burst of laughter. Bean seed, ha ha ha, did not expect actually appeared bean seed, no way. After spending millions of dollars to buy a stone, it actually came out with a glutinous seed. This luck can't be said to be rare in the world, it can only be said to be unique. I guess this is the only one in the entire venue. And he still went to the most expensive jade stall to buy it. After seeing the hilarity, those people in the surroundings began to mock loudly. Although Chen Kang was indeed not too familiar with stone gambling, he was able to sense something from the laughter of those people beside him. Actually, I feel that this jadeite is good, or else I'll buy it for 100 and take a loss. Su Xiuming walked up, shrugging his shoulders. Chen Kang's face even more red. The surrounding people ground the sound of ridicule. Has been some let him crazy. After all, as the Chen family's eldest young man, where had he received such a kind of aggression? Hua Xiao, this is all you're doing. Without any hesitation, Chen Kang slapped Hua Xiao's face. Hua Xiao faced this slap, but he did not dodge and took it hard. Chen Xiao, don't be angry. This kid is definitely going to lose. Hua Xiao's face was already sporting a bright red slap mark, but he was still comforting Chen Kang. Even if this kid loses, so what? Lousy has already lost a few $1 million now. If it wasn't for some ploy you said, would I take a few million and smash it in? Faced with the little savings he had on him being squandered all at once, his heart was naturally extremely angry. Since you all got it right, then I'll give it a try. That previous bet, everyone was watching. Su Xiuming threw the two pieces of material in his hand, next to the stone gambling machine. However, facing Su Xiuming's 3 pieces of material, the crowd didn't feel much interest. 2 pieces are the lowest level of 500,000 yuan material, and 1 is the waste stone picked up. What is there to see? The craftsman also picked up a stone randomly, and then put it under the stone cutting machine. Be a little more careful, in case there is jade at the beginning, Su Xiuming said to the craftsman with a smile. After hearing these words, the craftsman only lightly glanced at Su Xiuming, and then began to decipher the stone. Just as that piece of stone decomposer had just cut down a little bit, a sound of shock came from the side, as if in some disbelief. What the hell? There shouldn't be anything wrong with my eyes, right? This is immediately seeing green. Just as what this spectator saw, a touch of emerald green had already appeared inside the stone. This is ice seed green? Good fellow, it's really ice seed. It looks like the quality should be excellent. Then open what are you waiting for? This sudden result also made the surrounding crowd secretly surprised. Only then did the artisan react, and he continued to open the jade in his hands next. Soon a piece of jade was already opened out, and this piece of jade was half the size of the palm of the hand, because of the ice type. So the price of this jade stone, at least is also in 1,200,000 or so. I'll take this one, $1,200,000. Above the VIP seats in the distance, the voices of jade merchants immediately appeared. As long as it was a jade that went up to $1 million, it would receive their attention in particular. A man with gold-rimmed glasses quickly walked over, then took out a business card from his pocket. This one is my business card. Take a look. The middle-aged man's attitude was very polite, and did not have any underestimation of Su Xiuming because of his age. Deal. After hearing the middle-aged man's words, Su Xiuming did not hesitate and immediately agreed. This price was also equivalent to his own base price, and it was an on-site deal, so Su Xiuming had no reason to disagree. After seeing Su Xiuming so quick, the middle-aged man was even more surprised. I am the purchaser of Lahong Jewelry Group. Wu Hao, get to know each other, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Thanks a lot. I'll sell you any jade. Wu Hao's transfer speed was indeed very fast. It didn't take long before the transfer was successful, and Su Xiuming very simply handed over the jade, completing the transaction. Since he was a business partner, Su Xiuming did not wrestle his face, but took the business card. Lahong Jewelry? Uncle Sun's company, right? Lin Miaoi, who was on the side, whispered to herself. However, these words happened to be heard by Wu Hao, and slightly froze. This young lady, you know our boss? The boss of Lahong Jewelry Group itself was surnamed Sun, and with the addition of Lin Miaoi's word for uncle, it made him feel even more surprised. After all, if he wasn't particularly close, he shouldn't be addressed that way. Recognize. Lin Miaoi nodded without saying much, then looked at the second gambling stone. $1,200,000. After hearing this price, Chen Kong had become even more enraged. The stones that he had just opened only added up to a total of $700,000. This meant that just a moment ago, he had already lost almost $500,000. In itself, the money he bought those gambling stones is borrowed. Now not only is the borrowed money cannot pay back, but also take in $500,000. The reason why he spent such a large sum of money to buy gambling stones just now is that he believes his luck will not be so bad, and the more he opens on his side, the more he loses on the other side. But who could have thought that his own luck actually poor to such a point? Brother Chen, this. Hua Xiao opened his mouth, but nothing came out. This matter itself was agreed upon by both sides, and now it was merely a loss. So Chen Kong had planted all the pots and pans on himself. He also wanted to retort, but thinking that he had indeed stirred up some trouble just now, he had no reason to retort. The second betting stone was also in the process of opening, but this time it wasn't rubbing the skin and seeing green. This also made many people breathe a sigh of relief. Sighing Su Xiuming just that was probably just luck, but just when it was cut to a quarter, it saw green again. My God, this is a glass seed. The person with the knowledge screamed out. The gambling conference had been going on for such a long time, and glass seeds were still very hard to see, and in the lowest gambling area of around $500,000, there was even no record of a glass seed being opened. But this glass seed in front of me is not much, probably only able to make 2 jade pendants, but even so, it is still a big rise. Chapter 29, Imperial Green Glass, $800,000. Want it? It happens to have a jade company too, Su Xiuming casually asked a sentence. Wu Hao heard Su Xiuming's words, only then came back to God, nodding like garlic, swallowed a mouthful of water. Did not expect Su Xiuming's luck actually so heavenly. Yes. Wu Hao nodded his head vigorously and spoke excitedly. That's good. Let's transfer the money together in a while. Su Xiuming nodded and said. Ha? Wu Hao froze, somewhat unresponsive. I still have a stone here. After cutting this one out, transfer the money together. Su Xiuming smiled faintly. Looking at Su Xiuming's confident look, Wu Hao didn't even react for a moment. After all, the last stone had not been opened yet. Su Xiuming actually thought of transferring money already, but seeing Su Xiuming's confident look, for some reason, he always felt that Su Xiuming's words didn't seem to be fake. The side of Chen Kang's face is now completely black into black charcoal. What words cannot say out? Before, he was still able to be arrogant for a while, but now he didn't even have the courage to be arrogant. Looking at the side of Hua Xiao, he slowly raised his hand, and finally fell down breathlessly. If the success of 1 gambling may be luck, then 2 gambling success, there is definitely a component of strength in it. Lin Miaoi saw Su Xiuming, who had shown great power in the stone quarry, and it was as if stars had appeared in her eyes. She originally thought that this time she had come over. At most, she would just have a long experience in the world, and had no extra thoughts at all. But after coming here, the surprises Su Xiuming brought her were indeed a little too much. The last piece itself was a waste stone, and none of the surrounding spectators were optimistic about it. However, since Su Xiuming had already won, it also showed that his gambling skills were superior. This cut it, this and the previous ones are not the same. You have to be very careful. Oh, Su Xiuming said with a smile. Even the stonemason didn't dare to disobey Su Xiuming's words anymore and secretly nodded. The next speed at which he cut this piece of jade in his hands was already becoming extremely slow, but cutting this piece of wool to halfway, none of them saw any green color present. When Chen Kong, who was on the side, saw this scene, he finally let out a secret sigh of relief. If he lost some more this time, then it really would be the output of even his bottom pants. But the next second, a green color as thick as paint appeared underneath the stone cutting machine. This is, the stonemason's eyes widened, as if he was somewhat unable to believe the scene he was seeing. Guess it's me and the same, a bean seed. Seeing the stonemason with this expression again, Chen Kong then looked forward to it. When he thought of Su Xiuming's arrogant look just now, he was already even more furious in his heart. Imperial Green. In the crowd, An unknown person let out such an exclamation. The voice wasn't really loud, but it fell into the ears of the crowd in a split second. Cut it all out and take a look. Looking at the stonemason who was frozen in place, Su Xiaoming urged. The stonemason, who was originally lost in thought, then sped up his own speed and started cutting. Soon, 2 thumb-sized pieces of jade were cut down by him, and such a large piece of jade would only be able to make a jade pendant at most. But this piece of jade in front of him was the best of the best among the jadeites. The overall color reveals a deep green, like the green mountains in the middle of summer. Looks extremely bright green. This waterhead has definitely been able to reach more than 95%. The overall appearance of crystal clear, just like man-made diamonds in general. Looking at such a beautiful color, the crowd present couldn't help but lose some of their concentration. Imperial green. This is imperial green? I've only seen pictures online. I've never seen the real thing. Most of those pictures on the internet are deceiving. This is pure emperor green now. As a person who gambles with stones, I can see the emperor green once in my life. I feel that I am satisfied, and I can die in the morning. These fervent believers of jadeite were somewhat unable to suppress the color of excitement in their hearts after seeing the real glass seed imperial jade. One after another, they scurried forward, wanting to get even closer to appreciate this piece of jadeite in front of them. After sensing the movement on this side, the security guards at the distance immediately went forward to stop them. But they didn't know what was going on yet, and only thought that these people had lost their minds. Only after a burst of repulsion did the people who had originally surrounded them slowly disperse. But the kind of fervor in their eyes did not decrease at all, but instead became even more intense. Glass seed emperor green? Xiao Su, your eyes are see-through. Sight, eyes? Lin Niaoyi was also a bit disoriented and looked at Su Xiaoming. If I'm really see-through, perspective, eyes, then I shouldn't be gambling on any stones, staring at you every day. Hearing Lin Niaoyi's words, Su Xiaoming but got up a bit of a flirtatious nature and casually said, You bully. Lin Niaoyi, who was originally still shocked because of the imperial green, her face slightly reddened, and her small fist slammed towards Su Xiaoming's body. When she thought of the words Su Xiaoming had just said, for some reason, a few more points of sweetness suddenly appeared in the bottom of her heart. This emperor green is slightly smaller, but 3 million should be fine, Su Xiaoming whispered, and Wu Hao heard it clearly, immediately nodding his head like pounding garlic. No problem, I'll take this emperor green. After hearing the news of the emperor green, those jade merchants in the VIP seats immediately rushed over towards this side. Sell it to me, 3,200,000. I'll give you a raise. 300 is indeed a bit too low. Sell it to me, 3,300,000. Little brother, you must not be able to be cheated by them. I'm from Qingfan Jade and Stone Company. As long as you sell it to us, you'll be the guest of honor at our Jade and Stone Company. Those merchants kept on bidding, all wanting Su Xiaoming to sell these things to him. Everyone, the jades have all been sold now, so you don't need to fight for them anymore. Su Xiaoming raised his hand and shouted loudly at those merchants. Those merchants only left unhappily after hearing those words, but they still had some regrets in their hearts. If they had known earlier, they would have run here and waited before. Right now, the number of imperial greens itself was very small, and the ones that they could get their hands on were even less. If they got their hands on the emperor green, it would be a great fame booster for their entire group of companies. Thanks a lot. Wu Hao looked at Su Xiaoming excitedly. Being able to get an emperor green this time, he would definitely be rewarded when he went back. It could even be said that this one $3 million emperor green had more publicity value than a $10 million ordinary glass variety. Chapter 30, $4,300,000. Chen Kong, after hearing the 3 million selling price, and sold, eyes gradually lax up. The jade in his hand is only 700,000. Su Xiaoming's 3 pieces of jade together is already almost 5 million, if so calculated. Even if he will sell the money to offset the jade, that also owed 4,300,000. Kong Hong Group is indeed rich. The market value is already reached 1 billion, but now that his father was still alive, this money could not be on him. How about it? The previous bet, it should be realized. After the transaction was completed, Su Xiaoming slowly walked towards Chen Kang's side. Chen Kong lowered his head with a scowl on his face. Then he spread his hands with a relaxed look. What bet? That's just a verbal bet now. It's hard to believe that you really believe it? Looking at Chen Kong with such an expression, one knew that he was determined to renege on his debt. As he had said, this was a verbal bet in itself, and it had no legal effect at all. If he wanted to renege, there was no law that could protect Su Xiaoming. After hearing these words, those people around him started to whisper, Gu, I didn't expect the Kong Hung Group's youngest master to be like this. This bet we saw for real when we were there before. Just now also so arrogant. Now turn instantly actually do not recognize the account. If it is said that this boy how to recognize the account, I guess he will not be this kind of attitude. It looks like this kid's credibility basically can be equal to the resistance group's credibility. Those people around were watching the fun. Not to mention the fact that this matter itself was Su Xiuming's reasoning. After these words were said, it turned Chen Kang's face into a pig liver color. More like those people around the same. He is now as long as it is out of the door. On behalf of not only their own face, but also on behalf of the face of their own group. The words that he had just said with great fanfare were clearly heard by the crowd. After thinking about his arrogant appearance just now, the voices of those people around him were getting louder and louder as they spoke. But even so, he kept his mouth shut. Face, no matter what, was not as valuable as $4.5 million. Young master of Kong Hong Group, this is it? Lin Miaoyi came forward at this moment, however, and snorted coldly. What's wrong? It just doesn't have any legal benefits anyway. Do you little girl still want to mess around? Seeing Lin Miaoyi walk up, Hua Xiao hurriedly stood out and disliked back. Right now, he could only try his best to show himself, so that Chen Kong wouldn't chastise himself too heavily when he returned. It was true that he had stirred up trouble in this matter, but in the end, it was Chen Kong who really made the decision. However, Hua Xiao knew Chen Kang's character well. After encountering this kind of thing, he would definitely be unreasonable. When the time came to push all the responsibility onto himself, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Now, if he could behave properly, perhaps he would still be able to let himself off the hook. Alright then, Chen Kong. Your father should be Chen Yuhua, right? Lin Miaoyi nodded and asked. How do you know my father's name? Chen Kong frowned, somewhat confused. Their Kong Hong group had just arrived in the middle of Xijing City, and they themselves didn't know many ordinary people, and Chen Yuhua's fame hadn't yet made a name for himself. And the reason why Chen Yuhua had come to Xijing City this time was because he wanted to make his fame completely known here. Lin Miaoyi didn't reply to Chen Kang's words, but took out her cell phone and casually sent out a message. Playing God, is it hard to believe that you think I'll be afraid? Chen Kong inserted his hands, with the appearance of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. But soon, the phone in his pocket rang, and then he picked up his cell phone, and above the screen of the phone, what was clearly written was his father's name. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Chen Kong was slightly stunned, somewhat in disbelief, but by the time after picking up the phone, a sound of foul scolding came from the other side of the phone. Long ago, I've already told you kid not to cause trouble. Not to cause trouble? Why did you cause such a big deal for me again? How in the world did you mess with the Lin family's big miss? To actually learn how to gamble on stones from others. Are you worthy of gambling on stones? How much should I owe? Just talk to me. I'll immediately call him the money now. Don't you make so much trouble for me. From the opposite side came the figure of Chen Yuhua, as if incomparably angry. Chen Kong, on the other hand, froze in place. After hearing the Lin family's eldest lady, his mind immediately recalled that Lin clan group. However, he still somewhat couldn't believe that this person in front of him was actually the Lin clan's first miss. If the Lin group was a giant, then they were nothing more than a small shrimp. Not to mention Lin's group personally, even if they casually moved their mouths, it was estimated that they would all be instantly annihilated. Chen Kong, who was still arrogant, had immediately lowered his voice. Dad, I owe $4,300,000 here. What? $4,300,000? Even if I were to give birth to a dog, I guess it would be a bit better than you. At least a dog wouldn't be such a waste of money. Forget it, $4,300,000 will call you in a while, but it's deducted from your salary and pocket money, so you won't want to squander it in these 2 years. After saying these words, the opposite party hung up the phone. Chen Kong looked at Lin Miaoyi in front of him and his attitude gradually fond. Miss Lin, I really didn't know your identity before. If I did, I definitely wouldn't have done this. You can just be an adult and let me off this horse. Lin Miaoyi said with a compensatory smile, her obese body still lowered a few points downwards. Lin Miaoyi, however, didn't care about his words. There was some disgust in her eyes. There's no grudge between the two of us at all. As long as you pay back all that you should. That's fine. Fine. I'll give the money now. After receiving the transfer from his father, Chen Kong immediately paid the money to Su Xiuming. Only after doing so did he secretly let out a sigh of relief. And next, he didn't continue to stay in the middle of the stone gambling conference, but rather ran away in ashes. Hua Xiao didn't realize that this woman in front of him was actually the eldest miss of the Lin group, and he was even more bitter in his heart. Just as he was about to follow Chen Kong and leave, he was kicked back again by Chen Kong. Damn it, if it wasn't for you, where would there be so much trouble? Now you don't have to follow me either. I am now officially announcing that you have been expelled from our company. There is no relationship with our company in the future. And don't be our company's entrance if you want to die. Chen Kong looked at Hua Xiao who was lying on top of the ground wailing with a disgusted face. Chapter 31, Video Antique Appraisal. For a kind of farce between the two, Su Xiuming had little interest. After just a glance, he shifted his gaze Just as he was about to leave first, the vendor who had sold the facial before hurriedly ran over. Little brother, didn't you say before that you would share half of what you sold out of this stone with me? The small vendor looked at Su Xiuming and asked with a flattering face. I did ask several times before, but in the end I got the same result. Su Xiuming spread his hands and let out a light laugh. After all, the opposite party was given the opportunity and the opposite party did not grasp it. He also reiterated 3 times that he really didn't want this piece of waste stone. Even after unraveling it, he wouldn't want the ground. What he said has been said. The opposite side did not grasp the opportunity. Indeed, not his own fault. The people around him began to point at the peddler, and in the end, the peddler did not continue to go after him. This time also earned a lot. This card inside I just transferred in $1 million. Count your father's investment this time. Su Xiuming put a card in front of Lin Miaoi and said with a smile, this can't be done. This is what my father gave you. If I take it back, then what is it? Lin Miaoi, however, was a bit hesitant to receive this down. What is to be done is to be done. You won't make me feel guilty, right? Su Xiuming said with a smile. When Lin Miaoi saw this look in Su Xiuming's eyes, she knew that he did want to pay off this debt. This time, even after Su Xiuming gave out $1 million, he still had almost $8 million on him. Seeing his cell phone account above a series of numbers, Su Xiuming has a kind of out-of-this-world, not quite real feeling, waiting until he shook his head vigorously. This can only be sure. He really has almost 8 million. Do you know of any place to buy a house? Su Xiuming turned his head to look at Lin Miaoi. His own mother would soon be discharged from the hospital, and if he said that he would continue to live in the original old house, it was estimated that his body would be a bit unbearable. Buy a house? About how much? Lin Miaoi then asked. Just about $5 million. I'll have to leave some money behind as well. Su Xiuming thought for a while and then said, if you sell your house, I also know. Do you know about Wanyu Jingming? Lin Miaoi propped up her chin and asked. Although it can't be considered the most expensive house in the entire Shijing city, but it can also be ranked in the top 3. It would be strange if I say I don't know it. Su Xiuming let out a bitter smile. If it was before for the house there, he didn't even dare to take a look at it, but now he actually thought of buying it. Actually, the price of the house there is on the expensive side, but I know the owner of that property who happens to be my uncle, so I'll take you directly to meet him. Lin Miaoi continued. Meet him? Su Xiuming was a bit puzzled. He happens to be an antique enthusiast as well, and has quite a few antiques at home, so at that time, you can help him casually see if there are any fakes. In this way, he also counts as owing you a favor, and will definitely give you a cheaper price at that time. Lin Miaoi said with a smile, sounding as if she had planned this. That's good. It's a son of a not to take advantage of a bargain, let alone such a great bargain. The two of them soon arrived at the sales office of Wanyu Jingming, but they didn't enter the sales center. Instead, they walked towards another building. Lin Miaoi had just contacted her uncle and learned that her uncle was currently inside an office building. Soon the two of them arrived at the door of an office, and under the leadership of the secretary, they entered the office. This office was very atmospheric, with more than 100 square feet, and within this office, the most is some antiques. The price is also placed on top of the large and small antiques. Looks like they are all worth a lot of money. And in the middle of these antique shelves, in front of the desk was sitting a middle-aged man, holding an antique vase in his hand, and was carefully appreciating it. After seeing Lin Miaoi come in, the middle-aged man immediately stood up. Uncle, Lin Miaoi sweetly called out. Miao Miao is here, ah? The middle-aged man smiled and stood up. Then his gaze fell onto Su Xiuming. Laughing, he said, this is the appraiser you were talking about, right? You can call me Uncle Son just like Miao Miao. I've heard all about your deeds from Yaodong. Overpraise? Just good luck. Su Xiuming humbly shook his head. Where is your ability that can be obtained by luck? It just so happens that I have a trouble on my side, and I also want you to help out a bit. Uncle Son let out a light laugh. Then he opened his cell phone, while saying, it just so happens that I'm also preparing to acquire a mirror in the countryside, but because the distance is too far away, I don't have the time to go there right now, so I want to take a look online. Although I have more or less a little understanding of these antiques, but it's definitely not as good as you professionals. Mirrors? Su Xiuming was a little puzzled. It just so happens that I can open a video here, and then you go through the video and help me appreciate whether that antique is real or not. Uncle Son seemed to be very assured about Su Xiuming, and opened his mouth as soon as he came over. After a ringtone, a screen appeared inside Uncle Son's cell phone. A middle-aged man who looked very shrewd and mercenary was holding a bronze mirror in his hand, and beside him was followed by an old farmer, who looked rather naive and simple. Boss, I've already arrived at his house now. Just now I helped you with a preliminary appraisal. This thing should be true, yes, but the price this old farmer is asking for is slightly high. According to him, it needs at least $5 million to be able to do so. The middle-aged man with a mercenary look said with a smile. Jean Daya, are you sure? 5 million? After hearing this figure, Uncle Sun couldn't help but frown. The price is indeed a bit high to ask for, but I've looked at it for you, and this thing is indeed the real thing. Jean Daya nodded his head and shook the mirror in his hand for a bit. From Jean Dajia's description, Su Xiaoming was able to guess his identity. He should be a cultural relic middleman. Usually, he loved to go to some countryside to acquire some cultural relics, and then resell them to some richer bosses. Such an industry is indeed considered profiteering. After all, the difference in price earned by the middleman has some too much. For example, this one copper mirror. Jean Dajia absolutely impossible to tell the old farmer the real value. What's more, the old farmer's initiatives seem very strange. Looking at his appearance, as if very short, when facing the camera, he also kept his head lowered, rather than raising it. After noticing this bit of strangeness, he shifted his gaze to the top of this bronze mirror. Chapter 32, Collaborative Fraud. This copper mirror has been covered with a layer of green patina, but still can see the mirror is exquisite. The use of the mirror twist is very common during the Warring States period of the three-string knob, which is one of the ways to determine the age of a bronze mirror. Waiting for the late Western Han Dynasty, the mirror knob of the mirror only changed into a more common half-round knob. From this can be seen, the mirror should have about 2,000 years of history. In the center of the mirror, there is a small seal script design of the mountain, which has proved that this is probably a mirror of the southern Chu state during the Warring States period. Ancient Chu people, for the mountain itself is a kind of reverence for the psychological. Often will be held some ceremonies to sacrifice to the mountain gods. This point as long as is a little understanding of the Warring States people, basically are very clear. For example, there are mountain ghosts, witches, goddesses, and different kinds of mountain gods in Chu Ci. In addition, there are a lot of mountain songs dedicated to the mountain gods, which can also prove the importance of the mountain in the Chu culture. In addition to those who occupy the position of the same show, the other places are black and shiny. The mirror also looks clean and shining, but because time is too long reason, above are already appeared some scratches. In the center of the mountain god next to, but also engraved with a lot of different small animals, as well as some of the beasts. The copper used is also of excellent quality. From the way of carving can be seen, in ancient times should be royal supplies. A small copper mirror above, painting the animal is probably also has more than a dozen, can be seen as a micro-carving, but we must know that these ancient copper mirror and so on, all are cast, so then, casting difficulty is greater. After all, it is the Warring States cloud pattern beast's mirror. This thing if we take back to sell, it is estimated that the price can also enhance a few times. That Jean Dajia lowered his voice, as if he did not want to be heard by the side of the old farmer in general. That old farmer, on the other hand, had a confused look on his face, not knowing what was going on at all. This is an appraiser I invited over. Let him take a look. Uncle Sun took a step back and then let Su Xiaoming walk to the front. When Jean Daya heard that there was an appraiser, a trace of surprise and worry clearly appeared in his eyes. But after seeing Su Xiaoming's age and looks, this worry gradually disappeared. Su Xiaoming looked like he was only in his early 20s, so it should be impossible for him to be an appraisal master. This thing seems to be real. Su Xiaoming looked at the bronze mirror and said with some uncertainty, "Young man, your vision is still good. This you can see." As soon as he heard Su Xiaoming say that this copper mirror is real, Jean Dajia immediately got excited and praised Su Xiaoming. It's really a remnant of modern craftsmanship, but this imitation craftsmanship seems to be a little too clumsy. Su Xiaoming let out a light laugh, recalling the appraisal result just now. Item name, Warring States Cloud Pattern 100 Beasts Mirror. Item description, a relatively poor imitation technique. The pattern, the inscription has quite a deep attainment, but there is a certain negligence in the copper system above. Artifact value, 10,000. Looking at this price, Su Xiaoming is also a little surprised. Did not expect the imitation can be sold to 10,000 yuan. But think carefully, just now this gold big teeth but want a price 5 million ah. This is still really ruthless. Kid, you speak the best to give me a little attention. Jean Dajia hit the I basically know. You can go to ask the circle inside my reputation. Jean Dajia sneered, seems to be hiding the panic in the bottom of his heart. What are you? It has nothing to do with me. I'm just saying that this thing is fake. Su Xiaoming let out a light laugh, feeling that the opposite side was a bit anxious. Otherwise, you'll tell us your way of judgment. Otherwise, how do you know that it's fake? Jean Daya continued. First of all, the copper quality just isn't quite right. Although it does look like it's from ancient times, the copper from the Warring States period, the mining technology itself isn't too perfect. At that time, the best use in copper should be Qin, Chu itself even if it is a remote place. Smelting, mining technology is not so mature, but this copper, Even Qin is estimated to not be able to make it. Su Xiuming let out a faint smile and said, "This is a royal item. How do you know that there won't be any accidents? Maybe the quality of that copper itself is very good." Jean Dajia was still a little less convinced and shouted loudly, but after hearing the voice from the opposite side gradually get louder, Uncle Sun also felt that something wasn't quite right. People would only have this kind of attitude when they were lying, or when they were not confident. The second point actually counts as quite obvious. As I said before, the ornamentation on this is from Chu, but the script is indeed in small seal script. Su Xiuming let out a light laugh and shook his head. It was not known what the person who made the forgery was thinking. Such an omission, the opposite side actually did not even notice it. If that previous evidence was said, Jean Daya could still weasel his way out of it, but such a piece of evidence was literally in front of him. Good, it was my oversight. Jean Dajia's eyes flickered cunningly for a moment, and he very simply admitted this matter. Things don't seem to be that simple, right? You're not just looking at it wrong, but you're still suspected of fraud. Su Xiuming spread his hands and laughed coldly. Fraud? You're slandering. Slander, got it? Jean Dajia's voice once again got louder and argued. Just now, Su Xiuming felt that something was wrong, clearly feeling that this was a setup made by the two people on the opposite side of the video. Especially the old farmer's nervous look made him even more suspicious. At that moment, he opened his mouth and said, "Old man, looking at you, you should still be a first-time offender, and you didn't say anything just now. It's still not too late if you turn yourself in now." I didn't. It was him who gave me $500 and told me to stand by the side. I don't know anything. The old farmer's face instantly became horrified when he heard this, that there was even a crime involved. His own little grandson happened to be joining the army this year. If he really committed a crime, then it was estimated that his little grandson would not be able to join the army. Therefore, after listening to Su Xiuming's words, he immediately, as if pouring beans out of a bamboo tube, told the matter. Jean Daya then turned back and angrily rebuked. "You, what are you saying? I don't want to commit a crime. I don't even know what's going on." The old farmer once again waved his hand, picked up the hoe above the ground, and threw the $500 that hadn't even been placed in his pocket to warm up to the ground. Just as Jean Dajia was angry and worried, Uncle Sun's voice rang out. "Jean Dajia, it shouldn't be the first time we've worked together. It's been quite smooth working with you in the past. By the looks of it, you're trying to screw me over big time." Uncle Sun's face was gloomy, and his eyes were even more like waveless pools of water. Chapter 33, Discount, $5 million. Jean Dajia heard Sun Qingda's words, suddenly felt a chill coming. He also knows that Sun Qingda's background is not something that people like himself can mess with. Originally, he did want to set up a game, from him to cheat a few million, and then leave the ground. But now the scam has been revealed in advance. Want to continue is also difficult. Brother Sun, I was wrong. Thinking of this, he immediately cried out into his cell phone. Sun Qingda, however, just laughed coldly. "Don't worry, if you can still continue on top of this profession in the future, then I, Sun Qingda, will change my last name." He didn't care about any defense from the opposite side, and immediately hung up the phone in his hand, the color of anger in his eyes, as if it was about to diffuse out. Only after hanging up the phone did he slowly adjust his mood, looking towards Su Xiuming. "Dang it, I'm laughing. This Jean Dajia is a partner that I have been working with for a long time, and the cooperation used to be quite good, but I didn't expect that today. He actually intentionally made a bureau, wanting to cheat me." Sun Qingda went on to say. In the bottom of his heart, he had already thought about how to deal with Jean Dajia. As long as the opposite side of this bureau didn't succeed, then it's a good thing. Your Excellency doesn't have to think too much. Su Xiuming let out a light laugh and continued. Sun Qingda nodded, his face returning to normal. "Yes, that's true, but this time it's thanks a lot." Sun Qingda at first let Su Xiuming palm eyes. In fact, did not hold too much hope, but also did not expect Su Xiuming actually able to give himself back such a big loss. According to his level of trust for Jean Daya, if Su Xiuming came a little later, maybe his own money would have been called over. He was not too concerned about a few $1,000,000. Anyway, it is a set of house money, but he is a self-proclaimed collector. If he hits such a big eye, then it is estimated to be laughed at by the circle for the rest of his life. "Right, you are buying a house?" Then, Sun Qingda got into the middle of the matter. "Recently, I happened to earn a little bit of small money, and before my mother's illness, she also had to be discharged from the hospital, so I wanted to let my mother, who had recovered from her illness, to be able to recuperate better." Su Xiuming nodded and explained. "I didn't expect to be a filial son." Sun Qingda nodded with satisfaction. "Let's do it this way. You can pick any villa in our neighborhood, and we will just give you a half price at that time." Hearing half price, Su Xiuming was also a bit surprised. Wan Yu Jingming's house itself is very expensive. The villa in it, even more so. No 10 million can't get it down. The opposite side opened their mouths to give themselves half price. That's a discount of a few $1,000,000. Originally, Su Xiuming followed over, thinking to be able to casually make a small discount, lower a few $100,000 will be able to, but did not expect to take advantage of such a big one. This, thanks to Uncle Sun Ah. Su Xiuming also did not polite, knowing that the opposite side does not care about these money. It's okay, by the way, little Su, you leave a phone number. In the future if I have what I don't understand, I also want you to teach a little bit. At that time you can't ignore me, this uncle. Sun Qingda laughed and said. Hearing this, Su Xiuming naturally understood Sun Qingda's meaning. In fact, he wanted to befriend himself. As a collector, if he could befriend a very good appraiser, he would definitely be able to suffer a lot less losses on the road of collecting. Just now Su Xiuming is already showing his appraisal ability. In Sun Qingda's opinion it is already possible to become friends. Don't worry about it, Uncle Sun. Teaching cannot dare to be. If we have time, we can communicate with each other. Su Xiuming continued to say humbly. The two of them were equally happy to talk to each other. And under Sun Qingda's courtesy, the two of them soon arrived downstairs. Then they entered the sales center and began to pick out a house. Although Su Xiuming was dressed in general, the sales manager immediately greeted Lin Miaoi after she had already entered the sales center. And at a glance, it was clear that this was a greeting that Sun Qingda had given in advance. The two of you, if you want to buy a house, then you can come over here to take a look. This piece is our villa area. Just now Mr. Sun has already explained in advance. Let our generation must receive you too. The sales manager was extraordinarily enthusiastic and immediately invited the two to the villa area. This should be Su Xiuming's first time buying a house, but under the enthusiasm of the sales manager, he didn't feel too rushed. Under the sales manager's warm reception, Su Xiuming quickly found a villa that he felt was quite suitable according to his needs. This villa is naturally not as expansive as Lin Miaoi's house, but it also covers an area of more than 300 square meters, and also has a courtyard. This overall look is not so cold. Instead there is a family atmosphere. The most important thing is that the small yard, looking at this yard, is quite large, very suitable for planting vegetables here, according to his mother's character. But where there is a piece of land, he is to plant some vegetables. One is because his mother has always been frugal. The second is because his mother believes that he grows out of the vegetables are delicious. Thanks to the bystanders don't know what Su Xiuming has in mind. Otherwise he would have laughed bitterly. Other people buy houses by looking at various locations, but he bought a house by looking at where he could grow vegetables. In addition to this house is not to be decorated, but the model house here. What Su Xiuming needed was this kind of house. After all, he didn't have much time to decorate it, and tomorrow his mother would be discharged from the hospital. However, since they are buying a house, they definitely need to choose more. And then they continue to look up. The sales manager on the side, because of the general manager's explanation, did not dare to say anything more. Rather, he stood aside and lowered his head. An honest look, more dare not have any urge. At the time when the two were buying a house, a salesman accidentally saw Su Xiuming's face. Immediately after, the sales face seemed to be a little surprised. Then he quickly returned to the middle of the group of sales and started pointing at Su Xiuming. Hey, do you guys feel that this person in front of you seems a bit familiar? It always feels like you've seen him somewhere? Sales looked at the crowd and asked, Sisterly, why do I also feel that he looks familiar? Right. He seems to be Xiao Jing's boyfriend. Another salesperson frowned and said with a little less confidence, You should be wrong, and that is Xiao Jing's ex-boyfriend. He is now a rich man, a month's salary of more than 100,000. I remember in the past that boyfriend of hers often came over to send her, but Xiao Jing has always not allowed him to come in, disliking him for wearing some too shabby. Only that young man is really good, but it's a pity to see a Xiao Jing that thing. Chapter 34, The Regretful Jing Xinyan. These sales usually like to mouth broken. Now on such a topic, continue to talk about it. At the time they spoke, originally went to the bathroom, Jing Xinyan also came over, originally still their gossip of the crowd. The same as immediately closed their mouths, as if just what has not happened. Xiao Jing, come and take a look. I feel that person looks quite like your ex-boyfriend, but should be much richer than your ex-boyfriend. Sisterly waved at Jing Xinyan and said with a smile. After hearing the words ex-boyfriend, Jing Xinyan, for some reason, suddenly felt a slight pain in her heart. After that incident happened last time, she had also played all the tricks before she managed to coax Hua Xiao into a good relationship. Even so, the current Hua Xiao was always hitting or scolding her. If he lifted his clothes, he would be able to see the green and purple patches inside. Every time she was beaten, he would think back to Su Xiuming. Although Su Xiuming before really is not much money, but wants the money, for her but not stingy. Usually not to mention beaten, even if her body were bumped and touched, will be the first time to get Su Xiuming's concern. But even so, his heart is still not want to leave Hua Xiao. in her opinion, Su Xiaoming's little tricks, but also just want to cheat her to get married. Wealth above but cannot give her any help. Jing Xinyan also followed the direction pointed out by Sister Li. Looked toward the two people who are not far away from the house selection. After seeing the faces of the two people clearly, her expression turned into a kind of pig liver color. The several salesmen beside her were not fools either, and they were usually good at reading people's words and colors. After seeing Jing Xinyan's face change, they glanced at each other and seemed to realize something. That kid can't really be your boyfriend, right? Sister Li on the side seemed to have sensed some gossip and immediately opened her mouth in surprise to ask. But the more she asked, the more embarrassed Jing Xinyan felt. Are you finished? Is it necessary to press so hard to the end? I don't know. Jing Xinyan, who was originally quite calm, suddenly opened her mouth loudly and shouted. The lobby, which was already quite quiet, was instantly broken by this clamor, and the gazes of the surrounding people looked towards her. And when Su Xiaoming heard this screaming sound, it seemed to have a few familiarities, and at the same time, he turned his head to look. The lobby manager, who was originally still gleefully introducing the house, walked out at the first opportunity. In a cold voice, he said, Xiao Jing, is there something going on? Jing Xinyan, on the other hand, lowered her head and shook it again, as if she was unwilling to let the crowd see her. Isn't this that ex-girlfriend of yours? Lin Miaoi, who was on the side, lowered her voice and looked at Su Xiaoming. Well, she does work at this place. Su Xiaoming nodded, not caring. Is it any wonder you chose this place to buy a house? Doesn't it look like you have some lingering feelings? He has just called out. He should be trying to attract your attention. Why don't you go over and take a look? As soon as Lin Miaoi opened her mouth, she was able to hear a sour flavor. Don't you dare accuse me. I didn't choose this place. You chose it yourself. Su Xiaoming heard these words, but let out a bitter smile. Then, that was also you who guided me. Lin Miaoi thought back a little and felt that things were just as Su Xiaoming had said, then argued. Why do I feel a sour smell in this air? Su Xiaoming raised one hand and fanned the air in front of himself. You, humph. Lin Miaoi's small face reddened. Then she lowered her head, with a look of unwillingness to take care of Su Xiaoming. Looking at the rather cute Lin Miaoi, the corner of Su Xiaoming's mouth revealed a hint of a smile, and did not continue to tease her anymore. The intimacy between the two. Jing Xinyan was now all in the eyes as well, a face that was filled with anger. This set then, how much? After searching for a bit, Su Xiaoming finally chose the one he had favored at the very beginning. Sir, you have a really good eye. This set if we sell it directly here, it's around 12 million. After all, it's finely decorated. But just now the general manager also made a greeting, so we are also slightly cheaper here. About 6 million or so will be able to deliver the house. The sales manager gave his price after slightly pondering for 2 seconds. The opposite side was already directly discounted by 50%, so this side naturally couldn't continue to haggle. On top of that, there was still a need to pay some purchase money, and he naturally bought the place in full. The purchase contract was signed very quickly. After all, it was also the VIP channel that they took. Xiao Jing, come over here for a moment and slightly escort this gentleman and this young lady. Right after these things were done, the sales manager turned to Jing Xinyan and waved his hand. Jing Xinyan, who was originally still standing in place, after hearing these words, her face then became even more ugly, as if she had been subjected to some great humiliation. The sales manager still had a confused look on his face, not knowing what was going on here, but because of her work, Jing Xinyan still slowly walked to the door. Then with her head lowered, she sent the two out without a word. Su Xiaoming and Lin Miaoi themselves didn't want to bother with her, so they said they didn't care. It was with great difficulty that she saw the two enter into a Land Rover, while Su Xiaoming sat in the driver's seat of the Land Rover, very skillfully memorized the seatbelt, and then rode away. Looking at the two people who quickly left, Jing Xinyan's eyes were even more mixed. However, he soon ran back to the store and saw the group of old ladies gathering together again, talking and laughing. Really laugh me to death. Xiao Jing is still really blind. This ex-boyfriend of his in the past shouldn't be pretending. Actually so rich. $6 million to take out, just take out. I originally thought he was wrapped up by that lady. Who knows, it's his own takeout. TSK. Just heard that he's some kind of appraisal of antiques. And our general manager's relationship is not bad. Now that boyfriend of Xiao Jing, not to mention the villa here. It is estimated that even the house here, by Downa said, is also enough. Normally, these people were just quite jealous of Jing Xinyan, and now that they saw her suffer, their hearts were even more pleased. One by one, they all gathered together, their mouths constantly discussing what had just happened. It was only after Jing Xinyan came closer that they shut their mouths. But Jing Xinyan had heard every word they had just said. He wanted to retort, but he couldn't say anything. There was nothing wrong with what they said. It was indeed his own blindness. Chapter 35 Auntie Liang Chuanli. After sending Lin Miaoyi home, Su Xiuming returned to the hospital first. Thinking about what Su Xiuming had just said, Lin Miaoyi was still blushing. As soon as she opened the door, she saw her father dealing with matters in his hands. Back quite early. Did not expect Lin Yaodong said with a smile after seeing his daughter return. It's alright. I went to the stone gambling conference to casually take a turn, and then accompanied Su Xiuming to buy a house. Lin Miaoyi nodded with a smile and sat beside her father. Buying a house? The suburbs? Lin Yaodong could also tell that Su Xiuming's family was average, so he asked mindlessly. No, it's Uncle Sun's place to buy land. Appraised a treasure for Uncle Sun. Let him suffer one less loss. Uncle Sun gave him a 50% discount, Lin Miaoyi said casually, and there seemed to be some small smugness between her words. 50% discount? The houses there can be tens of millions of dollars. It looks like this favor wasn't small. Lin Yaodong was a little surprised and turned his head. Lin Miaoyi then told her father what had just happened. After hearing these things, Lin Yaodong was a little surprised, but not too surprised. After all, Su Xiuming's ability to fix antiques, he had seen it, so naturally it was very normal. Right, this card is for you. Just now Su Xiuming handed it to me. It has $1 million in it. Even if it's him returning it to you. Lin Miaoyi took out a bank card from her waist and put it in front of Lin Yaodong. Isn't this for you to gamble? This itself is a cost. Do you buy stones? Lin Yaodong some surprise. No, bought it, and made more than $8 million. Lin Miaoyi shook her head and said with a smile. Originally still dealing with official business and having a go at saying this, Lin Yaodong immediately put down the documents in his hands after hearing these words. More than $8 million? Is this a money grab? Lin Yaodong said with a surprised look on his face. Seeing this surprised look on her father's face, Lin Miaoyi's heart was a little happy. Then cheerfully, oh, the things that happened just now in the gambling stone, all of them said once again. It was as if those things just now were all her own doing. After listening to the entire narrative, Lin Yaodong's expression was always in surprise. Only in the end did he laugh bitterly. This young man is a little too scary, right? It looks like the things that I want to meddle into the antique market of Shijing City can already be gradually lifted to the table. Anyway, I feel that he is quite capable, and that he is unruffled and spoiled in a crisis. Lin Miaoyi nodded her head. Then she praised Su Xiuming with all the idioms she could think of. All of them. Lin Yaodong looked at such a happy Lin Miaoyi, and helplessly shook his head. This kid made a lot of money. Never mind. Actually added our family treasure to cheat away. What baby? Lin Miaoyi subconsciously asked. But immediately, she understood her father's meaning. Her face turned red again. Father, what are you talking about? When was I cheated by him? Can you not talk nonsense? I don't like him at all. Goo. I didn't say it was you. Why is your little face still red? Lin Yaodong looked at his baby girl and continued to tease. On the other side, Su Xiuming had already returned to the hospital. Just after opening the door of the ward, he heard a middle-aged woman's voice coming from inside. Only after Su Xiuming went in did he realize that his own sister-in-law had actually appeared here. After seeing his sister-in-law, Su Xiuming's attitude was not too good, and he only addressed her casually. For this sister-in-law, Su Xiuming really did not have any good feelings. After his own mother fell ill, he had also called this sister-in-law of his family. But at that time, his sister-in-law said that her family didn't have much money at all, and that she was very busy with this matter and that matter. In the end, she only called her own $500, and Su Xiuming paid back $1,000 when he returned the money. The rest is even the interest. But who knows, the sister-in-law actually shamelessly will be this $1,000, all collected. It is estimated that she also knows the reason why her mother's illness is almost cured, so she will rush over. If it was before when she was seriously ill, she probably wouldn't have even come over to take a look. Just such a kind of relative. In Su Xiuming's opinion, don't want it. Xiuming is back. Are you going out for a small job? I heard your mom say you're quitting? After seeing Su Xiuming, his sister-in-law Liang Chuanli said with a smile. Aha! Su Xiuming returned indifferently. The sister-in-law, however, came with vigor and said with a smile. Otherwise, you can go to my family Xiaozhou's company to do it. His company is still short of people. You're at least a college student. He'll give you $4,000 a month is no problem. No need. Su Xiuming also did not want to bother with him, and then opened the bag. Inside the bag were several types of birds' nests that had already been cooked, and it was summer itself, so even if they cooled down, they could still be consumed. These birds' nests were naturally not bought by Su Xiuming. He didn't have too many channels, but just given to him by Lin Miaoyi. After all, his mother's body was just right, so for such a gift, Su Xiuming did not reject it. Mother, this is the bird's nest that Miao Miao prepared for you. If you're hungry, you can have some. Su Xiuming placed the bird's nest on the table and then said, After opening the box, what was contained inside was some blood swallows, which also made Su Xiaoming a bit surprised. The bird's nest itself was already quite hard to get now, not to mention such a cherished blood swallow. It looked like Lin Miaoyi was really on the ball, which also made Su Xiaoming's heart warm. But without waiting for the box to be put down, the sister-in-law on the side immediately came over. Then she covered her nose, as if she smelled something foul, then said, "Gu, before my family Xiaozhou but brought me a bird's nest, where is such a blood times hula things? By the looks of it, it should have already spoiled. Even if your girlfriend doesn't have any money, she shouldn't buy spoiled things." After Liang Dongling heard this, she looked up at Su Xiaoming and seemed to be somewhat hesitant as well. "Mom, it's fine. This is a good thing. Tens of thousands of dollars or two. This is called blood swallow. Miao Miao specially prepared it for you." Su Xiaoming ignored Liang Chunli and continued. After hearing that it was bought for her by Miao Miao, Liang Dongling completely dispelled her doubts. She had also seen Lin Miaoyi, and she could tell from Lin Miaoyi's outfit, and her mannerisms, that he was definitely not some girl from an ordinary family. Since he bought it for himself, he definitely didn't need to worry too much. What's more, his own son will not harm himself. It just so happens that already a little hungry, simply picked up a side of the spoon, began to taste up. Chapter 36, The Human Condition. This bird's nest had just entered his mouth, and he felt a very delicious flavor in his mouth. It didn't have the bad flavor that Liang Chunli had mentioned, but was instead very sweet. If this kind of bird's nest is bad, then she would rather keep eating the bad ones. It didn't take long for her to eat most of the bird's nest in a box. After eating the bird's nest, Liang Dongling felt that there was an extra warmth in her body. The sickness that she had originally felt had also lessened quite a bit. After all, it was a tonic with various precious herbs added to it, so the effect was naturally good. "Turn around and help me thank Miao Miao more." After drinking it, Liang Dongling then spoke. "Don't worry, I will definitely say this." Su Xiaoming faintly smiled. Liang Chunli, who was on the side, was likewise feeling jealous after seeing this scene. Secretly poking and prodding, she opened her mouth and said, "You all don't believe what I said. You guys eat here now. Turn around, and if you get diarrhea then you can't blame me. So expensive things which as ordinary people can buy. Do really think their son found a rich woman? Ah." These words are not loud, basically also purchased into the ears of Su Xiaoming. After hearing these words, Su Xiaoming's expression changed slightly, while Liang Dongling, who was on the side, had a slightly embarrassed look on her face. She could see that her sister had come over this time, as if she had something to do. The things that happened before, if it was said that he didn't care about it at all, then it was impossible. After all, she had always taken care of these relatives. If something big or small happened within their family, she would be there at the first time. If you can help is certainly will help. Help not if will also talk. But now he had something happened. Most of the relatives one by one is like avoiding the plague. However, his heart is still loaded with some affection. That this is just his own paranoid kind of idea. Perhaps they are really some not too good now. "Auntie, do you have something to do this time? If there's nothing going on, my mother also needs to recuperate a little." Su Xiaoming, on the other hand, didn't have that many concerns, but instead looked at Liang Chunli with a somewhat unsightly face. Liang Chunli had actually noticed Su Xiaoming's face, but he didn't care in the slightest. A rather flattering smile appeared on his face instead. "This time I came over, I actually wanted to bring you guys a good news. My son is also preparing to reinvest in a company recently. Before that company of his had some problems, he happened to have befriended a big brother, and is now preparing to make a comeback. So it is true that there is a bit of a shortage in terms of funds." It was only when they said this that the two realized that Liang Chunli's reason for coming over this time was actually to borrow money. Liang Dongling, on the other hand, laughed bitterly. "Where do I still have this money? Now my son's marriage is still nothing. All because of my damn disease." When he said this, his heart had become even more worried. In her opinion, because of his illness, her son had already spent all his savings. So how could he get married in the future? What's more, that Miao Miao knows at a glance that she is a big family. If she wants a bride price, then she can't afford it. Even if you don't want the bride price, let Su Xiaoming to be a son-in-law. The same is also Liang Dongling somewhat reluctant. He didn't think that Liang Chunli this time actually came over to borrow money, which indeed made him a bit confused. "Before my brother-in-law's accidental death, didn't that boss take a jade and return it over? I'm thinking right now, you guys can totally just sell this piece of jade and invest it within our company. That piece of jade should also be worth more than $300,000, and I'm certain that by the time a month passes, that $300,000 will be able to double." As soon as she said this, Liang Chunli immediately became energized, and then sat up straight and began to introduce herself. Speaking with a fluttering brow, she completely failed to see the eyes of Liang Dongling, who was now increasingly disappointed. Before her husband in the middle of the construction site, accidental death site. In addition to some compensation, the boss also took out a piece of jade. That piece of jade in that year, it is worth almost 100,000, and now worth more than 300,000. Should be easy. However, in his opinion, this jade of his own was completely reserved for his son as a family heirloom, so even if he became like that, he was not willing to take that piece of jade out. So that piece of jade, in fact, in addition to its own value, more still represents a kind of longing for her late husband. If she really sold this piece of jade, it would be equivalent to selling the last bit of her longing. She also wanted this piece of jade to accompany Su Xiuming all the way, to be used as a family heirloom. In this way, it would also allow her late husband to watch his son grow up. This matter, she also just casually said a mouthful of it during the previous family gathering. At that time, the people just laughed and didn't care too much about it. But now she hadn't expected that her own sister had actually set her eyes on that piece of jade. Auntie, you should know the role of this piece of jade for my mother. Right, and for you to say such a kind of words now, it inevitably has some too much hurt, right? Su Xiuming's attitude was very direct, and he said immediately afterward, this is a chance I give you guys, otherwise on the little money you have, what else do you want to do? You all used to be some bottom people, so for these things naturally do not understand. My son is not the same. My son, he is doing business. His business used to be the most time but did tens of millions. Liang Chuanli, after hearing Su Xiuming's words, then she raised her head high, and immediately afterwards spoke loudly. Auntie, you've already said that cousin's business has already reached tens of millions of dollars, so what's the point of asking me for this $300,000? It's not even enough to spend. Su Xiuming, listening to the mouthful of nonsense, sister-in-law heart is also feel a few points of annoyance, cannot wait to now will be driven away, but he also knew that if he really did this, then his mother was actually the biggest victim. After all, she has always been very concerned about affection. In her eyes, affection is more important than many things. If it really didn't come to that very excessive point, it was estimated that she wouldn't tear her face off with him at all. Chapter 37, Opening an Antique Shop. That is to say, now is the difference between the 300,000. Let's put it this way, your cousin is now wanting to open an antique store. Now is already most of the antiques to buy back, but from the opening of the store is still short of a business license, to almost 300,000 to buy. Auntie obviously has some heart weakness, but she quickly found her own reason. But after hearing this strange reason, Su Xiuming is even more puzzled. After all, what documents need 300,000? What's more, since he already has 10 million, think the Market Management Bureau also must have that 300,000 to give him the documents. He for his own this sister-in-law is also very understanding. Usually time is full of running trains, basically a mouth without a few words of truth. Usually time and their own family completely without any interaction, and now suddenly ran over. Su Xiuming does not think he is resting on what good intentions. Can you really make money? Right at this time, Liang Dongling suddenly opened his mouth and asked. This sentence made Su Xiuming have some silly eyes. She also did not think that her mother would actually agree to this matter. However, Liang Dongling's heart has actually thought about it. The reason why he faltered is because Liang Chuanli that sentence, but also for the child to get married in the future. This thing itself is as a family heirloom. If even the family is gone, then what more heirloom? So now he still agreed to this thing. If the future can earn money, then certainly is to that jade pendant the first time to redeem. Absolutely can make money. And you think carefully, we also just first this thing to pawn. Subsequent time we then spend money to buy him back. If you don't believe it, so, let your son go with me to see the antique store. Although he can't understand the antiques, but the past look is not too bad. Liang Chuanli immediately warmed up after hearing this sentence, followed by the beginning of the enthusiastic introduction up. I don't have much interest in this at all, so that means you don't need to talk to me either. Su Xiuming's attitude was likewise very resolute, and after glancing across the room he immediately said, but after hearing those words, Liang Chuanli's expression once again became vicious as if he had a grudge against Su Xiuming. In his opinion, this is Su Xiuming blocked their own way of wealth, to know their own son, but personally let himself over to borrow money. So now in his opinion no matter what, the opposite look at each other is a relative sake, certainly is to take out some of the, I see you still a college student it, and so adult, is not so simple reason. You do not understand? Liang Chuanli now once again came with vigor, fearing that the duck to the mouth will soon fly away, and Liang Dongling's face also gradually became anxious. It could be seen that she was indeed a bit compelled by Liang Chuanli now. Under such circumstances, even if Su Xiuming was not willing to agree, then he could only agree. What's more, things haven't worked out yet, and he has many ways to remedy the situation. The main thing now is to let his mother see what his sister-in-law's true face looks like. She looked like she was doing it for her own good, but in her heart, she had her own little agenda. Just like you said, first take me to that antique store to have a look, If it's possible, then this matter will be finalized. In the end, Su Xiuming still loosened his mouth a little bit and looked towards his sister-in-law, who said immediately after. Liang Chunli's face naturally rejoiced after hearing these words. That's good. Wait a while and I'll call your cousin. Then let cousin send a car over to pick you up. Anyway, don't worry. It's also very fast now. Liang Chunli's attitude immediately changed, treating the Su Xiuming in front of him as a god of wealth. But the better his attitude, the more worries in Su Xiuming's heart actually increased. No need. I have my own car. Su Xiuming faintly opened his mouth and said, is a small battery car also considered a car? I'm not used to sitting in that thing. Now it's better to wait for your cousin to come over. Liang Chunli now also skimmed her mouth, for Su Xiuming obviously had some despise, but for the sake of money, it wasn't like she would purposely show it. But between her words, one could also see his state of mind. After hearing these words, Su Xiuming didn't say anything more. Since the opposite party had already said so, then he would simply follow him. It wasn't long before Liang Chunli had received a call. Then, it brought Su Xiuming downstairs, and not far from the parking lot, he met his cousin. The cousin was dressed in a suit and looked like a man of 6. Since he was a child, this cousin's attitude towards him was not very good, and always treated him as a poor child. Although it was said to be a relative, when they were together, they never bullied him less. Later, because he was a little bit better luck, so a little bit of business, for Su Xiuming is even more disdain. Occasionally at family gatherings, he was often persuaded in an elder tone. His mother, on the other hand, used a more exaggerated tone, comparing her own son's excellence. For such a kind of person, Su Xiuming did feel somewhat helpless. Now looking at the expression on this cousin of his own's face, it seemed a little less natural. After seeing Su Xiuming, he then squeezed out an ugly smile. However, the entire person still looked extraordinarily condescending, and did not have any lowly demeanor because he was begging. Since things are all said and done now, then let's just go. Su Xiuming, you shouldn't have sat in your cousin my car. Right, now it's just right for you to do it for more than $200,000 to buy. My family used to have one more than $800,000. After hearing this sentence, Su Xiuming didn't care much. The most important thing he should focus on in this sentence should be the word previous. Anyone who had some skills would not often put how they used to be on their lips. This car in front of me does seem to be quite valuable. More than 200,000 should be about the same, but it looks very shabby. Do not know in the end is a few hands of the car. After seeing these circumstances, Su Xiuming has basically confirmed his judgment. His cousin in all likelihood is bankrupt, but look at his appearance is not willing to admit this. Still a high and mighty look. Su Xiuming also does not want to break him. After all, he only need to go to the antique store. See once can be. After Su Xiuming came to his cousin's car, the car had already begun to slowly start, but before he could drive out of the parking lot, his cousin frowned. Chapter 38. Whose car is this anyway? Why is it just straddling the middle of the road like this? Doesn't it know to move out of the way? At this time, his cousin suddenly spat out a sentence. After hearing this sentence, Su Xiuming probed and looked at it, and then realized that the car he was talking about was the Land Rover. However, his Land Rover was indeed parked in the middle of the parking space, but his cousin's driving skills were indeed a bit too poor. The center of the space was completely enough for his car to pass through, but he was still complaining about it. I don't know which rich person this Land Rover is. I went to the store before and saw that if I take it in full payment, it would at least cost more than $900,000. I'll go see if there's a car removal phone in front, make a call and let him move it a little. After saying this, cousin got out of the car and came to the side of the Land Rover land over there. Just as cousin was about to dial the cell phone number that Su Xiuming had placed in front of him, Su Xiuming suddenly stepped out of the car. Cousin, I'll do it. Su Xiuming gave a greeting. After hearing this, cousin thought that Su Xiuming was trying to make the call himself. He simply waved his hand. Forget it, this kind of rich people, you yourself are not very good at dealing with. You will deal with, is also your class. After hearing his cousin's words of superiority, Su Xiuming for a moment, actually did not know what to say. Along with the cousin's phone call dialed out, Su Xiuming's cell phone but suddenly rang. However, the cousin did not connect these two things together, but after dialing for a while, he found that he could not get through at all. Hearing the somewhat noisy ringing of the phone, Su Xiuming could only be helpless as he took out his own cell phone and hung up. Then he took out a set of car keys from his hand and walked to the side of the Land Rover. I couldn't get through on the phone just now. Why don't you try making a call? Cousin scratched his head helplessly, before looking at Su Xiuming. No need. Su Xiuming shook his head, and immediately afterward, he pressed the car key. Accompanied by the Land Rover's siren, the car in front of him actually unlocked. Liang Chunli and her cousin, who saw this scene, had an instantly dumbfounded expression on their faces, as if they couldn't believe this scene. Su Xiuming, on the other hand, entered the Land Rover very crisply and then moved the car slightly. By the time he got out of the car, he realized that the two people in front of him were staring at him with a look of having seen a ghost. Just now there was some too much haste, so that means the parking wasn't done properly. Su Xiuming casually explained. Did you buy this car? The cousin, who was originally still high and mighty, at this time spoke in a voice that gradually lowered. The other day, I happened to have some spare money on me, so I said that I bought this car, Su Xiuming casually explained, as if it was just an unrelated matter. The two people who were originally still constantly breaking their mouths, now finally closed their mouths. Su Xiuming also felt a lot more quiet along the way. However, his cousin popped out a sentence every now and then, asking him where he was hanging out now, and Su Xiuming just casually answered, anyway, since the opposite side in his own nonsense words, then he simply also in the opposite side nonsense. So this is also a very fair thing. Soon they had entered into a long street, and this long street was exactly the red light antique street that Su Xiuming was very familiar with. It was important to know that the houses inside this antique street were indeed not cheap. It was estimated that renting for a month would require $300,000 or more, and if you want to open a store here, you need at least 10 million assets. Anyway, it's only high. After a few people got off the bus, under the lead of his cousin, they soon arrived in front of a store. Above the store was written the name, Yuan Antique Shop. With a cursory glance, the store actually looked very good, with quite a few antique shelves placed inside, and many of the antiques were already on top of the shelves. Just as cousin came over, a middle-aged man had slowly walked out. The middle-aged man was wearing a tang suit and looked like a worldly man. This is the high person I told you about earlier, Master's son. After standing beside Master's son, cousin immediately introduced himself. When he spoke, his tone was once again high-pitched, and Su Xiuming thought he was some kind of hyperthyroidism if he didn't know. The master looked at Su Xiuming, but also just lightly nodded, and did not speak, then went back to the antique store. Although this master is pretending to be very decent, but cannot hide Qin Shua. Qin Shua had seen a lot of well-known antique experts throughout Xijing City. As for this one, Qin Shua had not even looked at her, and he did not even recognize her. In fact, after seeing this antique store, Su Xiuming was basically certain this sister-in-law and cousin of his, in this aspect, indeed did not lie to himself. They did open an antique store, but in other aspects, it could not be certain. After entering into the antique store, there was a wide array of antiques all around him. Su Xiuming slightly counted, probably also has more than 500 pieces. Just now in the car, Su Xiuming also slightly asked about his cousin's situation. Really found and sister-in-law said some difference. For example, in front of this antique store, in fact, the investment, a total of only invested about $5 million. In addition to that master still took out about $500,000 to invest. All of these costs in total add up to only this $5.5 million. In the whole red light antique street above, can only be counted as medium-low a small store, and after seeing these more than 500 pieces of antiques, Su Xiuming is a little bit laughable. After all, $5.5 million, a total of more than 500 pieces of antiques. Even if the money is all smashed into the antiques, the average price of each piece of antique is below $10,000. The slightly more valuable antiques, millions of dollars, are very normal. His own cousin, this is like buying goods in the wholesale market. More than 5 million actually bought more than 500 pieces. On top of that, the decoration and such were likewise expenses that were estimated to require more than $1 million. The number of antiques in here seems to be somewhat high. After casually scanning it, Su Xiuming said with a smile, these are all personally selected by the master. Authenticity is naturally needless to say. Cousin still thought that Su Xiuming was praising himself, so he said confidently, yes. Su Xiuming lightly laughed and agreed. Feel free to take a look. If you like it, let's go back and sell that jade pendant. Cousin continued. Chapter 39, It's all low fashion. Su Xiuming nodded, and then entered the antique store. What are you looking at? You can't read it anyway, but you have a set of pretenses. Liang Chunli looked at Su Xiuming, who was loitering in the store, and secretly spat out a sentence. Although he heard this sentence, but Su Xiuming did not care much. His eyes came to the nearest shelf above. The master from before also slowly walked over, looking at Su Xiuming with a bit of scorn in his gaze. Kid, you are the one who came over to invest, right? I tell you, if you invest, it's best to be a little early, otherwise this opportunity can be snatched by others. Grandmaster Sun said in a loud voice, as if there were many people vying for it, but it was clearly the sister-in-law and cousin who had begged themselves bitterly, and this person still acted how condescending he was. This is the porcelain of the Ming dynasty, only years of blue and white light rabbit ear cup. This is in the Forbidden City in almost the same model. You have earned a lot. Master Sun saw Su Xiuming's gaze, fell to a cup above, hastened to introduce a sentence. Su Xiaoming laughed lightly, but also did not care. Light laugh. That's quite good. Name, blue and white open light rabbit ear cup. Introduction, low imitation rabbit ear cup. The value of extremely very low. Modern craftsmanship of the remnants. Collection value, 15 yuan. Looking at the value of this cup in front of him, Su Xiaoming almost laughed out loud. This thing can't even be said to be a literary creation. The price of a random literary creation, that is also hundreds of dollars. This $15 thing is simply outrageous. After picking up the rabbit ear cup in front of him, Su Xiaoming carefully looked at the bottom of the cup. Found in the bottom of the cup really has somewhere traces, seems to be hiding something. However, based on the traces of wear and tear inside, Su Xiaoming could all see that what was written below should be the two big words Ziwu. This is the world's largest distribution center for small commodities, and is also the location of many places to wholesale some small commodities. After seeing the two words Ziwu, Su Xiaoming felt even more speechless. When Master Sun saw that Su Xiaoming had been holding that rabbit ear cup, his heart suddenly became more worried. Then he took the rabbit ear cup away with one hand. You can be a bit careful with this one. Just this one. I have spent $150,000 on it, Master Sun said in a hurry, as if he was holding a treasure. Yes, Su Xiaoming, $150,000. That's almost half of your jade pendant. If it really smashes, you can't even afford to pay for it. Liang Chuanli hurriedly ran up and also reprimanded Su Xiaoming, as if he was unintelligent. Right, my problem. Su Xiaoming let out a light laugh, but did not argue. Then his gaze, once again, came above a picture. Above the picture there were many running children, while the surrounding area was a mountainous scene, looking like it was in a happy state. This is the 100 children playing in spring from the Song Dynasty period. The price, if it's around $100,000, after all, it's painted by an unknown artist. Master Sun casually glanced at it before saying, the antiques you have here are casually more than $100,000, so how come $5 million bought more than 500 pieces? Su Xiaoming turned his head and looked at Master Sun with a smile. Faced with this sudden question, Master Sun definitely did not react at first, slightly froze for a moment, and then spoke. You find these are expensive? Surely that's it. Can't it be that I'm still swindling you? Actually, I don't know if I'm swindling or not, but this picture, I seem to have seen it somewhere. Su Xiaoming fumbled above his chin with one hand and then said, perhaps it was seen in some book. Not to mention that this kind of ancient painting is naturally not bad. Are you able to see it? Grandmaster Sun let out a light laugh and said with a confident face. Looking at Grandmaster Sun in front of him, Su Xiaoming spread his hands with a helpless look. This painting, anyway, if I were to give the price, then $500 would already be the top of the sky, but the imitation is okay. It's considered a medium imitation process. Su Xiaoming gave a price after taking another look. Master Sun's expression changed slightly after hearing this. He did remember this picture. When he first purchased it, the price was probably around $500 now. He didn't think that Su Xiaoming's eyes were actually so poisonous. Not only did he know that it was an imitation, but he even knew how much it was worth. He immediately understood in his heart. This time seems to have met a connoisseur. Under normal circumstances, if you meet a connoisseur, casually recognize a wimp is almost the same. But Master Sun thought of the money that he had invested before. His heart was still slightly painful, and finally decided to stick to it. Little Su, what do you mean by this? Don't think that this is auntie giving you face awe. Other people's master appraised out of the things. You are now here to say what imitation not imitation. It is difficult to not you than what master is still more powerful some? Liang Chuanli immediately came forward to help this son master to solve the problem. Xiao Liang, what exactly does this nephew of yours mean? I'm giving him face now. That's why I said I'm letting him invest a little bit of money. Wait until my funds arrive. Be careful, I'll kick you out as well. Grandmaster Sun's face suddenly changed and then said, Jiawei, come over quickly and persuade your cousin. Liang Chuanli greeted her cousin Su Jiawei and then said, Cousin, what are you doing? Giving you face? You don't want it, right? Su Jiawei's tone similarly became low after he walked up. Master Sun at the side was finally relieved. It looked as if this family was not particularly united, as it were. Moreover, the remaining two mothers and children themselves were blind. They simply couldn't see if the antiques were real or not, and they weren't willing to listen to others' opinions. If the two people really listened to Su Xiaoming's opinion, then on their own side, it was estimated that they would really be in big trouble. Oh, I actually have nothing else to say. This investment, well, I am not willing to invest. After Su Xiaoming glanced at the two men, he said faintly. Once the two heard this, quickly softened his tone. Young people, do not be too angry. I'm just talking about it, or need you to consider. In fact, what I've considered is almost done. What to do next is up to you guys. Su Xiaoming, however, looked determined, and then took out a cell phone. In fact, it is very simple. Now I make an alarm call. in the end is true or false, the result is very quickly be able to come out. Between words, he was already starting to dial the phone. Chapter 40, Meeting Jean Daejia again. Wait, after seeing this scene, Grandmaster Sun's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly stopped it. Forget it, I'll let my big boss talk to you. These things are all bought by my big boss. If you are willing, I'll open a video for you. Grandmaster Sun was already in a cold sweat when he encountered this kind of situation. He really didn't know what to do. After all, the price of the things that were cheated this time was indeed very huge. The money spent on the antiques was about $5 million, but they had spent $50,000 to buy over 500 decent antiques. A little math. They can be said to have earned more than 5 million. This amount is extremely huge. If the police really alarmed that trouble can be big, and he is only an accessory only. This kind of thing is also the first time to do. There is no corresponding way, can only be off-site help. Xiao Su, you in the end is finished if offended the boss. Then in case they do not allow us to invest, then you give me money Liang Chuali shouted loudly, as if Su Xiuming had blocked their way of wealth. Su Xiuming looked at the two people in front of him, frowned a little, but did not continue to pay attention to them. The reason why Su Xiuming wanted to dismantle this scam right now was only because he was worried that this scam would trick more people, not because of the two of them. My big boss is looking for you. These things, you'd better talk to the big boss. Between words, that Master Sun was already handing over his cell phone to Su Xiuming. After Su Xiuming received the cell phone, the first thing he saw was the person on the screen, his mouth tucked and he was happy. Jean Daejia, I didn't expect us to meet again today. Isn't it only 2 days? You came out to cheat again? The person in front of him with his iconic big gold teeth, the same thing that made Su Xiuming recognize him at the first time, then said. After seeing Su Xiuming, Jean Daejia's heart was likewise secretly bitter. During this period of time, he had already laid down almost 2 or 3 bureaus, originally wanting to make a few tens of millions of dollars, and then directly run to foreign countries. After all, if there are tens of millions of dollars, then living abroad is also a very moist feeling. But buy the kid in front of the dismantling of a bureau. Then if successful, he can be a net profit of almost 6 million, and this bureau in front of him, he is also able to earn more than 5 million. 2 bureaus together is already 11 million. In the moment he saw this kid in front of him, he had an idea in his heart. His own bureau seems to have encountered trouble. What Jean Daejia? What the hell are you talking about? Jean Daejia on the opposite side of the screen, on the other hand, pretended to have a confused look on his face and asked suspiciously. He is a big boss. It's hard not to be someone you know. You'd better quickly forget it. Now quickly give the phone back to the person. Don't make the big boss angry. Liang Chuanli opened her mouth loudly and said, fearing that Su Xiuming would once again make Jean Daejia angry. But after Su Xiuming glanced at the sister-in-law of his family, he didn't say anything more. After the cousin on the side saw this scene, his heart was more than a little suspicious, especially since Master Sun was already lowering his head, not saying a word, and even his head was still constantly sweating cold sweat. If he was that confident, he wouldn't have looked like this. He originally wanted to stop Su Xiuming, but in the end he didn't say the words to stop him. If you turn yourself in now, at least you will be able to get you a lenient sentence. A few days ago that boss has already called the police, and basically has locked your location. Look at this piece of mountain behind you. You should be hiding inside the mountain. Facing the shouting voice of Jean Daejia, Su Xiuming was instead not too concerned. Kid, you'd better make it clear to me. There are some things that if you don't make it clear, it's easy to cause misunderstanding. You're an insult to my honor. Jean Daejia raised a hand and said loudly and boldly to Su Xiuming. On the other, not to say that you are still really stable. A $15 thing you actually able to sell 150,000. Directly give a price increase of almost 10,000 times. You are still really ruthless. I now words only say so much. As for you in the end self-surrender and I actually is nothing to do with. After saying these words, Su Xiuming directly hung up the phone, and Jean Daejia, who was on the other end of the phone, heard a burst of busy sound. He completely did not expect Su Xiuming to actually have such an attitude. He originally thought that the reason why Su Xiuming made this call was because he wanted to blackmail him ruthlessly. Even he had just wanted to discuss with Su Xiuming. If you can use money to settle this matter. But this kid gave out the attitude, completely is not into the oil and salt. Thinking of this he redialed a video call back, but who knew that the other side had hung up directly. What do you call son master it? I see you are honestly will things out. After all, you are also just an accessory. To tell you the truth, the police call-in just came over. I have been secretly played. Estimated not a few minutes of time, the police will come over. How to choose you still look at it yourself. Su Xiuming sat on top of a side chair, and immediately afterward poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it unhurriedly. But Master Sun's expression and attitude was very different. The cold sweat on his head was already flowing out several handfuls. From this unhurried attitude of Su Xiuming, one could tell that he didn't seem to be here to ask for money. Fine, then I'll turn myself in after a while. From between Master Sun's teeth, these words were slowly spat out. Liang Chuanli, who originally wanted to continue her tirade against Su Xiuming, after hearing these words, then slowly turned her head with wide eyes. At this moment, it was as if he had seen a ghost, knowing that he had completely believed in this Master Sun in front of him before, much less believing that he was some kind of fraud. But the words he said out now were basically an acknowledgement of his identity. Knowing one's mistakes and being able to change them is a good thing. Even if you guys cheat people, you can't take these low imitations to cheat people. Su Xiuming casually tore down a painting from the wall. After taking a look at the painting in front of him, he helplessly gave a bitter smile. In fact, it is only a low imitation, then there is no problem. But you look carefully at this painting. I don't know if it is the owner of the painting intentionally, actually in the back of the mountain painted a utility pole. Su Xiuming was a bit in tears, and immediately afterward, he threw the painting in his hand directly to Master Sun. Chapter 41, Ancient Paintings That Traveled Through. Liang Chuanli, on the other hand, was hastily took over the picture. Eyes on the picture in front of them, really in an inconspicuous corner, found a utility pole. After seeing this pole, she has been completely convinced of what Su Xiuming said. Anyone who has ever taken a look at this picture, it is possible to know that this picture is fake. At this moment, her face had gradually turned pale, turning her head to immediately look at Master Sun. One hand grabbed his collar. I had landed you $5 million before. Where has that $5 million gone now? You quickly talk to me. You quickly return all of our $5 million plus. Those are my son's hard-earned money. If you don't return it, then I'll strangle you to death. After Liang Chuanli raised her claws, she continuously scratched towards Master Sun's body. And in the face of Liang Chuanli's attack, Master Sun didn't have any hesitation and raised one hand to directly push her aside. After all, he was indeed a fraud. But in the face of someone else's attack, he was also able to fight back. Just after their side continued to tear bar a bit, the other side of the police, the same has already arrived at the scene. After a brief investigation and collection of evidence, Master Sun was quickly taken back by the police. Comrade police, he was taken back. It does not matter. Then our money in the end, how to do? Liang Chuanli rushed to a small police officer at the first time, then cried loudly, this still want you to follow me back to investigate and collect evidence. After all, this matter is quite troublesome to solve. As for those money words, we have to see if they are willing to spit it out in the end. The suspects are not all apprehended yet. After the small policeman glanced at Liang Chuanli, he briefly stated what he knew. After hearing those words, Liang Chuanli's face, on the other hand, changed slightly. That money was their entire fortune, and they had even sold their house in the city. If they can't get this money back, they may only be able to rent a house in the future. The reason why his son had gone bankrupt before was because he had listened to this Master Sun. He secretly misappropriated a lot of money from the company to invest in this antique store. The company's capital chain broke, and he had no way to come up with the money. Finally can only be a backwater. Want to see follow this Sun Master? In the end cannot be enough to mix what the Hall of Fame. But who knows, steal the chicken not to lose the rice. Not only their own side did not earn money, and even those money may not be able to get back. Looking at all this in front of him, Su Xiuming acted like an outsider. Su Xiuming was also brought back to the police station to ask some questions, but he did not know much about the case itself, and not much involved. So after just a simple inquiry, he was released. After Su Xiuming came out, he didn't wander around, but returned to the hospital at the first opportunity. Within the hospital, Liang Dongling was still peeling an apple there, and after seeing Su Xiuming return, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Son, how is the situation on the other side now? Did you go to that store to see it? Liang Dongling's body had almost recovered, so she slowly stood up and then asked. Already went over to look at it, but the result does feel a bit surprising. Su Xiuming rubbed his nose, and a helpless bitter smile appeared on his face. What happened? You can talk to mom about it. After Liang Dongling heard these words, she also sensed that there was something not quite right. Su Xiuming then briefly talked about what had just happened. After hearing that this was a scam, Liang Dongling was equally anxious and immediately asked Su Xiuming if the jade pendant was still there. After learning that Su Xiuming did not sell the jade pendant, his heart was relieved. But after hearing that his sister-in-law and cousin had been cheated of so much money, Liang Dongling actually began to worry about them. Su Xiuming could not change his mother's character, so he just peeled an apple for him on the side and didn't say anything more. Otherwise, let's get out of the hospital. I feel like my body is almost better now. Liang Dongling suddenly opened her mouth and asked Su Xiuming, Mom, you're honestly staying in the hospital. Why are you running around? It's only been 2 weeks since you had your surgery. Facing his anxious mother, Su Xiaoming was somewhat helpless. It's expensive to stay in this hospital, and I don't like the smell of this disinfectant. Liang Dongling casually found an excuse. Su Xiaoming also knew his mother's character, and had always been unable to be idle. What's more, a large part of the reason why he wanted to be discharged from the hospital was because he was thinking that he couldn't earn any money in the middle of the hospital, even spending money every day. His heart was naturally very distressed. Since he was a child, he has been such a character. Su Xiaoming persuasion is of little use, so when his mother wanted to be discharged from the hospital, Su Xiaoming simply gave him the discharge procedures. In Su Xiaoming's opinion, the environment in the hospital is really not good, so he simply took his mother to move back to the new home. After the discharge procedure was completed, Su Xiaoming helped his mother to the side of the road. Just as Liang Dongling was about to take a taxi back, Su Xiaoming drove over in a Land Rover. Liang Dongling's face appeared a trace of surprise. Alas, son, whose car did you drive over? This car doesn't look cheap. You don't want to crash it for others. This is a car I bought the other day, Su Xiaoming casually replied. He also didn't want his mother to be too tired, so he was also preparing to gradually reveal his current situation. He was worried that his mother might not believe it too much if he said it outright. You child, you've always loved cars since you were a child, but mom is incapable, so after you get a daughter-in-law, then you can think about buying a car. Liang Dongling slowly sighed, looking at the child in front of her, as if she felt indebted to him. She subconsciously ignored Su Xiaoming's sentence, thinking that Su Xiaoming was teasing her. Along with the start of the vehicle, Su Xiaoming drove towards the city center location. Liang Dongling was a little confused. Son, aren't we going home? Why are we traveling in the opposite direction? It's home. Mom, I'm not seeing you work hard, so I rebought a house. The row is okay, just right for you to get well. Su Xiaoming smiled faintly and explained. You child, still teasing mom here? Forget it, you should be doing something. Saying that, Liang Dongling then slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 42, The Appraisal Conference begins. When Liang Dongling opened her eyes again, the car had already stopped. But looking at the surrounding scene, Liang Dongling was a bit puzzled. Son, who is this going to? It can't be Miao Miao's house, right? Looking at her is a big girl, but I didn't expect that she actually lives in such a luxurious place. Liang Dongling looked at the surrounding ground scene with a slight trance in her eyes. After all, living in this place was simply something she couldn't even think of. Mom, didn't I say so? Let's go home. Su Xiaoming smiled lightly, and then took the suitcase out of the trunk of the car. After taking the suitcase out, Su Xiaoming then came to the front of a villa in front of him and took out a set of keys. Liang Dongling had not reacted for a moment after seeing this scene, but at this moment, Su Xiaoming had already opened the door in front of him, which even more let Liang Dongling directly stunned. Son, this is whose home ah? Liang Dongling still do not believe Su Xiaoming words. Su Xiaoming, on the other hand, took Liang Dongling all the way up, introduced the whole small villa, because it had already been decorated long ago. It also looked extraordinarily gorgeous. After all, the external price, this small villa but has more than 10 million it, inside the furniture and so on, are very luxurious existence. After looking at the entire villa, Liang Dongling is still a kind of stunned look. Mom, after here is our new price. Anyway, you first live to see comfortable or not. If it's not too comfortable, then I'll have someone retune the furnishings here until you're comfortable. After looking at all the locations, Su Xiaoming also opened his mouth very dryly and said. Liang Dongling was still looking dumbfounded, still feeling like she was in a dream world. Just as Su Xiaoming was about to continue saying something, a phone call suddenly dialed over. Mom, I'm going to answer the call first. After saying these words, Su Xiaoming also glanced at the content above the phone. The name displayed on the cell phone at this time was none other than Lin Yaodong. Uncle Dong, is there something going on? After Su Xiaoming picked up the phone, he asked curiously in the first sentence. It looks like you've been quite busy these past 2 days, and you haven't come over to look for Miao Miao in the past 2 days. Didn't I talk to you about that appraisal conference the other day? This time you go and take a look. The appraisal conference will start tomorrow. There will be a lot of national and provincial experts. At that time you and Miao Miao will go to learn. After Uncle Dong received the call, he smiled and opened his mouth. Hearing that it was actually this matter, Su Xiaoming naturally nodded his head repeatedly. This was promised to you before. Don't worry, I will definitely go over. Su Xiaoming said with a smile. Waiting for you kid tomorrow until after this matter is finished. I still have some big things. After this matter is completed, that great matter will also be entrusted to you. Lin Yaodong laughed with satisfaction. Just after hanging up the phone, Lin Miaoi on the side anxiously asked, Dad, what did Su Xiaoming say on his side? Don't worry, He's probably busy with family matters these days, and hasn't looked for any miscellaneous women, so you don't need to worry too much. Lin Yaodong looked at his daughter's so eager appearance, so he teased her. Hearing this, Lin Miaoi's face blushed. Dad, isn't it still because of the matters in your hands? Would I be in such a hurry? Lin Yaodong let out a light laugh. I'm your father. Could your little thoughts be hidden from others? Could they be hidden from me? Tomorrow you and him can develop well. I have a pretty good impression of this kid. Lin Miaoi originally still wanted to argue, but in the end, she still nodded her head, sort of admitting this. She also knew that even if she argued any further, her father wouldn't be able to believe what she said. Since that was the case, she simply didn't argue anymore. She thought a lot in her mind. She did have a special feeling for Su Xiuming, but she didn't know whether this kind of sentiment was like or not. After feeling that there was something she couldn't understand, she didn't continue to think about it. For a moment, it is true that she did not react, but now she has gradually adapted. Although she also has 1,000 words, want to ask her son, but after seeing her son's busy appearance, she did not ask. She knew her own son's character, and would definitely not be able to do anything deviant or excessive. Su Xiuming soon arrived at the entrance of Lin Miaoi's neighborhood, and Lin Miaoi had already been waiting there. Just now there are some things at home, so I came a little late. Not too good After Su Xiuming arrived in front of Lin Miaoi, he opened the door of the car in front of him at the first time and said with some embarrassment, knowing that you are a busy person, forgetting me for a while is also a very normal thing. How can I possibly care? Lin Miaoi looked at Su Xiuming and said somewhat helplessly. The time they had agreed on before had already passed by more than 10 minutes. Lin Miaoi didn't care too much about it and soon had gotten into the car. After arriving at the car, he also and Su Xiuming slightly introduced the content of this meeting. Counting still has quite a lot. This appraisal conference itself is a very good promotion path. Many famous appraisers, basically from such a kind of provincial appraisal unit, slowly go out, and then began to have a reputation in the whole country. But those people basically used to have a certain amount of experience, or they are simply from the family, since childhood to see the most things are antiques. In this situation, the pressure that was a lot more than before. However, Su Xiuming also did not think too much. After all, this time over he was at most commissioned, not necessarily to achieve anything too big. Soon they had arrived at the venue of the appraisal conference, which was still quite lively. After submitting the admission ticket, Su Xiuming entered the interior of the appraisal conference. There were also a lot of company groups present here, and the entire venue was decorated in an extremely gorgeous manner. This is little friend Su. It's really a pleasure to meet you. I've heard Elder Lin say your name before. Su Xiuming had just walked into the middle of the appraisal conference when a middle-aged man slowly walked up. This is the vice president of our Shijing City Appraisal Association, and my grandfather is also considered a close friend. Last time, because something happened, so he didn't go to our family treasure appraisal conference. Lin Miaoi also explained slightly with Su Xiuming. Chapter 43, My President's Father. This vice president of the Appraisal Association was surnamed Qian, so Su Xiuming called him Vice President Qian. Vice President Qian, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've seen a lot of your name on the official website of the Appraisal Association before. You are also an appraisal master. Since the opposite side gave himself face, then Su Xiuming naturally also gave face to the opposite side. The entire treasure appraisal conference is also divided into several parts, of which the first part is some ordinary collectors. These are specially invited. The second part of a suit, and all the extraordinary temperament, at a glance you know should be more well-known high-end collectors. The third part is some appraisers. These appraisers also have badges on their chests with their respective names written on them. A large part of the appraiser's name are quite loud. Looks like a bit are also industry insiders. Just as Lin Miaoi said, in these appraisers, there are really quite a lot of people who seem to have a low status, and now there are some reporters on the scene, and even some netizens in the live broadcast. Such a treasure appraisal conference, in fact, is the entire province in the synchronized live broadcast. The number of these appraisers adds up to a total of more than 10. If you add a Su Xiuming, then the number of these appraisers should be a total of 20. Can be counted on as relatively small. The main process is that the staff at the scene will bring out some treasures that are difficult to appraise. These appraisers, on the other hand, will be based on a variety of different insight, distinguish the authenticity of these treasures. As long as the appraiser, there is a proposed this thing is false, then the appraiser will have to tell the reason why this thing is fake. If they can tell the reason, then they will be able to get extra points. If you can tell that something is fake, but you don't have any direct evidence, or if you can say that the treasure is real, then you will lose points. In fact, the safest way is to go with the flow. The treasures that needed to be appraised this time added up to roughly 50 pieces. These are basically some of the young talents of Shijing City. It looks like your challenge this time, little Su, should be quite big. After glancing at the scene, Vice President Qian slightly sighed. Soon the appraisal conference had begun, but first of all it was those reporters from the TV station, and the staff who conducted the interviews. One of the appraisers at the top of the list attracted most people's attention. This appraiser's age looks very young, probably only the early 20s, and Su Xiaoming is about the same. But Su Xiaoming did not expect such a young man to actually be at the top of the list, which also made him feel a little confused. Vice President Qian, who was at the side, seemed to have seen the confusion in Su Xiaoming's heart, casually said, "This is our Provincial Appraisal Association president's youngest son, some time ago from abroad, very famous Green Ivy College. Back at that time to study seems to be the antique profession. After coming back, his father arranged him in the middle of an appraisal association, and now the position doesn't seem to be too low, so that's why he's in the first place." Su Xiaoming secretly nodded, then looked towards the interview in the distance. "May I ask if you have any comments or suggestions about the organization of our appraisal conference this time?" The reporter's face also wore a professional smile, then opened his mouth to ask. Right now, one of the biggest shortcomings of our country in this aspect of treasure appraisal should be the lack of many foreign talents. As we all know, now in many aspects of science and technology, foreign countries are very powerful. In fact, in this aspect of treasure appraisal, foreign countries are equally ahead of our country for at least 100 years. I came back from abroad this time. In fact, it is to make up for such a vacancy. After all, I graduated from the Green Ivy Academy. After the young man had slightly organized his voice, he loudly recounted his opinion. At first, the expressions of the crowd were still very calm, but as they listened to the young man's words become more and more unrestrained, their faces changed slightly, and in the VIP seat not far away, a middle-aged man in a suit, looking at the young man in front of him, a smile continued to spread on his face. Looking at the sign hanging on his chest, it happened to be the president of the Provincial Appraisal Association. He was listening to these speeches of his son, and from time to time, he was exchanging with a person on the side, as if he was showing off. And that young man, obviously has long been ready to speak, so all the talk is also gushing. But the young man did not expect. At this time, the live broadcast of the pop-up screen has already been scolded constantly. This kid brain is not a little problem. Actually said that foreign treasure appreciation ahead of us 100 years. Why did not he say 1,000 years? Our own people's things do not understand. Do other people understand our things? Simply some nonsense. I heard that this kid is the son of the president of the Provincial Appraisal Association. It looks like it is really my president's father. You really don't scold him. Maybe people still really have some ability. Otherwise how can I rank to the chief? Wait a while to see. Above the pop-up screen, there were various voices, but in the venue of the appraisal conference, many people have some ugly faces, but did not show it. After all, his father was the president of the Provincial Appraisal Association, and if he offended him, then perhaps he wouldn't be able to mix well in the appraisal world in the future. So they just listened to these asshole words, but did not say anything more in their mouths. I heard that this appraisal master, since childhood, is living abroad. Then from where to contact our domestic cultural relics? Right at this time, Su Xiaoming suddenly spoke loudly. After hearing those asshole words of this kid, Su Xiaoming had been a bit unable to hold back, so he very simply disliked the words. After Su Xiaoming said those words, the gazes of those present all turned to Su Xiaoming at the same time. The several cameras nearby were also turned towards Su Xiaoming at the same time. After all, just looking at him alone, talking here in itself was not much traffic. If it was possible for any news to emerge, it would only be a good thing for them, the media. Not to mention that just now, these words uttered by this kid were already causing dissatisfaction in the hearts of many people. Naturally, it's in the museums, and in some of the foreign museums, the treasures are even a little more than those in the country. After the young man heard these words, he then spoke in a condescending manner. Then I'm curious, among those museums in foreign countries, why would our country's treasures appear? Su Xiaoming continued to feign a look of puzzlement as he opened his mouth to ask. Chapter 44, The Foreign Admiring Appraiser. This is naturally. When he said this, that young man's face changed slightly, but he did not continue. He is not some fool. Said to the general know that this is Qin Shua to their own sets. If he really drilled into it, then he would not be able to drill back. Naturally, it was those foreigners who snatched it from amongst our country. They didn't just snatch some cultural relics over. They even want to snatch the culture now. The backbone of some young people has been snatched away by those foreigners. In the face of the young man's silence, Su Xiaoming on this side but suddenly spoke out loud. What does what you're saying have to do with the research I'm talking about? When I say that the research in foreign lands is better, then that means that the research in foreign lands is better. Is it interesting to talk about these historical issues? The young man immediately opened his mouth and argued, as if he wanted to right himself, although he also felt that foreign lands were better. He did not want to wear a hat of foreign admiration above his own head, to know that his own father let himself back. That was to take over his position. When he mixed in the foreign country is not good. His father is not easy to send their money into the Ivy League university, but did not even read a few years, because of various reasons, so he dropped out. Mainly because he is too overambitious. Always feel that they learned very good, but when it came to the examination, then a lot of theoretical knowledge failed to pass. He couldn't get along in foreign countries, so he wants to go back to the country and continue to mix a little bit. If you can become the president of the Appraisal Association, then after his life is certainly not worry about food and drink. A chairman of the random appearance appraisal once, that can be hundreds of thousands of up and down, if there are times, and then accept some bribes, then the amount of money that one side could get would be even more. Since you said that research, foreign countries are more ahead of the curve, then we can compare between the two of us then Su Xiaoming said with a confident face, compare then compare. I Chen Zichuan so many years, really have not been intimidated by anyone, but since you've already set a match, then the match should always have this one colorful prize, right? After the young man opened a glance at Su Xiaoming, he realized that he was about the same age as himself. Moreover, the way Su Xiaoming was dressed, he didn't look like any rich person, much less an appraisal master. After all, for those appraisal masters after he came back himself, his father had taken himself to see them. It is estimated to be a fledgling boy, but also want to use to step on their own a little, to expand their own fame only. Since this is the case, Chen Zichuan naturally is to suppress this young man in front of him. If I apologize to you after losing, if you apologize to me after losing. Su Xiaoming nodded his head. Dang, it's ridiculous. What is my status and what is your status? Is it possible to be equal? Not to mention it's just an apology. Is that considered a lottery? Chen Zichuan skimmed his mouth, not caring at all, instead wanting to increase this lottery. For those appraisals this time, they were actually hand-picked by his own father. He basically knew which ones were real and which ones were fake. Under such circumstances, he naturally had complete confidence. Originally, his father wanted him to make a name for himself at this appraisal conference. In this way, he would also be able to pave the way for his follow-up. These reporters on the scene, as well as some of the netizens, were all invited by him personally, in order to make him famous in this appraisal conference. Now that Su Xiaoming had jumped up on his own, then he simply used Su Xiaoming as such a pedal. Let's do it like this then. If it is said that whoever loses, they will pick any one of these collectibles on the spot and buy it for the other party. After Su Xiaoming thought a little, he gave a bigger bet. One must know that amongst these collectibles on the scene, most of them were above $1 million, and there were even a very few extremely expensive ones that had reached above 10 million. Looking at you with a poor look, who knows if you have that much money on you? After Chen Zichuan sized up Su Xiaoming, he then said, for the opposite party to say these words, it really did make it a little difficult for Su Xiaoming to get to the point where he only had $1 million left on his body at best right now. If he didn't even have enough to bet on, there was naturally no way to open this betting game. Don't worry, if he doesn't have that much money, then our Lin Clan Group is going to help him pay this amount. With our Lin Clan Group as a guarantee, there shouldn't be any problem. Right at this moment, Lin Miaoyi suddenly stood out and spoke loudly. After hearing about the Lin Group, the people present were naturally talking about it. As one of the top 3 enterprises in the entire Xijing city, the Lin Group could be considered a giant. Since Lin's group was standing in line, there was naturally nothing wrong with it. Moreover, all the people present were all prestigious tasks. Naturally, they were able to recognize that in front of them, this person was the only daughter of the Lin clan. Lin, old man in the entire Xijing city collection world, are considered to be one of the top figures. From time to time, he would open some family treasure appraisal sessions, taking out some recently acquired treasures from his side. Now that he had uttered such a sentence, it was equivalent to Lin's group uttering it. Since the Lin clan wants to get involved, then naturally there's no problem, but it's a pity that you're pressing on the wrong treasure. Chen Zichuan spread his hands with a confident look on his face. Good fellow, there's quite a lot of money in this bet. I didn't expect to actually buy an antique to give to the other party. This young man is really good. The words he said are exactly what I have in mind. Teach this person a good lesson. Can't it be that after going out to study for a few years, his body has become gold? He is a graduate of the Green Ivy University. This kid knows at a glance that he doesn't have much money. He is not a well-known treasure appreciation master at all. It's only a ghost if you believe him. Above the pop-up screen once again clamor, and each also has their own support object. This appraisal meeting started very quickly, and the first piece of treasure was also brought up. Because of the bet between the two just now, this appraisal conference seems to have become tense. Those media and netizens were all filming the process of the appraisal conference in front of them. Originally there were only 100,000 people in the live broadcast room, but now it has rushed to more than 300,000. Quite a few people had heard that there was a conflict here before running over to watch the fun. Chapter 45, Choke Enamel Flower Gourd. Along with the start of the competition, The first collection was slowly brought up. This first piece of collectibles was a large gourd. The gourd looked extremely rounded, and the gold and red lacquer on it seemed to depict one kind of flower after another. Peony, parallel lotus, peach blossom, peony. Each of the carved flowers was extremely exquisite and truly extraordinary. The first piece, the gold-colored lacquer floral gourd-type 4-jeweled box, accompanied by the host's voice falling. The gazes of the many treasure collectors all fell onto the gourd in front of them. This gourd also looks from the appearance as extremely exquisite. A look no as the Qing dynasty ground objects. The whole presents a kind of noble atmosphere. A look no as the palace of things. Although from the appearance is indeed gourd, but as long as you open a look will know. This is actually a 4-layer lacquer box. The center of each gourd, as long as it is gently twisted, will be able to see the gourd was twisted into 2 halves, and the gourd is also from the center of the position to start to separate. In addition to exquisite, seems to be unable to find the second word to describe it. After just a few seconds of looking at it, many experts gave their answers. It was true. After all, there are 20 expert judges, so that after giving the opinion that this is true, the crowd is naturally no doubt. The other side of the TV. Lin Yaodong looked at the program that was being broadcast live, one hand propped up on his chin with interest. The confrontation between Su Xiaoming and Chen Zichuan just now, Lin Yaodong was likewise watching in his eyes, especially when his own daughter came out to stand up for Su Xiaoming. Lin Yaodong was even more helpless. He didn't know what kind of ability this seemingly ordinary Su Xiaoming had in the end, actually able to let his daughter take the whole company out to guarantee for him. Indeed, let him some did not expect, but this is not necessarily a bad thing. This treasure appraisal conference itself is the province's live broadcast, and some people who like treasure appreciation, basically will also watch this treasure appreciation conference in time. If he was really able to show off his skills in this treasure appraisal conference, it would be of great help to his plans in the future. However, he still needed to continue to wait and see. If he made a move now, it was not a good time. The first few pieces of treasure were not a problem at all in Su Xiaoming's eyes. Soon, it reached the 5th treasure. This treasure was a vase, and from the outside it looked like it should be a Ming dynasty filigree enamel craft, the so-called silk enamel. The full name is called copper tire silk enamel. This is a special craft, probably in the Yuan dynasty, has been gradually molded. The main thing is to use soft copper wires to pinch various patterns on a copper tire, and then welded to the vase. The enamel is then filled into the interior of the pattern and fired. The enamel will then be allowed to gradually take shape on top of the fired object. Generally speaking, pinch enameling process are also blue glaze based, so it is generally known as cloison. The overall process itself is very complicated, now has long been an intangible cultural heritage. In front of this vase of pinched enamel, it is already showing 7 or 8 colors, colorful in the sun, very eye-catching. In fact, pinch enamel technology, there is a great possibility is from abroad, rather than their internal. After seeing this exquisite vase, the crowd's gaze is focused on it for the first time. I didn't expect to actually be able to see such an exquisite filigree enamel vase here. And I don't know which treasure friend took it out. If this vase is sold, the price is not $30 million. There shouldn't be much way to buy it. I don't know how you guys look at it. Anyway, in my opinion this one is a filigree enamel without a doubt. Those experts gave their answers after seeing the vase in front of them. There were only 20 experts in total, and at this moment, these experts also pressed the buttons in their hands at the same time. Along with the buttons in their hands lit up, the final results were also presented in front of them, but the results presented at this moment, but let the crowd present feel very surprised. Among the 20 experts present, 18 of them gave the correct answer, and 2 of them gave the wrong answer. And these 2 experts who gave the wrong answer happened to be Su Xiaoming and Chen Zichuan, who had been at war with each other before. What? Looking at you like this, you seem to want to learn from me? Is it hard to believe that you think that the next match between us will be able to win as long as you go out according to what I have come up with? Chen Zichuan's gaze also landed on Su Xiaoming's body, while a hint of disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If you don't have a problem with your brain, then you have a problem with your eyes. We ourselves pressed down at the same time. What do you mean I copied you? Su Xiaoming snorted coldly and continued. Oh, then tell me, this thing, where is the fault? Chen Zichuan hummed lightly. Is it hard to believe that you just want to test me with this kind of thing? But what if you copy me after I say it? This one is anyone's guess. Su Xiaoming spread his hands. Since the opposite side was pouring dirty water on himself, there was definitely no way he could just fold his hands. Otherwise, let's each write it down now, and follow up with a pair of results for both of us. Won't it be fine by then? Chen Zichuan then said, letting out a light laugh. This vase had already been rated by a national expert group before. He had gotten word from his own grandfather that this vase was a fake. That was why he was able to clearly say that the vase was fake. The 2 men simultaneously wrote down the reason on the paper in their hands and then handed it over to the host. The host held up the paper in his hand and realized that what was written on it, however, was very consistent. Sandy eyes. Su Xiuming looked at a glance. After the opposite side of the things written out. Also know the opposite side should be clear that this is the reason for the guy. Pinch enamel. Although said process above, there is no big difference, but each different period of the process, but there are some very small differences, after all, is in the gradual evolution. For example, the Qing dynasty and the Ming dynasty pinch enamel. There is a big difference. The pinch enamel in front of me is obviously from the Qing dynasty, but there are many elements of the Ming dynasty on it. Ming dynasty pinched silk enamel, because the borate content of the material is too high, so that the cooling period during firing is shorter. In this way, there is no way to let all the air bubbles produced in it to be released. Therefore, the surface of the Ming dynasty pinched enamel. Because of this reason, there will be a lot of sand eyes. Chapter 46 Zhu Da's paintings. In front of this pinch enamel, although it does look like the Qing dynasty patterns and decorations, but inside the craftsmanship, but more like the Ming dynasty, there are still a lot of small holes in the sand. However, because the craftsman, with a kind of wax patching technique to repair a little, so cannot directly see the sand eyes above, that is, with white paraffin wax, plus some blue paraffin wax, together with the blue paraffin wax, they filled in the sand holes, so that the sand holes gradually disappeared, at least in appearance, will not see any little difference, are very similar, but if you look closely with a magnifying glass, you can still see that there is a very subtle difference between them. Now the two people themselves are not using a magnifying glass to see, just with the naked eye, can see that this thing is fake. It could already be seen that both of them also had real skills. After the two people will explain the reason, the scene is also resounded a burst of applause. Knowing that something was fake was relatively simple, but to be able to tell the reason so clearly was indeed a little less simple. After this scene, all the other experts had already deducted 1 point, and only Su Xiuming and Shen Zichuan had added 1 point. In this way, the two are actually and the other experts slightly opened up some gap, but such a gap is not too much. The appraisal is still continuing, and in the distance under the stage, the president of the Provincial Appraisal Association. The face is not very good. He did not expect the kid is really some ability. A glance can see the authenticity of the silk enamel. He knew that his son, that is, know the answer in advance, so his son can answer out very normal. But Su Xiuming did not read the answer in advance, just rely on a pair of naked eyes, can recognize this thing is fake, although he, as the president of the Provincial Appraisal Association, was likewise very outstanding in appraisal. But if he was allowed to not use a magnifying glass, it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to appraise it, unless it was one of those national treasure level masters. Otherwise, there was no way for anyone else to see the difference. But he didn't do much, but continued to look at the appraisal on the stage with a somewhat nervous expression. As the appraisal continued, some experts, more or less, made some mistakes, but Su Xiuming and Shen Zichuan's side, however, showed a maturity that did not match their age. More than 10 pieces of treasure passed, still without any mistakes. The score of the two gradually pulled away from the other experts. Above the pop-up screen, some people also began to get excited. Originally, looking at their ages, I thought they were rookies pecking at each other. Who knew it was a divine fight? This one who has studied abroad is different. He was able to recognize the real and the fake at a glance, as if he had memorized it in advance. That kid is not bad either. Every time he just lightly glanced at it, then he knew whether it was real or fake. There was once again a discussion above the pop-up screen. However, this discussion didn't last too long. After all, the next few collectibles also began to be transported up. This next one is Bada Shan Rin Zhu Di, the picture of a boat in a quiet stream. A scroll was slowly carried up and displayed in front of the crowd. In front of me, this is a complete ink painting, and on the whole, although it is all in black ink, the layers are exceptionally clear. After a glance, one could clearly see what was cloud and where was water. And in the mountains surrounded by, there is a flatboat, is slowly sliding in the water, and in that flatboat above, an old man is wearing a straw raincoat, wearing a hat sitting on it. The old man side author of a child, looking at the head of the hair bun, age is not too big, and in the eyes of the two, there is a fish eagle, mouth holding a big fish. The big fish is still struggling. That fish eagle's eyes are very strange, seems to be a kind of green and white eyes, for everything is not care, indifferent feeling. The whole painting is also extremely personalized. Although the picture has two people, but also like a person are not general. Zhu Di ordinary people's ears are not familiar. After all, not those familiar painters. For example, Wat Chi Baishir, Zhang Daqian, Wu Daozi and other famous painters, in the whole Dragon Country's history, are left a very bright chapter. But in the eyes of many collectors, Zhu Da's paintings are a kind of can be encountered and cannot be sought masterpiece. His paintings in the world. In fact, the number is not too small. The amount of survival is even still quite high, but almost on each one are able to sell tens of millions of heavenly price. There is an important reason. Should also be in Zhu Da's background has a certain relationship. He is counted as the Ming Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang's 17th son of the 9th descendant. Before the time is also counted as the king's grandchildren and nobles. His father, too, was a poet and painter, although his fame was a bit lower than his. But at first it was also considered to be famous for a while. Living in such a bookish family since childhood, he naturally showed his talent at a very young age. But that kind of talent, at best, is just a little smarter than ordinary people. The real change that is in the beginning after the fall of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Di, but 19 years old, and home father because of the heart of the depression, is difficult to endure. Soon but also died. Such a double blow, but also let him heart extreme grief. So he will pretend to be deaf and mute, incognito, and finally realize the empty door, love in the landscape. And within that period of time, he had always taken pleasure in poetry and painting. Whether it was poetry or books, they were all excellent top quality. In the middle and the end of his life, his paintings were very different. In the middle of the time is grief and anger and generosity. The heart for the whole of the Ming dynasty still have some nostalgic feelings, but in the late stage, this kind of feeling has gradually faded, has become a kind of empty-eyed high self-approval. Perhaps this is also a way for him to escape, and gradually this mentality has been incorporated into his paintings. It is for this reason that his paintings, when viewed from the outside, are extremely personal. In recent years, in the auction market, it is also sold at a very high price. Many appraisers look at a few eyes that painting, then began to analyze. Zhu Da's many paintings itself is very personalized. Some personality is even difficult to imitate. In this case, appraisal of his paintings is actually quite easy. Chapter 47. Do you want to favor your son? This painting in front of me, no matter in the paper or the back-mounted cloth, or painting style above, and Zhu Da's previous those of the realization, are also completely consistent. In this case, the people naturally think, this painting is Zhu Da's authentic, accompanied by the completion of the appreciation time. The crowd in the host's order, at the same time pressed the button under their own. After the host took a look at the crowd, the majority of them chose the right place. However, when he saw the last person, he realized that that person's choice was wrong. Previously, the least number of wrong choices had been these two people, but this time, among the 20 experts, only Su Xiuming chose wrongly. After noticing the gazes of the crowd looking at him, Su Xiuming's face still had a bland expression. This thing is fake. Su Xiuming's words made sure that what he had just done was not pressing the wrong button. Before I thought that you had a few skills, but I didn't expect that you were actually just a deceiver. You actually said that this painting is fake. It looks like you don't have the slightest bit of knowledge about calligraphy and painting, right? Chen Zichuan also immediately caught such an opportunity to Su Xiuming on a burst of ridicule. If this is other paintings, he will not be so mocking. After all, the heart more or less some bottom. Just now Su Xiuming has demonstrated part of his appraisal skills, but this painting he is extremely familiar, because it is his grandfather's collection. When his grandfather was young, he was also a national-level appraiser. Because of an accident, so said received Zhu Da's painting, has been hanging in his bedroom, treasured more than 10 years of time. Within 10 years of time, basically every day loved to appreciate this painting. See, don't know how many times. If the eyes could light up, then it was estimated that this painting would be burned away by the fire in his own grandfather's eyes. If this thing is fake, then his grandfather would have already identified this thing. To know his grandfather is also specializing in painting and calligraphy, for Zhu Da's paintings would have been very like, under the identification of the national expert group. This thing is also true. There was already such a standard answer, so Chen Zichuan didn't believe that Su Xiuming's answer could be a bit more standard than the standard answer. If I say it's fake, then it's fake. Su Xiuming said indifferently, you're the only one this time. Tell me, where is this painting fake? Chen Zichuan's eyes widened and then questioned. The aspects of appraisal of ancient paintings were generally just these 4 points. The first is the identification of the paper and silk cloth. If the paper and silk cloth, and that era does not fit, then it can identify the authenticity of an era of calligraphy and painting. The second point is the identification of seals, such as the Song Dynasty seals. Stone seals less, generally are copper or jade. Pressed down the trace also has a big difference, but after arriving at the Ming Dynasty, the seal is already turned into stone, and seals are also divided into many schools, including Zhejiang School, Wan School, are considered to be a relatively large school of seals. In addition, there is the inscription identification, that is, the author's inscription, as well as that era of the inscription, or after the era of the inscription. According to these, you can also use the power of others to explore a painting. In the end is true or false. There is also this one aspect, which is the year and month. but generally speaking, only that kind of low imitation thing. Well, even the year and month of this kind of thing did not notice. Among these experts present, there are 4 or 5 of them are specializing in the study of ancient paintings. In these aspects naturally will not have any problem. Now those several experts in ancient paintings, also quite dissatisfied. Eyes looking at Su Xiaoming also some bad. They all thought that this painting was real, but Su Xiaoming was like he was singing against them. In fact, one of the main aspects should be this handwriting of Bada Shanrun, because this note is a bit on the lighter side compared to the notes of all his other paintings. Su Xiaoming glanced at the crowd before speaking. However, after hearing this sentence, those people were already wide-eyed and somewhat unresponsive at first. You're not going to say that this is your reason, right? After all, there are many reasons in itself if the handwriting is shallow. Could it be that you're relying on this? Chen Zichuan then questioned Su Xiaoming loudly, as if he wanted to stomp him into the dirt. I know you're in a hurry, but you shouldn't be. Su Xiaoming gave a light laugh after glancing at Chen Zichuan. I want to see what kind of flowers you can make. You don't have much strength yourself. Why are you still pretending here? Chen Zichuan, on the other hand, had a disdainful look on his face. If it's just by appraisal, then this thing is real, but with the help of a bit of examination, then it's a bit different. It can be seen. This painting on the whole is very grotesque, including the very famous green and white eyes, which should be the work of Bada Shanrun in the late stage. But this note of his you can use your cell phone to search. In fact, it is biased towards some of his early inscriptions. If my guess is right, the painting and the inscription of the trek is not a person at all. The inscription of the person will be 8 mountain man's words, but he will be, are more green. The painting of this painting is painted 8 mountain man late painting, so in the painting above is also very similar. But this thing is not a modern craft imitations, should be the Qing dynasty around the imitation of the product. In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Su Xiaoming was not the least bit flustered, laying out his side of the evidence, piece by piece. It seems like it really is You can see that the handwriting on top of this painting is indeed very green, completely unlike the later period. Among those collectors below, a shout suddenly emerged. Some of the other spectators, the collectors also started searching. Many people were more proficient in calligraphy and painting themselves. That's why such a small difference was also able to be seen very clearly in their eyes. The discussion around them was already getting more and more violent, and the situation was clearly about to turn towards Su Xiaoming's side. Right at this moment, above the distant VIP seats, the president of the Provincial Appraisal Association suddenly stood out. This little friend, I think you'd better not get entangled here. It's nothing to admit that you're wrong. That President Chen had a smile on his face after standing up. Su Xiaoming gave a cold smile after glancing at President Chen. Are you trying to favor your son? The moment these words came out, the entire room instantly quieted down. Chapter 48, The Fellows Stand. In fact, everyone understands this reasoning, but no one dares to say it. President Chen's seniority is here. Once you offend him, there is absolutely no good fruit to eat. Not to mention that Su Xiaoming had offended him so directly. It was simply a model of looking for death. When did I say that I'm going to favor my own son? President Chen suddenly stammered and then said, then you shouldn't get involved in this matter. This painting and calligraphy is real if it's real, and it's fake if it's fake. Su Xiaoming said in a cold voice. This calligraphy and painting has already been appraised by a national-level expert group. It is definitely true. Could you be compared to an expert-level appraisal group? President Chen looked across the room and then retorted. I don't know if I can match the expert-level appraisal group, but I am curious. How do you know that the national-level expert group has appraised it? Since you know that it was appraised as true, would your son also know about it? Su Xiaoming looked over at President Chen and spread his hands. After this sentence was said, it instantly set off an uproar at the scene, especially those news media. After hearing this sentence, immediately had reacted. Then one by one, they carried their long guns and came in front of President Chen. President Chen, could this matter be true? How do you feel about the fairness of this competition? Does it feel really fair? If you really have a fairness problem with this competition, then will the future appraisal conferences be affected in any way? Those reporters themselves are running to the traffic and news over. Naturally is the first time to run over. After hearing these reporters' questions, President Chen was equally anxious at the first time. In the face of these questions, he did not know how to answer. After all of them are traps. If one answer is not good, then it will be troublesome. Everyone a little quiet. This matter you should also have some not quite understand. If everyone continue to disturb our venue here, we can only ask you to go out. The staff of the appraisal conference, at this moment, also came out and began to loudly publicize. Only after hearing those words did those reporters begin to gradually quiet down. But now among the pop-ups, it had long been a mess. It turns out that this appraisal conference has a shady and this shady is still the president of the Provincial Appraisal Association. This question must be answered positively Now this kind of cover-up what? Is it hard to say what he said is true? We demand a positive answer. We don't need such a kind of cover-up answer. If not answered positively, that is to sit on this matter. At this time above the pop-up screen, many people had begun to clamor. This one painting is indeed a problem with our appraisal. This we do need to admit. Right at this moment, an old voice came from the distance. The crowd looked in search of the voice and realized that an old man was slowly walking not far away, and accompanying him was none other than the famous Lin Lao in the collection world. If I remember correctly, this should be the Sun Academician of the Palace Museum. Indeed it is Academician Sun. Last time on top of the national level appraisal conference, he almost won the championship. He should be considered a national treasure level appraiser in our country. Some people who knew the old man also spoke up. Under the crowd's discussion, the old man had likewise arrived in front of the crowd. After hearing the identity of the old man, the bystanders naturally did not dare to stop him. President Chen's face was slightly stagnant after seeing this old man. This academician's son was likewise a member of the entire expert panel, and could even be said to be the chief of the expert panel. For him to be able to say this right now, he was admitting his previous mistake. Academician's son, what do you mean by this sentence? The host on the side had a few moments of confusion as well, and then passed the microphone in his hand over. Slightly older. So many things are a bit hard to remember. Old eyes are blurred, or you young people have better appraisal skills. It's true that we didn't appraise this handwriting before, and after I just heard you say it, I realized that our expert group was indeed negligent. This academician's son looked like he was already in his 80s, but he still had a strong middle tone in his voice. Between words, he was also waving his hands, his words filled with guilt. Then according to this meaning of yours, now this thing is really fake? The host didn't react for a moment before continuing to ask. It is indeed a high imitation, and it should be a high imitation from around the Qing dynasty. That painter should have been immersed in Bada Shanren's paintings for a very long time, so that is why it is also very similar between the paintings. Academician's son nodded his head, which was equivalent to finalizing this matter. After saying these words, his gaze once again turned to Su Xiaoming, his eyes filled with admiration. I didn't expect the young man's eyesight to actually be this good. Before I heard old Lin say that your eyesight was good, I was actually a bit surprised. I didn't expect him to say that it was really fine. Academician's son turned his head to look at Su Xiaoming, then he nodded his head vigorously and started to encourage. According to Academician's son's status in the appraisal world, for him to be able to say such words was already a great encouragement to Su Xiaoming. Even to a certain extent, this was a great commendation from Academician's son for him. Many thanks to Academician's son. In fact, I'm just a small player in the appraisal world. In the face of these words of appreciation, Su Xiaoming in turn was a little less humble. Young people don't have to be so modest. If you really have this skill, then can you show it? That way it won't make some people look down on you. Academician's son then waved his hand vigorously, and began to appreciate Su Xiaoming even more enthusiastically. Of course such a kind of boasting did not last too long. Soon the appraisal conference has continued to carry out. After the appraisal of that piece of treasure, Su Xiaoming's side already counted as a steady victory. The next appraisal has been gradually simple up. For the rest of those treasures, Su Xiaoming only need to gently sweep a glance, will be able to know true or false. So it is in the subsequent appraisal, almost guaranteed 100% winning rate. Every time he thought something was fake, basically he was able to accurately find the reason why it was fake. Chapter 49, The Jade Pendant. After Sun Academician's words, it seems that the whole appraisal conference has become Su Xiaoming's showground. The entire appraisal conference and that continued to last for a while, is already towards the end. Su Xiaoming's side had the highest score, so naturally he became the champion of this appraisal meeting. Chen Zichuan's side of the situation is a bit of trouble. After all, there are so many reporters watching. If the winning percentage is too high, then basically it is already confirmed that Su Xiaoming's side of the question. At that time, the trouble will naturally be one after another. So Chen Zichuan can only be deliberately appraisal error a few pieces of antiques. But in this way, he has already been ridiculed by many people. Gu, isn't this a student of Qingtu University? How is he still able to misidentify? Before more than 10 pieces, there was only one misidentification. How come there are more and more misidentifications in the back? It is suggested that in the future, it is better not to be an appraiser, and in the future, to be a literary scholar, and to write a book with the name, which will be called My Chairman Father. Facing the wave of mockery from the pop-up screen, Chen Zichuan could only choose to ignore it. If he was really serious with those pop-ups, it was estimated that he would be directly exasperated to death in a short period of time. After the appraisal was completed, Chen Zichuan packed up his things and was ready to leave in a hurry. But at this time Su Xiaoming, gradually toward Chen Zichuan walked over. After looking at Chen Zichuan, he let out a light laugh. By the way, didn't you say before, bat? What bet? Chen Zichuan slowly raised his head and pretended to have a confused look on his face. Seeing Chen Zichuan such an attitude, Su Xiaoming's heart is not anxious, not angry, just a light smile. However, there was already a lot of whispering in the scene. After all, just now the bet, that is in the public, the crowd personally heard. President Chen even had an angry look on his face as he glanced at Chen Zichuan. Since you promised someone something, then naturally you have to fulfill it. This is also what father has taught you since you were a child, right? In President Chen's opinion, under this situation, Chen Zichuan could only directly agree to those words spoken by the opposite party. If it was said that playing dumb, then instead of having any benefits for himself, it would also make his reputation even worse. No matter which way you look at it, you shouldn't have such an attitude. Chen Zichuan did not slowly lower his head until he heard these words. Alright, we did make a bet before, so if you want something, you can choose it yourself. Chen Zichuan grimaced and continued. However, after hearing these words, Su Xiaoming did not immediately pick the antique he wanted, but instead turned to Lin Miaoi. Miss Lin, take a look at the scene to see if there's anything you like. If there is, then just pick anyone. It's from this Chen Dishao. Su Xiaoming glanced at Lin Miaoi and then said. Lin Miaoi, who was suddenly called out, looked at the side in confusion, somewhat bewildered. If it wasn't for your father's words, I wouldn't have come here yet. It's considered to be a thank you gift for you. Su Xiaoming walked over to Lin Miaoi's side and lowered his voice. Lin Miaoi heard this, but her face blushed slightly as she nodded and said, many thanks. Chen Zichuan was originally furious, and seeing this intimate appearance of the two, he was even more furious. The words that Su Xiaoming had said could already be considered murderous. To actually take something that he had to pay out to please Lin Miaoi, but at this moment, he was only able to a point. Lin Miaoi's face was slightly flushed, but after hearing Su Xiaoming's excuse, she couldn't refuse. After coming to the stage, she looked at one of the pairs of jade pendants. This was a pair of superb Hutyan jade mandarin duck pendants, carved by a master from the Ming dynasty, and its value was probably around $3 million. Let's go with this one. Lin Miaoi raised the mandarin duck pendant in her hand and continued. 3 million? I didn't expect you to actually take that cheap, but it doesn't matter. It's picked up anyway. Su Xiaoming shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile. Chen Zichuan's face had already been red. Then this is it. Su Xiaoming nodded and looked at Chen Zichuan. Dang it, it's troublesome to actually have to pay for it. Chen Dishao, Su Xiaoming, I'm warning you not to go too far. Chen Zichuan looked at Su Xiaoming and then said, I went too far. Hearing this, Su Xiaoming sneered. If I went too far, you wouldn't be in this state. If I lost, would you have any mercy on me? It's really ridiculous. Losing is losing. It's better not to have so many excuses. After these words were said, they actually made many people feel very relieved. After all, Chen Zichuan's previous speech was indeed enough not to have a brain, and had already offended a large number of people. But many people were in the way of Chen Zichuan's identity, so they said they wouldn't say anything more. Su Xiaoming was completely different. Cowering was never his character, nor was it something he was willing to do. Good boy, true character. Looking at such an arrogant Su Xiaoming, the distant academician's son was the first to praise. Temperament is indeed something I like, but such a way of dealing with people is indeed easy to offend. Elder Lin also nodded his head, his tone tinged with a bit of worry. From the fact that Su Xiaoming let Lin Miaoi go up to pick something, it could be seen that it seemed that the relationship between the two had some subtlety. And this precious granddaughter of his own family also chose a mandarin duck jade pendant, so he couldn't even let people think about it. However, he is enlightened. Although the family group has so big, but Lin Lao never worry about what inheritance is not inheritance problem. Waiting for 100 years later, the company's shares in a throw. The rest of the things are also the family granddaughters. They do not want to care about anything. You have the mind to accept him as a disciple? Lin Lao suddenly looked at academician's son and asked suspiciously. Academician's son shook his head. To have such good eyesight at such a young age, what do you think I'd be able to teach him if I accepted him as a disciple? But I also have a precious granddaughter, so I'll be able to let the two of them get to know each other at that time. So maybe they'll be able to rub off some sparks. Academician's son shook his head, then looked at Su Xiaoming. Harm, I say you this, are you trying to sing against me? That granddaughter of your family does have some good looks, but compared to my family Nyamya that's far worse. Do you think Su Xiaoming can look at it? Chapter 50, Antique Ghost Market. The two old man has argued at this moment, but the distance is too far. People simply cannot hear the conversation between them. If they are able to hear their conversation, it is estimated that now has been shot off the jaw. Who can think of, two in the appraisal and collection world, is a senior level characters, actually earn a poor grandson boy, as their own granddaughter-in-law. After the appraisal conference was over, the Chen family left the place in a hurry. After all, What had just happened had already caused them to lose face. Chen Zichuan also knew that after this kind of thing happened, he wouldn't want to compete for the presidency of any appraisal association, as long as he could preserve his reputation. President Chen is also a face of helplessness. A few reporters have been chased up, asking this treasure appraisal conference, in the end, is not a black curtain. In the face of a few reporters, President Chen naturally waved his hand, unwilling to answer these questions. In addition, the appraisal conference still has an award ceremony. For such a kind of fame, Su Xiuming is not too concerned about, so for this award ceremony is also very little interest. After the award ceremony, he didn't even answer the reporters' questions and left the scene with Lin Miaoi in a hurry. Appraisal and treasure is after all the entertainment of a few people, so that this appraisal conference, although organized more grand, but also will not have too many waves. Just after getting into the car, Lin Miaoi broke off half of the jade pendant she had obtained earlier, then half of it was handed over to Su Xiuming. This is exactly half of one person. You must not don't. After all, it is also $1.5 million. When she said this sentence, Lin Miaoi's voice gradually became smaller. Even if Su Xiuming is no longer stupid, he also knows what Lin Miaoi really means. After all, this kind of thing, the Mandarin duck jade pendant, was actually in the traditional culture, which itself had a special significance. Where are we going next? The time looks early now. Su Xiuming raised his head and glanced at it. It was still roughly at 4 or 5 o'clock. At home, Su Xiuming was already hiring a housekeeping aunt, so his mother naturally didn't need to worry about herself. Right, there's a place I don't know if you've heard of. What? Antique Ghost Market. Lin Miaoi heard Su Xiuming's puzzled look and immediately angled her head. Then she gave Su Xiuming a popularization. This ghost market was naturally not a market for ghosts and monsters, but rather a more scattered market for antiques. The reason why this ghost market was called a ghost market was mainly because of two reasons. The first reason was that many of the things inside the market had ghosts, not to mention the fakes that can be encountered in the normal market. In the ghost market, there are many things of unknown origin. Some of them were dumped over, others were trafficked by someone, or something unknown that had happened before. The second reason was because the ghost market probably appeared at night. Once it was a little bit brighter, the stalls in the entire ghost market would be like ghosts and monsters, immediately disappearing without a trace. It was just like in the ancient novels, where the gods and ghosts were encountered, suddenly appearing and then suddenly disappearing. Is the ghost market fun? Su Xiuming was a bit puzzled. This I don't know, but we can go and take a look. We just happened to go to the shopping mall. You have sent something to me. It's impossible for me not to send it back. Lin Miaoi grinned, then said. Su Xiuming hesitated for a moment, then sent a message to his mother. After his mother heard that Su Xiuming was following Lin Miaoi out, she immediately started to urge him not to reply to the message. Looking at his mother, who was anxious to get married, Su Xiuming could only give a helpless bitter smile, so he was only able to casually perfunctory 2 sentences, and then did not continue to reply to the message. On Lin Yaodong's side, Lin Miaoi repeatedly assured her before letting her out. After Lin Miaoi hung up the phone, she had a bitter face. My father is like this. Normal. If I were your father, such a big baby girl, I'd probably keep an eye on it every day for fear of being arched by some wild boar. The two of them went to eat a meal and watched a movie next, and the time was almost reaching 11 o'clock. Just after reaching 11 o'clock, the two of them were ready to leave for the ghost city. Originally, Su Xiuming thought that the ghost market was in the suburbs, but who knew? It was actually in the city. However, it was in the middle of the city in a village, where the place itself was in a state of disrepair, with only a few nail households still living in it. So the intricate environment just gave the conditions for such a ghost market to survive. Under Lin Miaoi's lead, Su Xiuming quickly entered the interior of the alley. It was extremely quiet at first, but after walking towards the inside for a while, it started to get noisy. Some people's shouts could be heard, and some people's bargaining could be heard. This kind of ghost market is really very grounded. One of the main reasons should be the ghost market. Almost everything has to sell. After entering into the alley, is a large open space. A lot of stalls are placed in that place. At the beginning of the encounter, is some selling clothes. Many of these clothes are old goods, some unwanted things. All are sold in this place. It could be seen that this place was also a mix of fish and dragons. Previously at the entrance of the alley, Su Xiuming even saw a lot of luxury cars, that were all millions of dollars in existence. Also saw a lot of shared bicycles, electric bicycles, placed outside. After entering the ghost market, the identities of these people, it was as if they were magically hidden, at least from the outside. There was no way to tell if they were rich or poor. After entering a little bit inside, it was the antique area, but having just seen those people in the antique area, Su Xiuming again found that this place, it seems to be even more unreliable than he had imagined. Many people were sitting cross-legged on top of the ground, and many things just looked fake at a glance. However, The range of stalls was huge. From the street to the end of the street, there were hundreds of stalls selling antiques. In the midst of the ghost market, there were often magical stories circulating. What bought millions of dollars worth of treasure and then get rich overnight and so on. As for the truth or falsehood of these stories, there were actually not many people to pursue. After all, people who come here, many people are holding the mind of picking up cheap. There are a lot of onlookers of the old man. They themselves do not buy at all, but they are there pointing at others. At first glance, it is indeed a bit ridiculous, but this is the charm of the ghost market. Chapter 51. The lights of the ghost market are dim, and many people are holding things such as magnifying glasses and flashlights in their hands. After finding their favorite collectibles, they will carefully identify them. Outside the stalls, in fact, there is nothing. Also cannot see what prohibited things. Su Xiaoming gradually walked towards the inside, and the inside of the ghost market was even more complicated. Some small stalls and vendors gathered together, and behind them was a rather dense residential area. Once there was any trouble, they would be able to enter the residential area in the first place. This kind of residential area that hadn't been demolished yet had quite a few alleyways that were suitable for them to hide. There was a reason why the ghost market had found this place. Soon, Su Xiaoming noticed a somewhat thieving peddler. In front of him, there were also quite a few antiques, but these antiques, however, made Su Xiaoming a little surprised. The most striking should be this stall above the Tang three-colored steed. Tang three-color, as the name suggests, in fact, is the Tang dynasty, the color of the pottery. But this kind of pottery, mostly used in burial goods. The country itself is very taboo burial things, so if not really illiterate, generally will not buy. In a few decades ago, some do not know the goods of the soil big money, see the Tang Senkai beautiful, and the age of the old, often will secretly buy. After the purchase, will be placed in the home, for their own viewing, for fun. But once encountered the know-how, that can be a big shame. But nowadays if there is anyone to do such a thing, it is estimated that will be ridiculed to become into the tomb. On top of that, there were also some jade artifacts placed. In Su Xiaoming's eyes, the tops of these jade items were covered with a faint layer of gray light. With a little thought, he knew that these jade artifacts should have a lot to do with the inverted bucket. Hey, you can that jade. Lin Miaoi's eyes suddenly looked towards a jade stone on the stall and lit up. Then she took small steps and walked over, one hand ready to pick up the jade. Wait, do you know what it is? You just take it indiscriminately. Su Xiaoming pulled Lin Miaoi back and then asked, that jade cicada looks meticulously carved. I feel it's quite pretty. It's not like I can't afford it. When Lin Miaoi saw Su Xiaoming pulling herself back, she began to mutter, buying is affordable. But do you know the origin of this jade cicada? Su Xiaoming smiled helplessly and bitterly. Isn't this just a hanging ornament? It should be an omen of good fortune, right? Lin Miaoi pondered for 2 seconds and said, auspiciousness? This cicada is able to hibernate underground for a few years, or even a dozen years, and then it will break out of the ground. So guess what this means? Only then did Su Xiaoming explain. Break out of the ground? Lin Miaoi was a little confused, but immediately, thoughts began to jump out of her head, and a hint of panic appeared in her eyes. This jade cicada is precisely the jade artifact that the ancients held in their mouths after they died. Su Xiaoming whispered in Lin Miaoi's ear. Lin Miaoi, who originally still wanted to go and take the jade cicada, her hands suddenly trembled slightly and immediately shrunk back. Fortunately I didn't touch it. Fortunately I didn't touch it. Lin Miaoi patted her chest, pondering that she had escaped. Brother, the origin of these things seems to have some not quite right. How there are still so many bright weapons. Su Xiaoming looked towards the small vendor and said with a smile. After the vendor heard these words, he blankly glanced at Su Xiaoming, as if he was looking at a fool. What do you say? Ghost market, ghost market. What do you call a ghost market if you don't come with something ghostly? I see that this is the first time you've come here. Don't pry blindly when there's nothing going on. If you don't know, you'll think it's the police. The vendor rolled his eyes and continued. Hearing these words, Su Xiaoming also secretly nodded his head, knowing that this was the vendor mentioning himself. Su Xiaoming's gaze turned around in front of his stall, and a strange stone suddenly caught his attention. It was a crimson-colored stone that looked like a gemstone from the outside. Item name, Red Bloodstone. Item description, it contains a strange energy that, when absorbed, is greatly beneficial to the body. Grade E. Grade E. Grade E. Grade E. Grade E. Seeing this strange stone, a trace of puzzlement likewise appeared in Su Xiaoming's eyes. The things that he had obtained before all had a value, but this thing had no value, yet it had a great attribute. Then he picked up the red-colored stone and carefully examined it. Oops, what are you scared to take? Do you know what this was for before? Maybe it was put on some corpse. You quickly put it back, Lin Miaoi said in a hurry after seeing Su Xiaoming's action. After all, A lot of previous corpses might have some previous germs on them. Anyway, more or less there will be some not so clean ones. Don't worry, it should be nothing. After Su Xiaoming glanced at Lin Miaoyi, he immediately said, "This is not what the body on the body is a friend of mine inside the tomb poured out. From the main tomb there are more than 10 meters it said a princely level of the cemetery, but I'm not familiar with that friend. Two if the police officer do not look for me. This jade appraisal has no value." My friend said, "If you want to buy $500 to make a friend." That vendor saw that Su Xiaoming was interested in that stone, and immediately said with a smile, "In the past, in fact, the ghost market was still able to fool a lot of people, but now that the law had gradually become stricter, many of the things inside the tombs were unable to find a way to sell them. In this situation, being able to sell one was already considered good. Good then, I'll buy it." Although Su Xiaoming didn't know what that so-called energy was, he finally decided to buy it. As Su Xiaoming said that, he took out $500 in cash. "How do I feel? This is just an ordinary stone. It's not a natural gemstone or a jade. $500 is expensive." Lin Miaoyi opened her mouth at the side and replied, seemingly questioning Su Xiaoming's vision somewhat. Su Xiaoming on the other hand smiled lightly. "Don't worry, I've already bought it. It's fine." After receiving the $500, the vendor's face was pleased and handed out a business card. "You can call me Wu Zi. If you have any needs in the future, you can contact me." Su Xiaoming took the vendor's business card, and the first thing he saw was the occupation, underground worker. After seeing the occupation on this peculiar business card, Su Xiaoming was a little bit in tears, but in a way, he was indeed counted as an underground worker. Chapter 52 Lightning Strikes on Sunken Wood. Thank you very much. In the future, if there is anything you want, I will inquire with you. Su Xiaoming clasped his fist at Wu Zi and let out a bitter smile. "Good deal. As long as you give enough money, even if it's the tomb of the first emperor of Qin, I'll strip it open for you." The vendor counted the money in his hand and said with a smile, Don't. I don't have that interest, but you guys are also really tortured." After coming out from Wu Zi, Su Xiaoming started wandering towards the inside. Su Xiaoming was definitely harboring the idea of a treasure hunt, but there really wasn't any treasure inside. After casually circling around, Su Xiaoming didn't see anything he was interested in. After walking to the end, there was still nothing to see. Just as Su Xiaoming was about to leave, a little girl's voice came weakly from the side. "Brother, sister, do you want to take a look at this?" After hearing this voice, Su Xiaoming then looked down, discovering that this was a little girl of roughly 7 or 8 years old. The clothes on her body looked rather tattered and dirty, and in front of the little girl, there was a wooden box. She was staring wide-eyed, and there seemed to be a slight thirst in her eyes, a pitiful look. Upon seeing this little girl, Lin Miaoyi leaned over at the first moment, with a bit of pity on her face. "Gu, what's wrong with you, little cutie? Can't it be that you're being bullied by someone? Look at this pitiful appearance. Such a small little darling. Why are you still selling things here?" This little girl in front of her, although she was dirty, but she couldn't hide her cute face underneath her dirty appearance. So Lin Miaoyi, after seeing this little girl, her heart was immediately flooded with motherly love. Then she stretched out a hand and gently stroked the little girl's greasy head. When Lin Miaoyi stretched out a hand, the little girl's body was already trembling slightly, obviously somewhat fearful, but after a brief moment of awe, the little girl then proceeded to nod her head. "Miss, I have a wooden box here. Do you want to buy this wooden box?" The little girl took the box in front of her and pushed it forward. This box in front of the little girl was scorched black, looking just like charcoal. If one were to look at it just from the outside, this should be a box left over from the past, with the outside covered in dirt. "Little sister, how much are you going to sell this box for?" After hearing these words, Lin Miaoyi asked immediately afterward. "My grandfather said that if this box is to be sold, it will be at least $2 million. The little girl hesitated slightly before giving a figure. After hearing such a price, a trace of consternation appeared on Lin Miaoyi's face. Then her brows had furrowed high as she looked over to Su Xiaoming, purposely lowering her voice. This little girl's grandfather is afraid that he's not a liar. A piece of broken box actually wants to sell for $2 million. Is this a deliberate attempt to attract us to buy it through this little girl? Lin Miaoyi slightly pondered for a while before speaking out the speculation in his heart. After all, such a piece of broken box. In fact, he wanted to take 100 to buy is already more than enough. But who knew that this box actually wants 2 million? But Su Xiaoming heard this sentence, but did not turn away, but squatted down to carefully observe the box. Just now he also felt a very strange flavor. This flavor is very much like incense, but there an incense has a little different. After squatting down, he also stretched out a hand, and then rubbed hard on the box. Originally thought that the wood shavings outside would fall down with the force of his hand, but who knew that those wood shavings actually did not move. The appearance of this scene was equally surprising to him. He then bent down his body and began to rub the box in his hand with great force. Item: lightning strike incense wood. Introduction: after being struck by lightning, the incense wood is scorched black on the outside, but continues to grow on the inside. A very rare magical artifact in the natural world. Value: $3 million. Value: $3 million. Value: $3 million. Value: $3 million. After seeing the properties of this box, Su Xiaoming finally knew why this box was so expensive. In fact, in Taoism, thunderstruck date wood was already considered a very high-end Taoist item, and the number of incense wood itself is extremely small. Then the number of lightning strike incense wood is even more extremely small. Such a lightning strike incense wood can be regarded as the natural world. Nature is considered a very rare thing. If so, such a box sells 2 million. From a certain point of view is not really expensive, or even cheaper existence. Does this box contain anything inside? Su Xiaoming asked with some curiosity. Grandpa said that it does indeed contain this thing, but only after buying this box can that thing be taken out. Grandpa also said that if you have something you don't understand in the future, you can come here again, and I will be waiting here every day. The little girl nodded, and her timid appearance really did make people have a few favorites. Then, this box, I'll buy it. Su Xiaoming looked at the little girl and immediately nodded. Lin Miaoyi, who was on the side, was very surprised when she heard this sentence. This. In Lin Miaoyi's opinion, she did like this little girl very much, but it didn't mean to be an ingrate. Su Xiaoming only had a total of $1 million or so left on him, and actually wanted to spend $2 million to buy this box. Do you still have $1 million left on you? The money on Su Xiaoming's body happened to be a little less than enough, so he looked at Lin Miaoyi. Are you sure you want to buy it? Lin Miaoyi re-asked. Don't worry, when have you ever seen me make a losing sound? Su Xiaoming nodded. Good then, this card has $1 million in it. You can use this card. Lin Miaoyi very dryly took out a card and then said, Little girl, how are you taking this money? Are we going to see your grandfather? Su Xiaoming lowered his head and looked at the little girl, then said, This is Grandpa's bank card. Grandpa said that as long as it's called into this card, it's fine. The little girl glanced at Su Xiaoming before saying, the speed of transferring the money was very fast, and it didn't take long before the whole process had been bent. After such a process was over, the little girl also received her grandfather's bank card. Then after the little girl just glanced at Su Xiaoming, she quickly ran towards the back. How strange. Looking at the little girl, Lin Miaoyi was somewhat puzzled. Chapter 53, Guiding Technique. Su Xiaoming stretched out a hand and pushed the box, and really found that the box was loose. But he didn't think too much about it, and then he held the box in his arms. Let's go. Su Xiaoming smiled at Lin Miaoyi, and the two of them did not continue to wait here. However, Lin Miaoyi was still very curious about the box in Su Xiaoming's hands, but did not ask much. After sending Lin Miaoyi back, Su Xiaoming also returned to his home in the next neighborhood, because the time had already reached more than 2 o'clock. His mother had already gone to bed. Su Xiaoming opened the box in front of him with a curious mood. After opening the box, he found that there was nothing else inside the box, only a thin book page. The pages of this book only had more than 100 chapters, which was actually very little. After opening the book, the things within the pages looked even more confusing. After opening the pages of the book, on the title page, there were 3 big words written in brushstrokes, guiding technique, and some of the later pages are basically a form. That is, a picture will be accompanied by some text. These words look from the outside, is also very obscure and difficult to understand. After Su Xiaoming read a little bit, he realized that it was basically some knowledge about meridians and acupoints. Su Xiaoming himself did not know much about these things, so after the first glance, he didn't understand what the purpose of this thing was. Strange, why is there an inexplicable book inside such a good box? Looking at the book in his hand, Su Xiaoming was confused. In his eyes, this kind of book was like describing gods and ghosts. Very strange. However, Su Xiaoming didn't give up and simply started searching for relevant knowledge. After searching, Su Xiaoming finally found the relevant knowledge of the guiding art. This is actually a Taoist method, is also called the art of vomiting, is considered a Taoist cultivation secret method. However, it was said that in the past, there was indeed a guiding art. However, after entering the modern era, the number of people who knew the art of guiding was also decreasing, and it could even be said that there were no more, at least on the surface, there were no real guiding techniques. So the art of guiding gradually from a cultivation method, changed into a kind of cultivation method. In fact, there is really quite a lot of relevant knowledge. So after Su Xiaoming looked at it for a few moments, he also felt a little surprised. Then he once again began to look up some meridian-related things, wanting to know the details of this knowledge. Su Xiaoming's memory now seemed to have been increased, so he quickly memorized this knowledge. In Su Xiaoming's mind, It was as if there was an additional meridian map at this moment. After memorizing all those things, Su Xiaoming then tried to run the meridians. Along with Su Xiaoming gradually connecting them according to the description in the book, he felt a very strange force in his body. This power was like a hair strand, constantly traveling within his body, and Su Xiaoming controlled this force, and then it began to run through the meridians in all directions. This strange breath, with every week that it traveled within one's own body, it would strengthen by a smidgen, but the growth is extremely slow, even without careful or still cannot be detected. An hour's time passed. Su Xiaoming realized that the energy in the body, even without the naked eye, to grow to double. Originally, Su Xiaoming thought that this guiding technique didn't have any effect, but he hadn't thought that this was actually true. The increase in his body was indeed a little too small, but now that the time had reached 3 in the morning, he still felt refreshed and energized after practicing this guiding technique. Thinking of this, his hands subconsciously slipped into his pockets. Suddenly he felt as if there was something warm and hot in his pocket. He was slightly stunned, and then he took out the red bloodstone in his pocket. If he had only been able to see through his appraisal eyes that this red bloodstone had a strange energy. Now, he was able to clearly sense that there was a huge amount of energy within this red bloodstone. Su Xiaoming's eyes lit up, and immediately afterward, he flipped to the second chapter of that guiding art. The first chapter was about enhancing the breath in one's body through one's own cultivation, and this second chapter, on the other hand, was that one could enhance one's own strength by absorbing the energy of external objects. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoming placed one hand on top of the red bloodstone, and immediately afterward, he began to absorb the power of this red bloodstone. The energy within the red bloodstone continuously rushed into Su Xiaoming's body. This terrifying energy was likewise constantly tossing and turning within his body. The cultivation that Su Xiaoming had originally felt was still very slow, but at this moment, it actually began to accelerate at several times the speed. Only then did Su Xiaoming realize that as long as he held onto this red bloodstone, his cultivation speed seemed to increase by a lot. Another hour passed, and by the time Su Xiaoming opened his eyes, he had already realized that the energy in his body had increased to almost double. Compared to his previous self-cultivation, this speed had increased by more than 10 times, although he didn't know if this guiding technique was as magical as the legends. But when he was cultivating, the comfortable feeling had already made him somewhat addicted, and he was also refreshed after practicing, so he simply didn't fall asleep and sat cross-legged on the bed, carefully practicing that guiding art. Along with the energy getting stronger and stronger in his body, he was able to feel his abdomen, with a very warm feeling. Ka-ching! A crunching sound was heard coming from within his body, but he didn't even know what had happened. However, he was able to clearly feel that his strength had increased by a full 3 times compared to before. He stood up and glanced at the fitness equipment beside him. Previously, he had also wanted to get fit, so he had wasted a lot of energy before dragging the 150-pound barbell to his room. However, after returning to the room, he realized that he had somewhat overestimated himself. This thing himself drag is able to drag the whole, but there is no way to lift. At this moment, he once again walked to the front of the barbell and stretched out a hand to run his chi. Along with that energy gathering on top of his hands, Su Xiaoming instantly lifted the barbell, and after lifting it up, he even felt very relaxed, to the point that he could swing it at will. Good fellow, this time I really picked up a treasure. Su Xiaoming's eyes lit up. The excitement in his heart was hard to describe. Chapter 54 Shanghai Antique Pavilion. Even though he hadn't slept all night, Su Xiaoming still felt refreshed. However, that stone was already almost 1/3 smaller at the moment. It seems that because of the energy within the stone, was absorbed by the general. According to the information Su Xiaoming found on the internet, that mysterious energy should be a kind of thing called aura. Nowadays, many forums, in fact, there are also a lot of discussion of the method of vomiting, but most of the people of the method, basically is the cultivation of the body. There is no introduction of the type of chi things. Of course there were also people who said that they had cultivated it, but most of those were charlatans and were not believable. Whatever, it's fine if this is a good thing anyway. After slightly pondering for a while, Su Xiaoming didn't continue to dwell on this matter. Just when Su Xiaoming had just put down the barbell in his hand, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. When he opened it, it was Lin Yaodong. Uncle Dong, what's wrong? Su Xiaoming asked with some confusion. Little Sua, didn't I talk to you before about that thing where I wanted to open a treasure appraisal pavilion? Now that I have already gotten the store and stuff done, if you have time, then come over and take a look. Lin Yaodong let out a light smile and then said, okay, Uncle Dong. Su Xiaoming then remembered this matter. Previously, Lin Yaodong had said that he wanted to consolidate the antique market of the entire Shijing city. At first, for Lin Yaodong's idea, Su Xiaoming only thought it was a plan, far from implementation. But who can think? Lin Yaodong actually has prepared almost. Su Xiaoming just opened the door, will be his mother, hands holding a newspaper, rushed over. Ming Xiao, come and see. Is this you? Liang Dongling handed the newspaper in her hand to Su Xiaoming and asked in confusion. What? Hearing Liang Dongling's words, Su Xiaoming on the other hand was very confused. It's what's written on top of this newspaper. Su Xiaoming received the newspaper from Liang Dongling's hands, and then his gaze fell onto the headline. Surprise! Qingtu University's returnee appraiser surprisingly easily defeats unknown appraiser. The president of the Provincial Appraisal Association actually interfered in the appraisal conference? Things are actually like this. A nameless youngster fought against 19 appraisers and won. A 20-something-year-old teenager has actually become the king of appraisal in Jinghai province. Seeing the headlines of these newspapers, Su Xiaoming's expression grew stranger and stranger. After touching his nose, he let out a bitter smile. I have to say, it's still these media outlets that can come up with headlines. Mom, actually, when I was in college at the time, I was just very interested in the appraiser industry, so I often studied it in my spare time. And last time, because of a good opportunity, I met an appraisal master, and he saw that I was talented again, so he took me as his disciple. In the face of his mother's confusion, Su Xiaoming decided to answer up, but very comfortable. Just a few simple words will completely dispel the doubts of the mother's heart. Liang Dongling, faced with this story of Su Xiaoming's, fell into an attitude of conviction. Ever since he entered the villa 2 days ago, his heart has been feeling a little uncomfortable. He was afraid that his own son had done something bad to have such a horrible property. Now after hearing Su Xiaoming say this, Liang Dongling finally understood. Son, do you mean to say that appraisal master accepted you as his disciple, and then you appraised some things and made a few $1 million? Liang Dongling's eyes widened, still somewhat in disbelief. Mom, you take it at home first. Things are as you think. I still have some things here. Su Xiaoming hurriedly left the door, worried that Liang Dongling would still have something to say, continuing to waste his time. On the other side, Su Xiaoming was finally convinced of those strange media, but whenever there was any news, they were always able to lead towards strange places. After leaving, Su Xiaoming quickly arrived at Lin Miaoi's door. Lin Miaoi was already waiting at the door, but looking at her face, she still seemed to have a sleepy look on her face. After seeing Su Xiaoming come, Lin Miaoi's face finally revealed a trace of excitement and waved her hand at Su Xiaoming. After all, she had only arrived home after 2 o'clock last night, and Lin Miaoi hadn't slept enough at this glance. Now that store was on Red Light Antique Street, so the two of them then traveled in the direction of Antique Street. After arriving at this familiar Antique Street, Su Xiaoming looked around. Before long, under Lin Miaoi's leadership, they arrived at the center of the entire Antique Street. A 3-story, Chinese-style antique store was standing there. Above the signboard of the antique store, the word Shanghai was written. When Su Xiaoming came over last time, he had already noticed this unopened antique store, and he was even a bit puzzled that time. Lin Yaodong was standing at the door of the antique store, welcoming Su Xiaoming over. Little Su, come in and take a look. Lin Yaodong had a joyful look on his face, and then he brought Su Xiaoming inside. The entire interior decoration of the antique store was equally very luxurious, and at a glance, one could tell that it had taken the high-end route. The other antique stores on this street were obviously not this luxurious in terms of decoration. Moreover, the space inside the store was also very large, divided into several distinct areas. These different functional areas are also placed in different antiques. However, many of the shelves were still empty, with only scattered antiques on them. This time, we are already acquiring a portion of the antiques, but the quantity is still not too much. Even I have shunted a few of the old master's treasures over. Lin Yaodong said with some helplessness. It was naturally impossible to open a store with such a small amount of stuff. Because of this, so Lin Yaodong thought of a way to be able to open the store smoothly. That is to invite some antique appraisal masters to come over and conduct free antique appraisal activities. If the appraisal of the antique is true, then find a way to buy the antique. By then, as long as the price is suitable enough, buy down absolutely will not have a problem. In addition, can appraise the antique. Basically our antique industry insiders. There is such a free appraisal opportunity, naturally will also flock to it. In this way, also be able to obtain a certain degree of visibility, as well as a certain degree of exposure. If you do the math, you are still in a win-win situation. Win-win, meaning that he had won twice. Hearing Lin Yaodong's words, Su Xiaoming had likewise understood his meaning. It was to let himself go and help him appraise it. And naturally, this was not a big problem. Chapter 55, Grievances. It's just as well that you, in addition to that, I have also invited some other appraisal masters. At that time you can appraise together. Lin Yaodong nodded, and then said the idea in his heart. This is not much of a problem. And Uncle Lin, this method is really good. Lin Yaodong had also helped himself a lot before, so facing Lin Yaodong's request, Su Xiaoming naturally agreed very simply. Then, this matter is also settled. Wait until tomorrow's time and I'll look for you again. Lin Yaodong nodded very dryly after hearing these words. This news was actually already gradually spreading, and Lin Yaodong had also made a lot of publicity in advance. Quite a few of the nearby stores were actually a little alarmed at first after hearing this publicity. After all, Lin Yaodong this time to come, it is equivalent to large capital directly into the field. It would be best if they could withstand this wave, but if they couldn't, then the trouble would be equally big. A day's time quickly passed. By the time he came over, this place was already considered crowded. The appraisers that Lin Yaodong had invited over this time were basically very well-known appraisers here. Generally speaking, if the ordinary people do not have enough money, simply cannot invite those appraisers. This time is also more or less a little bit of light. Some of the treasure friends are naturally coincidentally rushed over. The faces of these friends are also full of anticipation, and there are 2 appraisers already sitting at the gate. Boss Lin, just now there is time on the road. Slightly delayed. Sorry After Su Xiaoming came to Lin Yaodong, he also walked up quickly and explained a little. This is nothing, only these treasure friends. Waiting has been a little anxious. Lin Yaodong, on the other hand, did not care too much, casually waved his hand and said with a smile, "Isn't this that little appraiser from above the news? I heard that he still seems to have some strength." That's just some news media talking nonsense. How can such a small young man have any strength? I also feel the same way. The other 2 appraisers, that can be the province invited over the first-class big appraiser. Su Xiaoming had just arrived at the venue, and the people around him had already begun to clamor. Hearing the words of those people present, Su Xiaoming's side did not care about anything. After all, his mouth was also on others. He had made them wait for such a long time, so it was normal for them to complain a little. The young man has only participated in a small competition, and he is already so unself-conscious? Just as Su Xiaoming had just arrived at the front and sat down, an appraiser next to him had already spoken in a bad mood. This appraiser also had a white beard and hair, and from the looks of his age, he should not be small anymore. After seeing Su Xiaoming looking at himself, the appraiser straightened his chest, with a look of old age. Su Xiaoming's gaze also fell onto the plate in front of him. After seeing the introduction above the plate, Su Xiaoming finally realized why he had such an attitude towards himself. This middle-aged man in front of him was also from the Provincial Appraisal Association, and was also a vice president. This is really a bit sorry. We already invited them before the appraisal conference, so that means there's no way to keep them from coming over. I know that there are indeed some conflicts between you two, but you should bear with it a little. Lin Miaoi at this time but suddenly ran over from the distance, seemingly worried that Su Xiaoming would think too much, so she explained in a low voice. Don't worry, I still believe in you guys. You don't have to think much about anything. Su Xiaoming nodded and smiled. This wasn't the first time they had worked together. Su Xiaoming naturally knew exactly how their character was. Seeing that Su Xiaoming did not pursue this matter, his heart was only slightly relieved. Next I will announce the start of the appraisal. Everyone can move forward in order according to their current respective positions. The 3 appraisal masters are all appraisal masters of the entire category. If it is said that you all have doubts about what you have in your hands, after the appraisal is completed here, you will also be able to go to other places for appraisal. Lin Miaoi, also acting as a host, spoke loudly to the crowd in front of her. After hearing these words, these treasure friends had already begun to line up, but most of the treasure friends seemed to trust the other 2 experts more, so they basically lined up in front of the other 2 experts as well. In a few moments though, there was already a long line in front of the other 2 treasure friends. In stark contrast, the line in front of Su Xiaoming was very small. Basically there were just a few people. After all, Su Xiaoming's age was indeed a bit too young, so it also made these treasure friends feel a bit uneasy. Fear that Su Xiaoming this side is not much strength. In case they appraise the wrong words, then it would be a big loss. In the face of this situation, Su Xiaoming is not anxious. Anyway, he was found over itself as to sit on the scene. If there were less things on his side, he would feel a bit lighter. Soon, the first Baoyu came forward, and in his arms he was holding a vase tightly. This is my family's ancestral vase. You help appraise it. See how much this vase can be sold for. After the first Baoyu came forward, his speech was likewise a bit cross, and he said to Su Xiaoming in a tone of command. In this Baoyu's opinion, Su Xiaoming himself was young, and appeared to be the type of person who had little ability. Su Xiaoming's gaze merely turned around on top of that precious friend's vase, and then shook his head. Your family's ancestry. Is it possible that your ancestor is even younger than you? Since this Baoyu's attitude was not good, Su Xiaoming's attitude was likewise not good. It has long been seen that you, this person, don't recognize the treasure. What I have in my hand is clearly a treasure. It's really a hairless mouth that can't do anything right. I'll go to the other side to appraise it. This treasure friend immediately muttered after hearing Su Xiaoming's words. Picking up his precious vase, he ran over to the long line. Compared to the other two treasure appraisal masters, Su Xiuming's side was conversely quite idle. For Su Xiuming, this was naturally a good thing. Su Xiuming was here appraising slowly and methodically. The other two appraisal masters, on the other hand, were a bit busy. It didn't take long before they were already sweating coldly on their heads. Chapter 56 White Glazed Bowl of Ding Kiln. Master, help me appraise this. An old man dressed as a farmer walked in front of the two men and raised the large bowl in his hand. He came in front of the appraisal master surnamed Zhang and said with a smile. That Master Zhang took a look at the old man's dress, and then took a look at the big bowl in the old man's hand, and then lowered his head disdainfully. He said in a bad mood, "Fake." Next, hearing this, the old man held the large bowl in his hand with a slight nervousness on his face, then said, "Master, you take a look again. This is really our family heirloom. That Zhang master is a little impatient, like you. Ancestors above are poor farmers. Where there is what ancestors? Go go go." After saying this, he waved his hands like he was chasing flies. Only after hearing this did the old man nod his head, ready to turn around and leave. "Wait," Su Xiuming suddenly called out to that old man. "What?" The old man was a bit confused. "Grandpa, show me the bowl in your hand." Su Xiuming smiled slightly and continued. A brief moment of stagnation appeared on that grandpa's face. Then he nodded vigorously. "All right." The old man did not think too much, only thought that this is Su Xiuming want to casually look, so did not do more hesitation. After receiving the white porcelain bowl in the hands of the old man, Su Xiuming carefully observed. Name, Ding Kiln White Glazed Bowl. Description, produced in the Southern Song Dynasty Ding Kiln. The whole presents a kind of goose egg white. The object is complete. Belongs to the court supplies. Identified as true. Value, 500,000. The attributes were already revealed in front of him, which also made him feel very surprised. This porcelain bowl from the appearance, in fact, and the countryside of those porcelain bowls, the difference does not look too big, but the firing process of the white glaze in front of him, in fact, in ancient times has been considered very complex. Then the more common in ancient times those glaze appeared later, and the process will be a little higher. This is from the Ding Kiln white porcelain. In the Song Dynasty, the highest level of white porcelain is from the Ding Kiln. The whole bowl shows a kind of egg white, not that kind of pure white, with a little bit of green color feeling, and the artifact in front of him looked rather rough from the outside, but it should also be an item used in the palace. The reason why there wasn't much of a pattern on the outside. In fact, the main thing was that white porcelain was generally all white. Not too much will make what too much pattern on the outside. Big and clumsy. Because of this, at first glance it looks like the kind of homemade porcelain produced in Jingdezhen. This is a Ding Kiln white glazed bowl from the Song Dynasty. The real thing does count. After hesitating for a few seconds, Su Xiuming said this. Hearing that this thing was real, a hint of surprise immediately appeared in the Moncler outlet store eyes. He then walked up quickly and asked with some curiosity, "Little Scion, if this thing is real, then what is the approximate price?" Price-wise, because the Ding Kiln white glazed bowl storage is not too much. If you want to sell it, $500,000 should be able to sell it. After all, this piece of yours is relatively complete. After slightly thinking about it, Su Xiuming gave a more accurate value. After hearing this price, the old man also felt a bit unbelievable. Originally thought that this thing passed down from his ancestors, can sell a few tens of thousands of dollars, has already burned high incense. But I didn't expect to actually be able to sell it for $500,000, which is in their county. It was basically equal to a house. Grandpa, if you want to sell it, we also have a purchase on this side, and the price is very affordable compared to peers. After Su Xiuming handed Bai Yuan over to the old man, he then said, Good. Then I'll sell it here. Originally I was worried that my son didn't have much dowry money, but this time, not to mention the dowry money, the money to buy a house in the city is enough. That grandpa's eyes were also filled with excitement, his hands constantly trembling. Su Xiuming looked at the grandpa's trembling hands from the side, all worried that he would accidentally break this Ding Kiln white glazed bowl. Grandpa, if you want to sell it, then come with me. For Su Xiuming's vision, Lin Yaodong was very confident. Since Su Xiuming had already said that the bowl was real and had given an estimate, he very confidently called the old man over. Well, thank you big boss thank you. That old man immediately nodded and then followed behind Lin Yaodong. After seeing this scene, those who originally had treasures in their hands that had already been appraised as fakes, at this moment, they all converged back in front of Su Xiuming, wanting to have him reappraise it. Anyway, now idle is also nothing. Su Xiuming simply also helped them appraisal. In fact, most of the appraisals were basically no problem. But Su Xiuming also found a few problems, probably only about 1%. After all, those several appraisal masters, indeed has a real skill. Generally more obvious errors will not see wrong, but But after this kind of thing happens, one, in those treasure appraisers, for themselves is 100%. Maybe the treasure in their own hands. Is the other two appraisers blind? Many of those who gathered in front of the other two appraisers to line up were already secretly shifting their positions. It didn't take long for a long line to form in front of Su Xiaoming. A bunch of waverers, actually trusting that kid. Master Zhang skimmed his lips and snorted coldly. Anyway, never mind that much. This kid appraised it. Hell knows if there are any problems. Another master chimed in. His attitude towards Master Zhang was very good. Master Zhang was the vice president of the Provincial Appraisal Association, and that was quite influential. These appraisals were basically some of the more common cultural relics. A morning has probably identified 200 to 300 pieces, but none of them are worth more than $600,000. Such a large antique pavilion must be to accept some high-value collections. Just when Su Xiaoming was bored, an old man in an old-fashioned military uniform was slowly walking over. In his hands, he was also holding a scroll of calligraphy and painting, looking very precious. The old man's age looked to be 80 or 90 years old, but when he walked, he still had a spirited look. Young comrade, take a look at this painting for me. After the old man came forward, his words were full of harmony. Su Xiaoming was slightly stunned and took the scroll. Chapter 57, Wang Coronation's Ink Plum Scroll. After unfolding the scroll, what appeared in front of us was a picture of an ink plum. Painted on the ground is an upside-down ink plum. Flowers like a brocade, 100 turns, climbing branches wrong joints, each other hooked. The whole picture, although the distribution of plum blossoms is very disorganized, but has an inexplicable sense of rhythm. The plum blossoms in contact with the long branches were also extremely dense, while the plum blossoms in contact with the short branches were extremely disorganized. No matter which way you look at it, this ink drawing of plum blossoms can be regarded as an excellent piece of work. After all, Chinese painting has always been concerned about, is also a god form both, and this one ink plum drawing both already have. This painting ink plum figure in fact not a few people. In ancient times, plum orchids, chrysanthemums and bamboos itself is a symbol of high moral character. Su Xiaoming has not yet seen the author, but has been able to determine. This ink plum drawing is bound to be done by a famous artist, and generally speaking this kind of ink plum figure, in the market, also will be auctioned at a high price. The price reached, tens of millions of even can be said that not a few. Along with Su Xiaoming, after seeing the author's name, a trace of astonishment appeared in his eyes. He did not think that this ink drawing of plum actually is Wang Coronation made. If it is said that throughout the ages, whose ink plum painting is the best, perhaps there will be a lot of controversy. But if the whole Ming dynasty, who's the best ink plum painting, then Wang Coronation should be deservedly won. In the side of this painting, even a poem is attached. The tree at the head of my ink stone, with its blossoming flowers and ink traces, is not to be praised for its good color. I don't want to be praised for the good colors, but only the clear air that fills the Qiankuan. This Wang Coronation's character has always been arrogant. At that time a lot of powerful people are very like his paintings, and even have a lot of them are to pay a high price to buy, but for those powerful people, Wang Coronation has never liked. For those who want to buy the idea, basically is also to refuse most of them. And his paintings at that time was also people become a beautiful story, but also become those celebrities, all collect collectibles. If he really wanted to be rich and famous, all he had to do was to take a step forward. But who knows his kind of noble and arrogant character? But let him simply do not know what is called bowing down. He simply secluded himself in the mountains and preferred to live in the countryside. This poem, for example, is actually a symbol of his character. It was probably because his character and his works were very consistent that he was able to give such a painting a soul. Su Xiaoming immediately opened his appraisal eye and scrutinized it. Name, ink and plum, Wang Coronation. Description, Wang Coronation ink plum painting of the fine works, well preserved. The bones still exist, accompanied by a poem of the ink plum. Greatly enhance its collection value. Value, authentic. Price 20 million. After seeing such a price, the first moment in Su Xiaoming's heart was naturally also very unexpected. After appraising for such a long time, he wasn't without having appraised more than 10 million. But he understood that if he was able to buy this piece of ink plum drawing, it could completely serve as the town treasure of this antique pavilion. Grandpa, this one painting is indeed real, and it is also made by Wang Coronet in the Ming dynasty. Su Xiaoming swallowed a mouthful of saliva before he said something out. After that old man heard these words, he asked with great anticipation, then how much can these things probably be worth? Su Xiaoming hesitated slightly and didn't directly say the price of this thing. Smiling, he said, Grandpa, if you want to sell it, you can now go and discuss it with our boss. This is a crowded place with a lot of ears. It is indeed not very suitable to talk about this. After the boss heard these words, he naturally understood what Su Xiaoming meant. Immediately, he nodded, and Su Xiaoming also called Lin Yaodong over at the first opportunity. After calling Lin Yaodong over, Su Xiaoming did not speak directly, but first unfolded the ink plum drawing in his hand. Lin Yaodong's expression also felt a little surprised after seeing this ink plum painting. This painting is real. If it is said that it can be bought, it is entirely possible to use it as a treasure of the town hall. Su Xiaoming looked at Lin Yaodong and spoke out the thoughts in his heart. Good then, buy it. Lin Yaodong's gaze gradually became burning at this time as well, and then said, Grandpa, you can discuss with our boss a little bit first, Su Xiaoming said, and then continued to the position of the appraisers. Right now, in front of the appraisers' queue, they were all already in a long line. The first day's appraisal had quickly come to an end, and this appraisal had likewise been very rewarding for them. For Su Xiaoming, there were actually quite a few benefits as well. Just the fakes that he had seen on this day today were estimated to be more than the fakes that he had seen in the previous month. The knowledge of cultural relics that he knew, now also in such a kind of appraisal, rapidly accumulating. In fact, he also understands that many times not only need their own pair of appraisal eyes. If one can rely on oneself, it is often more useful than the appraisal eye. If one kept relying on external objects, in case the external objects once disappeared, wouldn't one become an open-eyed blind? Moreover, the introduction of the system is generally a relatively simple kind, and a lot of it requires him to slowly figure it out by himself. Such a kind of appraisal, a total of almost 3 days to maintain the time. Su Xiaoming, this side itself is not need what salary, but the other two appraisers' salary is extremely high. Basically a day is 200,000 up and down, which is almost an unimaginable salary for ordinary people. Time quickly came to the next day. Today the road did not encounter any accidents, so soon he arrived at the appraisal pavilion. Yesterday, the old man's ink plum drawing has been Lin Yaodong bought down. It was only then that Su Xiaoming learned that the old man had been a veteran, and that the ink plum painting had been given to him by one of his comrades. And the old man in the ink plum painting after the auction off, but did not take a penny. He transferred part of it to the family of his comrade in arms. The other part was donated to the orphanage. After hearing about this matter, it also made Su Xiaoming feel a sense of respect. In fact, there is no shortage of heroes in this world, and heroes are even by his side. However, he did not think much, and soon shifted his attention back to the appraisal above. But now the appraisal has not yet begun. There are already some accidents. The two appraisers from yesterday, for some reason, actually didn't come over today. On top of that, at the entrance of their appraisal pavilion, a few burly men had appeared. Chapter 58, An accident in an antique shop. These pugilists' dress and attire is similar, are one after another big bald head, and the body tattooed with various colors. A look is the kind of not too messy look. These bald and did not do anything, just end a chair, very dry sitting in the door. At the time of seeing this scene, Su Xiaoming had already felt that something was not quite right. Lin Yaodong frowned at the same time and walked forward. Do a few of you have something? Lin Yaodong still had an aura on his body, and his words were full of majesty. However, after those few burly men heard Lin Yaodong speak, they only gave him a faint glance and then did not speak. What does it mean to say that if you have provoked a few of you can tell the truth? Lin Yaodong spoke once again. Looking at them in this manner, Lin Yaodong actually already had some guesses in his heart. In this situation, Lin Yaodong also has no way to directly drive them away. After all, that is also the name is not right. If you call the police, these people did not do anything. The police will not work. There are several store owners in the distance, observing everything on this side. The corners of their mouths are also with a hint of a smile. When Lin Yaodong's gaze looked at those bosses also pretended to be watching. It looks like we should have moved someone else's cake now. Things are slightly troublesome. After Lin Yaodong returned, he also sighed helplessly. As the saying goes, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. And this was the first time he was involved in the antique industry. Although his own company is really big, but it does not mean that he can enter any industry. And even each industry has its own rules of the road. Did those people give them some money and they all refused to leave? Su Xiaoming looked at Lin Yaodong, then asked, since the opposite side has already dispatched people over, surely they are not worried about that. Even they could all be relatives. Lin Yaodong's brows were furrowed high, and for a moment he actually did not know what to use. Isn't it possible to do the same thing to them? Since they sent someone over, let's send someone over as well. Su Xiaoming continued to ask, this is someone else's family's rules of the trade. If we really follow their example, we probably won't be able to integrate. Not to mention that they also have quite a few old patrons that can survive us, but we are different. Lin Yaodong continued to shake his head. At the moment he felt that this matter was a little tricky. This morning, he had called and contacted the other two appraisers. However, those two appraisers had disappeared as if they had vanished into thin air, with no news whatsoever. Just a little bit of time. simply not enough for him to find another 2 appraisers. Now it seems, and those shopkeepers should be inseparable from the relationship, and even can be said that they did it. However, in the absence of evidence, it would be a wrongful accusation to say so. After Su Xiuming pondered a little, his eyes lit up slightly. Uncle Dong, I actually have a solution to this matter, or else I can help you out? Su Xiuming looked towards Lin Yaodong. The corner of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Never be able to use force, not to mention the opposite side is crowded. You young people have a big temperament, I know. To Lin Yaodong at this moment, also worried that Su Xiuming would be impulsive, hastily stopped a sentence. Uncle Dong, you can rest assured. When was I so stupid? But today I might have to take a slight leave of absence. I'll go and help them appraise something. The corner of Su Xiuming's mouth revealed a hint of a smile, and then said, What? Lin Yaodong was still a little confused for a moment. Before Lin Yaodong's side could react, Su Xiuming was already walking to the opposite side of those stores. After casually passing a stool from his side, he sat down on the opposite side of those stores. Everyone looked towards me. Look at me. Look at me. As if Su Xiuming had that social cowhide syndrome, he shouted at the surrounding crowd. The crowds that were originally coming and going. After hearing the shouts, they all stopped in their tracks and looked at this youngster. I'm announcing something. Our Sanhai Antique Pavilion is opening today with a big reward. Everyone can put their purchased antiques on my site for free and continue to appraise them. As the champion of this appraisal conference, I am able to assure you all that you can completely trust my strength. Su Xiuming shouted loudly after clearing his throat. As he spoke, he also injected some Jin Qi into his breath, which made his voice even more neutral. Quite a few people also subconsciously stopped in their tracks after seeing this handsome youngster. Hey, it seems like he's right, eh? He really is the champion from the last appraisal conference, but he also looks so young. Does he really have the strength? Anyway, I feel like I'm skeptical. Definitely has the strength. Otherwise, why would that newly opened antique pavilion invite him over? The surrounding people had already gathered together and started discussing it. After hearing those words, Lin Yaodong was basically already aware of Su Xiuming's plan. Exactly how it was. Lin Miao, who was on the side, was still confused. Dad, what is Su Xiuming up to? Why did he suddenly run off to appraise someone else? You didn't hear him just now. He said that he wanted to give the other party a little lesson. Lin Yaodong smiled slightly before saying, Anyway, I don't see what lesson this is at all, but I still believe him. Although Lin Miaoi was still very doubtful, he still trusted Su Xiuming very much in his heart. The hands of quite a few of those watchers were holding antiques that were themselves in front of these stores, so that many guests after coming out, here actually have free appraisal, also subconsciously want to come over to see. Although Su Xiuming looked, indeed, a little too young, but after all, it was free. So many people also wanted to take a look with the attitude of trying. Take a look at this vase for me. I just bought it for $200,000. It says it's a Qing Dynasty blue and white porcelain. A middle-aged man also walked over at this moment, placing the blue and white porcelain in his hands on top of the table. After Su Xiuming heard the middle-aged man's question, he casually looked at the vase in his hand. With just a glance, Su Xiuming identified the authenticity. Fake. Su Xiuming didn't expect his luck to be so good that he saw a fake at the first glance. Fake? I bought this for $200,000. It's hard to believe that if you say it's fake, he's a fake? The man was still a bit unconvinced at first when he heard this. Chapter 59, Su Xiuming's counterattack. This from the appearance seems to be the Kangxi years of 5-color blue and white, but the overall type is very prevalent in the Ming Dynasty. For a lot of things in the Ming Dynasty, the Qing Dynasty itself is a taboo, and how can it actively go up to the edge? If you don't believe it, you can go to do scientific identification. Su Xiuming is a faint smile, and then gave his own reasons. The man was equally confused after hearing these words, but in his heart, he was actually still a bit unconvinced. That's good. I'll take it out for appraisal now. In fact, compared to an antique store and a general stall, at most there was just a little bit more real goods, and there were still a lot of fake goods. If you bought the wrong one, you can't return it at all. Who let themselves do not know the goods hit the eye? This is also the industry rules. After the first one appeared, soon came the second one. Look at my inkstone. This is the authentic old pit inkstone. I just spent 150,000 yuan to buy over. You give taste. Speaking as a man with a little bookish, pushed the glasses above the bridge of the nose. This inkstone is really real, but there are still some problems. Su Xiuming took a look at the inkstone, then made his own assessment. What problem? The young man heard this sentence. The same, very curious. The Duan inkstone is characterized by a delicate stone. The ink is not damaged in the slightest. And this is a good product. But this one is carved by machine, and it is not a famous product. If let me estimate, $20,000 is already considered to give this stone face. Su Xiuming in the inkstone above a glance. then made his own evaluation. How can you tell that this was polished by a machine? The young man was not in a hurry to retort. However, he was still a little less convinced by Su Xiuming's words. You can feel it with your hand. If it's man-made, it actually has a grainy feel. After all, there's no way to polish it so smoothly. But if it is a machine, polished will be smoother than artificial, but lacks a special texture. Su Xiuming turned the inkstone in his hand over again before speaking. When the young man heard these words from Su Xiuming, he also felt that there was some truth to it, so he stretched out a hand to caress and ask about the inkstone. He really found that it was exactly the same as what Su Xiuming had said. The texture was indeed not that prominent. I didn't expect that you really do have some skills, just as you said. You just didn't even touch it. The young man also felt a bit surprised and said in astonishment, it's better to grow some eyes in the future. After all, some stores just like to pit people, especially like to pit young people like you. There's nothing wrong with liking traditional culture. The main thing is that you need to do more homework. Su Xiuming smiled faintly. That young man also thanked Su Xiuming repeatedly, as if this time more than $100,000 had bought a lesson. Like them who play with antiques, basically they are not bad at money. This lesson can still be afforded. If you want to buy it, follow up and come to my store to buy it, not to mention anything else. Anyway, it definitely won't pit you. I'll be direct and honest with you. Our boss just want to standardize the antique market of the entire Jinghai province. Next, Su Xiuming began to market his side of the store. After having two precedents, those other people also started to jump up. There were many people who bought antiques that were actually quite valuable, but most people buy antiques that are either not worth the money or are not fake. The antique market was just like this. In the absence of any regulation, it was natural that he would be allowed to grow wildly. In the distance, within a store, a few men were rather anxiously stating what was happening outside with the middle-aged man in front of them. Master Zhang-san, you should also go out and take a look. If we say that we really let that young man go on like this, then there will really be big on our side trouble. A shopkeeper also frowned and spoke. Just now I have a few old patrons that just went to him to appraise it. Anyway, according to what those old patrons said, they won't be coming back to us in the future. Another shopkeeper said bitterly. After all, they also only wanted to do business properly. Although it was true that the appearance of the Tsunghai Antique Pavilion had hindered their financial path, it wasn't so bad that it was completely blocked, and an approach like Su Xiuming's was pretty much equivalent to poisoning them. Just a youngster, can't you really be that powerful? The middle-aged man called Master Zhang-san made a frown and said with some confusion, other than that hand of his appraisal technique is indeed a bit of a feat, and every time, he can recognize the authenticity very simply, and even able to say the problem without a hitch. The expression ability is quite strong. A shopkeeper nodded repeatedly and continued. Beside this third Master Zhang, the two appraisers from yesterday were similarly sitting in place with a calm demeanor. This morning, they had already been scooped up by third Master Zhang at a high price. In fact, it was because Master Zhang-san did not want to let this Tsunghai Antique Pavilion grow smoothly. Although it was true that this way of poaching people was a bit underhanded, it was useful. They also thought of digging Su Xiuming, but the two antique masters in front of them were adamantly unwilling. They even made their attitude clear that they would leave if they dug Su Xiuming. In this case, if you do a choice, he is sure that he will choose the two experts in the province. But now it seems that yesterday's appraisal is mainly rely on that young man. These two experts at best is just a number of people. Don't say it's 200,000 a day. Even if it's 20,000 a day, you can find a lot of experts of the same level. That's really out of the ghost then. Anyway, you guys don't rush. Now I'm going to take a look. Immediately afterward, third Master Zhang stood up and walked out towards the outside. When he walked to the entrance of the store, he had already seen Su Xiuming's line that had already formed a long queue. Su Xiuming's appraisal method, on the other hand, was very rough, and from the looks of it, it was almost like an assembly line. Su Xiuming even felt that the speed was a little too slow if he appraised one at a time. At the same time, let people put three pieces of antiques on the table, their own appraisal together. Basically, Su Xiuming was able to give an accurate answer after a glance. If the appraiser had questions, he would also answer them carefully. This also made a lot of treasure appraisers are happy to run over to appraise the treasure, cursed and left. Naturally, what they cursed wasn't Su Xiuming, but the black-hearted, goddamned store. Chapter 60, The Child's Journey. Under the recommendation of Su Xiuming, more and more people began to go to the Tsunghai Antique Pavilion. Yesterday, day after Su Xiuming's appraisal, Lin Yao on this side is also harvested a lot of treasure. After all, he is in the money is not lack of, so that buy up those real antiques too, also is a hand than a hard. Not at all with others how the bargaining. If you come across the right words, you will directly buy it. After all, at the beginning of the time is to make a name for themselves. Once the name is known, everything will become much smoother. There were quite a few treasures gathered in the Earth Antique Pavilion now. The prices of the treasures are both high and low, which is very suitable for these collectors. Some of the people who hadn't purchased any antiques yet were naturally unwilling to go to the other antique stores after seeing this situation. They subconsciously think that those antique stores are very unreliable. There were also some regular customers in the other antique stores. For them, this should be the most exasperating. They originally thought that several antique pavilions are still quite reliable, but who can think that the pit actually more than one ruthless? Came to Su Xiaoming. This side of the appraisal of the same has been more and more people. That Zhang San is also already blackface. Came to the door position. After seeing this situation, was already very blackface, now even more as black charcoal general. Seeing someone walking over, Su Xiaoming was as if he didn't see it, and continued to busy himself with the things in his hands. After seeing this situation, Master Zhang San was naturally unable to hold his temper, and immediately walked over to Su Xiaoming. Little brother, this kind of practice of yours seems to be a bit unethical. Zhang San Master had the same fierce look on his face, and after glancing at Su Xiaoming, there was a slight warning between his words. Su Xiaoming, on the other hand, was almost about to burst out laughing after hearing these words. Rubbing his ears, he immediately said, I didn't hear it wrong. You are actually here to talk to me about morality. Could it be that those things you guys did are very much in line with morality? Our boss himself is a truthful person. If you guys can do business properly, he definitely won't pick a fight. Since you guys don't want to do business properly, then we can only be sorry. After saying that, Su Xiaoming also shrugged his shoulders, not taking Zhang San Master's threat to heart at all. He had also seen such a kind of threat many times, and it really didn't do much for him. You guys are new to the city itself. As long as you're new to this antique street of ours, if it's a dragon you have to coil, if it's a tiger you have to lie down for me. I know that Yulin's group is indeed rich and powerful, but if you really want to fight with us, you really may not be our opponent. Third Master Zhang continued to speak, and now his tone was still very strong. Su Xiaoming spread his hands and continued to ask, in that case, then there is no discussion? Discussion is naturally possible, but the dominant power must be on our side. If you want to discuss, then first remove this stall of yours. In Master Zhang San's opinion, Su Xiaoming was showing weakness. Since Su Xiaoming was showing weakness, then he was definitely just going to take it a step further. Since you want to simmer down, then we can actually compete. Let's see who can survive. Even if we can't acquire any antiques here, then we'll go to other cities to collect them. Anyway, money is to do whatever you want. Su Xiaoming had an arrogant look, which also made Zhang San Master directly hate his teeth. In Master Zhang San's eyes, this was just a brat, actually daring to call out to himself like this. Seeing ghosts in the night road more often. Brat, you wait for me, this time it's counted as our loss. Zhang San Master sneered. After saying this, he left first. The original few bald burly men, after giving Su Xiaoming a vicious angry glance, also followed Third Master Zhang and left together. Little Su, a few of them seem to be a bit too good to mess with. Aren't you being a bit too rigid like this? Lin Yaodong slowly walked up and asked with some concern. Su Xiaoming, however, shook his head. Uncle Lin, you're a businessman. You might not know much about these aspects, but for these ruffians, I just can't be more familiar with them. There is no need to give these people a good face at all. They are also the ones who give face to face. After hearing these words, Lin Yaodong similarly nodded thoughtfully, but was still a little worried about Su Xiaoming. Otherwise, I'll slightly arrange a few bodyguards for you. Our company's bodyguards are all professional. Lin Yaodong continued, worried that Third Master Zhang just now would really do something crazy. Su Xiaoming did not care and let out a light laugh. Uncle Dong, I can solve this matter myself. There is no need for you to think too much. Although Su Xiaoming said so, but because of himself, Su Xiaoming had gotten into such a big trouble, it was impossible for him to not think too much. After saying these words, Su Xiaoming continued to return to my own store. After all these troubles, the number of people in the store has gradually increased. Although there weren't two other experts, the appraisal speed on Su Xiaoming's side was equally amazing. It could even be said that one person was able to match those two experts. After one day of appraisal was completed, Su Xiaoming also slowly let out a sigh of relief. As long as tomorrow morning is another day of appraisal, one's own task is even finished. So after this appraisal was completed, Su Xiaoming stretched his waist high and then bid farewell to Lin Yaodong and Lin Miaoi. Not long after he had just started the car, he felt a hint that something was not quite right. With the help of his rearview mirror, Su Xiaoming was also able to clearly see. There was a car that was closely following behind him. That car had been following behind him even though it kept its distance from time to time. It was a van, and if one looked closely, one could also see that there were quite a few people following inside. After seeing the people inside that van, Su Xiaoming began to be vigilant at the first moment. However, He didn't expect these people to be so bold. Now that it was still in broad daylight, they actually dared to follow behind him. In fact, he didn't even need to think much to know who these people were. Because of these people's following, Su Xiuming naturally didn't return home in the first place. He simply drove his car in the direction of the suburbs, accelerating all the way. It didn't take long before he stopped near a park. The time now was already more than 8 o'clock, and this park was not a residential area, so the number of people was also extremely small. Chapter 61, Siege. After Su Xiuming stopped the car, he simply entered the park. The big van behind him, after seeing Su Xiuming stop, also stopped his car at the first time. Immediately afterward, several people inside jumped out of the car. Su Xiuming, who was hiding in the dark, saw all of this in his eyes. The people who jumped out of the car were the same big bald men that he had met earlier. At the head of the group was the third Master Zhang, who was holding a baseball bat in his hand, his eyes glancing around. Originally, I thought that you guys were just talking, but who could have thought that you guys actually really wanted to send yourselves to death? Su Xiuming slowly walked out from the shadows, and then his eyes looked into the distance with a cold smile. After seeing Su Xiuming who suddenly walked out, Zhang Sandmaster also had some surprises for a moment. If you had just been blocking, maybe I really don't have any way to take you. Who knew that you actually wanted to come out to die? The corner of Zhang Sandmaster's mouth also revealed a hideous smile, and those bald burly men behind him also walked to his side one after another. In the hands of these burly men, they were likewise holding handfuls and handfuls of hand-thrown sticks. Immediately after that, those bald and strong men had slowly walked over towards the side, with a bit of biting coldness in their gazes. Are you that confident? Su Xiuming suddenly asked a rhetorical question. What I hate the most is that people like you who are pretending actually pretend in front of me. Then you die. Master Zhang San shouted, and immediately after that, he took the throwing stick in his hand, and saw that it was about to be smashed towards Su Xiuming's head, right at just across the way. When it was about to smash in front of him, Su Xiuming's body, but suddenly like a ghost-like flicker. The original Zhang San Master's baton that was smashing towards Su Xiuming's head was actually easily dodged by him. Su Xiuming could perceive that the opposite side of this stick can be said to be using 10% of the strength. If it really hit his head, it is estimated that his head will also be directly opened. This Zhang San Master's hand is extremely ruthless. From this it can be seen that it should not be the first time they have gone out and done these things. Seeing that the opposite side was actually so unkind to martial arts, Su Xiuming's side also no longer had any thoughts of staying in the fight. Just when the opposite party stumbled because they didn't hit themselves, Su Xiuming's side had already violently struck out. Master Zhang San only felt a flash of white light in front of his eyes, as if there was something that appeared next to his body. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen. Immediately after that, his body was ruthlessly smashed to the side. Master Zhang San's body itself was quite obese, and from the looks of it, it had more than 300 pounds. But now, the 300 plus pounds Zhang San Master was actually kicked 3 to 4 meters by Su Xiuming. After seeing this scene, those people who were originally watching from the sidelines, within their eyes, a hint of panic also appeared. Su Xiuming looked at Zhang Sanji, who had been kicked away by himself, and his heart was also a little surprised. This should be his first strike after obtaining the guiding art. Originally, he had only wanted to try out his strength, but he had not expected his strength to be terrifying to this extent. On the other hand, Third Master Zhang was covering his stomach, his face flushed red like a boiled prawn. Still, he quickly climbed up, without the slightest hint of fear in his eyes. Instead, he carried a wave of hatred. After glancing at those strong men behind himself, his face was even more ugly. Angrily rebuked, "Are you all blind? Raising all of you has been in vain. I've been beaten here. Is it hard for you to continue standing there?" It was only after Zhang San Master's angry rebuke that those strong men suddenly reacted. Immediately afterward, one by one, their eyes were crimson, and with their fists raised, they were ready to smash towards Su Xiuming's side. There were a total of 5 or 6 bald burly men, but Su Xiuming didn't have a trace of fear in his eyes when he saw them rushing over. Under the cover of the dark night, his entire body was like a ghost rushing into the crowd. Only hearing a burst of miserable screams coming from the ears, those strong men fell to the ground one after another. Because of the pain, their faces began to distort, but they were still holding their bodies together, wanting to attack towards Su Xiuming's side. After a burst of muffled sounds, in the end, those 5 or 6 bald strong men also fell on the ground. Those strong men who were originally very arrogant had already started to cover their stomachs one by one, wailing loudly. 7 or 8 bald men collapsed on top of the ground and wailed. It did look a bit shocking. If you guys still want to come, then I can still accompany you. Su Xiuming looked at the few people and said indifferently. Those few bald burly men were like seeing a ghost in their eyes after seeing Su Xiuming. Not to mention letting them make a move, even letting them come a little closer. They didn't dare. It was only at this time that Su Xiuming realized that his strength had indeed had a terrifying growth compared to before. Although it was said that he had also obtained quite a lot of money during this period of time, but that was nothing more than some external items. However, this kind of strength that was completely his own was one of the aspects that made him feel the best. After hearing Su Xiuming say that he was going to come back with these words, they even hid far away. The third Master Zhang, who had originally wanted to retaliate, had now lost any thoughts of retaliation. After glancing at the few people above the ground, Su Xiuming did not say much and left straight away. It looks like we've really seen a ghost. Third Master Zhang's face gradually twisted, but not because of indignation, but because of pain. Big brother, this time our people are too few. After a few days, let's bring some more people over. Absolutely no problem. After a bald and strong man next to him stood up, he said with some indignation. For his part, Master Zhang San glanced at the bald man and let out a cold smile. If you want to retaliate, then you can retaliate. I can't afford to mess with this kind of person anyway. Big brother, he has injured so many of our brethren. Won't he avenge these brethren? After the bald burly man heard these words, his face then had more than a hint of incomprehension. This person doesn't look like he's from the same world as us. If we say that if we continue to entangle ourselves, it won't be that simple. Third Master Zhang continued to shake his head and said, after hearing these words, the bald burly man seemed to suddenly think of something. Can it be that he is? The eyes were filled with panic. If it's not that kind of character, how could he defeat so many of us by himself? That's why in the future, after we encounter him, we'll try to be at the 8th rank. Zhang Sanjie nodded his head, as if he had acquiesced to the bald burly man's words. Chapter 62, Returning to the Untamed Look. After Su Xiuming returned home, he continued to speak with his mother, and then immediately prepared to go upstairs to practice the guiding technique. In today's situation, if he hadn't learned the guiding technique before, he might have really fallen. Just as he came to the bed, his cell phone suddenly rang. Confused, Su Xiuming picked up his cell phone and found that it was actually a message sent by a former high school classmate. Tomorrow night reunion. Brother Su, are you going? This high school classmate's name was Zhou Pengyuan, and his previous relationship was also very good. Before the usual although also often contact, but Zhou Pengyuan from time to time not in the city, so that the opportunity to meet the two is not much. Plus Su Xiuming before home, still have so many anxious things, so and he is also quite a long time did not meet. Is Mr. Zhang in? Su Xiuming hesitated before asking. In, and it's not just teacher Zhang, Helia is also there. The opposite party then returned. Screw you, I have nothing to do with Helia. Why would you specifically say a sentence to me? Su Xiuming was somewhat helpless. Forget it, before I also heard. You and that woman is not broken up? Tell you, now catch up with the class flower. The class flower now on you or some meaning. Also do not know you a kid in the end is in what magic spell? 10 points of the girl you do not want. You have to go to want that 6 points. The opposite side continued to say. Okay, tomorrow time. I have some things should be late to go over. Su Xiuming also did not want to continue to dwell on this matter. Pulled away from the topic. That's good, or I'll come to pick you up. I heard that auntie is in the hospital right now? Zhou Pengyuan continued to ask. Have been almost good, now has gone home. That's good. If there's anything that's not enough, remember to talk to me. Don't worry, it's already better now. After the two of them continued chatting for a while, Su Xiuming turned off the phone. He really didn't have much attachment to that previous high school class. He had met Jing Xinyan in high school, and after meeting her at that time, he had become enamored with him. Su Xiuming also do not know why. Simply and ghost hit the wall. High school chased for a period of time did not catch up, until the time of the university, only to catch up. Even for the sake of Jing Xinyan, he also lowered his score, and Jing Xinyan a school. Originally, he thought that the two of them would be able to make a success of it, but who knows? In the end, he became a joke instead. As for Helia, she was the class number 1 in school flower at the time, and Ghostly had a crush on him. However, at that time, he himself was obsessed with Jing Xinyan, and didn't pay any attention to Helia at all. In fact, in addition to that, there was also this one reason that Helia's status was a bit too high. As the daughter of the family of the owner of Hihua Jewelry, she was a wealthy woman. He was also self-aware, knowing that the difference in status between the two was vast. If it was said that between the two of them, if some kind of relationship was really forced to appear, then the trouble would be even greater instead. If the only thing that remains, it should be the former teacher. When he was in high school, his grades were still very good, and because of his family's situation, the teachers took extra care of him. One of them is especially their class teacher. In many aspects for him are some help. Because of this, Su Xiuming also specifically asked a class teacher to go. Only after hearing an affirmative answer was he willing to go over. This matter did not interfere with Su Xiuming's thoughts. After only thinking about it for a little while, he put this matter behind him. Soon after, he continued his cultivation of the guiding technique. However, that stone from before would probably only be able to manage 1 day of cultivation today. If it was said that without this kind of stone, it was estimated that the speed of one's cultivation would just be greatly reduced. After getting used to this kind of fast cultivation, if he suddenly went back to that kind of tortoise speed cultivation before, he would definitely still be a bit uncomfortable. At this time, he also thought of himself, if he had time, pay more attention to see how many stones with this special energy. If he could find this kind of stone again, or even a better quality, it would be of great benefit to him. However, he didn't maintain this thought for too long, and soon entered into cultivation. What that little girl had said to him earlier, Su Xiuming still remembered now, but nowadays, his cultivation had not entered any bottlenecks. He naturally didn't want to disturb others. Time spent in the midst of cultivation was often much faster. Another night passed, and by the time Su Xiuming opened his eyes, it was already past 7 o'clock. This was also the last day of treasure appraisal. Su Xiuming had just arrived at that antique street when he saw a long sea of people. Master Zhang San, who was still attacking himself yesterday, was having gauze wrapped around his head. At this time, he was also talking to Lin Yaodong, completely lacking the arrogant and domineering feeling of yesterday. Instead, he was slightly hunched over this body with a very humble feeling. Hey, brother Su. After seeing Su Xiuming, Zhang Sanjie was the first to run over and greet him. What are you doing over here? Are you still not done with yesterday's matter? If you don't want to finish, I can continue to play with you. Su Xiuming looked at Third Master Zhang and asked immediately afterward. Brother Su, you are also an adult. It was indeed my problem in the previous time. This I am able to apologize to you. Today I've also specially come over to apologize to Mr. Lin. I can guarantee that as long as I'm still on this street, no one will dare to find trouble with Mr. Lin. Master Zhang San hurriedly waved his hand. Thinking of yesterday's Su Xiuming, a hint of fear immediately appeared on his face. After last night, he didn't want to continue to have any disputes with Su Xiuming. Looking at the Zhang San master in front of him who was not faking his words, only then did Su Xiuming give up the idea of striking out. I don't know if brother Su has the time. Tonight I would like to invite you for a meal. I don't know if you can show your face? Third Master Zhang looked at Su Xiuming and continued. I happen to be at another reunion tonight, so I shouldn't have much time. Su Xiuming shook his head and said. Then, at the risk of asking, where is your reunion probably? Master Zhang San continued to ask curiously. It should be the Crescent Moon Hotel. Su Xiuming recalled Zhou Penyuan's words from yesterday. That's just right. Originally I wanted to have a banquet for you in the middle of the Crescent Moon Hotel. If not like this, would you reward me with a face to come down and drink a thin cup of wine then? Third Master Zhang continued. Good. Su Xiuming nodded, then prepared to walk into the appraisal pavilion. But just after taking a few steps forward, Su Xiuming turned back. Looking at Third Master Zhang, he said seriously, I still like that unruly look you had before. You recover a bit. Chapter 63 Antique Court Shares. Originally, Mr. Zhang had been a troublemaker, but now he had become a customer recruiter. From this side, it can be seen that this Zhang San master really does not want to continue to be enemies with them. Lin Yaodong himself is a businessman, originally did not want to create too much conflict with them. Now, since he was able to turn enemies into friends, he was naturally very happy. Moreover, he could also see that the reason why he was able to turn his enemy into a friend, and the relationship between Su Xiuming should be quite large. This appraisal had ended around noon, and after it ended, Lin Yaodong was the first to find Su Xiuming over, as if he had something to say. Inside the office of the Tsunhai Antique Pavilion, Little Su, I should thank you more for this. If it wasn't for you, I guess things wouldn't have been resolved so easily. Lin Yaodong had just expressed his gratitude to Su Xiuming after sitting down. Uncle Dong, to be entrusted. After all, I have already promised you before. Su Xiuming was feeling nothing, and quickly waved his hand. So this time, let you want to think, also want to discuss with you the matter of remuneration. Lin Yaodong continued. Su Xiuming however was a little surprised. He had said at the beginning that he wanted to help Lin Yaodong. In itself, it was not for any remuneration. If he said that he really took the payment, then the flavor changed instead. Forget it, Uncle Dong, this is better to talk about it later. My side is not short of money anyway. Su Xiuming waved his hand and then refused. Actually, when it comes to remuneration, it should still be a cooperation between the two of us. Although Su Xiuming's side had clearly refused, Lin Yaodong continued. Cooperation? Su Xiuming was slightly stunned. My side wants to hire you as an invited expert in our store, occupying 10% of the shares in our store. This 10% share is naturally not for nothing. if there are any uncertain treasures in our store, I hope that you will be able to help identify them. Lin Yaodong continued to speak. After hearing these words, Su Xiuming understood that although the opposite side said that there is no remuneration, but this is already the biggest remuneration. Not to mention anything else, the initial investment in this antique pavilion is at least hundreds of millions of dollars. This 10% of the shares, in fact, is already more than 10 million. These do not include those antiques. Even if these shares are only some dry shares, only able to take some profits, but also has been considered more horrible. Uncle Dong, in fact, you and I both know how much profit this matter has. I myself came over to help. If you did that, wouldn't that mean that I came over to help you for the sake of money? Su Xiuming looked at Lin Yaodong and said directly. When Lin Yaodong saw that Su Xiuming had actually kept on excusing himself in the face of such a great benefit, his appreciation for him increased by a few more points. He had also investigated Su Xiuming's background before, and was considered to have come from a poor background. From a young age, there should be a lack of money, but in the face of such a great temptation, he was able to stick to his beliefs. This was already not something that ordinary young people could do. That's good. This matter will be followed up. Let's talk about things on this side first. Originally I was giving those provincial appraisal masters $500,000 a day. You alone are able to withstand both of them. I'll give you $1.5 million for 3 days. Seeing that he could not refuse, Lin Yaodong could only propose a reward. Just now, Lin Yaodong had already refused once. If Su Xiuming refused again this time, it would be somewhat impolite. Not to mention that he didn't have much money on him right now. So if he had this $1.5 million, it would be a way to quench his thirst. The red bloodstone that he had purchased earlier had already been absorbed by himself, and the energy within it had even dried up. If he came across any treasure that possessed energy, no matter what, he would have to spend money to buy it. So money was quite important to him now. Especially last night. Zhang San master, the thing is to give him a warning. If he was powerless yesterday when he faced the third Master Zhang's men, then today, Master Zhang San, perhaps he wouldn't have groveled so much to himself. At that time, even if he was rich, he was still lying in the hospital, and this was a reality. Along with Su Xiuming's cell phone, after a lifetime of information ringing, $1.5 million successfully arrived at the account. After this transaction was completed, Su Xiuming continued to help appraise items in the store in the afternoon. When the time reached 4 o'clock, Zhou Pengyuan's side once again sent over a message. Brother Su, I've already arrived at your doorstep on this side. And incidentally I've also brought along 2 of my former female classmates. Let's go together. Wait a moment, I'm currently outside with some things. Su Xiuming didn't expect Zhou Pengyuan to actually come so quickly, so he quickly replied with a message. After greeting the Lin family women slightly, Su Xiuming drove off first. Soon after, he returned to his own dilapidated neighborhood. Before he reached the entrance of the district, Su Xiuming parked his Land Rover into the parking lot. After all, he remembered that in the past, there seemed to be no parking lot near his dilapidated neighborhood. This time, since Zhou Pengyuan picked him up, then he was also too lazy to drive any car. Not to mention that he did not want to appear so high profile. In fact, although it is said to be a reunion, but the adult reunion, a little bit with the brain to think, know what they really want to do. After all, now are 25 or 26 years old. One by one also began to enter the society. Life above. Some people mixed well, some people mixed poor. This kind of reunion, basically there are only 2 purposes. One purpose is to show off the rich. In addition, there may be some former classmates' old feelings rekindled. For this kind of reunion, Su Xiuming really had little interest. The only thing he was interested in was to see Mr. Zhang, inside an Audi A4. A woman who was dressed rather revealingly frowned slightly. Why hasn't Su Xiuming come over yet? Let's wait for such a long time. The woman on the side was dressed similarly to her, and similarly nodded. I usually hate this kind of neighborhood the most. It's broken as hell, and it also carries a strange smell. Zhou Pengyuan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, frowned without moving after hearing these words. These words of yours? I can't control you if you say them in private. If you say you dare to say them in front of Brother Su, get off the car for me now. Zhou Pengyuan glanced at the rearview mirror before opening his mouth without a good mood. Chapter 64, Attendance at a Reunion. After hearing these words, the 2 girls immediately closed their mouths and were silenced. They also knew that Zhou Pengyuan and Su Xiuming's relationship was very strong, so they didn't continue. It didn't take long for Zhou Pengyuan to see the love letter hurriedly coming this way through the rearview mirror. After seeing Su Xiuming, he immediately jumped out of the car. Su Xiuming had already opened his arms, and the 2 of them hugged each other. In reality, the 2 of them had almost not seen each other for these 2 or 3 years. There were times when I looked for you, kid, and you weren't there, and now I finally have the time to come out with me. Zhou Pengyuan stretched out a hand, followed by a hard whack on Su Xiuming's chest. Su Xiuming, on the other hand, bent down and pretended to look like he was in pain. By the way, do you know who organized this reunion? I actually kind of didn't really want to go after I found out. Zhou Pingyuan raised his head and glanced at Su Xiuming before saying, if my guess is correct, it should be organized by Zhang Xiaochuan. Su Xiuming pondered slightly for a few seconds before he said a name. You kid, after not seeing you for so many years, I didn't expect you to actually still be this smart. It really was organized by him. However, the reason why he organized this party seems to have a big reason, is to want to pursue that school girl of ours. Zhou Pingyuan spoke immediately afterward. With that look of his, he's really a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Su Xiuming skimmed his mouth and said with some disdain, that guy used to have a not so good reputation amongst the school, and was a punk himself. When he was in high school in the past, he was already a famous prodigal son among the school, still looking down on people. Do you know what they do now? The big boss of civil engineering. A muttering voice came from the back seat of the car, and Su Xiuming didn't care. After the two of them talked a little bit, Su Xiuming followed Zhou Pingyuan to the car. Just after opening the car door, he saw two more familiar classmates. It seemed that one was called Feng Chengcheng and the other was called Li Mei. When these two students were in school, their reputation was not so good. Normally, they like to hang out with a lot of boys, and there are some not so normal relationships. Talking about the price of hanging out, Su Xiuming remembers that these two people seem to be in the past, or to write love letters to themselves. In high school, Su Xiuming in the school is also considered to be a man of the moment. There are a lot of girls have written love letters to him, and even face-to-face confession of a lot. Only after entering the society, he became gradually down and out. There is a big reason is Jing Xinyan. At the time of graduation, he had several opportunities to enter the large enterprises to work, but in order to be able to Jing Xinyan closer, so he also gave up those job opportunities. Otherwise, according to his education, earning more than $10,000 a month was a relatively easy thing to do. Su Xiuming smiled lightly at the two men as a greeting. However, after the two saw Su Xiuming smile towards him, they turned their heads at the same time with a look of unwillingness to pay attention. Seeing the strange appearance of the two, Su Xiuming did not say anything more. Today, Mr. Zhang should be going over a little later. Just now when I picked him up, Mr. Zhang was still quite happy, especially when he heard that you would be tagging along. He said that he also hadn't seen you in many years. While driving, Zhou Pingyuan made small talk with Su Xiuming. Su Xiuming nodded and did not say anything. Previously, Teacher Zhang had actually contacted him several times, but Su Xiuming had done so every time because he felt that he was not mixing well now. Some of them failed the teacher's teaching, so basically he didn't reply. Now that he had managed to get a little better, he wanted to contact Mr. Zhang a little bit. At first, because of the problem of the family, so Mr. Zhang for him from time to time or some care, knowing that his home was far away, he would often lead him to his home for dinner. Over time, the two were familiar with each other. In fact, Mr. Zhang's family is also very general. His wife's illness at home are relying on him to support a person. Even so, he for his students are able to help. Really good. Soon, they came to a hotel in front of. This is the New Moon Hotel. This was the Crescent Moon Hotel. It was also one of the top 3 hotels in Xijing City, and the prices of the things here were even more expensive. A casual meal at a party would probably cost more than 1,000 per person when spread out evenly, if it was put in half a month. Before knowing that the party was here, Su Xiuming would definitely not participate. Here we are. Get off. Zhou Pingyuan then opened the car door and slowly walked out. Su Xiuming had just stepped out of the car door, when he saw that on top of the steps in the distance, there were several students who had come to greet him. The man in the center was Zhang Xiaochuan, who they had talked about earlier. Zhang Xiaochuan has gained dozens of pounds compared to his high school days, and looks like a bucket. However, today he was dressed up in greasy hair, wearing a broad white suit, and overall looked like a white fertilizer bag. Zhang Xiaochuan, after seeing Zhou Pingyuan's car, stopped. His eyes merely swept over the bodies of those two women, and then he didn't care. However, after he saw Su Xiuming, a hint of vigilance appeared in his eyes. Back then, everyone inside the school also knew about the matter of the rich schoolgirl liking a poor student. Zhang Xiaochuan had naturally heard about it as well, but he was merely wary of Su Xiuming, but did not treat him as a love rival. Just after Zhou Pingyuan's car stopped, another Maserati came from behind. On the pink Maserati, a woman dressed in professional attire walked down. Appearance is extremely beautiful. A professional outfit is the body, highlighting the most. Almost as soon as she appeared on the scene, she became the center of attention. Even the passers-by on the side, their gazes were on the woman for a few seconds. After not seeing Leah for a few years, Su Xiuming felt that he didn't seem to have changed much compared to before. At most, he had matured a bit, and his face had already lost its youthfulness. As soon as Leah stepped out of the car, Zhang Xiaochuan rushed over. Smiling, he said, "Ms. Finally, I've waited until you guys are almost here now." However, just after Leah got out of the car, her gaze locked onto Su Xiaoming on the side. Raising her hand, she smiled and greeted Su Xiaoming. "Classmate Su, it's been a long time." "Classmate it's been a few years since I've seen you. I didn't expect that you're actually still so beautiful." Su Xiaoming similarly nodded and responded with a smile. Over praise, Leah looked at Su Xiaoming in front of her and faintly smiled. Chapter 65, Irony and Cynicism. Although she seems to be a light-hearted look, but the heart is already waves of darkness. Originally thought that so many years have passed, has long been the previous young one, the kind of ignorant feeling to forget, but after seeing Su Xiaoming, the memory was like suddenly awakened. Zhang Xiaochuan saw this scene, expression is gradually gloomy down. After all, he had organized this class reunion solely to be able to see Leah again. Originally, he thought that relying on his current status, he should be able to have a few words with Leah, but who knows, Leah actually so do not give face. He also did not think too much, and did not take Su Xiaoming as his love rival. After all, Su Xiaoming this dress, add up to the estimated not $300, at a glance know that the mix is not good. Instead, he was able to use him to highlight his own skills. The crowd didn't stay at the entrance of the hotel for too long, and soon entered the hotel together. It didn't take long for them to enter one of the hotel's private rooms. Su Xiaoming had just opened the door of the box, when he saw the two teachers who had been waiting there for a long time. The middle teacher's hair was already a little white, wearing a pair of glasses, a courteous appearance. The clothes on his body were also a bit plain, except for being a few points older. There didn't seem to be much difference. Teacher Zhang. Su Xiaoming sat directly beside Mr. Zhang. When Mr. Zhang saw Su Xiaoming, he put on an angry face. You still know me as Mr. Zhang. Su Xiaoming scratched his head in embarrassment. What did Mr. Zhang say? This is not to hear you come over. I came over. You still have some heart. Only then did Teacher Zhang show a hint of a smile and nodded helplessly, although the two of them hadn't seen each other for quite a long time. After chatting, there was no end to it. Teacher Zhang seemed to know about Su Xiaoming's previous situation, so he didn't ask him how he was doing now in between conversations. Student you sit here. Zhang Xiaochuan, on that side, was already pulling out a chair next to himself and said with a smile. After Leah heard this, then he shook his head. Thanks a lot, but I don't really like leaning towards the side of the window. I'll just sit here casually. With that, he came beside Su Xiaoming and looked at Zhou Pengyuan who was sitting beside him. Zhou Pengyuan sensed that Leah actually had the intention to sit here, and immediately stood up, giving up a position. It just so happens that I like to lean against the sunlight. Or else let's do it this way. The two of us will switch positions. Zhou Pengyuan slowly stood up after looking at Leah. Teacher Zhang. Leah and Teacher Zhang were obviously quite familiar with each other as well, so without much hesitation, they joined the chat. This party had quickly begun, and some of the classmates who were close in the past had gathered together in twos and threes. The specifications of this party were also quite large, and it was obvious to see that Zhang Xiaochuan was posing there. The party just proceeded to the interruption. Xiaochuan glanced at the man next to himself and blinked. Seeing this, the man gently coughed. We should have also not seen each other for quite a long time. Remember that the former number 1 and number 2 in our class are all here now as well. Little Su, in the past, teachers often praised you. You have a promising future. I wonder what you are doing now. Little Su? Su Xiaoming, who was originally still talking to Teacher Zhang, then realized that someone had mentioned himself. After glancing at the man, he realized that it was none other than the lapdog who used to follow Zhang Xiaochuan. Then he let out a light laugh. Hobo. There really wasn't anything wrong with this sentence. Su Xiaoming was considered a hobo in a way. After hearing this sentence, Zhang Xiaochuan immediately stood out. Since we are all classmates, I can't see my classmates suffer. It just so happens that I also run a construction company now and know some contractors. If it's possible, arrange a bricklifting job for you. Although he said he was helping, between his words, there was also a slight hint of mockery. After hearing these words, Zhou Pengyuan was the first to stand up. In a cold voice, he said, they are all classmates. There should be no need to speak so excessively. Classmate Zhou, don't say that. Aren't I saying these words for the good of classmate Su? There are times when one should recognize reality. Don't think that if you were slightly competent in school before, you'll be better off now that you're out. Zhang Xiaochuan, on the other hand, had a slight smile on his face, and then he said in a pretense of kindness. Listening to these words from Zhang Xiaochuan, he was not angry in his heart. This matter was considered a small episode, and after saying a few words, Zhang Xiaochuan did not continue. However, the words that Su Xiaoming had just said made some of the students around him talk. In the past, Su's performance in school was really very good. Who knows that after getting older, he actually turned into this appearance. I guess it's also a person who only reads books. Didn't I hear that he talked to Xiao Jing before? And then he seemed to be dumped by Xiao Jing later on. After all, such a no-good person. Dumped him is also very normal. If my boyfriend, then I also dump. The surrounding crowd was already talking now, and the words that were uttered were likewise a bit hard to hear. Everyone, I'll leave for a bit first. I just learned that a client on my side is still eating here. I'll go make a toast. Just halfway through the meal, Zhang Xiaochuan stood up once again. Mr. Zhang is indeed a bit busy. After all, the family is big. In the meantime, there was also a classmate who joked, if you want to earn money, it's normal to be a bit busy. I can't be like some people. Between words, Zhang Xiaochuan once again stepped on Su Xiuming. After saying those words, Zhang Xiaochuan hurriedly walked outside. As for that dog leg of his, he was now also the manager amongst the company. He had also just learned that third Master Zhang was hosting a banquet for guests here. Now that they needed Master Sang's help with one of their projects, they naturally wanted to go over and make connections. And they also know that Mr. Zhang, as a bully in the antique street, can be invited by him. Anyone who could be invited to his banquet must have a low status. If they were able to make a good relationship, it would definitely be of great help to their future business. Just as Zhang Xiaochuan stood up, the door of this box had already been pushed open directly. A middle-aged man with a fat head and ears slowly walked in, followed by several bald men behind him. After seeing the middle-aged man, Zhang Xiaochuan's attitude immediately became fawning. Third Master Zhang, just now we were talking about you. I didn't expect you to actually come by yourself. Chapter 66, A Terrible Beatdown. When they heard the name Master Zhang San, the crowd at the venue was a bit surprised. They would often hear this name when they were students, and at that time, Mr. Zhang was just a small gangster. But now, it is said to have become a red light antique street, a larger store floor boss. In the city of Shijing itself, antique is a big business. A larger store, the initial investment is almost 100 million, not to mention the subsequent operation. Not to mention that apart from the superficial stores, Master Zhang San is the kind of person who likes to solve things by force. In that area of Hongguang Antique Street, those people basically need to look at his face to act. From the strong men behind him, it was clear that his business was not that serious. After Master Zhang San heard someone call his name, he also looked at Zhang Xiaochuan on the side with some confusion. Who are you? Is it hard to believe that we know each other? Third Master Zhang's attitude towards this person in front of him was cold, and from the tone of the opposite side, one could tell that this person must have a request. Didn't I recently receive an order in the red light antique street? I'm not saying that the order hasn't passed through your side yet. Only after it passes through your side can it be approved. Zhang Xiaochuan then opened his mouth and said. However, the surrounding people were not fools. Seeing Zhang Sanjie's attitude, they knew that the two didn't seem to be familiar with each other. But Zhang Xiaochuan kept trying to climb the relationship here, which indeed made third Master Zhang a bit bored. After his gaze turned around in the middle of the room, it had settled on Su Xiuming's body. Young Su, what's the matter with asking me to come down? After seeing Su Xiuming, Zhang San Master's attitude had already changed abruptly, asking with a bit of humility. Nothing, it's just that this classmate of mine said that he is more familiar with you, so I thought of letting you come down to drink a cup of thin wine, and incidentally letting the two of you catch up on old times. Su Xiuming let out a light laugh and looked towards Zhang Xiaochuan. Zhang San Master in the marketplace mixed for so many years, naturally can detect Su Xiuming this between the words. In fact, still with a few points of anger. 9 times out of 10, this person in front of him had provoked him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let himself come personally. Faced with such an opportunity to perform, Master Zhang San was naturally unwilling to let it go. Young Su, I'm really not too familiar with this person. After taking a glance at Zhang Xiaochuan, third Master Zhang pretended to be puzzled and said back. Zhang Xiaochuan, who was originally still bragging there, instantly turned red in the face after hearing his sentence about not being too familiar. It was true that he had opened a small civil engineering company, but it was not at all as big as he had bragged. Only a listing can be called market capitalization, and that company of his is only a few million at most, and it is still relying on his own family to open up. If you can take down the Hongguang Antique Street, this project, then the value of his company can be completely doubled. So Zhang Xiaochuan's face changed slightly when he heard Su Xiuming say that he wasn't too familiar. Then he pretended to be familiar and walked over to Su Xiuming. Turning to Master Zhang San, he then introduced, this is my former high school classmate. The two of us have the same very good relationship. It's just that there was some small misunderstanding in the middle. Between words, he then raised one of his hands, ready to rest on Su Xiuming's body. Just when the opposite hand was about to come up, Su Xiuming dodged and easily dodged his hand. I'm sorry, the two of us aren't familiar to the point of this kind of hooking up. What's more, A kind of small person like me doesn't deserve to have anything to do with you at all. At most, I can carry bricks for you. Su Xiuming smiled lightly, but did not pay any attention to Zhang Xiaoxuan. That thing you said, wait until the follow-up. Right now I don't want to see you. As for how to choose, it's still up to you. Zhang Sanjie, however, stood out in time and looked towards Zhang Xiaochuan, who was still pestering him. Zhang Xiaochuan, who originally wanted to continue to persist, had a trace of an awkward smile on his face after seeing the several strong men behind Third Master Zhang. Forget it, since you guys have something to do, it's better for you guys to get rid of the matters on your hands first. It's not troublesome on my side. Zhang Xiaochuan waved his hand in a hurry, also knowing that if he continued to stay here, there might be some kind of trouble. He just casually found an excuse, and after that, he took his lapdog and left first. Looking at Zhang Xiaoxuan, who had already fled in ashes, Su Xiuming only let out a soft laugh. Facing this kind of person, he was naturally unwilling to look at him more than once. The reason why he had just brought Zhang San over as well was actually just wanting to see his gray appearance. After all, Su Xiuming wasn't a saint, and when others looked down on him, he was naturally a bit upset in his heart as well. Young Su, since this is a reunion for you, then I won't bother. Let's make another dinner appointment when we have time, and we will definitely give young Su a proper banquet then. After saying these words, Third Master Zhang also left first. Those classmates who were originally still mocking Su Xiuming were now shutting their mouths. One by one, they all lowered their heads, not daring to look at Su Xiuming more than once. After all, Su Xiuming also knew Master Zhang San. They were afraid that if Su Xiuming said something to Master Zhang San, they would probably not be able to avoid a beating. The second half of this party was actually much cooler, but Su Xiuming's attitude remained the same. Zhou Pangyuan was very curious and asked Su Xiuming what had happened during this period of time. And Su Xiuming, as to his mother's words, in front of Zhou Pangyuan, resaid again. Although Zhou Pangyuan was also a little less convinced, but he also knew that between two friends, if the question is too deep, that is not good. Since he had said that, then he only needed to believe it. Then now I will go back first, and have a meal later if I have time. Zhou Pangyuan said a greeting before leaving straight away. After continuing to talk with Mr. Zhang for a bit, Su Xiuming also promised Mr. Zhang that he would go to his house to see his wife when he returned. After all, he had received so many favors from him in the past, so if he could, Su Xiuming also wanted to do his part to help Mr. Zhang's family. So the party was soon over, and Su Xiuming's side was also preparing to go home first. Just as he was about to go out, Helia suddenly blocked in front of him. When you were last there, did you go to the stone gambling conference? Helia looked at this face of Su Xiuming and asked with some doubts. If I say it was at the gambling stone conference held within the city of Shijing, I did participate. What's wrong? Su Xiuming could not help but feel some doubts in his heart. Chapter 67 Jade Auction. No wonder the last time I looked at you feel a little familiar. I did not think it is really you. At that time, I was also at the scene of the stone gambling conference. Didn't you also open an imperial green? Helia's eyes showed some surprise color. The main reason was that what Su Xiuming did at that time was indeed a bit too eye-catching. First, he made a bet with someone else, and then with the $1 million he had on him, he actually won $7 million from the opposite side. Just this kind of courage is already not ordinary people can have the ground. In addition, also accurately opened to the glass seed Emperor Green. This is definitely not pure luck. It's just luck. Casually opened a stone and opened that contraption. Su Xiuming nodded and recoiled a little less than favorably. But do you also like to gamble on stones? Honestly, gambling on stones is not a good habit. Su Xiuming looked at Helia and also said in a persuasive tone. After all, in the middle of the last stone gambling conference, he had seen too many people who had one slice of heaven and one slice of hell. The reason why he was involved in this kind of activity was because he had complete certainty. If it is only by luck, even if he has more money, but also not willing to money for nothing in the matter of gambling. After all, this thing is completely rely on luck. Although more or less also need to have some skills, but the degree of participation of skills is very low, relative to the identification of antiques. In fact, the water inside the stone is still a little deeper. Many times if once on the head, then it is likely that the family will die. So in Su Xiuming's opinion, if you cannot participate in this thing, then it is best not to participate. Doesn't my family run a jade company? At that time, I just went to acquire jade. At that time, after seeing you open a glass seed Imperial Green, I also wanted to purchase it. Who knew that someone else had grabbed it first? Between Helia's words, there seemed to be some regret. Before he saw Su Xiuming, he was still very puzzled, and did not know if this was his classmate. It wasn't until just now that he was sure of what he thought. That's nothing, a glass seed Emperor Green is just that. Su Xiuming, on the other hand, looked a bit indifferent. After all, although the quantity of this kind of jade was rare, it was not unique. Recently, I am also going to participate in a jade expo, which likewise has quite a few raw stones. I don't know if you have the time. If anything, can you accompany me? It just so happens that there is a lack of an appraiser. Helia hesitated for a few seconds before speaking in a small voice. That's not a problem. In fact, even if you don't say it, recently I should also need to go above some jade stalls to try my luck. Hearing these words, Su Xiaoming did not refuse, but immediately agreed. Of course, the main reason why he wanted to go to those jade stalls now was not to make money. If he only thought about making money, he wouldn't have refused so many shares before. More importantly, he wanted to see if those jade stalls would have the kind of energy stones that he had encountered before. Relying on one's own talent to cultivate was indeed a bit too slow. Su Xiaoming also wanted to have that kind of energy. The stone could increase the speed of his cultivation. That's good. Probably tomorrow's time the jade tasting will start. I'll ask you to join me then. Elia immediately nodded and said happily. Good. Then where is your home? I'll be able to find you then. Elia then said. Su Xiaoming then gave out the name of the neighborhood, and after hearing the name of the neighborhood, Elia's face appeared with a brief word of surprise, because this name was simply a little too familiar to him. I didn't think that the two of us actually live inside a neighborhood. Elia's eyes widened in surprise. Isn't this a good thing? Then I'll just call you directly when the time comes. After Su Xiaoming was surprised for a while, he quickly reacted. During this period of time, Su Xiaoming's matters at hand were already all busy, so even if he was attending a jade tasting meeting, it was nothing. So this matter was quickly settled, and Elia was also very happy. The two soon returned home. In the evening's cultivation, Su Xiaoming was feeling very slow. After all, the previous few days had the addition of that stone, which had also allowed his cultivation speed to grow quite a bit. Right now its power should have been increased by several times in comparison to what it was before. If he were to really fight, he wouldn't say that he would be able to deal with dozens of people, but he would still be able to deal with more than a dozen of them without any problem at all. The next day, Su Xiaoming had just woken up and received a call from Elia. After receiving the call, Su Xiaoming then went downstairs, but just after arriving at the location of the first floor hall, he realized that Elia was already sitting on the sofa of his house. On the side, his mother was happily chatting with Elia, and the two looked very chatty. "Io, why are you just coming down? The other girl has been waiting here for quite a long time." After Liang Dongling saw Su Xiaoming, she immediately waved her hand and said anxiously, "Weren't you washing up just now? This is my former high school classmate." On Su Xiaoming's face, a trace of embarrassment also appeared. It was also unknown why his own mother and these girls were so chatty. "This I know. When I was in high school I often saw your report card. Basically you were ranked second first place or this girl." Liang Dongling, on the other hand, nodded, indicating that he likewise knew Elia. Looking at Liang Dongling's appearance, simply exactly the same as the last time Lin Miaoi came over, Su Xiaoming's heart also felt a little helpless. "Mom, then he and I will leave first. There are still some things above work in a while." Unable to do anything else, Su Xiaoming could only pick a random reason, and then he prepared to go out. "Miss Lin, you can just go first. Su Xiaoming and I still have 2 words to say." But who knew that Liang Dongling actually stopped Su Xiaoming and then said, after Elia heard these words, a trace of confusion briefly appeared on her face, but she quickly nodded again. Liang Dongling then pulled Su Xiaoming to the side, and the expression on his face had gradually become serious. "Xiaoming, it's really not Mom who said you. These two you met are both good girls, but you can't mess around. If you really like which one, then you can choose which one." Hearing these words from his mother, Su Xiaoming likewise wanted to explain his sentence, but seeing her serious look, Su Xiaoming also simply lost the idea of explaining. Chapter 68 Arching Fire. "Then I'll leave first." Only after waving his hand casually did Su Xiaoming run out of the house as if fleeing. "What did Auntie do just now?" In the car, Elia intentionally or unintentionally asked. "Nothing." Su Xiaoming was somewhat helpless. "Right, why don't I introduce you to this jade appraisal meeting?" Elia nodded, but did not continue to pursue the matter. Su Xiaoming slightly froze, then nodded. "Good. Actually I also want to know more about it. This jade appraisal meeting is actually organized by the province, in conjunction with the local Jade Research Association. It can be said to be a big project once every few years. There are quite a few jades in it, all of which are very rare locally. The scale is a bit smaller than the gambling conference, but the quality is much higher," Elia said, and began to explain. Overall, this jade appraisal conference was basically attended by some jade experts. There were also some jade auctions, but they were not raw stones, but semi-raw stones. The so-called half-original stone is actually the half-open jade stone. It is possible to know the price of a part of it, but not the whole price of it. The size of the open out is not known, but you can know the quality of his jade, compared to the complete wool bedding. This way of risk is also will be a little less. The main purpose of their past, in fact, is to try such a kind of half-rough stone gambling. Because of the changes in the market, the number of high-end jade stones is also decreasing rapidly. If any company has more high-end jade, for the whole company, there will be a huge benefit. After some understanding, Su Xiuming realized that Leah was now the purchasing manager of the jade company. These things, in itself, are within his duties that need to be completed. Soon they had arrived at their destination, which was originally an exhibition, and was now rented. Outside the exhibition, there were all kinds of luxury cars parked. Su Xiuming's Land Rover, at best, could be considered a low-end brand here. Entering this exhibition also requires an invitation card. This is my invitation card. After all, it was a relatively high-end exhibition, so it was said that ordinary people were not allowed to enter. The people who entered into this exhibition were basically all different in terms of their occupations. However, their purpose was very consistent, which was to come over to see if there were any stones worth buying at the exhibition. The interior of the exhibition was dressed up in splendor, and it seemed to be a kind of auction. Of course, there are also some scattered stores. Those stores also have some jade, or raw stone to sell. The show itself is geared towards dealers, and most dealers are actually looking for a stable word. For them, it is not possible to make a big profit with a small amount of money, or the risk is a bit too big. In this case, they buy basically, are some already opened half of the original stone. At that time, even if you lose, that will not lose much. If it is a profit, then it is a big profit. There are exactly 2 seats in the distance. The 2 did not hesitate, but directly came to the seat above. Su Xiuming's side had just sat down, when he saw 2 figures in the distance walking towards this side. Miss He, long time no see. I didn't expect you to come to this place as well. The one walking in front was a man with an oily head, and after straightening his clothes, he said with a smile. Hearing this rather familiar voice, Su Xiuming also turned his head. After seeing the man, he was also somewhat dumbfounded. Unexpectedly actually encountered Zhao Hichang once again. His own luck was really a bit too backward. The Zhao Hichang who walked over had likewise already noticed Su Xiuming. His footsteps slightly stalled and his face was filled with confusion. Su Xiuming, why did you come to a place like this? Zhao Hichang's tone carried a bit of surprise. It just so happens that I came to take a stroll. Is it hard to believe that this exhibition is run by you? Su Xiuming smiled faintly and retorted. I hope you can also figure out your own identity, knowing that you do have some ability in treasure appreciation. But I didn't expect that you actually want to get involved in gambling stones. Zhao Hichang looked towards Su Xiuming and let out a cold smile. Ever since the last time he suffered a defeat at the hands of Su Xiuming, Zhao Hichang's mind was filled with thoughts of revenge, but there had been little opportunity to do so. Now after seeing Su Xiuming, his eyes had narrowed slightly. You guys, know each other? Leah was a bit surprised and then asked. Without waiting for Su Xiuming's side to speak, Zhao Hichang spoke first. I didn't realize that little brother Su still has quite a lot of flirtatious encounters. Before it was the Lin family's first lady, and now it's the He family's first lady. Zhao Hichang's heart had already been burning with anger after seeing Su Xiuming and Leah's intimacy, and he immediately arched his fire. In his opinion, Su Xiuming was nothing more than a poor boy. Unexpectedly, he actually dared to snatch someone with himself, and what was even more excessive was that he actually snatched it. Leah did not feel angry after hearing these words, but instead a sense of crisis rose in her eyes. Somewhat confused, he asked, Little Su, you know Miss Lin? I'm also considered a partner with him now, and our relationship is quite good. Su Xiuming nodded and said graciously. There was no special relationship between himself and the two of them per se, so Su Xiuming naturally walked the walk and sat the talk. After Leah heard these words, a hint of lost color appeared in her eyes, but this hint of color was so well hidden that even Su Xiuming didn't notice it. I didn't expect that young Zhao actually knew Su too. That's a coincidence. It's still all about friends. Then Leah opened her mouth in a generous manner. Zhao Hichang saw that his words, arching the fire, didn't work, and helplessly skimmed his mouth. However, he didn't give up either, but directly sat down next to Leah. Although it was said that Leah was also a bit disgusted, the position given itself was randomly disrupted. The Zhao family was also in the jewelry business. In fact, the two families still had some competition above the business world. The reason why Zhao and Chang came over this time was to see if they could make any money. Secondly, it is for Leah to come over, want to try to get closer to him. This same one was an order amongst his family, and actually had the meaning of allowing the two families to marry. His first feeling was bad luck, and he had suffered such a big loss at the hands of Su Xiuming before. Today, he would want to get it back in this auction. Chapter 69, Master Chu. The other side is the place for gambling stones. Why don't we go over and take a look first? Leah pointed to a few stores not far away. Looking towards Su Xiuming, Zhao Hichang had been sitting beside himself. which also made Leah feel very uncomfortable, and immediately opened his mouth to ask, "Go and take a look." After a few seconds of hesitation on Su Xiuming's side, he likewise nodded vigorously and continued. Among those stores, there were likewise quite a lot of ground wool, but compared to those stalls that Su Xiuming had encountered before, the quality of these wool was much higher. After Zhao Huqing saw the two leave, he simply followed behind them, pretending to look like he was also selecting wool. Although Leah also felt a few points of helplessness, but there was no other way. After all, this road is not her family land. Who wants to go? He also has no way to block. After coming to the side of these woolen materials, Su Xiuming opened the appraisal eyes in front of a few wool above, began to flow up, observing the quality of these wool in the end how. In fact, most of the wool, in the quality of the above are still considered to be okay. The value of these woolen materials is basically above $500,000, and inside the jade in this $500,000 is not bad. This gambling stone is extremely high risk, if not a few ability, simply cannot see what these stones inside. If there are some poor people, it is best not to touch what gambling stone. If they lose everything, it would be bad. Zhao Huqing's voice rang out from the side, and his words were full of ridicule. Hearing you say that, it seems like you are very capable of gambling on stones? Originally, Su Xiuming was not going to pay attention to Zhao Huqing, but after hearing his words, he struck up a conversation. Zhao and Cheng's family itself is the jade industry, so for these aspects of contact must have a lot. Although he could not be called a master, but he still had confidence in his own strength. What's more, in his opinion, Su Xiuming is a complete layman, not worth his attention at all. It's kinda okay, this stuff is all a rich man's game too after all. Zhao Hicheng casually waved his hand and then said, "Then when the auction is held in a while, I'd like to see if it's you who will gain more, or me." Facing the opposite party's provocation, Su Xiuming then counterattacked at this moment. After the opposite party heard these words, it was as if they just heard some kind of joke and suddenly laughed out loud. Fine, since you have this kind of thought, then let's despise it then as well. When Zhao Hicheng saw that the opposite party had actually fallen for the trap, his heart was even more delighted. In his opinion, Su Xiuming was completely provoked by his own words. He himself definitely didn't have much research on gambling stones. After Su Xiuming turned around slightly inside these few gambling stone stores, he didn't find any jade that was too profitable. And at this time, the auction was soon to begin, since it was also returning to the auction house at the same time. From the looks of it, this auction is still quite intense. Leah sighed in her heart after glancing at the surrounding situation. How intense? Hearing this, the former said then had a few surprises and asked curiously. Basically several big jade companies have come over. They are likewise extremely well capitalized, and these people seem to be wanting to participate in the auction. I also got the news before. There are quite a few fine products in the auction this time. It looks like this news is also quite reliable. Leah explained slightly. This time the ones who came over were the nation's jewelry companies, not just theirs. Their family's wealth in the entire Xijing city, indeed can be considered ranked to the existence of the top 20. But if you look at the national jewelry market, it will definitely not rank so high. In the capital power above, is already some behind the opposite. Looks like it can only test the eyesight. Leah actually in this aspect of eyesight, itself is not too strong. Before the family, in fact, is to raise a specialized stone gambling experts, and even high salary to raise down. It was just for the sake of being able to show off their skills and gain the corresponding benefits on top of some stone gambling conferences. However, some days ago, the stone gambler that they had contracted suddenly left the company for some unknown reason. Under such circumstances, she could only treat the dead horse as a living horse and bring Su Xiuming here, although she also believed in Su Xiuming's strength. But this kind of thing is dependent on luck after all. She did not have much confidence in her heart. Not long after the two of them sat down, Zhao Hicheng suddenly walked over, and at his side are followed by a middle-aged man, wearing a pair of gold glasses, looks courteous appearance. After Leah saw that middle-aged man again, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Somewhat unexpectedly, she asked, "Master Chu, why have you come? Did the middle of my family bring you back?" After that, Grandmaster Chu heard those words, his face seemed to be somewhat ashamed as he slowly lowered his head. Before Grandmaster Chu could speak, Zhao Huqing suddenly walked out at this moment, letting out a light laugh. "I'm sorry, but now Master Chu is already our Zhao's jewelry's appraiser." After hearing those words, Leah instantly had understood everything. Slightly narrowing her eyes, she coldly opened her mouth. "Master Zhao, our family has always been just not thin on you, right? But whenever there is a Chui jade, basically it will also be appraised for you, and not to mention anything else. This hand of yours in stone gambling, our company at least accounted for 30% of the credit, right?" Master Chu heard this sentence, but firmly replied to, "That's right, it is true that among your family there is a favor for me, but this kind of favor I have already repaid long ago. I also earned a lot of money for the company, right? What's more, I have entered your company, and not signed a contract of sale. Is it not possible that I will not be able to come out of your company? Master Chu's attitude was also very firm, and the guilt in his eyes was already gone from the beginning. If you say this thing in advance, then we don't blame you. It is indeed a free market. Do whatever you like, but you're the one who left suddenly, and there's no way for our side to find a new stone gambling master, so I'm sure your purpose shouldn't be that simple. Helia faced Grandmaster Chu's defense, but she retaliated with a reasoned argument. Originally, Master Chu, who still had a righteous look, suddenly shut up at this moment. Chapter 70, Half Raw Material Auction. Since we all know each other, there's no need to create such a big conflict. We are all businessmen. These are all trivial matters. Just at this time, Zhao He-cheng but suddenly stood out, with a look of rounding up the situation. But that smile on his face really made it look like he owed people a beating. Such an approach from your Zhao family is a bit too much. Even though we are rivals, there's no need to be like this. Helia looked towards Zhao He-cheng and said coldly, within their group right now, what they actually lacked the most was high-end jade. During this recent period, they wanted to rely on this earth jade auction to obtain a certain amount of high-end jade. In this way, they would be able to snatch back the high-end market. In the past, the distribution of the market was actually quite reasonable. The Zhao family mainly controlled the low-end jade market, while their family controlled the high-end jade market. But now, the Zhao family's action was really something that made people feel that it was too much. There is nothing excessive. You have already said, we itself is competition. Since so then naturally is to compete in the end. Between words, Su Xiaoming has also spread his hands, said with a smile. After hearing these words, Helia finally understood the meaning of the opposite side. Then we'll see. I don't believe if there is no trader, my side can't buy any good jade. Helia snorted coldly, then said, just as they were talking, the auction had already begun. A female appraiser dressed in red quickly walked onto the stage. This female appraiser's figure was exceptionally slender, and belonged to the kind of existence that would make people have a slight urge to look at her. In his hand, he was also holding a piece of wool that had already been half opened. This is a glutinous IC jadeite. Now exposed is about 3 by 5 centimeters of jadeite. The starting price is 500,000. Each increase shall not be less than 50,000. The female appraiser put the wool in her hand aside, and then the auction began. Accompanied by the female auctioneer after these words, many people were looking at this piece of jadeite. Su Xiaoming opened his appraisal eye at the first time after seeing this half of the wool brought up. Name, jadeite raw stone. Description, a piece of medium quality jadeite jade. The whole presents the type of glutinous ice seed. The overall range of 5 by 10. Value, 700,000. The value of the jadeite in front of him quickly appeared in front of Su Xiaoming. The way this appraisal is actually very rough. After the auction is completed there will be a live unlocking of the stone. Regardless of what was opened out, there was no way to return it for a high or low price. In a way, this thing is actually still to be more thrilling than the simple gambling, or to be more thrilling. After all, in addition to testing one's eyesight, there is still a need to test the estimation of the price of jade. Right after the female auctioneer finished her sentence, someone on the scene immediately began to make an offer. 600,000, 700,000, 800,000. Within moments though, the price of this jadeite raw stone had already far exceeded its own value. Should we auction this off? It looks like the quality is still okay. Helia glanced at Su Xiaoming beside her, using an inquiring tone. No need, the value of this thing isn't that high. Su Xiaoming's reply on the other hand was very simple. On the other side, Zhao He-cheng, similarly, inquired about the grandmaster beside him, and the evaluation given out by that master was likewise unwanted. Soon enough, the price of this jadeite raw stone was already climbing to $1.5 million. After his price reached $1.5 million, Su Xiaoming was already hesitating. In fact, this price was indeed a bit too high in a way. Soon the price was already stopped at $1.5 million, and this time it was the same group that auctioned off this piece of jade. Congratulations to Strong Shang Limited for auctioning off this jade. The final price is $1.5 million. The female auctioneer also spoke loudly. A man also stood up from his spot, and faced the applause from the people around him. He also greeted the crowd. After Su Xiaoming took a look at that man, he also knew what the unjust man looked like. And after the auction came down, the stone-solving machine on the side had begun to roar. The female appraiser then took the jade stone to the side of the machine and started to decode it. Accompanied by a burst of water splash leaps up after. Ear is also heard a roar sound. Soon, a whole block of raw stone had been unraveled. But the final result was a great disappointment to the man. Originally, he was still full of expectations, thinking that this time he should be able to open out a good stone. But in the end, the size of the opened out is to let him feel the loss of a great deal of money. In fact, from the name of this company can be seen, itself is not a big company. This $1.5 million of working capital should be the most they can take out. Now this $1.5 million is a loss of 800,000. Is really quite let a person feel horrible. But this is also the daily situation of gambling stones. One cut of heaven, one cut of hell. This saying is never a joke. After this stone was solved out, soon there is another piece of jade was served up. After seeing this piece of jade, Su Xiaoming's eyes lit up slightly. This is a lotus root seed jadeite. What is revealed today is roughly 5 by 2 centimeters of jadeite. The starting price is 300,000. Each increase shall not be less than 50,000. This jade that was brought up next didn't really look like much from the outside. It was a transparent milky white color, just like lotus root powder after being soaked in boiling water. Within the milky white color, there was a hint of purple, which was also a medium quality jadeite. From the starting price of 300,000, it can be seen that even the auction house is not too optimistic about this piece of jadeite. One of the main aspects is that this piece of raw material is indeed a little too small. Even if this piece of wool all open out, only a layer of shallow stone skin, the value will not exceed 600,000. Although the scene is also has some of the wrongdoers, but most people come over before is to do some homework. After seeing this piece of wool, most people are not in the mood to call the price, and Helia saw others did not call the price, naturally know the value of this thing. Just at this moment, Su Xiaoming on the side gently touched her. Buy it, as long as the price doesn't exceed 3 million, then buy it. This sudden sentence also made Helia somewhat caught off guard. Chapter 71. One stone, two waters. But this jade stone looks only this big. It can't be worth $3 million. Helia also raised her doubts and began to hesitate. Believe me, I won't let you down. Su Xiaoming looked at Helia and then said. After Helia glanced at Su Xiaoming, she finally nodded and raised the number plate in her hand. This side of the conversation was also heard by the nearby Zhao Chang. That Master Chu didn't know what kind of mentality he had, but he actually snorted coldly. It's not like anyone can be a stone gambling master. It's really bad luck. The price of this piece of jade land definitely cannot exceed 500,000. As long as it exceeds 500,000, then it will be a loss. After Zhao He-chang heard this, he similarly nodded. If one doesn't even have this much experience, then what kind of stone would one come over to gamble on? It looks like there are some people who haven't seen any jade since they were young, so that's why they are like this. Since Helia had already chosen Su Xiaoming, she didn't care in the face of the two men's mockery. At this moment as also appeared other people began to bid, to the end of the value has been raised to 600,000 yuan. After Helia raised her hand for the last time, the value also stagnated at $650,000. Congratulations to the auctioneer, bidding to our second wool. Then we will begin to decode the stone. The auctioneer had a smile on his face, and then waved his hand. 650,000? This one can exceed $500,000. I'll believe with you. Zhao He-chang glanced at Su Xiaoming and laughed contemptuously. After Su Xiaoming heard these words, he then looked at Zhao He-chang. It's a deal. Between words, the other side was already starting to unravel the stone. Accompanied by a roaring sound of the cutting machine, the stone skin on the outside began to be gradually unraveled. Helia wasn't too nervous. After all, it was only more than $600,000. It wasn't a big deal to her. This time she came over. She had brought a full 100 million. Even if she lost money this time, it was nothing. It's up. The jade in there. It doesn't seem to be a lotus root seed. This seems to be floating flower jade, and the color of this floating flower, or extremely rare blue. I go. 2 kinds in one stone. Luck can't be this good, right? After the original stone was gradually unraveled, the same was the first time to reveal the true appearance inside. Sounds of astonishment came from all around. Lotus root seed can only belong to the medium grade, but this floating flower seed jadeite, and still blue floating flower seed jadeite is extremely rare. Floating flower species refers to the color of the emerald, just like clouds, scattered in the emerald above, just like a flower floating through the general. From the appearance is also very hierarchical. The color is also different. There are blue, green, red, and the blue is the most rare. And this piece of emerald looks also as not small, probably has half a fist. Such a large jadeite, completely can be made into a jade bracelet, in addition to carving out 2 jade pendants. I didn't expect our buyer's luck to be so good. Our jadeite has risen greatly this time. That auctioneer was equally a bit surprised after seeing this floating jadeite. After all, he had also auctioned off so many stones, and 2 types of jadeite in one stone were indeed extremely rare. But once the emerald has risen, it will also all stir up other people's goodwill. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the auctioneer is also with the help of this big rise in emerald, began to publicize up. The wool we auctioned off this time is basically all extremely rare. This should just be the beginning. For the next bids, everyone can bid on them. The auctioneer continued. Such a large drifting snowseed jadeite, even I have not seen many, not to mention anything else. A jadeite this big should be worth no less than $3 million. My God, Xiao Su, do your eyes have a penetrating eye? Actually able to see it with a single glance. After Helia took a glance at Su Xiuming, she immediately said in surprise, it's true that I have perspective eyes. Otherwise, why would I keep staring at you? The corner of Su Xiuming's mouth then revealed a hint of a smile and then said, after Helia heard these words, her pretty face flushed. How come you didn't feel that you were so immodest before, but now you're immodest instead? Su Xiuming on the other hand smiled faintly after hearing these words and didn't answer directly, but instead looked at Zhao Huqing who was on the side. Su He Chang, do you feel that this vision of mine is accurate or not anymore? The corner of Su Xiuming's mouth also revealed a hint of a smile, and then asked. When Zhao Huqing heard this, his face became even more gloomy, but he didn't say anything more. He just turned his head as if he didn't hear Su Xiuming speak. Looking at this Zhao Huqing who looked like a scoundrel, Su Xiuming didn't care. And this auction, after the big surge just now, the heat at this moment was already completely elevated. But in the next few stones, Su Xiuming did not let Helia shoot them down. After all, the rise is not high. There is even a loss. After all, this kind of thing itself is not only rise, the possibility of loss is equally high. The others on the field, on the other hand, were engaged in a fierce struggle. Zhao synthesized the luck is not bad. After the guidance of the master beside him, the same as a small profit some money. This, in time, made Zhao Hichang's confidence soar. Soon, another stone was brought up. After Su Xiuming saw this stone, his heart was a little playful. After glancing at Helia beside him, he deliberately spoke loudly. This stone must be auctioned off no matter what. Even if it's auctioned for $10 million, then we have to auction it off. When Helia heard this, he was likewise a bit surprised, but for Su Xiuming's words, he was very convinced and secretly nodded. This auction is an ice-type jadeite, belonging to the existence of the king among the jadeite. What is revealed today is roughly 7 by 3 centimeters of jadeite. The starting price is 2 million. Each increase shall not be less than 200,000. After the auctioneer brought up the stone again, he loudly introduced it. Among these auction stones that appeared, 2 million was the first time it appeared. Many people began to distinguish the stone in front of them. This piece of semi-material, the overall did not open out the stone is actually still quite large. Ice seed also belongs to the emerald, more rare existence. So in the crowd's view, this stone is absolutely can be shot out of the price is not expensive. Zhao Enchang just after hearing Su Xiuming those words, heart also rose some competition. Just as Helia had just raised the sign in her own hand, he followed suit. 2,400,000. Chapter 72. Helia also noticed. Zhao Enchang now the reason why the bidding seems to want to in their own call. Once again raised the hand of the sign, 2,600,000. The price is also in the gradual rise, along with the two people's call, plus other people's call. Not long after the time, the price has been raised to 4 million. In fact, after raising to 4 million, both sides of the heart is still has some false. After all, the price of 4 million is already considered quite high. In case of loss, then it will be a big trouble. But Su Xiuming's side has not called a halt. Helia natural is also impossible to stop. Raising the sign, she said loudly, $4,200,000. $4,400,000. Zhao Hichang didn't hesitate for a second and directly followed this price. Now he has felt some meat pain, but on second thought, since the opposite side is so important, then it means that there may really be some treasure inside. 4,600,000. Helia continued to bid. Otherwise let's forget about it. It feels like this stone seems to be somewhat not worth 6 million. The side of the Chu master at this time is also feel some panic. Persuaded a sentence. Indeed should forget. After all, this auction then is a courage. If who do not have the courage, who will quit? At this time, Su Xiuming, who hadn't said anything, opened his mouth again. After hearing these words, Zhao Hucheng was originally prepared to stop bidding, but was once again pressed down. After slightly thinking for a while, Zhao Hichang once again raised his sign twice. $5 million. 5 million should be the highest price as far as the current situation was concerned. So after hearing this price, quite a few people were looking over in this direction. At this moment, Zhao Hucheng instantly felt that his original vanity had already been satisfied by the gazes of the crowd, right? However, he didn't realize that the gazes of the crowd looking at him were like looking at a fool. Originally, he was still waiting for Zhao Hucheng's side to continue bidding, but Su Xiuming stretched out a hand, preventing Helia from continuing to bid. It's fine, our purpose has been achieved. Su Xiuming spoke softly. Helia froze slightly. What purpose? I originally didn't intend to auction this stone. I was just talking for fun. Su Xiuming smiled faintly and then spoke. After hearing these words, Zhao Huqing on the side then had his eyes glazed over. He was naturally able to hear and understand that Su Xueming was deliberately raising the price, which seemed to be to raise his own price even higher. This actually also requires guts, to conduct some mental games in advance, each not knowing what the opposite side's bottom price is. But obviously this time the psychological game, Qian Shuo was considered to have won a thorough one. Even if you raise the price, how? Even if this stone isn't worth $5 million, then I can't lose much. After Helia gritted her teeth, she directly retorted, I didn't expect you to be quite confident, actually thinking that you can't lose much. That's quite good. Or let's see the result? Su Xiuming spread his hands, and the auctioneer on the other side had a smile on his face. Congratulations to this customer for auctioning this half-woolen material of ours at a price of $5 million. $5 million is indeed very bold and atmospheric. So let's start unraveling the stone next, the auctioneer said while placing the stone to the side of the stone decomposer, accompanied by a roar of the machine. This piece of raw stone in front of me has also been gradually opened. Zhao Cheng's heart was already in his throat at this moment, staring tightly at the stone in the distance, but after a knife went down, did not see any green color, until the entire piece of wool was cut clean, also did not see any traces of green color in the crumbs of that piece of wool. Seeing this scene, Zhao Hicheng's body also trembled slightly, somewhat unable to believe his eyes. How is this possible? How could this happen? Zhao Huqing's face was filled with a look of horror, and his mouth was similarly muttering. The probability of such a situation occurring was very low in itself. Who could have thought that after cutting it out, the other half would actually not have any jade? If you calculated it like this, only the section that was exposed on the outside counted for the price, right? But the jade on the outside, although it was of the glass variety, could at best only be enough to make a jade pendant. Calculating the price would probably be around $1,230,000, and that was still after processing. At a rough estimate, his own side was at least a loss of around $4 million. It looks like you are not only this eyes are not too good, but this brain is still a little bit not too good. It's hard to believe that if I want to rob something from you, you'll rob it from me? Su Xiuming coldly smiled and looked at Zhao Hicheng, and at this time, Zhao Hicheng had already gritted his teeth. After all, he hadn't brought much money on him. Right now, on his body, he only had about $20 million left, and this time, he had lost $4 million. If it is said that the later cannot earn back words, it is estimated that after returning home, is also unavoidable his father's a burst of reproach. The current him didn't recognize his mistake at all, but thought that Su Xiuming was deliberately attracting himself to the bait, purposely trying to get himself into the trap. His gaze scraped viciously onto Su Xiuming's body, but Su Xiuming was indifferent. For the next collection, Su Xiuming also began to take it seriously. After continuing to auction off 2 stones, it also helped Zhao Hicheng's side earn more than $3 million again. Grandmaster Chu, who had originally looked confident, was now closing his mouth and not saying anything. In the beginning, he was still able to think that Su Xiuming was completely relying on luck, and that's why he guessed the stone. But after more times, he had to believe in Su Xiuming's vision. Now they didn't dare to follow Su Xiuming to make a bid, because they themselves didn't know what Su Xiuming was trying to do with this bid. If it was said that in case they were pitched by Su Xiuming again, it would really be a shame for the adults. This next jadeite is also quite rare green water seed jadeite, but the overall raw stone is on the small side. The price is probably around 1 million. Each increase shall not be less than 100,000. Another kind of jadeite was served on the auction stage. The auctioneer said aloud. After seeing the jadeite that was brought up, Su Xiuming's eyes lit up violently. Subconsciously, he gripped Helia's hand. This one must be auctioned for me, no matter how much it costs, as long as it's under $10 million. After Helia heard these words, she thought that Su Xiuming was trying to pitch Zhao Huqing again. The corner of his mouth then revealed a hint of a smile and nodded. Chapter 73, The Cat's Eye Stone. Do you really think we're stupid? This ploy has already been used once. Do you still think we'll fall for it? Zhao Huqing snorted coldly. This time he was not prepared to bid at all. Green water kind of jadeite is indeed relatively rare, but this rare is also relative to all jadeite. In the high-end jade, in fact, is actually the most one, so that in the rarity of the above is not too high. Most of the jade line, or larger jade company, will have a lot of green water species of land inventory. For most of the companies, this time, they want to find the kind of goods that are more cherished, so as to enhance their company's popularity. So for the green water species of jade, most of the companies are also very little interest. The price on Helia's side was raised to $1.5 million, and then there were no other companies bidding together. Are we losing money? Seeing this situation, Helia looked around and then asked Su Xiuming in a low voice. Now has not opened the stone it. As for the loss of words, how do I know? I do not have perspective eyes. Su Xiuming did not answer. After all, Now answer also has some inappropriate. After the auctioneer's brief introduction, the stone was soon put on the stone-solving machine, accompanied by the grinding wheel of the stone decomposer, gradually cut to the back half of the stone, but the second half of the stone, cut down half of the stone still did not see green. Many people are also slightly relieved. The heart is also red. Fortunately I did not shoot down. The crowd did not expect this. Actually is also a waste half of wool. The back half of the unresolved wool, actually empty, until after it was completely cut. The miracle didn't happen. This lady, we are also very sorry. The back half is actually all wool. That auctioneer slowly sighed as if it was a great pity. After hearing those words, Zhao Huqing on the side almost went numb with laughter. And even Master Chu's face was relieved. After all, Su Xiuming's loss this time was probably around $1 million. Although their 4 million is more. But watching others lose money is more comfortable than watching themselves make money. I originally thought that some people still have some skills now, but I didn't realize that it was just good luck. Next, your good luck should be used up about the same. I advise you to leave the field earlier so as not to really get deeper and deeper into it. Master Chu, who was originally still hanging his head in shame, raised his head at this moment, facing the mockery of the two. Although Leah had some loss, she also felt indifferent. After all, it was only a loss of $1 million. Just now, Su Xiuming had earned more than $8 million for himself, right in front of everyone's eyes. Su Xiuming but slowly stood up, his body raised a hand. Now it hasn't been completely unraveled yet. There is no need to jump to conclusions so early. Next, use the stone-solving machine, and vertically cut another slice to recut that waste stone. After hearing these words, a trace of surprise also appeared on that auctioneer's face. After all, he had been auctioning for so many years and naturally knew some of the laws of auctioning. Since it had already been judged to be a waste stone, it was basically impossible to have any possibility of flipping it. What's more, the stone itself is small. Even if there is a good jade behind it, it should not be able to make up for the loss. The rest of the stone is only the size of a baby's fist. It seemed to have been redundant to unravel it. If anything, this kid should be a newcomer, right? He just made a little bit of money by virtue of his good luck, and now it's time to pay back the debt. Luck is definitely something that can't be relied on for a lifetime. What can really be relied on for a lifetime is still strength. Look at what he's wearing. It's just a poor look. Not at all like he's able to touch jade. Quite a few people in the surroundings had already begun to talk about it. Just now, Su Xiuming earned so much money. The same also caused these people's eyes to redden. After all, they had similarly shot quite a few times, but the money they earned was indeed very little. The one who made the most money when counting should also be Helia's. So faced with such an opportunity, they would definitely just fall on their sword. Otherwise, let's just forget about it. After hearing those words from the crowd, Helia stretched out a hand and pulled Su Xiuming, then said. However, Su Xiuming shook his head firmly, saying that he still wanted to continue opening the stone. The auctioneer on the stage, after seeing this situation, also sighed helplessly. After all, she had indeed encountered people who were as intransigent as this before. If it was said that the opposite party kept insisting, one could only be to reopen it once more. So he then placed the piece of scrap stone, the size of a baby's fist, on top of the stone-solving machine, but didn't pay much attention to it. A roar came from the machine after it was turned on again. Just when this piece of waste stone was completely cut, beads but from the waste stone, slowly rolled out. What is that? Why would a red bead appear? Could it be some kind of gemstone? I say, are you red-green color blind? How is this a red bead? It's clearly a white bead. I see you all don't have good eyes. It's green. Or else you can look at the picture I took. The moment they saw this bead, the crowd below had already started talking. Everyone's opinions were different from each other. Even the colors they felt they saw were different. Just as the crowd was arguing, a voice suddenly rang out from the side. This seems to be the legendary change stone cat's eye stone. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene, which was still quite lively, instantly fell into silence. This so-called cat's eye stone was also extremely precious, and among all the jewelry categories, it belonged to the kind that was extremely expensive. The so-called cat's eye stone, in fact, is also able to in different directions, because of the different refractive index of light, so show a variety of different colors. This cat's eye is just like a cat's eye. In different light, will show different colors, as well as different shapes. This is a very special optical effect, because of the appearance of cat's eye stone, so it is also known as the cat's eye effect. In fact, the appearance of this stone also has the legend of the story. In a certain country in ancient Southeast Asia, there lived an old man who kept cats. The old man and the cat have always been dependent on each other, but the cat's life is not as good as the old man's, so that before the old man died, the cat died first. Although the old man's family is also relatively poor, but for the cat has been very good. News of the energy stone. He and the cat stayed together all day long. In fact, there wasn't much difference between them and his family anymore. On the night the cat died, he suddenly dreamed a dream to the old man. Let him dig his own grave, can let him live the rest of his life in peace. Although the old man was said to be very puzzled all the same, he also went to dig up the cat's body as his dream had said. After digging for some time, he then realized that it was just as the cat had said. At the location where he buried the body, a very strange stone appeared. This stone also looked colorful from the outside, and the color of the ground was different in each direction. After the old man sold this eyeball, the money he gained also allowed him to live a long life and eventually die well. If this is really a changed stone cat's eye stone, the price is absolutely impossible to be less than $10 million. And this piece of stone, at a glance, is known to be natural, plus those who, in different directions to see has a different color. It already shows that this thing is a very rare gemstone even if it is not a cat's eye stone. This is absolutely true. I used to be engaged in gemstone appraisal, so many years ago also had the honor of seeing 2 cat's eye stone. The quality is not as good as this, but can see that this is genuine. At this time, the crowd suddenly stood out a small old man, followed by these people around, began to say up. Some people saw this little old man, also feel very familiar. After a short exchange, the people finally know what he is. It turned out that this person was the famous jade appraisal master, who had been invited over this time to similarly sit in the town. If he encountered some controversial jade, he would deduce a rough price. A jade appraisal master, naturally, cannot be randomly joking, that would be detrimental to their profession. In the case that they didn't have to lie, then the small jade stone in front of them was true in all probability. Moreover, the translucency of this jade stone was still very good. The color that appeared was also a relatively positive color, which was already considered to be the very best of the cat's eye stones. After the old man made a slight estimate, he also wrote out a price. Immediately after that, auctioneer is also the price presented in front of the crowd. The appraiser's final price actually reached a horrifying level of $25 million. After hearing this price, Helia even felt a bit faint. This valuation was actually just an initial valuation, and many other factors had not been added. If other factors were added, then the true value of the small jade stone would still need to go up another level. Moreover, when Helia came over to select the jade stone this time, she herself wanted to come over to select the more famous kind, as their company's first shot at making a name for themselves. Now, after seeing this stone change cat's eye stone, Helia instantly came to her senses. If she could take this back, she wouldn't even need to touch anything else. Although it was said that this appraisal had already ended, and soon came the second auction, but the crowd's emotions were still stuck in that one just now. After all, the changed stone cat's eye stone is indeed very rare. Helia is now completely unable to suppress the joy in his heart. After glancing at Su Xiaoming, she hurriedly walked off the stage. Before leaving, let Su Xiaoming first wait here. He first will be wax plum changed stone cat's eye stone to take over. For these Su Xiaoming didn't care, so he also crossed his legs and waited for the subsequent results. The fault-finding duo on the side had now completely lost the idea of fault-finding. Just Su Xiaoming's hand, $1.5 million to earn $25 million. That is also a kind of miracle above the gambling field. But because of this, so also let Zhao and Changhart feel very angry. It was not easy for him to spend a lot of money to buy this Master Chu back. But who knew that after such a long time, Master Chu actually played no role whatsoever. People were earning millions and millions of dollars at the drop of a hat. But this Master Chu, however, made himself lose millions. Those were all accidents just now. Who knew that this kid's luck would actually be so good? The next time the luck will definitely not be worse. Grandmaster Chu was already feeling Zhao Yicheng's gaze as if he wanted to eat himself alive. This auction, the follow-up was still going on. Su Xiaoming casually raised the card in his hand, and after earning a few million, he also intentionally lost a few million to it. After all, in this way, it would also be able to let others not be too suspicious. Otherwise, if he really had that kind of skill of recognizing gambling stones, perhaps he would also be completely annoyed by these people. Not to mention that in front of money, many people have already lost their minds, and may run over to rob people are possible. About 2 hours later, the entire stone auction had finally come to an end. Although it was true that he had made a lot of money this time, Su Xiaoming was somewhat unhappy. This time, he had come over to look for energy stones, but he had not found them. Money was basically just a number to him now, and he didn't spend much anyway. Helia quickly walked out from the backstage of the auction, and in her hands was holding a small box. After walking up to Su Xiaoming, she shook the small box in her hand slightly. $25 million of variegated cat's eye stone. Really thanks a lot. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what to do here. Helia was also full of gratitude towards Su Xiaoming. The original amount of money that he brought over had now been doubled by a third. Why don't we just leave it like this? I will count the money in a while. This time the profit will be equally divided between the two of us, and we won't be able to let you come for nothing. It was only after hearing these words that Su Xiuming finally came back to his senses, but he only gently nodded his head. After all, if there is a bargain, don't take advantage of it, not to mention that his side is not really taking advantage of anything. But then he took his cell phone out and pulled up a picture of a red bloodstone. The money and stuff is still secondary, but look at this kind of stone. Have you ever seen it when you were in the past? Su Xiuming placed the picture in front of Helia. Helia pondered a little and called out in surprise. Right, my grandfather also has such a stone, and the color looks even darker than this one. Visiting the mysterious old man. Really? Su Xiuming was a bit surprised. Yes, my grandfather often played with it in his hands. When I was little I liked to play with this stone. Playing with this stone in winter, you will feel that you will be warm in the middle of your hand. Very strange. Helia nodded and explained. After hearing this kind of trait, Su Xiuming could basically judge that what he was talking about was definitely that kind of energy stone. Actually, that kind of stone is still quite useful to me. If possible, I want to spend some money to purchase it. Su Xiuming was a bit excited and continued. This actually I don't know if it's possible. For that thing my grandfather is still quite valuable. Perhaps this matter is only for you to say. Helia hesitated for a few seconds before saying, that's fine. Can you do me a favor and arrange a meeting between me and your grandfather? If it's possible, I won't ask for a single cent of payment this time. Su Xiuming then asked. Helia, however, blankly glanced at Su Xiuming. What kind of person do you take me for? Is it possible that I'm the kind of person who holds favors in return? Since you helped me this time, it's not wrong for me to help you. Then, thank you. Seeing this, Su Xiuming also did not say any more. If you're not in a hurry, go back and wait for news first. As for the money gained from gambling on the stones this time after a slight calculation, let's transfer $5 million to you first. After a slight calculation, Helia similarly gave a price. The price of $5 million was already very fair, so it was naturally impossible for Su Xiuming to push back. Then, many thanks. Su Xiuming nodded and said at once, soon to the account of the news, has been transmitted to the cell phone above. Su Xiuming's card is also finally more money. Some time ago, because of the miscellaneous spending method, so the money on his body itself is not much. Now this $5 million was considered to have given him a big mouthful of blood back, at least within the next period of time. For the time being, there was no need to worry about money. Su Xiuming quickly said goodbye to Helia, and after saying goodbye to Helia, the time was already a little late. However, Su Xiuming still had some things to do tonight, which was to look for the little girl who sold secret books that he met earlier. For the guiding art, Su Xiuming had practiced it extraordinarily skillfully. He was also very curious. What was the reason for that little girl saying those words before? After going home and having a meal, Su Xiuming hurriedly rushed out. The time was around 8 o'clock, and the outside looked silent. Su Xiuming came to the previous ghost market. After all, he had already come here once last time, so he also looked somewhat familiar. After entering into the ghost market, Su Xiuming realized that this place actually hadn't opened yet. After all, the time is still early, so it is not incomprehensible to say that it is not open now. Just when Su Xiuming was ready to wait for that little girl, a figure appeared under the street light in the distance. It was the little girl that he saw that day. At this time, the little girl had a dumbfounded face, slowly raised her head and looked towards Su Xiuming. Every night, my grandfather will let me continue to wait here for a while. Today I can finally meet you. The little girl beamed at this time and said with a smile, your grandfather, what kind of person is he? Su Xiuming asked with some confusion, feeling as if the opposite side was waiting for him. Actually, Su Xiuming didn't like this feeling too much, but there was nothing he could do about it. My grandpa is my grandpa. Where is there anyone else? He's a great man. After the little girl heard these words, she smiled and opened her mouth. Su Xiuming still wanted to continue saying something, but seeing the little girl's appearance he knew that what she knew must not be too much. Even if he asked her he would not be able to get any results. Alright then, you take me to your grandfather. Su Xiuming nodded his head and then said. Su Xiuming followed closely behind the little girl, and soon he arrived within a bungalow. This place was clearly a self-built house, but it seemed that this area had not been demolished. Just as Su Xiuming was about to reach the outside of the bungalow, an old man suddenly opened the door. After seeing Su Xiuming, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Immediately, he asked, coming? Su Xiuming froze for a second and nodded. I took the liberty of visiting and didn't take any gifts. In Su Xiuming's opinion, the old man's body seemed to have a kind of aura if nothing else. This chi was not created out of thin air. After Su Xiuming had studied the channeling technique for some time, the chi in his body was likewise very close to this aura, but it was not as strong as this aura. What Su Xiuming was most puzzled about right now was that the old man in front of him did not seem to be immortal. but for some reason he actually lived in such a kind of place. Moreover, the little girl that he had just encountered just now was dressed just like the last time, and looked a bit poor as well. One must know that the things that one had sold some time ago were already worth $1 million. No matter which way you look at it, taking that money to buy a normal dress for the little girl, that would be no problem at all. But for these words, Su Xiaoming was only able to hide them in his heart and didn't say them out. Immediately afterward, he entered the room, and Su Xiaoming followed behind this old man. It looks like you have already learned the guiding art. The old man looked at Su Xiaoming and sat down. After going back and trying to learn it slightly, I didn't expect to actually learn it, but the speed of cultivation is extremely slow. If it wasn't for a strange stone that I accidentally obtained earlier, there wouldn't have been much progress at all. Su Xiaoming nodded and explained, the number of spirit stones are very few now. Your luck is already considered good. The old man slowly nodded once and explained, that thing is called a spirit stone? Su Xiaoming could not help but be a little surprised. He used to love to read some kind of web novels, and in his opinion, these things had only appeared in those web novels as well, and most of those web novels were still of some cultivation type. That spirit stone you're talking about, can it be that it's the spirit stone in those novels? Su Xiaoming froze slightly and continued to ask, maybe it's different. That's just a kind of stone that has energy, but these things, you will naturally understand gradually after you arrive. The old man spoke as if he was very mysterious, and did not tell everything in full, causing Su Xiaoming to be confused. Then this time you asked me to come over. Is it hard to believe that there is something going on? Su Xiaoming looked at the old man and continued to ask. The old man immediately nodded. I hope that in the future, you will be able to take care of my granddaughter a little bit. Song Lao. What? After hearing this request, Su Xiaoming only felt outrageous at the moment. Between himself and him, he was also a non-relative, and this sentence was indeed a bit surprising. It would be stupid if he himself agreed to this matter seriously. I know you're in a hurry, but you don't need to be in a hurry right now. The old man let out a bitter smile and continued. I have a set of boxing techniques in my hands. If you can learn them, together with the guidance techniques you obtained earlier, it will allow you to increase your strength greatly. Fist technique? Su Xiaoming was slightly stunned. Yes, it's a set of ancient boxing techniques. As long as you learn the first layer, then opening a monument and cracking a stone is a very simple thing for you. The old man continued, and between his words, there seemed to be some enticement. It's not like I'm performing chest breaking. What do I need that skill of opening monuments and breaking stones for? Su Xiaoming's attitude didn't change, still asking in confusion. Maybe you don't need it now, but you will definitely need it sometime in the future. The old man didn't continue and just took out an ancient book. The cover of this ancient book was already a bit worn out, and what was written on it was also some traditional Chinese characters, but the time seemed to be a bit too long, so at first glance, one would not know what was written on it. After opening this ancient book, some of the things written inside are equally puzzling. There are a lot of drawings inside. Most of them are the way of boxing. In fact, if you look closely, this is indeed a boxing book. But after getting this boxing book, Su Xiaoming was not that excited. In Su Xiaoming's opinion, his current strength was already completely sufficient. Even if it was a bit stronger, it wouldn't do himself any good. What's more, Su Xiaoming was still a big single. He didn't want to have such a little girl by his side. He couldn't even take care of himself. Where would he have the heart to take care of a little girl? You first take this full score back, study it a little, maybe it will be useful to you. Although Su Xiaoming refused this fist recipe, the old man still insisted. After some prevarication, Su Xiaoming finally took this fist manual in its entirety. Subsequently, if you encounter anything that you can't solve, come back to me at that time. After saying these words, the old man then went ahead and entered the room at the back. Wait, Su Xiaoming suddenly called out to the old man. How about I help this granddaughter of yours buy some clothes? He shouldn't be in school right now by the looks of it, right? Su Xiaoming looked at the little girl on the side before saying, as the saying goes, eating from the mouth and taking from the hand. Su Xiaoming was already taking something from someone else now, so he should more or less do something. If he didn't have the guiding technique before, when he encountered the third master, he estimated that he was all bad enough. After the old man heard these words, his eyes were a little hesitant. Then he nodded. This child's parents have been following me since they were young when something happened, and I also know that I have wronged her for so many years. If you are able to help him a bit, then try to help him a bit. Thanks a lot. Su Xiaoming casually waved his hand. It's just a show of hands. Nothing too big for me. My surname is Song. If you want to find me in the future, come directly to this place. The old man continued. After coming out from the old man's home, Su Xiaoming also slowly let out a sigh of relief. For this strange old man, Su Xiaoming naturally did not have any ill feelings, but he did not have any good feelings either. Just now, He had said half a day's worth of key things without mentioning a single word, but wanted his help. When he had purchased the guiding technique, he himself had likewise spent almost $2 million, which really wasn't a small amount anymore. After pondering for a while, Su Xiaoming felt a bit of a headache, so he simply put this matter to the back of his mind, not wanting to care about this for the time being. After returning home, Su Xiaoming went ahead and took a nap. After waking up, he returned to the Tsunglong Antique Pavilion. Now the Antique Pavilion has been completely developed. Even Zhang San Master is now busy in the Antique Pavilion. A few days ago when it is coming and going, almost on not many people, but now it is a personal shoulder to shoulder. After all, this antique loft is actually the main focus as a real, as long as it is sold things, are in advance after several times of verification. After determining that there is no problem, only then will the antiques be sold, under such a way of selling. In fact, many people also feel very good. In the general antique store, if you do not know how to say that it is easy to be cheated, even some people have paid a lot of money, and finally bought back a fake. In this case, if you go to return it, it is even more impossible. Although there are such things as paying tuition fees, people basically want to avoid this kind of thing. The reason why Lin Yaodong had opened such an antique store was that the main focus was actually in authenticity. Like other antique stores, basically in 10 pieces there is this one is a fake. There are even some excessive, 4 or 5 out of 10 are fakes, but in the Tsunglong Antique frame to buy, basically buy out are authentic. If you accidentally buy a fake, of course, like other antique stores are not able to return or exchange, but you can enjoy a certain discount on subsequent purchases of antiques. Lin Yaodong itself is a big capital into the field, so that after this big capital into the field, almost instantly monopolized the entire antique street. Of course, Lin Yaodong actually also thought of the other people in the antique street, and even took out a part of the dry shares, can let them buy. In this way, everyone is also able to benefit, originally opposed to some people. Now instead of renewed support, Lin Yaodong himself was not only for the profits of this one antique street, but wanted to make this antique street the trump card of the entire Jinghai province. Only in this way, the large amount of their own investment in the early stage will be able to recover. Looking at the thriving antique store, Su Xiaoming's heart was naturally quite happy. Right, the last appraisal conference your performance is really very good. The next province is also ready to let you go to the national level appraisal conference. There is no such idea? After Su Xiaoming had circled around twice, Lin Yaodong led him to the room. Just after sitting down, Lin Yaodong said the latest news that he just got, which also let Su Xiaoming some surprise. In the national level appraisal conference, it was not just their province that appeared. There were even many national level experts, as well as some foreign experts. $5 million in pawns. Once you are able to stand out from the appraisal conference, then it will be a leap to become a national level appraisal master. Like this kind of appraisal master, as long as casually out of the words, hundreds of thousands is certainly no problem, and still has a high honor. The whole antique world not many people have this kind of honor. Even if there are most of the antique masters of age, are already reached the age of 50 or 60 years, most of the appraisal, the division has no opportunity to participate in such a national level appraisal conference. In fact, Su Xiaoming has never been to the capital, but he also knows that the level of antiques in the capital, compared to the place where he is now, that is upgraded by several grades. From Lin Yaodong's words, Su Xiaoming could hear that he was willing to go there himself. After all, as long as one's popularity increased, the antique pavilion's popularity would also increase with it. But Su Xiaoming hesitated slightly. About when? After just a few seconds of hesitation, Su Xiaoming then responded, the time is also quite close now. About a week after you have to leave. The antiques in the Golden City is also a little more. After a little estimation, Lin Yaodong then said, a week's time, then it's not bad. Su Xiaoming secretly nodded. Right, there is something on my side that I want you to arrange, and I don't know if it's convenient for you. Say it, as long as it can be accomplished for you it can be accomplished. Lin Yaodong's sentence, on the other hand, was a direct guarantee. A little girl from one of my elders' family, is now 7 or 8 years old and still hasn't gone to school, but the pre-courses are all already mastered. So that means you just do a favor and see if you can get him enrolled in school. For the matter of Meng, Su Xiaoming has not forgotten, immediately opened his mouth and asked, this is no problem. I also know quite a few principals. When the time comes to say hello to them will be fine. After hearing that it was this matter, Lin Yaodong immediately nodded. That's good. It's this matter. Today I also have some things that I might not be able to stay in the antique pavilion. If it's any antiques that need to be appraised just leave it for tomorrow. After Su Xiaoming said hello, he likewise left first. This morning, he had already made an appointment with Helia, to go to his home today, and incidentally, to see his grandfather. After he told his grandfather about what happened yesterday, His grandfather was equally very curious about Su Xiuming, which is why he said that he would ask Su Xiuming out. After all, Su Xiuming's several times of gambling on stones yesterday were basically all small and big, and they were all successful. His grandfather also has some research on gambling, although it can't be considered an obsession, but will occasionally go out to gamble a hand. The final result was basically a lot of wins and a few losses, but he couldn't call himself a master at all. Su Xiuming also heard that yesterday that Master Chu was sued directly by their company after he returned. After all, it is the first unilateral destruction of the contract. It is estimated that this time is also to lose money. For large companies, they have a million ways to make a person lose their money, especially this kind of unilateral destruction of the contract. Originally, the Zhao family still wanted to marry their family, but after this incident, the possibility of a marriage had directly turned into a negative number. With that stone change cat's eye, when the time comes to make it into jewelry, the price will definitely be no less than 50 million. At that time, the reputation of their jewelry company would be raised to another level. For this matter, Su Xiuming is not much of an opinion. Immediately agreed. Itself is within a neighborhood. Su Xiuming before going to his home, or specially went home. After a trip home, he came back out and then found the address of He Lia's house. After coming to the door of He Lia's house, Su Xiuming was able to see that his house was obviously much larger than his own. If his own home was just a small villa, then their home was a large villa. Around the villa, there were some bamboos planted, and it looked like the inside of the villa was very tranquil. Before coming over, Su Xiuming had already said hello to the opposite side, and He Lia had already waited at the door. After seeing Su Xiuming, He Lia was also very excited to say hello. Immediately, she said, "My grandfather is waiting at home right now. I just went to the antique store for some things, so that means I came over a little late." Su Xiuming also casually explained, while the opposite party was very surprised after hearing this. Confused, he asked, "Antique store? Actually, besides jade appraisal, I am still slightly involved in antiques." Su Xiuming nodded. After hearing this, He Lia, on the other hand, felt very surprised. Surprised, she asked, "You mean to say that you can still appraise antiques? At best, it's just a look. Appraisal is really not something I can call it." Seeing this surprised expression of He Lia, Su Xiuming casually said, "Do not know, not seen so many years inside. You in the end is hiding what things. Really is a day without seeing like 3 autumn ah." He Lia then shook her head inside. The two of them didn't stick around for too long on top of this matter. After exchanging just a few pleasantries, Su Xiuming followed He Lia into the villa. At this moment, in the villa, an old man was facing the chessboard and playing by himself. On the opposite side of him was no one. It looked like he just wanted to entertain himself. Su Xiuming's gaze, on the other hand, was the first thing that landed on the chessboard in front of him. On the board in front of them, there were a bunch of chess pieces, although they were black and white in color, but at a glance, it was clear that they were not ordinary chess pieces. Most of the chess pieces above the market were also made of glaze, but the chess pieces in front of the old man in front of me were made of Hutian jade. The whole looks more crystal clear, and each piece is very smooth and moist. The black pieces seem to be made of nephrite, while the white pieces were made of the rare white jade, not to mention the other things. Just these two things were already worth a lot of money, and that chessboard seems to be made of very rare gold nanmu. A little bit of calculation, just this game of chess is estimated to be worth no less than $5 million. Even in the city, it is able to buy a small villa. Su Xiuming originally knew that He Lia's family was extraordinary, but he didn't think that it was actually so rich. Superior warm jade. "Grandpa, this is Xiao Su, who I introduced to you." He Lia quickly walked to her grandfather's side and smiled sweetly. The old man held up his eyes for a moment and smiled. "The young man is not bad, quite spirited and energetic, but he looks a bit younger than I thought." The old man originally thought that the young man that He Lia was talking about, no matter what, should have reached the age of 30, but the Su Xiuming in front of him looked like he was only in his early 20s from the outside. I'm sorry. Su Xiuming scratched his head with an embarrassed look. "There's nothing to laugh at. Young people having such a skill is a good thing in itself. It's just that it makes me feel a little surprised." Elder, he smiled faintly, then stood up. Just now, he also noticed that Su Xiuming's eyes seemed to appear above his own chessboard. Immediately, he opened his mouth and asked, "Is it hard to believe that you also know how to play chess? Otherwise, why don't you accompany me to play 2 random games?" Su Xiuming immediately shook his head and replied with a smile, "It's true that I haven't had much contact with the game of weiqi. It's just that I'm looking at your chess pieces, which are quite good." When he heard this, he was a bit surprised. "Young man, really good eyesight, ah? This pair of chess cost me more than $3 million back then. For me it is a good collectible. After buying this collection, in fact, the price of the collection is also climbing. At first more than $3 million to buy, now is estimated to be able to sell to more than 8 million. Go, this kind of thing itself is a lot of people like, so the price above will not fall, but will still raise. Especially in the past few years, the price of gold Manhwa is also gradually increasing, naturally counted as a big profit. This also makes He Lao feel quite self-satisfied, feeling that this is a successful investment of his own. I'm sorry, Su Xiaoming then said. Instead, he was even more embarrassed. Right, let's not talk about other things for now. You should also have a purpose for coming over this time. In between his words, Elder He had already pulled out a stone from his pocket. He then placed the stone on top of the table, which also caused Su Xiaoming's eyes to light up slightly. Name, Advanced Warm Jade. Introduction, it contains some energy inside. After ordinary people wear it, it has the effect of nourishing the body, and has already consumed some of the energy. Grade B. If Su Xiaoming remembered correctly, the last time he obtained that spirit stone, it said that it contained a meager amount of energy, but this time, it was already turning out to contain some energy. From this, it could be seen that the quality of the spirit stone was quite a bit higher than the one he had encountered last time, which immediately made Su Xiaoming interested. Elder He was also able to see that Su Xiaoming was indeed very interested in this one stone. This was actually something I accidentally obtained when I was young, and in the past, I always thought it was an ordinary stone and didn't care too much about it. But after something happened later, I realized that this stone is not ordinary. Elder He continued, giving Su Xiaoming a slight introduction. Can I take the liberty of asking what happened? Su Xiaoming was a bit puzzled and wanted to know this as well. There was a time when I was accidentally involved in a car accident, and was directly hit by a large truck. At that time, it also directly knocked me within the intensive care unit. At that time, I thought that my life was going to be over. At that time, I still had some consciousness, and was able to hear the doctor say something. Anyway, according to the doctor, my life is probably not saved. Even if it is saved, it will only become a vegetable. At that time I was very desperate. Just when I thought I was hopeless, fate played a joke on me again. I was able to clearly feel a warm sensation coming from my chest, and that warm sensation was constantly repairing my vitality. Under such circumstances, subsequently I actually came alive. Do you think this is not a miraculous thing? According to the doctor's later statement, this is simply a medical miracle for me. But I know that the reason why I was able to survive is definitely unrelated to that and this stone. After the old man slowly sighed, he told the whole story of his previous encounter. In fact, this matter also sounded rather metaphysical, but Su Xiaoming did not feel the least bit surprised. The power of this spirit stone itself was so great that it was a treasure for him, let alone for those ordinary people. So what Elder He said now was not an exaggeration, but it's just an ordinary little stone. How can it be that magical? Grandpa, are you unwilling to give this stone out? He Leah, after hearing these words from her grandfather, also only thought that he was putting it off. After He Lao heard these words from his granddaughter, a bitter smile appeared helplessly on his face. Shaking his head, he said, "You little fellow are really a granddaughter who is too big to be a granddaughter. It was thanks to me that I was so good to you when you were small, and now you're blaming me instead because of someone else." He Leah heard these words but her face flushed, also knowing what her grandfather was alluding to. She quickly argued, "Didn't they help us? I just thought that I must repay them with kindness. Isn't this what you taught me before? It's true that we should repay kindness. I see that you don't just want to repay kindness, you even want to give your body in return." He Lao forgot to glance at his own grandson and teased. He Leah's little face instantly turned red, and the words she originally wanted to argue were now unable to utter a single word. It only looked at her own grandfather with an expression of blame. "Although this stone does mean something different to me, but if you want it, I'm actually able to give it to you." Elder He looked towards Su Xiaoming and continued, "Elder He, is it hard to have something?" Su Xiaoming then asked. From Elder He's tone, one could tell that he should want to set out some kind of task. Nowadays, the choice itself was not in Su Xiaoming's body, and he also very much wanted to get this stone. "You know how to appraise antiques?" Elder He then asked. "I should have some contact. I can't say I'm too proficient." Su Xiaoming nodded modestly. "It's good for young people to be modest, but you can't be too modest. I just noticed that I met you last time at the treasure appraisal conference." Elder He smiled faintly and pointed at Su Xiaoming. "That was just luck. The opponents were basically some young people. If there were a few as old as you, then I guess I would have to settle for the bottom." Su Xiaoming then replied, "Understanding martial artists. Okay. In fact, my request is very simple. Just want to let you find me a treasure. When you go back to the capital, go to Panjiayuan to take a look." The old man waved his hand, and then set out his idea. Panjiayuan Su Xiaoming had naturally heard of it. It could be said to be the largest old goods market in the entire capital, and the antiques in it were countless. If Su Xiaoming were to go to the capital, Panjiayuan he would also want to go over and stroll around. This is naturally no problem. If we find any treasures at that time, we will definitely bring them back to you. Su Xiuming immediately nodded and promised this matter. I don't know what type you like. At that time I can also pick it. Su Xiuming then asked, more or less doubtful in his heart. He slightly thought for a moment. I still quite like antique paintings and calligraphy. Then if you can, you see if you can pick some antique paintings and calligraphy back. Okay, by then if you meet the right one, then surely give the old man you take a look. Su Xiuming immediately nodded, said with a smile, actually, I'm also quite curious. What exactly is the use of this stone? Elder he put the spirit stone in front of him and said with some doubt, this stone has a strange energy inside it that can enhance one's physique, but ordinary people should have no way to use it. But if ordinary people wear it, it should have certain benefits for the body. Su Xiuming slightly thought for a while before he said, you are a martial artist? Right at this moment, Elder he suddenly asked, martial artist? Su Xiuming was a little surprised. This was not the first time he had heard this name. Yesterday, in front of that old man, he had also heard this title. However, you did not ask in detail. After hearing it again, his heart naturally had some doubts. It's just a kind of collective name for humans who possess strong power. In the past, I had once encountered a martial artist. At that time, I did feel quite surprised. Those martial artists were able to open monuments and break rocks with their hands. They were extremely strong. Elder he nodded and explained. Where did you encounter them? Su Xiuming was even more confused, and was equally somewhat curious about this. He was already very curious about the existence of this whatever martial artist right now. This is somewhat less convenient to say, but since you are a martial artist, you might need someone similar to yourself in the future. Elder he seemed to have more or less some scruples about this matter, and did not answer directly. Seeing the opposite side's unwillingness to answer, Su Xiuming's side definitely couldn't continue to pursue the question, and just nodded casually. Then he picked up the spirit stone in front of him, and really found that there was a very abundant energy in the spirit stone. Su Xiuming also slightly estimated that if he was able to devour the energy in this spirit stone, it should have quite a lot of benefits for himself. However, it seems that this martial artist is also divided into many realms, and the realms within it have their own highs and lows. The lowest realm should be the Ming Jin realm, then the Dark Jin realm, and each realm is divided into the first, middle, and latter stages. Most martial artists are around the Ming Jin realm, and if they are able to enter the Dark Jin realm, then they are already considered an expert. Elder he seemed to have suddenly thought of something and added a sentence immediately afterward. It was only after hearing these words that Su Xiuming came to a sudden realization. The last time he suddenly felt the energy within his body grow quite a bit, it must be because he had broken through the realm. According to such a statement from Elder he should now be around the early Ningjin stage. Within Su Xiuming's mind, he was likewise rapidly analyzing this matter. Many thanks. After taking this spirit stone, Su Xiuming immediately opened his mouth and said, it's fine, as long as you help take care of my family Xiaoya a little more in the future. Elder he waved his hand and looked at Leah by his side. Grandpa, I'm not some little kid. Why do I have to be taken care of by others? I'm able to take care of myself as well. Leah pushed Elder he. Her face was already even more flushed. Alright, you go send people off first now. Don't say these words. Lao waved his hand and continued. Leah, on the other hand, sweetly nodded her head before spitting her tongue at Su Xiuming. The two of them quickly walked towards the outside after bidding farewell to Elder he. My grandpa is also old, so that means that there are times when he loves to say something else, so don't pay too much attention to it. After coming out, and Leah then helplessly scratched her head and then said, it's fine. I do feel that grandpa is a pretty interesting person. Su Xiuming smiled and said, by the way, at that time, if you can, you help grandpa. Normally, he is quite fond of those paintings and calligraphy and so on. At that time, you can also rest assured that the money that should be given to you after buying something will definitely not be less. Leah then said, with a look of conviction. After the two of them casually talked for a while, Su Xiuming went home first. After Su Xiuming returned home, the first thing he did was to take out the spirit stone. After secretly operating the conduction technique, Su Xiuming realized that the energy within this spirit stone was indeed very abundant. After channeling the energy into his body, he was able to feel the increase in his strength very clearly. Moreover, because of the growth and the quality of the spirit stone, the speed of his own cultivation was likewise increasing rapidly. One mysterious force after another was injected within his body. It made him feel a burst of warmth coming from within his body, just like a warm sun, radiating over his entire body. Within the next 2 days, Su Xiuming did not choose to go out, but stayed at home the entire time. After 2 days of time, that one spirit stone had shrunk by almost a third, accompanied by a crunching sound within his body. Su Xiuming was also able to detect that his strength, it seemed, was already on a higher level. Slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, A trace of excitement could not help but appear on Su Xiuming's face. After clenching his fist, he was able to feel very clearly that his strength had increased. If he followed Elder He's words, his strength should have reached the middle stage of Mingjin. Previously, Su Xiuming should have been in the early Mingjin stage, and he was able to easily deal with 7 or 8 strong men. Now that he was in the middle stage of Mingjin, he felt that he was able to deal with a dozen or so of them. Moreover, he could already feel the essence of his body, which seemed to be somewhat different. Just as he had guessed, the stronger the strength, the stronger the body functions. Arrival in the capital. The next day. Today is the day to go to the capital. Su Xiuming came to the Sanlang Antique Pavilion early in the morning, because last time, he had already obtained the certification of the local appraisal association, and was also the winner of the appraisal conference. He naturally had the right to participate. Lin Niaoyi will also accompany him this time, and incidentally go to the capital to see his grandfather's friends. In the past, my grandfather was developed in the capital city, and then transferred to the western capital city. In fact, opening an antique pavilion was also a dream of my grandfather all along, but in the past, due to various reasons, he had never been able to succeed. After saying goodbye to Lin Yaodong, Su Xiuming brought He Lia to the airport. After only 2 hours, the two of them had already arrived in the capital. This was Su Xiuming's first time coming to the capital, and the location of this appraisal conference was also within the National Museum. In fact, this kind of appraisal conference, basically every 2 years will be held once. The scale is also very grand. The hotel they have long been booked in advance, so after coming here, they immediately came to the hotel. Appraisal of the time of the General Assembly. In fact, there are still 2 days, so that within these 2 days, also have time to stroll around. But before that, Lin Lao also let Su Xiuming to his own old friend bring a letter. After putting some luggage into the hotel, Su Xiuming followed the address Lin Lao gave himself to find the past. It could be seen that Lin's friend was not an ordinary person. To be able to have a unique courtyard house in the capital, it was not something that ordinary people could do. According to the address, Su Xiuming quickly found a hutong. This place is already considered to be towards the center of the place. It is estimated that the price per square meter has also reached the level of sky-high prices. Although Su Xiuming also has some playful thoughts, but he also knows that now to complete the main thing is the most important. As Su Xiuming thought, this address is really in a courtyard. The courtyard in front of him looks like it only has more than 100 square meters, and the surroundings were actually planting some flowers and trees, and the whole place looked all very tranquil as well. This friend of your grandfather's, it looks like it's somewhat not too simple, Su Xiuming said with some surprise after looking around. I'm not too sure about this, and Grandpa doesn't often mention things in the past, but this seems to be the home of one of his comrades. Lin Niaoyi similarly shook her head with a confused expression. If you just counted the geographical location, this place was more than just being able to live here with money. After walking to the front of the courtyard, Su Xiuming then raised a hand and gently knocked on the door in front of him. Just after knocking not 2 times, a young man opened the gate. Looking for someone? The young man asked with some curiosity after glancing at Su Xiuming. May I ask if there's an old man in this house? I came over to deliver a letter to an elder in the family. Lin Niaoyi, who was on the side, also walked up first and spoke. After the young man glanced at Lin Niaoyi, his eyes brightened slightly, but quickly returned to normal. After all, Lin Niaoyi's looks were still very beatable. Not counting her figure, it could be said to be a 9. If you count the body, the looks above 10 can definitely be. Compared to those top stars inside those TVs, they were not much better. Yes, are you coming over to look for my grandfather? The young man nodded his head a little. I guess so. This, Lin Niaoyi couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. After all, she was equally unknown. However, this young man seemed to be very enthusiastic, and after asking some more basic things, he took the two in. After the two entered the courtyard, Su Xiuming similarly looked around. It could be seen that this courtyard was really well tended, and the owner of this courtyard should be a person who knows how to live. Around the courtyard, all kinds of flowers and trees were planted, a fresh and elegant feeling, and in the center of the courtyard was an old man. Looking at this old man, Su Xiuming felt that his temperament and Lin Lao did have a few similarities. His body has a kind of toughness, and at a glance, he knows that he must have joined the army in the past. After the old man saw the people coming from his home, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. After pushing the glasses on the tip of his nose, he asked with some confusion, "You are Lin Ao Tian's granddaughter?" Su Xiuming subconsciously covered his mouth after hearing this name, trying his best not to let himself laugh out. He didn't think that the old master actually had such a name. It was indeed quite overbearing. Lin Niaoyi was a little embarrassed, but also nodded. My grandfather happened to ask me to bring a letter over, saying that old friends haven't seen each other for quite a long time. It's simply fancy. Wouldn't it be better to make a phone call if you have something to say? It's not like he doesn't have my contact information. The old man then shook his head helplessly, then spoke. I guess Grandpa also misses you quite a bit, that's why he wants to go through this way. Lin Miaoi casually explained. After hearing these words, they all secretly nodded their heads as well. The old man had just felt a few moments of familiarity when he saw Lin Miaoi, not realizing that it was really the granddaughter of her old comrade in arms when she asked so. This also made her a bit overjoyed. This one is? The old man glanced at Su Xiuming by Lin Miaoi's side and asked with some doubt. He's a friend of mine who happened to come to the middle of the capital this time to attend that appraisal conference. Lin Miaoi then explained. The old man's gaze, on the other hand, lit up Su Xiuming's body for a few times. There was also a slight look of appreciation in his eyes. I didn't expect to actually be a young talent all the same. Not bad. The old man nodded and laughed. You know how to appraise? Just at this moment, the young man on the side suddenly opened his mouth. A little bit, but not that proficient. Su Xiuming said modestly. It seems so. After all, someone so young, plus still from a small city, probably hasn't seen many treasures. That young man secretly nodded, while there was a hint of contempt between his words. Little dust, how do you talk? Could it be that I didn't teach you before? Have I been too relaxed with you? Or has your rebellious period arrived? The old man's expression sank slightly, followed by an angry rebuke. Grandpa, I'm telling the truth in itself. You also know that there are still quite a lot of crooks nowadays, and anyone who dares to call themselves an appraiser anymore doesn't have a clue in their heart. The young man snorted coldly, with an unruly look. I don't know if I have any skill, but at least I won't be wandering back and forth with fakes. After hearing these words, Su Xiuming naturally wouldn't give him any good looks. Chen Yuanji, 1905 to 1975, Chinese Communist leader, a founding member of the Chinese Communist Party. Su Xiuming's gaze was already on the jade pendant on the ground around his waist, a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. You said my jade pendant is fake? The young man's eyes widened, and his words were filled with anger. Isn't it? Su Xiuming casually spread his hands and then asked. This jade pendant is something that I spent more than $2 million to buy, and it was also bought from my friend. If you don't know how to appraise it, then don't say much. The man's expression was also full of anger, while Su Xiuming's side was somewhat indifferent. After all, the opposite side was cheated and he had nothing to do with it. Since you want to say it's true, then it's true. Su Xiuming nodded, but this made the opposite side feel even more furious. Stretching out a hand, he directly grabbed Su Xiuming. Make your words clearer. Is my friend able to be slandered by you at will? When did I slander your friend? It's just the truth. But what did you mean when you just called me a liar? Su Xiuming was likewise not letting go of a step. The fault itself was not his, and there was no need for him to have any avoidance at all. Then you say, my jade pendant in the end where is wrong? The man continued. Xiao Hao, let's just forget about this matter. There is no need to push this step by step. The old man on the side also stood out, ready to make a round up, but the young man did not give face at all. Grandpa, this is clearly him provoking first. When have I, Chen Hao, ever been so aggrieved? The young man then said. Looking at that look on his face, one could tell that he didn't want to end this matter easily. $2 million for this piece of jade. That friend of yours is really a good friend. The mockery between Su Xiuming's words was easy to hear, which made the man feel even more enraged. If you don't say something today, you won't be able to leave this door. The man directly blocked in front of the door. Looking at this kind of attitude of his, he knew that he must have been used to being arrogant in his usual time. First of all, this piece of jade of yours, showing a milky white color, does look very much like sheep's fat white jade, but if you pick it up and scrutinize it with a magnifying glass, you can see that the milky white color inside actually has a lot of tiny particles. Like this or the latest artificially created jade. The opposite side didn't even sell you a piece of natural jade. Do you think it's a good brother? Su Xiuming casually spread his hands and spoke out the thoughts in his heart. Right beside the old man Chen Yuanji, a pair of magnifying glasses was placed. After Chen Yuanji received the jade from Chen Hao's hands, he scrutinized it in his own. The scene that immediately followed made Chen Yuanji feel a bit incredulous. This was because on top of the jade stone, there was indeed one small granular thing after another. He had seen quite a lot of natural jade itself, so he naturally knew that this kind of occurrence was definitely unusual. There are indeed many tiny particles within this jade. Chen Yuanji raised his glasses and replied immediately afterward. After Chen Hao heard these words, he hurriedly took the jade pendant from Chen Yuanji's hands and began to scrutinize it carefully. He was also able to see those relatively tiny particles inside, but at first he still didn't want to admit it. Maybe this kind of jade is like this then. This quality of sheep's white jade is not something that an ordinary person can buy. Not something that an ordinary person can buy. Chen Hao was still there with a stiff upper lip. Oh, but Su Xiuming subconsciously rolled his eyes when he heard this. Since you don't believe it, there is actually other evidence. The style of this jade pendant seems to be modeled after the Qing dynasty. but it's obvious that although this carving is man-made, it also has some machine shadows. If you look more closely, you can see that where those carving knives went down, there are definitely some shallow marks. These imprints are extremely smooth. This is an important evidence of the machine. If anything, it would be impossible for a normal artisan to create something so smooth. Su Xiuming continued to explain. Chen Hao's face turned blue. Although there was some disbelief, the facts were right in front of him. Su Xiuming was already stating the reason why this thing was a fake, and there was no way for him to disprove it. Damn guy. I didn't expect to sell me a fake, at the expense of me treating him as a brother, but he cut me like a leak. Between words, he took off the jade pendant above his neck and threw it towards the side. In fact, you don't have to be too angry. The difficulty of counterfeiting this thing is still quite high. It is estimated that the opposite side also spent tens of thousands of dollars to be able to create it. Su Xiuming's voice wasn't too loud, but Chen Hao became even more uncomfortable after hearing these words. He was naturally able to hear that between Su Xiuming's words, they actually carried a sense of sarcasm. I didn't expect the young man's eyesight to be really good, before I even asked my friend to help appraise it slightly, and he actually said that there's nothing wrong with it, but he also just looked at it with his eyes and didn't observe it carefully. Chen Yuanji said rather curiously, "It's just that I've been looking at things a bit too much, so that means that as time grows, I've naturally practiced my eyesight." Su Xiuming smiled faintly and continued, "No, I have to find him anyway, actually selling me a fake." At this moment, Chen Hao also seemed to be getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it, and viciously opened his mouth. "Forget it, this matter itself you hit the eye, and in this aspect of antiques, who can say they have never bought a fake?" Chen Yuanji, on the other hand, persuaded and then said, "This is not necessarily so." Su Xiuming rubbed his nose on the side and continued, "Ever since obtaining the appraisal eye, there hadn't been any missteps on it almost. For him, he was the type of person who had never bought a fake." Chen Hao nodded helplessly after hearing this. In fact, he understood this as well. In the past, when he himself had bought things from his friends, he would often add that they were not fidelity. Chen Hao used to but didn't care too much about it, thinking that there was nothing wrong with the things he got, and it was only now that he had finally paid his tuition once. "Thank you very much. If I had brought this out to be seen by others, then I would have really lost my face." Chen Hao looked over to Su Xiuming who was on the side and actually directly apologized. This also made Su Xiuming feel a bit surprised. He originally thought that Chen Hao was the kind of prodigal son who acted recklessly, but now it seemed that he was still quite polite. This could be considered a family heritage. "It's fine. It's just a small favor to do casually. It's just that in the future, dating should be slightly more cautious. This is still just a small loss." Su Xiuming casually waved his hand and laughed. "Panjiayuan neighborhood of Beijing. I want to ask you to do a favor. Originally I bought this piece of jade pendant is not for myself to want, but ready to give to others. But who knows actually went so wrong. Can you do me a favor and go with me to choose another jade pendant? I'm going to hand it over to that person tomorrow." Chen Hao scratched his head and said cheekily. Hearing this, Su Xiuming knew why Chen Hao was so polite, so it was because he had something to ask for. To what place? Su Xiuming did not directly agree, nor did he refuse. "It must be Panjiayuan. Ah, you should be coming to the capital for the first time. I'll take you to Panjiayuan to have a look." Chen Hao rubbed his hands together and asked immediately afterward, "People, this is a guest. Our side hasn't even left them to have a meal yet. Your side to greet people to do things." Chen Yuanji also said helplessly after seeing this scene. "Don't worry, as long as you help me Chen Hao, then in the future you will be my Chen Hao's brother, and as long as you are able to buy it for me then another $500,000 of appreciation will be added. These are all things that I have worked hard to save up for." Chen Hao gritted his teeth and immediately afterwards stated his chips. In fact, Su Xiuming was originally prepared to go to Panjiayuan to see, but who could have thought that this time to see also be able to get $500,000? Anyway, just help others casually look at it. Su Xiuming did not care too much. If encountered suitable, then recommended him to buy. If not encountered suitable, then and their own also has nothing to do. So just after pondering for a few seconds, Su Xiuming gently nodded his head and agreed to this matter. After seeing Su Xiuming agreed, Chen Hao was naturally very excited. "You still don't learn from the other lads who are willing to help you regardless of the past. Look at yourself again." Chen Yuanji rolled his eyes at Chen Hao and then chided. "It was indeed me who had some lesser understanding before. This is something I am also aware of, and here I also apologize a little." Chen Hao nodded and then spoke. "The time has just reached noon now, or else let's go over there now?" Su Xiuming glanced at his watch and then said, "That's good. Going over there in the daytime is likewise quite lively." Chen Hao secretly nodded his head. Panjiayuan, as one of the largest old goods markets in China, had thousands of merchants in it. Among them, there are the most ordinary stalls, but also has a large-scale establishment of stores, whether it is jewelry or antique books and paintings, or high-end furniture as long as you can think of. The old goods there basically also exist. Not only is known as the country's largest market for used goods, but also the country's taste the most complete and largest collectibles market. Even now, Panjiayuan has become a cultural carrier, become an antique world within the pilgrimage place must go. Many antique street tycoons, in fact, are in the Panjiayuan slowly grow. Su Xiaoming has heard many similar stories before. This market has been active in the 90s, when the time is also considered to be a leader. Along with the development of the economy, the development of this place was also getting better and better, and the number of active vendors was also increasing. The front of the place, basically are selling some old goods. The price is not too high. Many people came here just to buy some cheap second-hand goods. A little further ahead, only to reach the place of selling antiques. The number of antiques here is really quite large. The streets were filled with vendors who were constantly selling the goods in their hands. Listening to the terminology that these vendors were selling, Su Xiaoming was also all a bit teary-eyed. Hey, little brother, take a look here. We have authentic things here. Our old capital everyone. Get up in the morning on this one. Stroll Panjiayuan, buy some antiques. Hey authentic, when my ama can be the palace guards. This is his special from the palace to bring out. Is said to be Cixiyu's night pots. Want to take a look at it? However, Su Xiaoming didn't have any lingering in front of their stall because of the words that came out of their mouths. After just casually glancing at the things placed in front of their stall, he continued walking towards the front. It had to be said that the fakes in this place were more than what Su Xiaoming had imagined. Even though he had already passed by almost dozens of stalls, the fakes were still the majority among these stalls. Of course there are some small leaks, but a few $1,000s of small leaks. I really cannot let Su Xiaoming now have interest. Lin Miaoyi was strolling left and right, looking around in front of a few stalls, looking for something she was interested in. Wow, this is the words of Tong Pak Fu, my grandfather's favorite. Suddenly Lin Miaoyi exclaimed, and Su Xiaoming's gaze also looked over. This beauty. One look at you and I know you should be a great connoisseur. Keep your voice down and tell you, this is something I specially acquired back. I didn't expect it to actually be recognized by you, seeing that you're so pretty. Otherwise, let's do this. Give you a slightly more realistic price, $200,000. When the peddler saw Lin Miaoyi in this outfit, it was indeed not bad. Coupled with the words she just said, she immediately thought that she was an ingrate. In fact, in Panjiaoan, there were not a few wrongdoers. Every day there are merchants coming and going, which has a lot of people are wanting to get rich overnight here. There are a lot of people with such an idea, but almost none of them can really do it. Lin Miaoyi hesitated and asked, 200,000? How about a discount? How about 200? Deal. As soon as the vendor heard 200, he immediately wrapped the painting in his hands. After all, this thing was in the middle of the wholesale market. $50 would be able to buy a bunch of them, and this $200 was simply a big profit. Originally thought that you really wanted to spend $200,000 to buy it. Su Xiaoming laughed helplessly and bitterly after seeing this scene from the side. Can't it be that in your eyes, I'm an ingrate? I'm clearly very smart alright. Don't question my intelligence with that kind of vision. Lin Miaoyi bristled, as if she was a little offended because Su Xiaoming was looking down on her. Whether it's an ingrate or not I'm not very clear, but it does look like it. Su Xiaoming let out a light laugh. Lin Miaoyi, on the other hand, raised her pink fist and knocked hard on Su Xiaoming's body. Alright, you two don't show off. We didn't come here to see you flirting. We came here to buy something. Chen Hao gently coughed twice, finally looking away. Chapter 83 Hatian Topaz. Who flirted? Lin Miaoyi's face flushed when she heard this, and she quickly argued, there's an antique store in front. I used to go there often. Although I didn't buy anything, the reputation there is really very good. Chen Hao was really unwilling to see the two flirting, so he opened his mouth and said. After saying that, he went ahead and walked towards the front. The two quickly followed, and soon arrived in front of an attic building, Mountain and Sea Pavilion. Su Xiaoming slowly read out the name on it. In the entire Panjiayuan, this can be considered a top 3 store. Anyway, quite a few rich second-generation people I know basically want to buy something here, Chen Hao explained. After saying that, he walked in first, while Su Xiaoming and the two of them followed closely behind. Entering into this attic, he found that the decoration here was indeed very good, ancient in color and aroma, with a special flavor. Inside the number of people also has a lot, and the majority of middle-aged and elderly people buy antiques. This kind of thing, many times is to follow in these middle-aged and elderly people behind. Not what they buy, but they know where the most reliable. If you follow the young people, 9 times out of 10 will suffer. Maybe when there will be a net red antique store, inside 100 things, 99 pieces are fake. the past in order to take pictures of the card. After entering the store, Su Xiaoming's eyes began to look around. There are a lot of antiques here. In fact, are clearly marked price. For the antique store, in fact, marked price is really relatively rare. Like this, there is no way to measure the value of things. A lot of times it depends on the pull of the buyer and seller. The explicit price is equivalent to do not pull the space. Directly give a pricing. If you like the people, certainly will give the appropriate price to buy, but also save too many things. As for those who do not have a price tag, there is a pulling space. If someone wants to give a gift, it must be to buy those clearly marked price. But if you want to come over to pick up the leakage, basically are also buying those who do not have a clearly marked price. The antique store is divided into several areas, which also has a painting and calligraphy area, ceramics area, literature and games area. Shenhao is directly to the jade to go. Here are basically some jade paragraph. Among them were some jade carvings, jade pendants and the like. Say, are you buying a jade pendant for a man, or for a woman? Su Xiaoming glanced at Shenhao and casually asked, would you believe me if I said it's for a man? Shenhao blankly glanced at Su Xiaoming. The two of them had just been talking on the road, and they were similar in age, so there were quite a few things to talk about. Coupled with the fact that there had only been some minor misunderstandings before, there was no harm at all. Both of them are not the kind of small-minded people, so it hasn't been long, it is already a ball. Su Xiaoming nodded his head, and immediately afterward, his gaze was on top of those jade pendants, and began to flow. Jade pendant, this kind of thing, in fact, generally also depends on the jade quality of the jade. In addition to that, it still depends on the carver. If it is carved out by some famous artists, the price of some jade will even double. So the profit margin of jade itself is very big. Just like how Lia's family's jade company can be counted as Shijing City, ranked one of the top 20 enterprises. According to his introduction, his last auction down that a cat's eye. In fact, if it was made into a pendant, together with other jade, then the price could even reach hundreds of millions of dollars. Once the price of the jade went up to hundreds of millions, it would definitely cause a ripple in the industry. By that time, their family's jade company would definitely be upgraded another notch in terms of reputation. A large company like theirs needed some exposure from time to time to ensure its reputation. If there weren't any high-end goods coming out for a while, the reputation would basically plummet. Gu, isn't this the Chen family's youngest? Have you come over to give money to the antique store again? Just as they were picking out the jade pendant, a conspiratorial voice came from behind them. Su Xiaoming slowly turned around and realized that it was a man in a suit, who should look like he was also a rich young man. What do you mean, Qi Lei? Shenhao was immediately furious when he heard this. Actually, there's nothing wrong with what people say. Su Xiaoming rubbed his nose and said in a voice that only he could hear, you've been in the antique world for such a long time. Have you ever picked up a single leak? Or have you ever not lost money once? Qi Lei sneered. This is naturally about trying slowly. I know what your grandfather is. If it wasn't for your grandfather, you think you could pick up anything good, right? Shenhao argued. At least I don't know how much richer I am than you in this aspect of knowledge. Why do you need to argue with me here? It's not like you can compete with me if you do anyway, Qi Lei said in a cold voice. Forget it, don't care about that much. It's better to pick the jade pendant first. Su Xiaoming pulled Shenhao back, feeling that this kind of war of words wasn't much fun. Hearing this, that Qi Lei suddenly thought of something and teased. Pick the jade pendant? You don't want to give it to Ms. Feng, do you? So what if I am? Shenhao nodded. Although your family does have a bit of money, you wouldn't think that you can climb up to a family of Miss Feng's level, right? You don't even look at what's really behind them. They are an ancient martial arts family behind them. The conflict between Qi Lei and Shenhao was deep at a glance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said so much. Seeing how the two were still going to argue, Su Xiaoming hurriedly pulled him aside. Buy this jade pendant and give it to that what's-her-name Miss Feng when the time comes. Su Xiaoming pointed to a jade pendant within the counter and continued. Shenhao slowly looked over in the direction Su Xiaoming pointed, discovering that within the counter, there was indeed an antique jade pendant, which did not appear to be of recent times. The entire jade pendant was carved with a picture of a dragon and a phoenix, and the jade quality of the pendant. The jade used should be Hutian topaz. The white jade refers to the quality of sheep's fat, white and lubricated Hutian white jade, and this Hutian topaz compared to sheep fat white jade, in fact, is not inferior to how much, the same as extremely precious and rare things. This price, $500,000? Looking at this $500,000 of Hutian topaz, Shenhao however hesitated, not because this Hutian topaz was too expensive, but it was too cheap to give away. Chapter 84, A Diamond in the Rough. Although it is true that the price of Hutian topaz is very high, but this is only a jade pendant. Naturally, it is not sold at any price. Before he bought the one is sheep fat white jade, only to reach 2 million, he even felt he earned This jade pendant looks like carving is also quite ancient. Can be seen, should not be modern things. However, there is no name written on it. So naturally, I don't know who made this jade pendant. The quality of the jade is average. Plus it is not what jade carving masters produced. The price of $500,000, in fact, is still very reasonable. Even if this thing could increase in price, it was unlikely to increase too much. Yes, this is the one. Su Xiaoming nodded. But, this jade pendant, it seems a bit impossible to give away. Chen Hao hesitantly said. It's almost enough. You're just buying less to lose less, and buying more to lose more. Shi Lei, who was on the side picking out the jade, was not letting go of such a mocking opportunity. You, Chen Hao said viciously, after you buy it, then go to the front to appraise it. It will definitely give you a big surprise. Su Xiaoming opened his mouth again. If the opposite side still didn't believe in his words, then Su Xiaoming would buy it himself. After all, there is nothing too deep between the two. Su Xiaoming also because of his grandfather's words, so help him to pick. In this case, if the opposite side does not listen to their words, then they have nothing to say. Seeing Chen Hao still hesitating, Su Xiaoming then spoke. Otherwise, if you don't want this piece of jade, then I'll take it. This piece of imperial green jade, you can buy someone, the same will rise up. The piece of emerald that Su Xiaoming was talking about, the price was around $1.5 million, and the carving was likewise very surprising, and still glass seed emperor green level. Just blockhead slightly laughsome just now. Good then, I'll take this piece of jade. Chen Hao pointed to the jade that Su Xiaoming had mentioned and then said, good then, I'll wrap it up for you now. The salesman nodded. Chen Hao, you wouldn't have encountered some kind of scammer, would you? Pretending to be some kind of jade carving master. Shi Lei similarly sneered and then asked. Just now, he had already scoffed when he heard Su Xiaoming say something about giving him a big surprise. After all, Su Xiaoming also looked so young. If he said that he was a master, Shi Lei would never believe it. If he was a liar, then there was a certain possibility. After thinking of such a possibility, Shi Lei was now expecting Chen Hao to make a fool of himself. Now go to the front and appraise it slightly. You appraise your piece first. Su Xiaoming waved his hand and said to Chen Hao. Chen Hao nodded, and immediately afterward, he arrived beside the jade appraiser within the store. This was the realization provided within the store. The appraiser was able to conduct a second appraisal after the purchase. The first appraisal was basically just a cursory appraisal, screening a portion of the more fake things, and making a preliminary verification of the price. The results of the second appraisal, basically in this jade store has nothing to do. Even if the appraisal came out that this thing is fake, or simply not worth that much money, it is also unable to return or exchange. After Chen Hao arrived at the appraiser's side, he then handed over the jade in his hand. Master, hello, a little help in estimating the approximate price of this piece of jade? Chen Hao respectfully handed over the emperor green in his hand, and immediately afterward opened his mouth to ask. After that master brought the emperor green to his body, he slightly squinted his eyes, and then began to appraise it. This should be a glass seed emperor green. The price is around $2 million. The Grandmaster gave his answer after pushing his glasses a bit. This price also made Chen Hao feel a little surprised. $1.5 million to buy. Who knew that it had gone up by $500,000 so quickly? The fame of the glass seed emperor green was great in itself. After giving it away, it was expected to be decent. Earned, $500,000. Hey, thanks a lot brother Su. For such a long time, it should be the first time Chen Hao earned money on top of treasure appreciation. So even if only this 500,000 was equivalent to his pocket money for a month, this made him feel very excited. Moreover, it could be seen that the quality of this jadeite was indeed very good, and it should still continue to grow if followed up. It's fine, didn't I buy a piece of jade here as well? Su Xiaoming waved the Hatian topaz in his hand for a bit, then walked over to that master. Putting the Hatian topaz, he placed it in front of the master. Hatian topaz, the year is unknown. The carving is dragon and phoenix. The price is around $500,000 if you estimate it. After receiving the jade, the master began to analyze it. This analysis was not much different from the previous one, and the price was similar. Overall, there should be no loss or profit. Grandmaster, why don't you take a closer look? In fact, this jade stone is secretly mysterious. Su Xiaoming looked towards the Grandmaster and said with a smile. That Grandmaster pushed a bit, the glasses above his own nose tip. Are you the appraiser or am I the appraiser? It's hard to believe that I've been appraising for so many years and I'm still able to look at it wrong? For the words spoken by Su Xiaoming, he did not care at all, but instead made a sneering remark. In the face of this master's cynicism, Su Xiaoming did not show an angry attitude. Instead, he slowly raised the jade pendant in his hand. Above his head was the fluorescent light, while under the fluorescent light, the jade pendant appeared even more crystal clear, showing a greenish-purple color. It was as if one could see one halo after another. flowing and hovering within the jade pendant. Vaguely, two words could be seen in the jade pendant. However, these two words were extremely small, and if they weren't viewed with a magnifying glass, they would not be visible at all. When the master saw that there were actually words on the jade pendant, he was also a bit surprised for a moment, and immediately afterward, he picked up the jade pendant. This was a relatively rare craft in ancient times, called inner translucency. That is to say, one could see through the halo of light on the outside to clearly see the content of the text inside. This kind of craft was quite rare even in ancient times. Many people actually want to recover the inner penetration, such a way of carving, but so far, no one has been able to do this. This thing is completely by virtue of the craftsmanship of those ancient artisans, rather than the current technology and ruthless work, at least from the outside. This jade pendant is indeed uncarved. There are no traces of carving on the outside. Chapter 85, Sun Show, the Jade Craftsman. This is already removed from the possibility of first carving on the outside, and then restoring it by gluing it with jade. After he picked up the magnifying glass, he realized that the writing on it was actually in small seal script. The small seal script was a script that appeared briefly at the end of the Qin dynasty. After all, each of the 6 kingdoms had their own script at that time, and this small seal script was the script of Qin. This also made him a bit surprised. If this jade pendant was really from the Qin dynasty, then the value would be a bit different. To know in the Qin dynasty, although jade is also a lot of people, a very favorite accessory, but relatively speaking, the carving process is certainly not as good as the later generations. Can even say, that time is just a jade carving of the primary period. If there was such good craftsmanship at that time, then it proved that it was definitely made by a famous jade craftsman. This appraisal master, after taking a good look at the few words on it, his face gradually changed from puzzlement to surprise to excitement, because what was written within the jade was the very name that was carved. Sun Shou. Compared to a famous jade craftsman like Lu Zigong, this Sun Shou didn't seem to be that famous, but because he was involved in a historical event, it made this name no longer common. He once carved a seal, and on that seal, there were only 2 lines of writing, by the mandate of heaven, both life and eternal prosperity. He in the history, almost on what other works, the only thing is with the he sure by carved out of the state seal, and that in the wall carved out of the jade seal, from a certain point of view, should be deservedly the world's first. According to the history books, Sun Shou's memory is also superb, very good at carving fish, dragons, phoenixes and birds. This jade pendant in his hand, if the guess is right, should be that Sun Shou's handiwork. Of course, these things actually still need to identify. This jade material, if you take to appraisal, will be able to determine what age. If it is deduced that the era is the Qin dynasty, then this jade pendant, 9 times out of 10 will be true. If this thing is really made by Sun Shou, then it should be unique in the world. Even if it is put into the palace museum, it is enough to be called a national treasure. $3 million, this jade pendant is sold to me. Holding the jade pendant in his hand, the appraisal master was also quite excited to say. After all, he had already increased the price by almost 5 times. If the opposite side of the sale is definitely a big profit. After hearing the price of 3 million, Chen Hao was first slightly stunned, and then was ready to agree. This is a full 5 times the price. If this jade pendant is sold, will not he be able to buy a better one? Just as he was about to open his mouth, Su Xiaoming on the side stopped him. This master, others don't know what this thing in my hand is, but you should be clear about it. $5 million, are you teasing me? Su Xiaoming glanced at the so-called grandmaster in front of him and then opened his mouth to ask. Originally, this grandmaster thought that Su Xiaoming didn't know that much about the industry. That's why he said so. Then how much do you want? If it's within the right range, I'll definitely buy it. The grandmaster hesitated slightly for a few seconds at this moment before he then opened his mouth and asked, if you really want to buy it, then the price is actually quite negotiable. 300 million. Su Xiaoming instead very simply stretched out 3 fingers and then said. After Chen Hao heard these words, he originally thought that the opposite party would directly reject it, but it had not occurred to him that the master actually hesitated. This one hasn't been appraised after all, and it's only my rough appraisal. Such a high a price is indeed not very reasonable. I am able to apply to the boss to give you $100 million. Only that is after the appraisal. After hearing these words, the few people present also stared in disbelief at what they heard. Not to mention what 300 million, even if it was 100 million, that was terrifying enough. Even above the market, there really weren't many antiques that exceeded this price. Not to mention the quality of this piece of jade, it was still very average. I'm just kidding. Master, since I've got my hands on this thing, do you think I'm still selling it? Su Xiaoming then proceeded to put this jade pendant within the box and placed it inside his pocket. This basically belonged to the national treasure level collection. In fact, for the historical and cultural aspects of the value, are also great, so Su Xiuming wasn't prepared to sell this thing, and there was no need to sell it at all. And just now Su Xiuming will this jade. When he got the hand, there is a very peculiar feeling. It also made him feel as if he had some affinity with this jade. After the Grandmaster heard this, he still wanted to continue persuading Su Xiuming, but before he could open his mouth, Su Xiuming had already left first. This level of treasure. In fact, Su Xiuming was likewise encountering it for the first time, so selling it was naturally impossible. By the time that appraisal master chased him to the door, the three of them had already left first. Brother Su, what exactly is that jade in your hand? Why did it make that appraiser so surprised? And he also priced it at $100 million. In the end, is it really fake? Chen Hao followed behind Su Xiuming. His heart was similarly extraordinarily confused. After all, the fact that the opposite side was able to offer such a high price was already an indication that this jade was very unusual. But Su Xiuming actually hadn't sold it yet. It's just an ordinary piece of jade. Didn't I say before that I would let you pay for it? Since you don't want it, then I can only buy it myself. Facing the extremely curious Chen Hao, Su Xiuming also just smiled and explained. With regards to these words, Chen Hao naturally did not believe them. Otherwise, why would the opposite party ask for such a high price? However, when Chen Hao saw that Su Xiuming was unwilling to say more, he did not ask more questions. The two themselves were a relationship that favored cooperation, and there was no need for the opposite party to say everything to himself. The fact that he was able to help himself this once was already something that made him feel very grateful. Right, the appraisal conference should still have this one day left, right? Su Xiuming turned his head to look at Lin Miaoyi on the side and asked with some curiosity. Lin Miaoyi, who was originally still dazed, immediately nodded her head after hearing these words. Brother Su, you wouldn't be attending the national level. You came to Golden City this time. You wouldn't be attending that national level appraisal conference, right? After hearing these words, Chen Hao immediately brightened up, followed by asking with some surprise. His grandfather himself was also very fond of watching that appraisal conference, and had previously had several times to trust relations to bring him to the scene. For those of them who like to collect antiques and appraise them, it is an event in itself. Be able to participate in this conference and the people, basically is considered to be the appraisal of the world inside the face of the characters. Once able to win, it is able to enjoy the special allowance. Chapter 86, Academician Son. Before the appraisal conference in our province above, because the award, so that this time to come over. I do not know this appraisal conference in the end is what kind. Su Xiuming nodded, said casually, I'm familiar with this appraisal conference will start tomorrow. By then I should also go over, because my grandfather is also a loyal fan of the appraisal conference. But this year's competition seems to be more intense than before. Su Xiuming was a bit puzzled. Why? It's that the players attending this appraisal conference are very strong in terms of gold content. If I could participate in that kind of appraisal conference, I would probably die of joy. Regarding whether or not he would be able to obtain any rankings in this appraisal conference. In fact, Su Xiuming was also indifferent. In his opinion, it would be best if he could get a place. Even if he couldn't, he had nothing to lose. Originally, he was advertising for the company, and Su Xiuming himself was very confident. After coming out from the jade store, Su Xiuming started to continue wandering around. But after half an hour of shopping, I heard that I lost interest in Panjiayuan. After all, after the Panjiayuan this place is famous. The south to the north, basically want to come to Panjiayuan Sea. So that here, almost on has become a must-go place for tourists. There is an unspoken rule that the more tourists, the place, in fact, the more things to cheat people. In addition to those larger antique companies, other small stalls, basically cannot pick up what good things. And a lot of antique stores are also memberships. Only members can enter to buy. Those larger antique stores inside will also have a full-time appraisal staff. After all, this is the capital of those professionals, and even from some famous schools out, like this class origin, in the business ability above the natural very strong. So a lot of, either true, or false. If it is true, then the valuation is generally on the high side. Su Xiuming also felt a little tired of shopping, so he simply returned to the hotel first. Originally, Chen Hao was still prepared to bring him home, but was politely refused by Su Xiuming. After returning to the hotel, Su Xiuming took out the jade pendant at the first opportunity. Just now, although he felt the strangeness of this jade pendant, he did not use the appraisal eye to appraise it. This jade pendant didn't have that warm feeling when he touched it, and it was certain that there wasn't any excess energy inside, but a cold sensation coming from it also made Su Xiuming feel very comfortable. Name, Dragon and Phoenix Ancient Scorched Jade Pendant. Description, a jade pendant from the Qin dynasty period. The ancient scorched jade used is the jade wrapped in husher by. The jade is extremely hard, created by Sun Shou, a famous artisan from the Qin dynasty period, and contains a strange energy within it, capable of refreshing one's spirit and averting calamities and misfortunes. Rank A. Ancient Scorched Jade? Looking at this jade with a very strange name, Su Xiuming was also a bit surprised. Then he opened the computer he brought along and started searching. But no matter which website he searched on, he couldn't find any trace of the ancient Scorched Jade. But the introduction of the ancient Scorched Jade did make Su Xiuming somewhat surprised. This disaster avoidance as itself belongs to the kind of more metaphysical things. Did not expect this a small jade pendant, actually has this role. So when he just saw this, Su Xiuming's heart was still more or less not quite convinced. Thinking of this, he slowly run up the magical energy in his body, injected into the jade pendant. After this energy reached the jade pendant, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no response at all. You have to know that the evaluation level of this thing has already reached grade A. According to Su Xiuming's previous experience of several appraisals, grade A was definitely a remarkable grade. Only that kind of item that contained energy would be evaluated for its grade, not its collector's value. After continuing to inject energy for a bit, Su Xiuming finally decided to give up. However, he didn't have the idea of selling this jade pendant, but wanted to keep it on his body. If it was sold, this thing would indeed be very valuable. But Su Xiuming himself was not really short of money right now. If he stayed now, it might even have some benefits for himself in the future. The following day, the appraisal conference was going to start today, and the place where the appraisal conference was going to start was not too far away from the hotel. On the other side of the organizer, early in the morning is already called over the phone. This time to the middle of the capital, whether it is air tickets or hotels, basically are also the organizer contracted. The organizer is also not lack of this small money. Just after Su Xiuming hung up the phone, another phone call suddenly came over. After hearing that he picked up his cell phone, he was also a bit puzzled, because this call that came over Su Xiuming was not familiar with, and it was also a local call from the capital. He himself didn't know anyone in the middle of the capital city itself, except for the two he met yesterday, but those two wouldn't have nothing to do to call themselves, much less bother themselves. Thinking of this, Su Xiuming picked up the phone. "You kid, why didn't you tell me when you arrived in the middle of the capital?" Just after picking up the phone, an old man's voice came from the opposite side. Listening to this voice, Su Xiuming felt somewhat familiar. Tentatively, he asked, "Academician son? Fortunately, your kid's memory is still good. Actually didn't forget me." This sentence from the opposite side was also considered an acknowledgement of his identity. Although Su Xiuming and Academician son were not too familiar, but for him Su Xiuming was still quite grateful. After all, last time it was also him who stood up for himself. This time coming to the middle of the capital, Su Xiuming was still prepared to go to him after the appraisal conference. Su Xiuming heatedly smiled. "Academician son, I was originally thinking of going to see you today, but I didn't have the time. Do you have anything? Okay, don't be polite with me this and that. If you wanted to come to me, you would have asked old Lin for the phone. Today's appraisal conference, I'll be present at that time, or you can come over to play first." Academician son laughed and continued. After the last exchange, Su Xiuming also knew that this academician son was also a straight man, being equally very good. Between words, he was already looking at Su Xiuming as a junior. "Come near the Forbidden City, inside a courtyard." Academician son's voice came again. "Inside a courtyard? Academician son, you are really a big tycoon," Su Xiuming said half-jokingly, but this surprise was true. Chapter 87, Sun Jingran. Chapter 87, Sun Jingran. After this joke, Su Xiuming was also ready to go to find Academician son first. According to the Sun Academician's statement, this time the appraisal conference he will also participate, but he is as a judge, and this time in the appraisal conference, naturally also has the formation of the expert group, and this expert group is the collection of domestic and foreign experts in the ability of the natural need not worry. Relative to their last provincial appraisal conference, this time there should not be so many moths, not to mention the kind of backdoor events that occurred before. After all, this is the official initiated. If they really dare to do something wrong, in the end, the officials certainly will not spare them. Lin Miaoyi and Academician son were also familiar with each other, so this time Lin Miaoyi also followed along. It didn't take long for the two to arrive at the place that Academician son had mentioned. The area of this courtyard was comparatively much larger, and the overall look was also more comfortable. It can be seen that the courtyard here is not recently built. The construction time should also be quite long. Just after arriving at the door, Academician son already greeted him. "Miao Miao, you're here too?" After seeing Lin Miaoyi, was also quite surprised. There was also a bit of embarrassment on his face, but the two didn't notice it either. "Yes, Grandpa's son. This is not thinking of just coming to Golden City, so I came over to see you." Lin Miaoyi nodded and immediately said, Quite good, Academician Sun likewise nodded repeatedly, while a smile appeared on his face. Under Academician Sun's greeting, the two of them had soon arrived in the courtyard. Just after arriving within the courtyard, Su Xiuming noticed that within the courtyard, there was a young woman, and in his hands was holding a vase, carefully observing the vase in his hands. After Su Xiuming glanced at the vase, he slightly frowned. This woman's looks were quite beautiful, making people feel good at a glance. However, her face was as cold as ice, as if anyone owed him a few $1,000,000. By the way, a little introduction: this is my granddaughter Sun Jingran. Academician Sun stretched out a hand and followed it up with a brief introduction. The woman, on the other hand, was still staring at the vase in her hand at the moment, not realizing that someone had already come over. Academician Sun was also feeling a bit embarrassed at this moment, and smiled helplessly at the two people letting it happen. Counting the two of you, actually, you're still considered rivals. He's also prepared to participate in the appraisal conference this time. Academician Sun went on to make an introduction. Hearing this, Su Xiuming however had a few surprises. In fact, most of the appraisal masters he had come into contact with were also men, and the number of women was indeed few and far between. After all, most of the girls, for these things like cultural relics, were also not particularly interested. That's quite good. We can go together in the afternoon? Between words, Su Xiuming gradually approached the woman. This should be the Qianlong period's blue and white porcelain, and looking at this vessel type and color, if I guessed correctly, it should be used for export. After all, at that time, quite a lot of foreign trade had blue and white porcelain. Su Xiuming slowly walked to the woman's side and casually reminded her. And after hearing this voice of reminder, the woman frowned slightly, as if she was somewhat dissatisfied. After noticing the change in the girl's mood, Su Xiuming also shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything more. After all, this reminder of his was also well-intentioned, and if it was said that the opposite party did not accept it, there was no way around it. This little granddaughter of mine is likewise an appraiser, and this time is likewise heading to the middle of that appraisal-style conference. But his temper. Speaking halfway, Academician Sun did not continue, but for what words Academician Sun wanted to say next, Su Xiuming was also able to guess them all. I didn't expect you to have some vision. There really isn't much difference from what you said. That iceberg woman nodded after glancing at Su Xiuming. The appraisal of this thing is actually quite simple. The main thing is to observe its artifact type. If the artifact type is fine, the rest is naturally fine. Su Xiuming nodded and then introduced it. Porcelain like this used for foreign trade was actually quite a lot in ancient times, and the prices of these porcelains were all able to be sold at a higher level, used to exchange for hard currency such as silver. In the Ming and Qing dynasties, there are a large number of porcelain sales out. Most of those porcelain is also official kiln, and the selling price is also quite high existence. Because of this, it led to a large amount of silver outflow from the Western world at that time. But unfortunately, there's a bit of a problem with the shape of this thing. Just as the woman was about to put down the vase, Su Xiuming spoke once again. How is there a problem? I've also studied it before, and at that time, the vessel type of foreign trade porcelain was just like this. Sun Jingran raised her head and asked with some confusion. This type of ware is generally speaking, also from the sea to start the trade route. Now most of the unearthed ones are also merchant ships that were once shipwrecked at some sea. Those porcelains are already soaked, generally showing a yellowish color. And this porcelain in your hand, obviously does not have the characteristic of yellowing. Su Xiuming slowly explained. Actually, that's not necessarily true. What if this porcelain was privately hidden by whoever it was in the first place? Sun Jingran asked a rhetorical question. Although porcelain like this is used in the export trade, it's not worth much money at all. When used as an antique, it's only slightly worth some money, but if anyone steals it at will, it's definitely a big deal. Unless whoever is really out of their mind and gives up their life just for such a worthless contraption. Su Xiuming continued to explain. Luckily, I didn't buy this thing. I just took it back and appraised it. Otherwise, that would be a big loss? Sun Jingran nodded. After saying these words, her gaze also looked towards Su Xiuming. Just now, herself and her grandfather had actually appraised it for half a day, and the results that the two of them finally came up with were both true. Just when they thought that things had been finalized, the twist appeared so suddenly. Little friend Su's skill in appraisal is indeed still not bad. In the future you learn more from others. Dean Sun nodded and educated his granddaughter. It's just a little bit of luck. If it's really a famous person, it has the ability to win the top prize in this appraisal conference. Sun Jingran, however, was a little less convinced and muttered in a low voice. Well, don't waste time. You guys better leave early. It's almost time now. Dean Sun glanced at the several people and then said, Chapter 88 National Appraisal Conference. However, half an hour later, they arrived outside the appraisal conference. The scale of this appraisal conference really made Su Xiuming a little surprised. Originally, He thought that the appraisal of such niche things should not be organized how grand, but did not expect today came actually so many people. This is the entire capital. Quite famous piece of hotel 2 layers to pack down. And these people, one by one, were all dressed in suits, looking like some upper-class people. Su Xiaoming was wearing a t-shirt. Simple, but very refreshing. South to the ground, north to the north. The number of people here already has a lot, are also from all over the country. After entering the venue, the place looked a little more grand. The entire venue is also crowded with many people, some of which are to visit, while some are to participate in the appraisal of the General Assembly. In addition, there are still a lot of media distributed in all corners, shooting the scene in front of us. In fact, if you think about it, you will understand. Appraisal is indeed a niche thing, but this niche in front of more than 1 billion people, that will become the masses. If it is not because into the venue, the need for invitations, it is estimated that this place is also crowded with people to join in the fun, like this invitation letter in addition to take to some leaders, or need to give some of the industry's authority. Say this appraisal conference is how to organize? Or what is the mode of competition? After Su Xiaoming looked around, he asked with some confusion. In fact, it's quite simple, in which the first round is to conduct a sea election. There are many treasure connoisseurs present. In their hands, they also have a variety of real or fake goods, basically are taken over to sell. As long as you can buy the real goods in their hands, then you will get the right to advance. Between words, Academician Sun also pointed to the long tables lined up in the distance. On the long tables, there were also a wide variety of mixed antiques too. Underneath these antiques, there were also their price tags, and they were all available for the crowd to freely buy and sell. As long as the selection of the antiques they want, they can directly buy the antiques down, then go to the expert group to determine the price, and then buy this time over some of the antique loft, to purchase. Such a mode is also able to ensure the interests of their own side of the people, for them is naturally a good thing. Determine the way of promotion. In fact, there are 2 points. The first point is to identify the purchase of things must be genuine. If it is a fake, then it will be directly eliminated. If it is the real thing, there will also be some competition. The way to compete, that is to see how the profit margin in the end, through the profit margin to determine the ranking. So this is for the appraiser's eyesight. In fact, also has a great test. Not only need to identify the authenticity, but also need to slightly estimate the price. Finally, from the scene of hundreds of appraisers, selected 10 for the final competition. This thing actually and luck also has a certain correlation, but luck is also a kind of strength. After finishing these things, Dean Sun had left first. After all, he was also as a member of the expert panel, and would also need to appraise the antiques later on. Su Xiaoming, on the other hand, brought Sun Jingran and wandered around the venue. Lin Niui had just received a phone call on the way, and seemed to have something to do and left first. Although Sun Jingran was quite opinionated about Su Xiaoming before, she also knew that his appraisal ability was indeed extraordinary. After arriving at the location of the long tables, she heard that she had begun to look around. After opening the appraisal eye, the price and authenticity of these items had appeared in front of his eyes. Among these items, in fact, the rate of fakes was not too high, probably only around half, relative to Panjiayuan, or red antique market. Such a fake rate can be considered extremely low, should be screened in advance. After casually wandering around a few times, Su Xiaoming hadn't picked his items yet, but he felt that there were quite a few things inside that could also be bought. But if he was going to pick, he would naturally pick the ones with the highest profit margins. Accompanied by his gaze looking around, soon he was already noticing an item with a flashing red light. Along with the number of times Su Xiaoming used the appraisal eye, more and more diligently, he also noticed a strange point. If the item was genuine, then the appraisal eye would glow a red color. If it was fake, then the appraisal would also glow a blue color. If the red color was pink, then it meant that the value of the item itself was not that high. However, once the color reached crimson, then it meant that the item was worth buying. So when Su Xiaoming looked at it now, there was also red and blue in his eyes. Su Xiaoming was now specifically picking those red colors to look for, to see if he could gain any benefits. On his way to searching, Su Xiaoming also remembered an interesting thing. Last time, that president of the Provincial Appraisal Association, after that appraisal conference was over, then he was found out and disciplined. It was only then that it was discovered that during the period of time that he was the president of the Appraisal Association, he was also selling all sorts of Appraisal Association slots. After all, once one entered the Appraisal Association, one would be able to obtain the rating of a professional appraiser. Once the title of professional appraiser is able to enter into some antique cabinet or private appraisal company work. This also led to a large number of companies in that period of time. The antique store loss situation. After all, those appraisers are also a water goods, naturally cannot have any real skills, and so a get, but also let the whole province of Beijing and the Sea of Fame suffered greatly. After all, before if you talk about antiques, then certainly is to mention a Jinghai province, but now the crowd heard after the province of Beijing, subconsciously will think that the place of the appraiser does not learn, there is a high probability of water goods. The subsequent appraisal association's president, under the court's judgment, is also the crime of malpractice, using power for personal gain, jailed. Su Xiuming soon walked to the flashing red light thing beside. At this moment he realized that this thing is actually a pile of copper money. Su Xiuming carefully observed these copper coins in front of him. According to the form above, it should be the copper coins of the Han Dynasty period. This kind of copper money and the survival of the amount of above cannot be said to be very little. The price is probably in the tens of thousands of about, but the following price actually reached the level of 800,000. Chapter 89 Strong Springs 40. In fact, careful calculation. Here is a total of more than a dozen copper money. The price of each copper is not low. Like this kind of packaged sales, obviously means that the opposite hand of copper Su Xiuming amount also has a lot. Like to collect ancient coins of natural quite a lot of people. The price of this thing is very suitable, but it is precisely because of the right, only to let Su Xiuming feel little profit to speak of. However, the reddish light was hidden in the idea of these coins. Su Xiuming stretched out a hand and wanted to open these copper coins, but before he could react, a middle-aged man had already walked over. These copper coins are not sold separately. If you don't buy the land, then don't open it. The man waved his hand casually at Su Xiuming before opening his mouth to explain. After hearing these words, Su Xiuming had a few moments of hesitation. If there was a treasure amongst these copper coins, then it was alright to say that he would be able to retain his chance to advance. But if there is no treasure in this pile of coins, it is equivalent to buy as much money as sell as much money. The profit margin is naturally very low. However, Su Xiuming only hesitated for a few seconds, and then took out his bank card. For him, this appraisal conference is to come over to participate. Even if he didn't get the results, his side won't have any loss. The man saw Su Xiuming actually really want to buy down. There are these many surprises, but soon he took the bank card. Otherwise forget it. This thing is actually not worth much money. Or you change a thing? Sun Jingran blinked at Su Xiuming, as if she wanted to remind him. She also didn't want Su Xiuming to miss such an opportunity. But Su Xiuming shook his head as if he didn't understand. Laughing, he said, forget it, since we've all said we're going to buy this, then simply buy it. After seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, Sun Jingran then rolled his eyes. After getting his hands on all those copper coins again, Su Xiuming opened the bag of copper coins with some impatience. Then he casually rummaged through these copper coins, and soon he had already found his target. And his target was also a copper coin. But this copper coin and the other Han Dynasty copper coins, obviously a little bit not the same. The reform of the Han Dynasty's compulsory system was actually more frequent, so that also created the Han Dynasty. The existence of a variety of copper coins, Su Xiuming by this kind of copper money, is belonged to the more rare kind, but also just more rare, but not scarce. The estimated amount of survival is also in the 500 or so, and Su Xiuming this time picked out this coin, relatively speaking is to be more than the other copper money on some of the larger. And on top of this copper coin were a few big characters written in small seal script. Strong Spring 40. This copper coin seems to be a little bit different from the others. After Sun Jingran realized this, he similarly came over and said with some curiosity, looking at the Strong Spring 40 on it, he always had the feeling that he had seen it somewhere before. But for a moment, he was somewhat unable to recall it. Do you want me to remind you slightly? Su Xiuming looked at Sun Jingran and asked with a smile. This, you give a slight hint. I'll see if I can remember. Sun Jingran immediately nodded and continued. This copper coin, in fact, was also minted by a dynasty that only existed for more than a decade. Su Xiuming continued. Sun Jingran was naturally quite familiar with history, and was also in the history department back in college. After hearing this sentence, just after thinking for a few moments, a hint of astonishment already appeared in her eyes. This dynasty you're talking about, it wouldn't be the new dynasty, would it? Sun Jingran continued to ask. Su Xiuming nodded. You're right, let's go identify it. This new dynasty was a dynasty that was established after Wang Mang usurped the Han dynasty at the end of the Western Han dynasty. In total, it lasted for just over a decade. Within those 10 years, Wang Mang made many major reforms, but these reforms did not make the Han dynasty better and better, but worse and worse. The most important of these reforms was Wang Mang's coinage reform. During his reign, Wang Mang had a total of 4 currency reforms. His idea was naturally good, wanting to equalize the rich and the poor through such a way as the currency reform. But because of the number of currency reforms, there are some too frequent, but led to the birth of a lot of trouble. This strong spring 40 is his original coinage reform. When the reform of a product, at that time, he minted a total of 6 springs, as the value of different currencies, which is equal to 60 money of a currency. The texture of this kind of currency is extremely fine, and the characters on it are also very beautifully engraved. Compared to the other copper coins of the Han Dynasty, it was already considered to be a relatively alternative existence. It is important to know that when he first cast these copper coins, he also spent a large number of artisans. But unfortunately, his coinage reform hadn't lasted long before it was said to have been overthrown by the people because it didn't win the hearts of the people. The Zhuangquan 40 itself did not circulate for a long time, and the mintage was also on the low side. At that time, a total of only a few thousand were minted, and now there are only a few left. Now in the Capital Museum, there is a collection of one of them. When this thing was taken out, it could be called a national treasure. In the middle of thinking, Su Xiuming was already holding that pile of coins and came to the front of an appraisal master. In front of this appraisal master, there was a plaque, and what was written on top of the plaque was ancient coins, but other appraisal master in front of are quite lively. This ancient coin master in front of is very cold, but he was also happy to be free, looking at the book in his hand while humming a little song in his mouth. Master, I'll appraise the copper coins here. As he spoke, Su Xiuming was already placing those copper coins that he had just obtained in front of the master, and this ancient money specialized master just casually glanced at those copper coins. The texture looks pretty good. It should be the copper coins from the time of Emperor Wu. The preservation is still intact. You have about 16 in this pile. The price should be around 2 million. After all, is in the Capital Museum in the middle of the master, so he immediately saw the value of these coins. Otherwise you take a closer look. This pile of coins has a more special one. Su Xiuming smiled, then prompted. Only after hearing this did that master put down the book in his hands and took a closer look at the pile of copper coins. Right after he saw that strong spring 40, the expression on his face abruptly changed, just like a hungry person who pounces on bread. Immediately, he set aside those other coins and carefully looked at that strong spring 40 in the center. Chapter 90 Quadruple Profit. This is actually strong spring 40. The master looked at the copper coins in his hand and exclaimed in surprise, "What is the approximate price?" Su Xiuming looked at the master and asked with a smile. In fact, in his appraisal eye, he was already able to see the price, but he still wanted to ask one more question. Item, strong spring 40 copper coins. Introduction. This coin is from the Han Dynasty, 2000 years ago, one of the 5 springs minted during the Wang Mang period. The coin is extremely beautifully decorated and has a strong collector's value. 10 strong spring 40 coins. The coin is very well preserved, with no traces of soil, and should be stored in a jar. Collector's value, genuine, $5 to $8 million. The price of this strong spring 40 had actually reached the terrifying level of $5 to $8 million. This kind of thing, the price of copper coins itself is rather fluctuating. If one meets someone who is particularly fond of it, and if one has money, the price quoted will probably be higher. This master was holding this coin in his hands, and was also in love with it. After all, after so many years, he is also the first time to identify this level of copper coins. This kind of copper money now, the survival of the estimated has been very low. Slightly exaggerated words. It is estimated that the whole world is not left a few, and copper money in the preservation of value, compared to those other treasures, but also to be more excellent some. After all, copper money, this kind of thing, perennial, are popular auction items. Many people also like this kind of thing. Also for some businessmen, copper coins also have a different kind of symbolism. Master, how much is this thing worth? When Su Xiuming saw that he still had an obsessive look, his face was also somewhat helpless, and then he asked. Hearing this, that master only reacted from the original stagnation. After gently coughing twice, this only opened his mouth. The price should be around 6 million. Think of you, this little guy. Luck is actually so good. After all, among his pile of copper coins, there was only this one that was a strong spring 40. All those other copper coins could basically be considered as some accessories. It's alright, actually my luck hasn't been that bad. With a faint smile, he casually coped. This grandmaster clutched this copper coin tightly in his hand, raised his head and asked, "How about this? I don't want to pick you here either. I'll buy this copper coin, 7.5 million. What do you think?" This 7.5 million has actually been counted as most of his family, although he does have some money, but this time taking out this money is still quite reluctant. But after thinking that this was the extremely rare strong spring 40, he felt that it didn't seem to be a loss. He has been appraising for so many years, but this is the first time he has seen this Zhuangquan 40, and all along, he has been very fond of the Zhuangquan 40. Therefore, the price he gave was indeed very conscientious, and he was also very sincere in wanting to buy this thing down. If we add the $2 million from before, the total price of these things should be around $10 million. Calculating it up, Su Xiaoming also netted almost 8 million this time. An electronic sign in the distance, and on top of that electronic sign, the gains of those appraisers this time were written out. The first of these gains is a triple gain, is a Ming Dynasty vase, 1,300,000 bought over, sold almost 4 million high price. Such a price, in fact, is already let a lot of people feel very surprised up, and the second place relative to the first place earnings, in fact, has been a cliff drop, probably just doubled the earnings, and the profit earned even dropped to 500,000. As for the latter few, some people hadn't even earned even a lifetime, and there were even those who had only earned a few $1,000s, but of course the speed at which this list changed was actually very fast. That's good. In the end, Su Xiaoming still nodded and agreed to this matter. After hearing that Su Xiaoming had agreed, that grandmaster was ecstatic and hurriedly took out his bank card and handed it over to Su Xiaoming. Why don't we just do this? I have $10 million in this card. Now these things of yours, I also have $10 million directly, the grandmaster then said, and then started up his transfer operation. After Sun Jingran saw the scene, the color of surprise on his face was similarly difficult to calm down for a long time. Originally, he thought that Su Xiaoming was definitely going to lose money on those things he bought this time, but who knew that instead of losing money, he had made such a huge profit. When the opposite side of the transfer operation was completed, the signboard in the distance also appeared to change, and on top of the signboard, the first name written was also Su Xiaoming. Su Xiaoming, strong spring 40, profit 8 million, profit margin 400%. After this placard appeared, a hint of surprise also appeared on the faces of the crowd. Many people were very curious as to who this Su Xiaoming was, actually able to create such a high profit. But this was after all the first round, and although there were many people who were very surprised, they didn't care much. After just a few sentences of discussion, this matter was put to the back of their minds. Su Xiaoming's side of the account information was soon sent over. The card had suddenly grown by $1 million, and Su Xiaoming's heart was slightly stabilized. For him, this 1 million is indeed of great use. Maybe he will encounter something with energy at some point. At that time, he was also able to have enough money to buy. This first round soon ended, and Su Xiaoming with that strong spring 40 also became the first round of the leader. But most people didn't think much about it. Anyway, the first round also has some luck factor. However, after the first round of elimination, the originally somewhat overcrowded inner field had instantly become cold. After all, most of the appraisers are not useful, are now screened out, but there are a lot of appraisers. The heart still has some unconvinced that their eyesight is absolutely no problem, just a little bit of luck above. Among the dozens of people who have advanced, most of them are old people, and there are only 2 or 3 young people. Among them was Su Xiaoming. As the existence of this time's leader, he had likewise gained a lot of people's attention. There are even some people began to whisper, discussing Su Xiaoming in the end. What is the background? Is not which appraisal industry big shot grandson? Appraisal this kind of profession. In fact, many times are also walking inheritance. There are a lot of things where the son inherits the father's business, or the grandson inherits the master's business. Chapter 92 Advancing to the second round. A lot of identification method, only their internal people know, and will not be easy to spread out. If outsiders want to enter the words of the ground is not an easy thing. If outsiders want to enter the words, it is not an easy thing. Now the first round has ended. There are still 20 contestants left on the field. Then we will enter into the second session. The difficulty of the second round is to greatly enhance. Please pay more attention to the contestants. After the end of the first round, the host also came forward and said loudly, and those appraisers present, at this moment, were also waving their hands casually at those spectators around them. The rules of the second round were, in fact, relatively simple. In this second round, there will be some experts who will pick out some items that are more difficult to appraise, and let the crowd start to appraise them. These identification items, in fact, are those masters feel very tricky existence? This appraisal of the items is a total of about 10, which contains a variety of categories of cultural relics. Want to be a master appraiser? Only know a category of cultural relics is certainly not enough. Accompanied by a burst of applause around, a beautiful maid, holding a plate in her hands, came forward. In fact, Sun Jingran's luck is not bad. In the last moment, he also found a very good cultural relics, so barely over the first level. Originally Su Xiaoming still want to help her, but on second thought, this kind of thing itself is not much use to help others. The final appraisal master, such a name, can only be obtained by a person. Even if you help her to pass the first level, then the second level he may not be able to pass. False name or something is not meaningful. After the maid came forward, she slowly opened a scroll placed in her plate. It looked like the first item in the collection should be a painting, which they could actually all see. Thinking of this, the woman was already slowly lifting the scroll in her hand, finally displaying it in front of them. After the scroll was unfolded, the first thing the crowd saw was a deadwood in the middle of the picture. The entire deadwood was shaped like a withered tree, emitting a grayish color, and beside the deadwood, there were a few bamboos standing there, and beside the bamboos were some broken rocks. This picture actually at first glance will make people feel a little less comfortable, has a very decadent feeling, but upon closer inspection, one can find that underneath this decadence, it actually contains more things. One of the most striking should be that a few standing bamboo, a look is very eye-catching, although in such a kind of environment, but by and by is still extraordinarily crisp, as if they are on top of a fertile soil. And in the lower left corner of this painting, there is the signature of this painting, Pine Snow Wang. If Su Xiuming remembers correctly, this pine and snow one should be Zhao Mengfu, a famous calligrapher and painter at the end of the Southern Song dynasty. This Zhao Mengfu, even at that time in the Southern Song dynasty, where everyone was born, also counted as one of the most important existences. For example, this painting in Su Xiuming's hand, although it has the flamboyance of the paintings of the Wei and Jin dynasties, it also has the brightness of the painting style of the Great Tang dynasty. With the overall look, it was already known that this was definitely the style of a scholar. After all, in that era of the Southern Song dynasty, itself is the era of scholarly literati. Naturally also appeared a lot of scholarly painters. For the Song dynasty, the scholarly men, in fact, the bones of this thing should be one of their most important point. After all, in that era, there really wasn't much place for a literati scholar to show his bones. This should be the withered wood, bamboo and stone figure. Is it really Zhao Mengfu's authentic work? I've seen imitations before, but didn't I say that authentic work was already lost before? If you look at the age of this paper, it should be from that era. This thing is definitely considered authentic. Before Su Xiuming could make any moves on this side, several appraisers around him were already holding their glasses and quickly leaning up. One by one, they began to comment on the painting in front of them from various angles. This is fake, Su Xiuming said indifferently after taking a look at the painting. But just after this sentence was said, it was already immediately provoking some people's dissatisfaction. Young man, you'd better learn and look around more. Don't just see a random thing and say it's fake. One of the grandmasters was already walking up and spoke in a serious tone. In this master's opinion, Su Xiuming was completely the kind of person who hadn't seen the world, so he said that everything he saw was fake. In fact, you can tell by touching it. This quality of silk cloth should have been able to be produced only during the Ming dynasty. It was simply impossible during the Southern Song dynasty. After Su Xiuming glanced at that master, he then said, during the Ming dynasty, the handicraft industry in the south was also extremely developed, so naturally, all kinds of silk cloth embroidery appeared, and now the embroidery of this painting in front of him should be a product that belonged to the south during the Ming dynasty, because these embroidery above is also used in some of the pigments produced in the west. In the Southern Song dynasty near the Yuan dynasty, that period of time because of the war, so that is also produced a period of sea ban, so it is unlikely that foreign pigments could enter the Yuan during that period of time. The shelf life of this kind of pigment itself is very short, definitely is not more than 10 years, so it's unlikely to be the Southern Song dynasty, and it's unlikely to be the Yuan dynasty, so it must be the Ming dynasty, and by the time it reached the Ming dynasty, Zhao Mengfu had long since been turned into a pile of dry bones. After Su Xiuming's analysis, those who were originally opposed to him now understood his idea. At this time there are also experts in embroidery, after careful observation, found that the above brocade is really as Su Xiuming said, afraid that should be the Ming dynasty period. Then this painting should be a follow-up to the Ming dynasty period of people imitating Zhao Mengfu's authentic work, and it can be seen that the strength of the imitator should be very strong. No matter which way you look at it, this painting is in line with Zhao Mengfu's habit of painting, and there are many seals stamped on it. This made the authenticity of the painting even more doubtful. It looks like this painting should have fooled a lot of people in the past, and it actually has the stamps of so many celebrity masters on it. I didn't expect this youngster to really have some strength. Originally he thought he was just coming in to mix it up. This is only a small test of skill. If this can be considered a bit of strength, then everyone has strength. Chapter 93, Lin Miaoi's request for help. But who can think? Su Xiuming is really up the world, but is to others up the world. The most let him feel sorry is, Su Xiuming in this appraisal conference after the end, actually did not accept the interview. If you can say in the interview, a little mention of their own background, then their own this time is really earn a lot. But Lin Yaodong did not care too much. Anyway, with such a golden signboard, his next business will definitely be smoother. Su Xiuming had just gone out. An academician's son had already followed him. He knew that Su Xiuming's appraisal ability was very superior, and this time, he would definitely show his head. But everything that had just happened, even he had not anticipated. Su Xiuming's pair of eyes could simply be described as terrifying, especially in the last period of time. Within a short period of time, he was able to identify most of the artifacts, almost with a crushing victory, won this national-level appraisal conference champion. Sun Academician is a special guest of the appraisal conference, has been quite a few years, but this is the first time he encountered this kind of thing. The heart's surprise is naturally unspeakable. Little Sue, wait a minute, this side actually still has some things, need you to cooperate a little. Academician's son called out to Su Xiuming, and immediately shouted out, what, interview? Su Xiuming was a bit puzzled. Look at him for interviews and things like that. In fact, his heart was still somewhat resistant, and naturally, he was not willing to participate in it. Academician's son, on the other hand, shook his head. We still have an opportunity for you to visit on our side. Would you like to visit our museum? This visit is not a tourist's type of visit, but to be able to enter the museum, close contact with those cultural relics, for countless appraisers, this is a dream come true. After all, the museum of those artifacts, each piece is a fine product in the fine, ordinary time. There is no time to contact. This is actually a good opportunity for him to further his education. But after only 2 seconds of thought, Su Xiuming rejected this matter. His appraisal relied on his own pair of eyes, and even if he looked at it more, it would be of no use. It was all about relying on this pair of eyes to appraise. That's good, although is also a little lost nodded, then laughed. In fact, in his heart, he had wanted to take Su Xiuming as his disciple before, but had never had the chance. After all these things, not only did this thought not disappear, but instead it became even stronger. After all, having such a powerful appraisal ability at such a young age was already an indication of his extraordinary talent. If he could be properly coached, it wouldn't be impossible for him to continue forward to strike a higher position. However, Su Xiuming had already made such a strong statement, so he naturally wouldn't say anything more and would respect Su Xiuming's choice. On Sun Jingran's side, he naturally followed his grandfather to go back first. Before leaving, the two still added each other's contact information. Sun Jingran is very obsessed with this matter of identification, so he added Su Xiuming, but also for the two to be able to communicate better in the future. Although she didn't obtain the certification of Master Appraiser this time, she did obtain the certification of Appraiser. In her career, she had sold a very important step. This appraisal conference, he was already in the top 20, counting it as a layer of gold for her career. Before, her grandfather was actually quite against her taking this path. After all, as a girl, many aspects are not very convenient. In the appraisal industry itself, there was a lot of deceit, and he didn't want his granddaughter to be exposed to too much. But after this achievement, his grandfather also has no reason to continue to oppose it. Since this matter has been resolved, Su Xiuming also wanted to return to Blue Ocean City first, so without thinking too much, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Soon, Lin Miaoi's side had picked up the phone, but her voice was a bit hurried. Su Xiuming, do you have time? Come over and slightly help me out. After Lin Miaoi's side picked up the phone, she directly spoke. Su Xiuming seemed to be able to hear some faint sounds of crying on the opposite side, which seemed to be a woman's crying. Su Xiuming remembered that Lin Miaoi seemed to have gone to look for her girlfriends before. If that was really the case, this crying sound should also be her best friend's voice. What place? Wait a while and you'll send me the location. Then I'll go over and take a look. Faced with Lin Miaoi's request, it was naturally impossible for Su Xiuming's side to refuse, and he immediately agreed. Lin Miaoi's side had quickly sent over the address, and based on the map, it wasn't too far from here. So after looking at the map, Su Xiuming directly took a cab to his destination. He found that this was also an antique street, but the scale of this place was several orders of magnitude smaller than Panjiayuan. After Su Xiuming walked forward for some time, he found Lin Miaoi at the entrance of a store, and beside Lin Miaoi, there was a woman who was crying like a pear flower in a rain of tears. Here it is. Lin Miaoi slowly greeted Su Xiuming and then said, "What's wrong?" Su Xiuming asked Lin Miaoi with some confusion right after he got closer. Lin Miaoi, on the other hand, shook her head somewhat helplessly and helped the woman on the side to the table next to her. "This is my bosom friend, Jiang Wanqing, because he's encountered some trouble here, so I want to ask you for help." Lin Miaoi looked towards Su Xiuming and then said, "Seek help?" Hearing this strange word, Su Xiuming slightly froze. After Lin Miaoi's introduction, Su Xiuming finally understood what was currently happening. This Jiang Wanqing was also his university classmate, and the relationship between him was very close. However, the family situation between the two was much different. Although Jiang Wanqing was from the capital, she did not have much money. After graduating, she entered a company that was not too big or small. Some time ago, he was also commissioned by the company to come to this antique store to buy an antique to give to a client. She herself does not know about this aspect of antiques, so the company still gave him an antique consultant. At that time, he was also looking at a vase. The vase price is about $1.5 million. After the appraisal of the antique consultant, it is believed that the vase is real, and the price is worth so much, and the store's owner swore to him that this antique is guaranteed, and will not have any problems. If it is identified as fake, then he is sure to return it. Chapter 94 Wingxing Antique Shop. Because of this, Jiang Wanqing will spend money to buy this vase in the store, but he bought out of the antique, after the appraisal of the follow-up appraisal, actually is fake. In this case, their company also ordered him to return the antique. If he can't return it, let him write a resignation report. He himself is not long into the job. It is hard to find a job. She really does not want to lose, so she wanted to come over to return and exchange. But who knew that the boss actually turned his face away? After hearing that his purpose was to return the goods, he immediately said that he did not recognize, also said that before that is only a verbal agreement only, simply does not have any legal efficiency. In fact, this kind of thing, such as hitting the eye, also happens from time to time. This is also commonly referred to as, pay tuition. Want to get started then? Certainly is to pay some tuition. Eat a boring loss. That cannot be helped, but the boss here is indeed very disgusting. Generally speaking, in fact, players hit the eye is also a very normal thing, but in general, the antique store boss should do the most, is to stand aside and watch, and not be able to take the initiative to guide. If it is really like what Jiang Wanqing said, the boss is not only on the side of the guide, but also swore to say these words. In fact, from a certain point of view, are already considered to be suspected of fraud. For Jiang Wanqing, his work is absolutely cannot be left behind. After all, her family still has an old mother who is seriously ill, and she also needs these wages to maintain life. After all, he has been working for 2 or 3 years. It is not easy to have the current salary. If you say change a company, then everything should be from the beginning again. Do you want to return this antique now? Su Xiuming looked towards Jiang Wanqing after thinking about it for a little while. Jiang Wanqing raised her head and glanced at Su Xiuming, then nodded, and Su Xiuming's gaze also fell on top of the vase beside him. In fact, from the looks of it, this vase was indeed a bit too fake. After all, the shape of this vase did seem to be the shape of the Ming dynasty, but the pattern was that of the Qing dynasty, and it was very roughly made. Looks like, should be in which the small kiln firing made. Not to mention that this vase is fake. Even if this vase is real, then it is not likely to sell for much money. The purchase of this vase, on the other hand, cost more than $1.5 million. By the way, you said before that the one who followed you, has that appraisal expert? Could that expert not see the truth? Su Xiuming suddenly reacted, which asked. Jiang Wanqing shook her head, because that appraisal master has already said in advance, although his eyesight is very good, but does not ensure that 100% are correct. So this time, even if he bought the wrong fake goods, none of it can be found on him. From this, it could be seen that his company's boss was also a persimmon that specialized in picking the soft ones. Since he couldn't afford to mess with that master, couldn't he afford to mess with a small employee? But such an obvious mistake. In fact, as long as the antiques have some understanding of the treasure friends, should be able to see at first glance, that person said is an appraisal master. Even this thing cannot see. Really quite puzzling. In Su Xiuming seems to be basically only 2 reasons. On the one hand, he is for the appraisal of know-nothing. On the other hand is his willful. If you say know nothing about it, it is unlikely. After all, it is also an appraiser. Then the latter possibility was already quite high, but it still required him to investigate a little. Let's go in first and take a look. If there's anything we can do, we'll talk about it later. After Su Xiuming was slightly silent for a few seconds, his gaze also looked at this antique store behind him. The name of this antique store was called Yongshan, and the storefront looked quite large as well. However, in places like antique stores, many times there would also be cases where the store is big and deceives the customers. Not to mention that in places like the capital, can open up such a large antique store. It already shows that the power behind the opposite side should not be shallow. In the antique store there are also a few customers, where the selection of the desired antiques. In fact, the general small antique store, many times a day cannot sell an antique, but even so, is still able to live well, and even able to earn money. The store itself is a store that doesn't open for 3 years, and opens and eats for 3 years, but it also pays attention to its reputation. Su Xiuming's side had just entered into the store, and a middle-aged man who looked quite naive, walked over. Originally, after seeing someone come in, he was still quite enthusiastic, but when he saw the person behind Su Xiuming, his face sank slightly, knowing the purpose of the few people coming over. Looking towards Jiang Wanqing, he frowned and said, "Why did you come over again? It's obvious that you're the one who hit your own eye. Is it hard to come over and return it?" After Jiang Wanqing heard these words, she then lowered her head, not knowing how to retort for a moment. "We didn't come over this time to return it either. We just wanted to come over to buy something. Su Xiaoming glanced at the middle-aged man and then said, buy something? After hearing these words, the middle-aged man was also skeptical. After all, 2 days ago, he also suffered a loss at his own place, and now he actually wanted to come back to buy it. Could it be that he wanted to earn it back? But he was indifferent. These three in front of him were also young people. At a glance it was clear that they didn't understand antiques. If you want anything, then just pick whatever you want, and just settle the bill at my place at that time. But I still want to say one thing in advance. If you buy something here from me, it is non-refundable. I hope that when the time comes, it won't be a whole lot less pleasant for both sides, the boss said coldly after glancing at the several people. Don't worry, Su Xiaoming nodded and continued. In fact, after the boss saw Su Xiaoming, he always felt that he had seen him somewhere, but for a moment he was somewhat unable to recall, so he simply didn't think much about it and let the few of them wander around on their own. Just after entering within the store, quite a few people's gazes were directed towards Su Xiaoming, and they likewise felt somewhat familiar, but after just one more glance, they didn't pay too much attention anymore. Su Xiaoming's appraisal eyes, the same as in front of these cultural relics, began to scan up. A glance over, the eyes are full of blue light. It looks like there are quite a lot of fakes in here, but also intermixed with some red light, although not too much, but those should also be true. Chapter 95 Counterfeiting. Boss, are the antiques here authentic? Su Xiaoming raised his head and forgot about the boss, then asked. That boss sniffed and nodded. Can't say it's 10% real, but 60 or 70% is able to be guaranteed. The last time this girl bought in our section, it was also because he was unlucky, so he picked out a fake one. Su Xiaoming nodded and didn't refute the sentence he said, but continued to look. After casually taking a snuff bottle, Su Xiaoming slightly shook it twice. What material is this snuff bottle made of? How much is it? After Su Xiaoming picked up the snuff bottle, he then asked. I didn't expect that your kid actually still has some vision. This thing is a phalang-colored snuff bottle, when it also flowed out from the palace. If you want it, I'll give you a discounted price, 200,000. That boss then said. Can I get a discount? Su Xiaoming asked a rhetorical question. A little bit of discount is fine. If the discount is too much, then I will lose money. The boss continued. Su Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, raised his head and said, let's do it this way. A slight discount. You remove the word 10,000 after 200,000. Hearing these words, the boss was first slightly stunned, followed by a trace of anger appearing on his face. With a cold snort, it's fine if you don't have the money to buy it, but what do you mean by saying this? When Su Xiaoming heard the boss say this, he did not open his mouth to retort, then casually poured out some of the mineral water that he had just held, and rubbed it hard on top of the snuff bottle a few times. The original snuff bottle above the enamel color, actually by Su Xiaoming hard rub off, a remnant of modern craftsmanship. I don't think this looks like enamel, but rather a child's watercolor. Between words, Su Xiaoming also placed the snuff bottle on top of the counter on the side. Originally still want to refute the boss. See Su Xiaoming actually recognized his own. A time also do not know what to say. Honestly shut his mouth. He could also see that Su Xiaoming was by no means generalized, and looked like he still had something. Didn't I say? 80% of what we have here is real, and this is you picking out 1% of it. The boss remained stubborn with his words. I like people who are tough talking the most, so how do I sell this gilt Buddha statue? Su Xiaoming was again picking up a more worn out Buddha statue and then asked. This is the same model as the Dali Dainichi Buddha bronze statue in the Magic City Museum. If you want to buy it, then 1,200,000. Not a penny less. The boss looked at the Buddha statue and again gave his price. Su Xiaoming slightly weighed the statue of Buddha, then only raised his head. This way of making is still a bit too old-fashioned. In the future, when making, sulfuric acid put a little bit less, potassium permanganate put a little bit less, otherwise the corrosion will be too serious. It will not be like, and this part of the top of the head, it should not have been immersed within the solution, and now it has not been made old successfully. Saying that, he also presented the head of the Buddha statue to the other party, which was indeed brand new. A copper gilt Buddha statue like this was actually the easiest to fake. Copper and gold itself was not a substance. As long as the copper gilt Buddha statue was put into the solution of dissolved gold, it can be easily counterfeited. Such a way of counterfeiting was also relatively backward, so Su Xiaoming was naturally aware of it. The boss who originally wanted to speak, after hearing these words, also knew that Su Xiaoming had come over this time to find fault. There is also such a way of counterfeiting a painting and calligraphy that is too simple. If I guessed correctly, it should be using black tea with some sugar color, then supplementing it with some alum, filtering it and adding some gel, so that the dyeing is completed, right? After Su Xiaoming pondered for a little while, he said the way to fake this calligraphy and painting. There are still some customers around, Originally those customers are still ready to buy some things, but after hearing these words from Su Xiaoming, they subconsciously put down the antiques in their hands. But there were also some people who wanted to wait for the boss's counterattack. Many people who bought antiques were actually not looking to resell them, but only for their own collection. So in a short time, they have no way to recognize the authenticity. Unless they waited until when it was time to sell, they would not know if something was real or fake. So the amount of customers here was not too low. Good lord, are there really that many fakes here? I even bought quite a few before. If there are really so many fakes, then let's just stop buying and go to another store. I also have this thought. It's better to see if the bossy fights back or not first. Some of the customers in the surroundings had already started whispering. After that boss heard these words, a face was now black and somewhat green. He now also completely understood. Su Xiaoming was just coming over to pick a fight. And on the opposite side, there was still such a strength to find fault. From his words it could be seen that he was indeed a person who knew a lot about cultural relics. The current self must also be to counterattack. Otherwise, these old customers are bound to have no way to keep themselves. After thinking of this, his eyes rolled. It's true that I received these under carelessness, but Your Excellency seems to be very proficient in counterfeiting. Could it be that Your Excellency is playing this aspect? With one sentence, the boss directly put a big hat on Su Xiaoming. As long as one was playing with antiques, they basically abhorred people who were counterfeiting. That's why the boss said this sentence to divert the current contradiction. I am very proficient in counterfeiting, based on my understanding of cultural relics. On top of that, Su Xiaoming replied indifferently. Ridiculous, when it's really ridiculous. Also based on the understanding of cultural relics. How old are you? As the saying goes, no hair on your mouth, no firmness. I see that you are a counterfeiter, wanting to use such a kind of reputation to stink me up, and then want me to cooperate with you, but just die with that heart. I won't cooperate with people like you in my life. The store owner, on the other hand, had a righteous look on his face, and actually started to angrily rebuke Su Xiaoming, as if he was the righteous one. After hearing these words, Su Xiaoming casually shrugged his shoulders. I don't know where the opposite side learned from, but they all spoke with a flavor of the rice circle. As soon as there was a problem on his side, he said that the opposite side was sent by the opposite family, which also made Su Xiaoming somewhat speechless. Actually, I should be considered a little famous in the industry, don't you know? Su Xiaoming spread his hands and asked, little famous? The boss lightly hummed. If you keep bragging like this, I guess you're going to stab the sky. Don't you find it ridiculous to say this? Chapter 96, Private and Public? As the owner of an antique pavilion, could it be that you didn't watch this appraisal conference? Su Xiaoming raised his head, and gave a light laugh. Nonsense, I definitely watched it. But this has nothing to do with you. This sentence was just halfway said. That boss slowly raised his head and carefully observed Su Xiaoming. It was only at this time that the boss finally remembered where he had seen Su Xiaoming. He seemed to be the young appraiser who had shown above the appraisal conference. The surrounding spectators, after hearing these words, likewise took out their cell phones one by one to take pictures. They were basically people who loved antiques, so naturally they wouldn't miss the biennial appraisal conference. And Su Xiaoming's performance on top of this conference could indeed be said to have overwhelmed the crowd. Even those who participated in several sessions of the old appraiser, relative to him, are far inferior. Previously appraisal conference winners are some of the older Su Xiaoming such young people or the first time. Although the appraisal conference only ended in the morning, many people had already started discussing it. I didn't think it was actually this little brother. I also watched the previous appraisal conference. This little brother can be said to be killing it on the field. I didn't have the time to watch the live broadcast, but he's so old that he was able to slay the field? What's wrong with being young? Otherwise you can look at the replay. He can really say in the live broadcast is a big kill. He is now a national level appraiser. Just invite an appraisal. It is estimated to need hundreds of thousands of dollars. Those who watched also whispered in a low voice. After all, Su Xiaoming is as an appraisal master. They as people in the industry is still very respect. After learning of Su Xiaoming's true identity, the boss of the antique pavilion's eyes, but also with a little color. If he had known that Su Xiaoming such an identity, just now he would not have said such words. Although Su Xiaoming was very young, and his reputation was not completely spread out, but just hanging such a national level appraisal master's sign is already shows that later it is within the antique world is definitely not a general generation, and himself is also the industry. He naturally could not how to provoke Su Xiaoming. After just a little bit of thinking, he stretched out a hand, wanting to pull Su Xiaoming to the side first, but by the time his hand had just been extended, Su Xiaoming had already deflected the hand he had extended. Is there something going on? If there is this matter, then say it here. Su Xiaoming raised his head to look at the boss and then said, but the boss's face sank after hearing these words. After all, He originally wanted to settle the matter privately and didn't want this matter to spread out. Once it spread out, it would definitely have a great impact on their store's business. The things that would happen at that time would be something that no one would want to see. The boss's face was briefly gloomy for a moment, but immediately after, he squeezed out a smile. If there are some things that you are not satisfied with, then we can settle it privately. Why should it be private? Why should it be private? Is it possible that you think I came here just to settle things with you? Su Xiuming's voice was intentionally raised by a few degrees as he questioned loudly. Since you want to go public, then that's fine. Just tell us what your side wants. When the boss saw that Su Xiuming's attitude was so resolute, he didn't continue to persuade him. He also didn't want this matter to become a big deal. It wasn't impossible if he said it was public, but it was definitely impossible to let this matter spread out. First of all, you maliciously guided this girl to buy fake goods. You should be able to admit it, right? Su Xiuming raised his hand, then pointed at Zhang Wanqing beside him. Actually, I didn't know that it was a fake. I also thought it was real, but leading me did lead me a bit. The boss directly took things in a skewed direction after a slight moment of thought. From between his words, it could be seen that he didn't feel that this thing he had done was anything wrong. Although the boss still had some feelings of concern between his words, he had finally admitted this matter. Don't worry, we will definitely return this $1.5 million. The boss nodded with a rather flattering look. Secondly, to be honest, you look like these 9 out of 10 things are fake at a glance. I don't know how in the world you open this antique store. It's not even as good as a roadside stall. Please ask an appraiser to reappraise the antiques here will be identified as fakes. The antiques are all put away. There should be no problem, right? Su Xiuming continued, but after hearing this sentence, the boss was already feeling some flesh pain. Although it was true that there were quite a lot of fake goods on his side, it had brought him a large amount of profit. But thinking of Su Xiuming's terrifying influence, he finally nodded. That's good. Just these 2 points. Don't worry, when I return to the middle of Golden City in the future, I will still come over to see you. Su Xiuming nodded, and the two finally reached a preliminary reconciliation. The reason why Su Xiuming didn't report and didn't put the opposite party to death was actually because of some of the unspoken rules of the antique world. Although Su Xiuming could ignore those unspoken rules, but since he wanted to enter a circle, then he had to learn to submit. The $1.5 million from before was quickly returned to Zhang Wanqing's card. After seeing the increased balance of $1.5 million, Zhang Wanqing finally relaxed her heart. After all, this matter had been weighing on her for quite a long time. Previously, the company had even wanted to hire a lawyer to sue her, saying that she might have deliberately colluded with the owner of the antique store. If it was true that the report was successful, then the trouble on Su Xiuming's side would not be less. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Zhang Wanqing was likewise thankful in succession, and was very grateful to Su Xiuming. It's just a matter of lifting my hand, not to mention that you are also Lin Miaoi's friend. Su Xiuming let out a faint smile before saying this. His gaze also swept over Zhang Wanqing's body in a single glance, but the scene in front of him caused Su Xiuming's gaze to somewhat freeze down. He realized that in the position of Zhang Wanqing's chest, a purple glow was being faintly emitted. This kind of glow was something that Su Xiuming had seen several times before, and it actually represented something that had aura. What are you looking at? Lin Miaoi saw that Su Xiuming's eyes were a bit off and twisted his old waist with force. Goo. Su Xiuming let out a soft cry and turned towards Lin Miaoi and rolled his eyes. Then he looked towards Zhang Wanqing and asked with some confusion, is there anything in your chest pocket? Chapter 97 Purple and Green Jade Pendant. Zhang Wanqing was slightly stunned. Then she took out a jade pendant from her bosom. This jade pendant was greenish-purple in color, and it looked exceptionally beautiful, and it also contained energy if nothing else. So you're looking at this thing here, I thought. Only then did Lin Miaoi come to a realization and let out a sigh of relief. Thought what else? Su Xiuming asked in confusion. Nothing. Anyway, you shouldn't ask too much. Lin Miaoi hurriedly waved her hand. This is a relic that my father left behind for me. It's just an ordinary jade bar. It doesn't seem to be worth much. Zhang Wanqing raised her head and handed the jade pendant into Su Xiuming's hands. Just as he thought, this jade pendant was, in fact, created by using spirit stones. Although the energy in it wasn't too much, it could be felt that the power was also extremely pure. This was just a small jade pendant, but compared to the ones he had obtained before, this jade pendant, no matter from which aspect, belonged to the extremely excellent category. Then do you know where else to buy this kind of jade? Su Xiuming raised his head and then asked. After hearing this sentence, Zhang Wanqing was silent, as if she had something to hide. Su Xiuming laughed. If there is something you don't want to talk about, then it's perfectly fine to not say anything. Zhang Wanqing nodded his head, but thinking that Su Xiuming had done himself such a great favor, in the end, he still chose to open his mouth. Actually, my father's profession and artifacts also have some relationship. but he doesn't have much to do with living artifacts. Jiang Wanqing hesitated for a moment before this reason was stated. Hearing this, Su Xiuming had already guessed that his father's occupation was in all probability dumping. In fact, many people know that it is grave robbing. Tomb raiding itself is a somewhat unethical profession, and naturally, it will be tainted with the 5 evils and 3 defects. Basically, people who rob tombs are unlikely to live too long. If we use modern science to explain, it is that in the graveyard, there are some special germs growing all year round. These germs will have a certain impact on life expectancy, so they will die violently for various reasons. If you use a little bit of metaphysical words, that is because they are contaminated with a little too much yin qi. But what made Su Xiuming feel strange was that this jade pendant didn't have any yin qi on it. Thinking of this, he also opened his appraisal eye, ready to appraise it first. Item, purple and green jade pendant. Description, carved from a lower grade spirit stone. It contains a certain amount of power, but it is contaminated by the sinister qi. So if you want to absorb the spiritual power, you must first get rid of the sinister qi in it. Grade, B level. After the introduction came out, it also made Su Xiuming's eyes light up slightly. In fact, he also knew that this jade pendant was very average, but he didn't expect that this jade pendant was actually carved from a spirit stone. And seeing such a kind of introduction of a lower grade spirit stone, one would think that there should still be middle and upper grades. This jade pendant, where did it come from? Su Xiuming continued to ask. This thing was after all also someone else's father's relic, so naturally, Su Xiuming was not in a good position to ask for it directly. I'm not too sure about this. It said that a businessman from Hong Kong Island approached him before and asked him to seek it from amongst a feng shui tomb of some sort. After my father was from amongst that feng shui tomb, not long after he went out, a strange disease was born in his body and he died soon after. Speaking of this, Jiang Wanqing's eyes seemed to be drenched in tears. Seeing Jiang Wanqing in such a state, Su Xiuming did not say much less know how to comfort. But that Hong Kong Island businessman actually left a phone number for our family. He said that if we have any difficulties, we can look for him, or that if that jade pendant wants to be sold, he will offer $2 million to buy it. Saying that, Jiang Wanqing raised her head once again and said, the price of $2 million was not low. And it could be seen that the Hong Kong Island businessman was quite generous, but this was also the only relic after all, so even after giving such a high price, none of them had sold it. So it is. Su Xiuming nodded secretly before saying, could it be that this item is of any use to you? Jiang Wanqing asked hesitantly. Actually, it doesn't matter if you want it or not, but this jade pendant does have some evil qualities, so it might not be good if you carry it. Su Xiuming hesitated for a moment before he said. The evilness he was talking about was naturally not to trick Jiang Wanqing, but he had just seen it himself. You really don't say. When he was in college, he was an old unlucky guy. Every time he encountered something good, it would go bad for all sorts of reasons. For example, her grades were actually very good in college, but every time she was about to get a scholarship, she would fail her exams for various reasons. There's also after graduation. Originally he was able to get a pretty good company office, but it was suddenly snatched up by someone else. There's also something about being about to be promoted, and then being directly replaced by someone who was parachuted in. Anyway, this kind of thing, it's countless. As soon as she talked about this, Lin Miaoyi looked like she had opened up her words. Before, Jiang Wanqing was known as the little unlucky one in their dormitory. From childhood to adulthood, he had encountered countless unlucky things. According to what Jiang Wanqing said, he should have encountered so many unlucky things frequently after his father died. However, if one were to correspond, then it was also after he obtained this jade pendant that he came across so many evil things. But is it really related to this? Jiang Wanqing was a bit unsure and then asked. Otherwise, how about this? You lend me this jade pendant for a period of time to view. I will now take $100,000 from you first, just as a viewing fee. Su Xiuming continued to ask. If it was someone else asking, perhaps Jiang Wanqing would have balked, but Su Xiuming had just helped him, plus he was Lin Miaoyi's friend. Odds were that he wouldn't lie to himself. I can lend it to you for a period of time. As for the money, you don't get anything for nothing, and you've even helped me. Jiang Wanqing shook her head and said firmly. Su Xiuming, on the other hand, shoved a bank card over, which happened to have $100,000 in it. This is taken to you. We are in a fair lease relationship. Su Xiuming stuffed the bank card into Jiang Wanqing's arms and then said, all right then. Jiang Wanqing nodded and helplessly accepted it. Then I'd better return to the company first now. I feel like it's almost time. After Jiang Wanqing glanced at her watch, she then said, Chapter 98, Liang Chuli comes to the door again. She still has some things, only after returning to the company, can be resolved. Su Xiuming and Jiang Wanqing similarly did not continue to stay here for a long time. They should now also return to Shijing City. After saying goodbye to the several old people he knew before, Su Xiaoming already boarded the airplane back. This time, when he came to the capital city, it was actually only for 2 short days, but Su Xiaoming had indeed seen quite a lot of things. Going out once, it was also considered to have gained a long knowledge in the capital. Soon, they returned to Shijing City. Su Xiaoming's side did not return to the antique street first, but went back home. Su Xiaoming's side had just arrived home, when he saw an Audi parked in front of his house. After seeing this Audi, Su Xiaoming was quite familiar with it, knowing that this seemed to be his cousin's Audi. He had seen it last time. Su Xiaoming had already torn his face with his cousin, but he didn't know why they actually came over again this time. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoming also worried that they were coming over to pick a fight. His mother is also only one person at home. Immediately accelerated his pace and walked forward. Just after returning home, he heard a bright laughter coming from inside. Gu, isn't this cousin? I didn't expect to come back so soon from the middle of the capital. Su Xiaoming had just entered the door of his home when he saw his cousin Su Jiawei quickly greet him with a smiling face. Cousin. On Su Xiaoming's side, he replied in a salty manner. In Su Jiawei's eyes, a trace of undetectable hatred flashed through, but it only flickered before returning to normal. After hearing that Su Jiawei knew that he had returned from the capital, Su Xiaoming could basically conclude that he should have known about the treasure appraisal conference. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to his home for nothing. After entering the villa, Liang Chuanli was sitting on the sofa. When she saw Su Xiaoming come back, she was even more enthusiastic and quickly stood up. Xiaoming is really good. At a young age, he obtained the title of national-level appraisal master. This is a great honor. Our entire family is expected to follow the light. After standing up, Liang Chunyu's words seemed to have become a bit formal, completely lacking the arrogance of last time. But after hearing these words, Su Xiaoming only sneered and did not reply. Liang Chunyu also seemed to be able to sense that this disdainful attitude of Su Xiaoming, but still licked her face and spoke. Actually, what about this time when my sister-in-law came over? She also wanted to find you to work together on a business. Didn't we prepare to engage in that antique line before? But it was cheated by someone else. Fortunately, the follow-up funds are already recovered, so we are now also preparing to reopen it. This time, if you join us in this antique line, then we will give you 10% of the profit. Of course, this profit must be a bit too much if it's a gross pure profit. At that time also do not need you do, as long as every day in the antique line in the town, then there is money can take. How do you feel? Liang Chuanli came over, then smiled and Su Xiaoming began to discuss. But after hearing the words spoken by his sister-in-law, Su Xiaoming only revealed a trace of a playful smile. He didn't know how thick-skinned his sister-in-law was, actually able to say such words. According to his current status value, he can go to an antique house, even if not to say too much. A month of millions can be taken casually. After all, if an antique is cheated, less hundreds of thousands, more than $1 million. If there is a strong enough appraiser guard, then for the whole antique house, not only is it able to recover a lot of losses, but it can also enhance its reputation. Now even in the city of Shijing, one of the best antique firms to find themselves, it is estimated that they need to give at least 50% of the shares. But he is such a small antique firm, actually only want to give 10% of the profit is ridiculous. Even do not want to intervene in the shares. The opposite side of the small plan is now in his face. How could Su Xiaoming not know? If Su Xiaoming let the opposite side have its way, that would be strange. Seeing that Su Xiaoming didn't reply for half a day, Liang Chuanli's gaze also fell onto Liang Dongling's body, seemingly wanting Liang Dongling to say a few words. In this way, it would be able to persuade Su Xiaoming. But Liang Dongling had already seen the faces of his two relatives clearly. Just now, she agreed with them, but it was only a helpless act. Now face this kind of thing. Their son is absolutely have the right to decide. They speak completely useless. If the two of you are only because of this matter, then I advise you two to go back earlier. My side has already had a cooperative object. Su Xiaoming secretly sighed before he then replied, but the opposite side seemed a little less convinced. You have to think clearly. This time we have invested a full $5 million. Although it's not as good as that relatively large antique house, it's still not small. You don't really think you can do whatever you want just because you've obtained a title, right? If it means that no one will hire you if no one introduces you, you'd better think a little more clearly as well. Su Jiawei actually started to threaten after seeing that his persuasion was fruitless. But for such a kind of threat, Su Xiaoming was the least afraid of it. If the two of you are fine, it would be better if you please go back first. I've just arrived home here, and I also want to take a rest. It won't do you guys any good if you make a nuisance of yourselves. Su Xiaoming yawned and pretended to look sleepy as he continued. When Su Jiawei saw that Su Xiaoming actually refused to oblige himself, he now revealed his true colors. Su Xiaoming, this is you not giving face. Originally I still wanted to bring my relatives to make a fortune. Who knew that you actually have eyes without a pearl? Su Jiawei continued, but for the words he said, Anyone with a little bit of brain would not believe it. The two of them angrily left first after throwing down such a sentence. Su Xiuming looked at their departing backs. He also only swept a faint glance and didn't say anything more. These guys are really playing a good game. Mom, in the future, if they come over, just sweep them out directly. It's a bit annoying to look at. Su Xiuming looked towards Liang Dongling and then said. Liang Dongling, on the other hand, smiled and did not say much. Of course this was just Su Xiuming casually saying it. He also knew his mother's character, and would definitely not do that extreme. Chapter 99, The Posting of the Quick Snowy Time. After sitting down, Liang Dongling also asked Su Xiuming quite a few things. Most of all, it was also the things that happened these days. After learning that his own son was so capable, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but moisten a little. If your father is still alive, then knowing what you have accomplished now, he would definitely be very happy. After completely wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, Liang Dongling then slowly sighed. After hearing the word father, Su Xiuming also felt as if it was somewhat distant. In fact, since he could remember, he had never seen that legendary father, but his own mother would always mention him. Even if there are times when Su Xiuming is too puzzled, continue to ask, Liang Dongling will not say a word more. After a long time, Su Xiuming did not pursue the question. He also knows that if something is said, it will be a bad thing. The next day, Su Xiuming hurriedly came to the store. Now the flow of people in the store, compared to before, has been slightly reduced, but this is also relatively normal. After all, when a new store opens, itself has a lot of discounts, so to say that the number of people was higher, it didn't make people feel how rare it was. Little Su, come over here for a moment. I have a picture here, help me look at it. Just as Su Xiuming had just entered within the store's doors, Lin Yaodong was already greeting him. After hearing these words, Su Xiuming also hurriedly followed behind Lin Yaodong. Soon they arrived indoors, and immediately after, Lin Yaodong took out his cell phone, and on top of the cell phone was a picture, which looked a little old from the outside. Look at this picture. Lin Yaodong handed his cell phone directly to Su Xiuming and then said. Su Xiuming received the phone with some curiosity and carefully observed the picture. After just a few glances, Su Xiuming's eyes were already somewhat surprised. This is fake, right? The first time he then was doubting the authenticity of the words and paintings in this picture. This is also a picture that I got by chance before. Do you feel that this word painting is real? Lin Yaodong asked again. The first thing Su Xiuming saw was not the words written on it, but the inscription underneath. Quick snow time clearing post. On top of that, Wang Shiji's name was also signed under the inscription. This fast snow time clearing post legend is the great calligrapher of the Eastern Jin dynasty Wang Shiji made, is also known as the world's second line of calligraphy. In another palace museum, in fact, is also a collection of this fast snow when clear post. But people are generally questioned that a fast snow time clearing post should not be Wang Shiji handmade, but the follow-up Tang dynasty people forgeries. Because of this, so now the people are also in the vigorous search for such a post. Wang Shiji's heirloom works itself is very little. If this is really authentic, then there is no way to describe the price. After all, until now, there have not been a few Wang Shiji's authentic works appear. This fast snow time clearing post has a total of 28 words, but is known as 28 Luzhu. From this can be seen, people for this calligraphy of the pursuit. Although it is not as good as the legendary world's first line of the Lanting Jeshue, but can also be called the world's second. Even the latter forgeries are extremely rhythmic, even exceeding many calligraphy masters. This made people even more curious about how perverted a piece of calligraphy Wang Shiji's real work really was. Where did this picture come from? Su Xiuming frowned slightly and then asked. He also subconsciously opened his appraisal eye, but who knows, only able to identify the cell phone in front of him. The value is 12,000 yuan, but there is no way to identify the calligraphy inside the cell phone screen. Su Xiuming is now already into the appraisal world for so long. His knowledge of true and false is already more than a large part of the appraiser, coupled with the fact that these words in front of him are also seeking to enter the powerful. Never ordinary people can write out. The color of these few sheets is very much in line with that period of the Eastern Jin dynasty. Paper in the Eastern Jin dynasty was not too popular, and only a few scholars could afford to use it. For example, the paper used by Wang Shiji, in fact, is also a specific paper, and the paper he used is named silk cocoon paper. This is actually the use of high-end silk pressed, after an extremely complex process to be able to manufacture, and now such a process has actually been lost. Even people use modern technology, there is no way to recover cocoon paper. If in accordance with the characteristics of cocoon paper, now so long have been down, definitely will be slightly yellowed, and the yellowing is not so serious. No matter from which characteristic, it seems to indicate that this thing is a genuine product. But before encountering the real thing, Su Xiuming definitely wouldn't jump to conclusions. Unless it was said that the painting and calligraphy would be brought to him, he could instead use his appraisal eye to appraise it. Do you still remember that Jean Daya from before? I also had cooperation with him in the past. Although this guy cheated people later on, he was very honest at the beginning. Now, hasn't he messed with that brother-in-law of mine? That brother-in-law of mine also sent people everywhere to hunt him down. In order to stay alive, he sent such a photo to my brother-in-law, saying that he had captured it before. But at first, there was no discovery of a follow-up flip through the photos before he found this quick snowtime post. Now it's just wanting to rely on such a photo to save my life. And my brother-in-law also entrusted me to show it to you. Lin Yaodong then proceeded to send this photo on top of Su Xiuming's cell phone, so that he could observe it more closely. If initially identified, this thing is real. Su Xiuming made his judgment after looking at that photo twice again. He was also clear about what this thing represented if it was real. Thinking about this, his breathing, all of it, had gradually shortened, somewhat in disbelief of the words he had heard. This photo should be somewhere in Jiangnan. If the guess is right, it should be in the ancient town below Huangshan Mountain. After carefully observing it, Su Xiuming made his own judgment. How do you know? Lin Yaodong was a little confused. The upper left corner of this photo actually captured the horse head wall as well. While the horse head wall is a fixed feature of Hui-style architecture, Su Xiuming replied casually, I say it's simply a bit of a pity for you to go into appraisal. If you go into detective, I guess by now you would have been a famous detective. Hearing this reason for judgment, Lin Yaodong froze and said, the 100th boxing match appointment. What does Uncle Lin mean? Su Xiuming was a bit curious. If you have time, go and see if you can get this painting back. As long as the price is less than $100 million, we are able to take it out. If we have this painting, then we really have this treasure of the town hall. Lin Yaodong raised his head and spoke out the thoughts in his mind. In fact, after this thing was brought back, it would only be able to be collected by himself, and it would be almost impossible to sell it. The quick snowtime clearing post was basically a national treasure. No matter what kind of idea it came from, it could not be sold. If really accidentally was sold to the hands of those foreigners, can really let the Chinese less a treasure. Perhaps after he returns to his old age, he will donate this piece of calligraphy and painting. Of course, the premise of these things, but also this painting is true. But as far as we can see, there is no particular conclusion as to whether or not it is true. If it is true, then naturally the best. If not, at most it is just one more trip. Anyway, Huangshan is not too far away from here. That's fine. I actually still have some time. There's nothing to do during this time. Su Xiuming also agreed to this matter. He also wanted to see this thing in the end is not true. In fact, the more things he appraised, he was already more and more in love with these cultural relics. Especially when faced with this painting and calligraphy of Wang Shiji, it would be an absolute lie to say that he didn't want it. Has Jean Daya found it now? Su Xiuming also put away his cell phone, followed by asking with some curiosity. Lin Yaodong shook his head. Not yet, but his family is also here. Running is definitely not an option. But I also made a promise with him. If this sentence he said is true, really by we found this treasure, then we will let him go. As long as they will cheat to those money, all return can be. After all, during this period of time, Jean Dajia had indeed cheated quite a lot. The fact that he was able to survive was, in a way, all a miracle. Right now, there was no telling how many people out there who wanted to take one of her lives, so that meant that there were already a lot of people who had been offended. In this situation, he could only seek refuge in such a way. At that time, the Lin group would vouch for Jean Dajia, and it was expected that other people wouldn't pursue the matter too much. I didn't expect this guy to be quite lucky. That's fine. It just so happens that I don't have anything to do in the past 2 days, so I'll just go over there. Su Xiuming nodded and agreed to this matter instead. Just as Su Xiuming's side agreed and prepared to go back, Zhang San Master suddenly came to the door. Brother Su. After seeing Su Xiuming, Third Master Zhang immediately nodded and said with a smile, "What's wrong?" Su Xiuming looked at Third Master Zhang with some confusion. Although Third Master Zhang had indeed offended him before, but after all, it had already been a laugh to end the feud. Within this period of time, the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion's business was so red-hot, and it actually had Third Master Zhang's share of the credit. There is something on my side that I want to find you to do a favor for, and I don't know if you have the time. Third Master Zhang, however, appeared to have a few moments of embarrassment, hesitating for a moment before opening his mouth. What? Su Xiuming was a bit puzzled, not knowing how the usually bright and cheerful Third Master Zhang, today how to still put aside this twisted, a rather strange style. I opened an underground boxing ring before, and business has always been relatively prosperous, until some time ago when a challenging person came. That person is extremely powerful, and has been constantly challenging us during this period of time as well. making it impossible for us to carry out our work properly throughout the airport. When he said this, Third Master Zhang then paused for a moment, seemingly waiting for Su Xiuming's reply. You're not going to tell me that you're going to let me go over and fight, right? Su Xiuming was slightly stunned and somewhat puzzled. Harm, you are really smart. In fact, I do have this idea. After all, I have seen your strength. Compared to those stinky fish and shrimps under me, it is really too good. Besides you, we simply can't think of who to look for. Third Master Zhang gave a bitter smile. He also knew that this matter was a bit troublesome. This was also not looking for someone to appraise, but looking for someone to fight. More or less it still carried some danger. Why would you find me as long as you have enough money? I guess even the strongest fighters should be able to be hired. Su Xiuming was a bit puzzled. That person is a little bit different from ordinary boxers. His stance is similar to yours. Third Master Zhang hesitated, but still spoke out. Is he also an ancient martial artist? It was only here that Su Xiuming finally understood what Third Master Zhang meant and asked a rhetorical question. On the other hand, after hearing these words, Third Master Zhang nodded very dryly. Ever since Su Xiuming knew about such a profession as an ancient martial artist, he actually quite wanted to meet someone similar to himself, but for such a long time, he hadn't even encountered a single one. Now that he had heard of someone whose strength was similar to his own, his heart likewise came to have some interest, because this is also related to the reputation of our boxing ring, so I've prepared $1 million here as well, knowing that this is indeed not much money, but these days, our boxing ring, at most, can only come up with this much. Third Master Zhang slowly sighed. After all, that person's influence on business was indeed a bit too great. If it was said that if that person wasn't gotten rid of quickly, it would still continue. About when will you go over? Su Xiuming asked doubtfully. 5 days later. That person basically comes to challenge once every 3 weeks, so he should still come over 3 days later. Seeing that Su Xiuming had the intention of agreeing, Third Master Zhang hurriedly replied. Hearing this point in time, Su Xiuming then secretly nodded his head. If it's after 5 days, then there's no problem. I still have to go to Huizhou to do some things on my side first. This time when he traveled to Huizhou, Su Xiuming was also prepared to go there alone. After returning home and packing up a bit, Su Xiuming explained clearly with his mother. During this period of time, Su Xiuming's side was indeed a little too busy, so he was not able to take care of a lot of things. After resting at home for a day, Su Xiuming had already booked a high-speed train ticket to Huizhou. In the past, when he was in school, he had already come to Huangshan Mountain, and he was quite fond of this place. There are quite a few ancient villages in Huangshan, and these ancient villages also have horse head walls, so Su Xiuming before, although already got some news, but if you want to find it accurately, it is still not that simple. Chapter 101 Ancient Village of Huizhou. But in half a day's time, he had already arrived in Huizhou. Before coming over, he had already contacted a local tour guide, so after just arriving at Huangshan, the guide was already rushing over. After just seeing the appointed guide, Su Xiuming was also brightened up, not expecting that it would actually be a sister with good looks. Su Xiuming? After arriving beside Su Xiuming, the tour guide asked with some curiosity. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Xiuming then said the purpose of this time over. Looking for antiques? When the woman heard that Su Xiuming actually came over for this, her brows actually frowned slightly. After noticing that this guide was out of place, Su Xiuming was also a bit confused. Is it wrong to look for antiques? If it is said to be an unusual photo antique, then our site actually does not carry out reception. The woman nodded, and her words were also somewhat firm. It was important to know that the guide fee given by Su Xiuming this time was also relatively generous. It was also for the sake of being able to complete the mission faster and not delaying other things. Right, I also have this one certificate here. It should be considered a work permit. After hearing these words, Su Xiuming suddenly reacted, and immediately afterward, he pulled out a certificate. This certificate, naturally, was the certificate that he had previously obtained from the National Appraisal Master. Other than that, he didn't have anything that could prove his identity. After seeing Su Xiuming take out this certificate, a trace of surprise clearly appeared on the woman's face. However, any title that carried a national title could never be ordinary. Moreover, Su Xiuming was still so young, it would be strange not to be suspicious. The obtaining of this certificate, online should be able to find the video. You'll also be able to verify it a little bit. For the opposite side of the dutiful, Su Xiuming did not feel that there was anything wrong. After hearing this, the woman inquired a little. She really found the news from the other day, that is, the news of Su Xiuming obtaining the title of Master Appraiser. After determining that this matter was true, the woman could not help but be a little surprised. After all, at such a young age, this kind of person is really not many. What comes to look for antiques and has to inquire about these things? After receiving the certificate that the woman handed back to him again, Su Xiaoming unaccountably asked with some doubt. When the woman heard this, she slowly sighed. According to the woman said that the village where he is, itself is quite a long history, so there are naturally a lot of antiques in it. In the past, there was even a foreign scientific research team that had found its way there. That scientific research team, after entering the village, spent a lot of money, bought through some of the villagers in the village. At that time, the villagers for antique protection consciousness itself is not too strong, so some of the treasures were sold to the foreigners, originally able to sell out millions of jade bottles. Those foreigners a few $100s will be collected over. Anyway, at that time has also caused a lot of losses. That's why the follow-up, people will grow a mind, often will so much as ask a question. Who do not want what happened before to happen again? And after learning about the country of those foreigners, Su Xiaoming felt that everything seemed to have become logical. That country under the banner of the so-called scientific expedition was none other than Goryeo. After all, this country had always been known for stealing, and had long been salivating over their culture. But whenever they found an opportunity, they would also steal it. It was estimated that after those people took those treasures back to their country, those treasures would be transformed into their nation's inherent cultural relics. The village where the girl was from was located within the deep mountains, because the terrain is too wanting. Even now there is no highway, but most of the people have already moved away. Now there are only some older people in the mountains to open some lodging and other things. After all, some explorers also prefer this kind of location. After Su Xiaoming compared the photos on the internet, he was basically sure that what he wanted to find was this village. After a bumpy ride, they soon arrived at the foot of a mountain. After raising his head, he could see that there was really a village in the mountains in the distance. This village in front of them was also surrounded by mountains on three sides, and the terrain was extremely dangerous. Because it was not on top of a mountain, one could still see clouds and mist covering it. Under the light, it is as beautiful as a fairyland. Relative to the more commercialized Shidi Hongsuan, this can also be said to be a place outside the square. Along the way, the guide is also when he introduced the establishment of the village. It is said that there was a family, because to avoid the war, so said to escape to this place outside the world. Afterwards is also gradually built up the village, gradually flourished to the present. In times of war, they lived in villages in the mountains. If it was a time of peace, they would move down. The first thing you had to do to get to that mountain village was to cross a long passageway. The passageway was also a wooden passageway that had been built hundreds of years ago. Because of the reason that this mountain peak was very dangerous, it was also quite dangerous to pass through this passageway. It seemed that if they took just one wrong step, they would fall under the cliff. Even someone as bold as Su Xiaoming was trembling as he walked. However, that guide had already gotten used to it a long time ago, so he said that he was also very comfortable in the middle of the passageway. 2 days ago, there were still a few outsiders who came over. Their accents are very similar to yours. They should all be from Xijing. On the way, the tour guide casually said, "The same as me?" Su Xiaoming, who was originally quite idle, was slightly stunned when he heard these words. Then he asked, "Were there many Xijing people who came here before?" The tour guide shook his head. "Our place itself isn't that famous, so basically there were only some locals, or Huizhou people who came. In the past, I couldn't see a few Xijing people for a year, 2 years, but I didn't expect so many to come in the past 2 days. As the saying goes, when things go wrong, there must be a demon." So when he heard that there were Xijing people coming before, on Su Xiaoming's side, it was already a bit of a surprise. Now in his mind, a possibility also popped up. That thing Jin Deya was a liar himself, so heaven knows what he would do. Nowadays, if it seemed like it, he might have sold a message, directly to 2 people, and sold it to a few other people at a time that was still a bit earlier. If he didn't use this sentence to explain it, Su Xiaoming really didn't know how to explain it. Chapter 102, Encounter with the Fusionese. Are those people still on the mountain now? Su Xiaoming asked in return. Now are still in the mountains. 3 or 4 people. Before the daytime when they will go down the mountain. Fast evening will go up the mountain. After entering into the village, idly nothing is also will ask 7 or 8. But those people because there is no way to prove their identity. So those old people inside the village, for them also love to ignore. The guide nodded, confirming this matter. Nearing the village, Su Xiaoming was also able to see those buildings within the village. The scenery of this village was extremely beautiful, and the entire village was also shrouded in clouds. Although it was slightly dark, it didn't give people an eerie feeling. The buildings inside the village are typical Hui-style buildings with white walls and gray tiles, and the walls are all horsehead walls. Comparing it to the photo that I saw before, there was no doubt that the place was definitely this place. The number of people inside the village was not too much. Just like what the tour guide said, most of them were old people. When these old people saw that someone had come, they only gave a faint glance. Then they closed their eyes and continued to bask in the sun. Looking at the state of these old people, Su Xiaoming was somewhat envious. The degree of commercialization here is not deep. In fact, there are advantages and disadvantages. The good thing is to be able to ensure the most primitive flavor here. The bad thing is to let this place did not develop too well. Before Su Xiaoming arrived at the village, he saw several men loitering in the village. From the way these young men were dressed, it could be seen that they were definitely not locals. If Su Xiaoming guessed correctly, they should be the people from Xijing that the tour guide was talking about. The few young men, after seeing the newcomers, had the same look of confusion on their faces. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man with a darker face and a much thinner figure than the others. "Who are you?" After one of the young men came forward, he directly questioned. After hearing these words, Su Xiaoming also cried and laughed a little. Unexpectedly, the few people in front of him, as soon as they came up, they directly started questioning about themselves. "A visitor who came over. Did it get in your way?" Su Xiaoming lightly glanced at a few people and then said. Su Xiaoming could see that these few young people in front of him seemed to be practicing a cross-trained sinew and bone. They should be a bodyguard type of existence, while the one they were protecting was the middle-aged man in the very center. After the young man heard these words, a trace of anger likewise appeared on his face, but before he could say anything more from his side, that middle-aged man on the side, however, held him down. Then he shook his head at him, and only then did the young man not say more. After this little episode, Su Xiaoming had soon arrived outside a room. This place was that of a local bed and breakfast, and it looked like it was built quite well. After all, it was built to attract tourists, so naturally it wouldn't be too bad, and the price for one night was moderate. Su Xiaoming, after putting all his luggage away, was ready to go out for a little stroll. In fact, when he went up the mountain, it was already a bit late in the day. By the time he had finished all the miscellaneous things, the time had come to more than 8 o'clock. The bright moon in the sky was still there, while the fog had dispersed quite a bit. Even without the illuminating lamps, one could clearly see the road in front of them. Su Xiaoming followed the photo he had obtained earlier and began to look around at the surrounding situation. The entire village didn't have too many families, probably only about 30 families, so it was quite easy to find. Half of them had already moved to the mountains. These homes had basically been transformed into BNBs. While he was wandering around, he suddenly heard a conversation coming from the corner. Originally, he hadn't paid too much attention to it, but after he got a little closer, that's when he realized something unusual. This was because the words spoken from across the room were not in any dialect, and they weren't even in the national language. It was more like the language of Fusan. So after hearing this voice, Su Xiaoming was alert at the first moment. Only when he poked his head out slightly did he realize that the situation was wrong. The person who was now speaking Fusanese was none other than the middle-aged man he had seen earlier. How? Su Xiaoming was slightly stunned. The voice from the opposite side was suppressed very low, obviously not wanting others to know about this matter. However, Su Xiaoming was able to hear it very clearly, and could be certain that there was absolutely nothing wrong with his judgment. Does Your Excellency have something going on? Just as Su Xiaoming was about to listen to what they had to say, a man's voice came from behind him. After hearing these words, Su Xiaoming also turned around slightly, realizing that behind him, there was the young man who had just spoken out against him. Before he could react, the young man grabbed him with one hand. Faced with this situation, Su Xiaoming subconsciously actually wanted to break free, but after pondering for 2 seconds, he ultimately did not break free and allowed him to pull himself into the room. During the daytime I was still a bit puzzled as to why you looked so familiar. I didn't expect that it was actually you. That young man opened his mouth while dragging him. As a person in the middle of the antique world, he was definitely paying attention to the appraisal conference the other day, so when he had just seen Su Xiaoming before, he had already been able to tell his identity. If it wasn't for the fact that his employer was blocking him, he probably would have already kicked him out. Su Xiaoming was quickly dragged into the room, and within the current room those few young men were also present. After seeing Su Xiaoming being dragged in, a trace of confusion also appeared on the faces of several people. You guys don't know either. Be a little more careful. This guy was just waiting outside to eavesdrop. After the young man glanced at the several people, there seemed to be a few points of reproach between his words. Then he said, this person is the winner of the appraisal conference the other day. It looks like this time he came over for that thing as well. Who are you people? What are you doing coming to this place? Su Xiaoming, on the other hand, pretended to have a horrified look on his face and then asked. He was also curious about that thing he was talking about, whether it was the quick snow time clearing post. After hearing these words, the few young men around him did not speak. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, slowly walked up. There is an old saying in your China, those who know the time are the best. I think you know this saying as well. That middle-aged man walked up and spoke with a Fusanese accent as well. If Su Xiaoming was just guessing before, then he could be sure now. Chapter 103, Antiquities Dealers. Fuso, what are you doing here with us? Su Xiaoming, who had originally pretended to be in a state of shock, was now calm. Su Xiaoming, right? The man sneered and spoke in broken Mandarin. Su Xiaoming nodded. Tentative message. I didn't expect you to recognize it. Right. It looks like it should be an industry insider. Was it Jean Deyev who told you the news? What news? The man had a confused look on his face. Although it was said that he hid it well, the few young men beside him did not have such acting skills. After hearing these words, a hint of surprise was already in the eyes of those few young men. It seemed like they were curious as to why Su Xiaoming would know about this matter. Su Xiaoming shrugged his shoulders and smiled at the middle-aged man, as if telling him not to hide it. The middle-aged man glanced at the few young men beside him, some helplessness in his eyes, not realizing why he was stuck with such a piggy teammate. Alright, I admit that you should have seen that picture already. I also came over to look for that thing. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hirakawa Jiro. The middle-aged man raised his head and glanced at Su Xiaoming. He hadn't spoken before because he was worried that his somewhat broken Mandarin would be heard. This place was still a bit xenophobic. Not to mention foreigners, even outsiders were a bit xenophobic. Since I already know Your Excellency's identity, then Your Excellency should be able to leave. Su Xiaoming sat down at the side of the table and asked without being surprised. Go? After Hirakawa Jiro heard these words, it was as if he had heard some kind of joke. Even if you want to leave, it should be Your Excellency who should leave. His attitude was already completely laid out, clearly wanting to have his way with Su Xiaoming. Right after Hirakawa Jiro said these words, the few young men around him were already gradually gathering around. From their attitudes, it could be seen that they now seemed to want to use some unconventional means. Regarding these people who had surrounded him, Su Xiaoming however did not care in the slightest. After all, they were just some punks. Are you guys sure you want to make a move on me? Su Xiaoming sat in place, still looking unperturbed. Mr. Su, if you are able to not reveal our identities and are able to leave on your own, I won't make a move. Hirakawa Jiro looked at Su Xiaoming before saying. Su Xiaoming looked at Hirakawa Jiro as if he didn't hear it. I say you Fusanese are really greedy. You seem to have quite a lot of the things you took from our China before. The previous things haven't been returned, and now you want to take new things from our land. This little plan is really shrewd. Between words, a trace of coldness had already appeared on Su Xiaoming's face. Hirakawa Jiro, on the other hand, was somewhat disdainful. Don't use these things to pressure me, not to mention that after finding it, I will also buy it with money. Buy it with money? Are you going to use tens of thousands, or more than 100,000? Su Xiaoming pondered a little, and once again opened his mouth to ask. Just now, when he uttered these words, he also deliberately paid attention to the several young men around Hirakawa Jiro. After all, they were proper Chinese. Who knew that on their faces? They didn't have the slightest bit of guilt, but instead looked as if they deserved it. This also made Su Xiaoming lose the last of his patience and just sat in place waiting for the opposite side to strike. Hirakawa Jiro could also see that Su Xiaoming was completely not planning to leave. Since this was the case, he didn't want to be soft either. Glancing at the few young men beside him, he casually inclined his head. Let's invite Mr. Su down to the mountain first, and if it's said that Mr. Su is resisting, then he should be knocked out first. Hirakawa Jiro said coldly, and after saying these words, he walked towards the back, while a few young men, after hearing these words, quickly surrounded them. One by one, they rubbed their fists at Su Xiaoming, and soon a young man at the head quickly rushed forward. Raising one of his fists, he fiercely slammed it towards Su Xiaoming's face. The bodies of these young men were still quite strong, and it could be seen that they should also be practicing. If an ordinary person was hit by this fist, they would be half injured without dying. When the opposite side was about to rush in front of him, Su Xiaoming's eyes were already flashing with a hint of essence. Before waiting for that punch to hit his body, Su Xiaoming had already started to counterattack at this moment. With a slight lowering of his figure, he directly dodged the incoming punch from this person. Su Xiaoming's side also did not have any hesitation. Directly a sweeping leg went over. Under this sweeping leg, the opposite party did not have any ability to resist at all. The opposite side's figure directly smashed backwards and fell heavily on the ground. The several young people beside them, after seeing this scene, although they were briefly frozen for a moment, they quickly reacted again. Accompanied by Su Xiaoming's direct kick with this leg, several young men also fell to the ground one after another. None of these young men, in Su Xiaoming's hands, were able to support them for more than one round. Accompanied by the sound of thumping, these people realized that they had actually messed with what kind of a devil. But even if they regretted now, it wouldn't help. Hirakawa Jiro, who had originally thought that it should have gone very well, after seeing this scene, a hint of awe also appeared in his pupils. These young men had collapsed on top of the ground, and just by looking at this state, one could tell that they had completely lost their fighting strength. Now that they are all already being taken care of, then what should you do next? I don't think I need to say more. Su Xiuming raised his head to look at Hirakawa Jiro and let out a cold smile. If you can answer me honestly, then I can refrain from making a move against you. Looking at the young men who were already lying down, Hirakawa Jiro secretly swallowed his saliva. What do you want to ask something? Su Xiuming originally thought that he still needed to bother with some words, but who could have thought that Hirakawa Shiro actually surrendered so simply? Why did you guys come over? Why did Jean Daijia tell you that thing? Anyway, there was time now, so Su Xiuming was not in a hurry to ask too many questions. There is a cooperation between him and I. Last time he cheated me and I found him, so naturally I had to take action against him. Then he gave me that picture, saying it was a supreme treasure of your country of China. That's why I came over. Hirakawa Jiro looked at Su Xiuming and spoke honestly. Hearing this, Su Xiuming then frowned. This Hirakawa Jiro in front of him, at a glance, he knew that he was not a good thing, and the business in his mouth. In all likelihood, he was also dumping out the cultural relics in the country. Chapter 104, Finally Seeing Books and Paintings. Su Xiuming originally thought that Jean Daijia, at best, is a liar. If he can cheat over the money, honestly back, everything can be written off. But once involved in this matter, the nature has completely changed. In the previous war, these Fusang people do not know how many Chinese national treasures from the country to take out. This also led to a lot of national treasures only out of the country to be able to see, which for a nation is a kind of shame. In addition, they are actually still thieves, is completely provoked Su Xiuming. Then his gaze was placed on those young people, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. What does he want to do that you guys shouldn't be unaware of, right? Who would have thought that instead of stopping it, you guys would even aid and abet him? But if you all have a bit of backbone, you wouldn't have done such a thing. Su Xiuming looked at these young men in front of him and slowly opened his mouth. After hearing those words, those young men also lowered their heads, as if they were somewhat ashamed. But for this kind of shame from the young people, Su Xiuming could not believe it at all. If they really had a little bit of shame, they wouldn't have done such disgusting things. Su Xiuming glanced around and found that there were actually a few ropes in the corner. After Su Xiuming brought a few ropes over, he also tied the crowd in front of him tightly. After kicking a few more times with his feet, he got a few people to the corner together. You guys don't think about running anymore either. Wait until tomorrow morning and I'll call the police. If anyone runs, I'll be able to guarantee that he'll end up worse off than if I call the police. Facing Su Xiuming's threat, those people were all trembling in fear. Looking at Su Xiuming's eyes that were full of fierce colors, they had no hesitation in believing that Su Xiuming would really do what he said. One by one, they also nodded their heads like garlic, not daring to say much else at all. That said, have you guys found anything in these few days? Su Xiuming looked at a few people before he then asked. Here we have already visited and mapped out once. As of now, it seems that there is nothing to discover. Hirakawa Jiro raised his head and then hurriedly explained. What are you guys looking for? Just at this moment, the door behind Su Xiuming was suddenly pushed open. The tour guide, Yi Meishue, slowly walked over, with a bit of awe in her eyes. Seeing Yi Meishue who suddenly walked over, Su Xiuming slightly froze. Why did you come over? Just now. I was afraid that you weren't too accustomed to being over here, so I wanted to come over to see the situation, and I just happened to come across this scene. Yi Meishue explained and continued. The conversation of the crowd just now. Yi Meishue should have already heard it completely. After glancing above the ground, at the several people who were tied up, a trace of disgust passed through her eyes. It's just an artifact. As he spoke, Su Xiuming handed over the cell phone in his hand. Yi Meishue took the cell phone handed over by Su Xiuming and carefully observed it. This thing is in my home. It's some of the relics that my ancestors brought over when they came over. Most of the relics, basically, are already taken away, but this pamphlet still remains. Su Xiuming said without hiding anything after raising his head. After hearing that Yi Meishue actually recognized this item, Su Xiuming's face was also filled with surprise. Hurriedly, he asked, You really know this thing? Yi Meishue nodded. Naturally, I really know this thing. Is it possible that it can still be fake? Can you bring me over to take a look? I only looked at a photo before, so there's no way to fully identify the real or fake. Su Xiuming's side then brightened up and asked immediately afterward. But after Yi Meishue heard this, she didn't act, but hesitated slightly for a moment. I know that they are not good things, but I also want to know your identity. Yi Meishue was not ready to act at this moment, but instead asked a rhetorical question. Su Xiuming looked at this girl in front of him and also felt that she seemed a little too foolish. Luckily, the one he had encountered was also himself, and he was on good terms with him. If he had encountered some ferocious robber, it was estimated that he would have already been hijacked. After all, that a calligraphy and painting, if really take over the auction, it is estimated that no more than $1 billion cannot buy down. In the painting and calligraphy category of antiques, Fast Snowtime Clearing Post is absolutely unique existence. if there can be comparable to it, unless the real Lanting collection preface can come out. But in the current situation, it seems somewhat unlikely. Anyway, the history of the whereabouts of the Lanting preface. There are also many different opinions. In the vast river of history, everyone is a grain of sand. Not to mention a small painting in calligraphy, one to find is extremely difficult. To be able to find this quick snow time clearing post is already a miracle. Of course the truth is still unknown. You come with me now. I'll let you take a look first. Thinking of Su Xiuming's one-day performance today, Yi Meishue finally decided to trust Su Xiuming. Under Yi Meishue's lead, Su Xiuming quickly arrived in front of a small broken courtyard. The doorway of this courtyard, on the other hand, had a large lock hanging on it, as if it hadn't been opened for a very long time. This is where my grandmother lived a year ago. Only that a year ago, she passed away unexpectedly. After he passed away, this courtyard hasn't been opened again. Today it's just the right time to take you in to take a look. While walking, Yi Meishue was also introducing the situation of this place. Listening to these introductions from Yi Meishue, Su Xiuming also secretly nodded, while his gaze was constantly surveying the surroundings. This courtyard was likewise a horsehead wall, and seemed very similar to the top of that photo. If one were to follow one's previous retreating question, then this courtyard in front of them should be the one above the photo. After entering the courtyard, inside was a very typical Hui-style building. Yi Meishue at this time has also walked to the inside of the room, opened the door lock inside. After entering the room, it is up a stool. Then with the height of the stool, came to the top of the beam. Along with Yi Meishue's hand, a box appeared in his hand. After opening the box, a scroll appeared inside. After slowly unfolding the scroll, what appeared inside was a painting scroll. After the scroll was unfolded, the font inside was finally revealed. This calligraphy in Chinese culture has always been known as no words of poetry, no line of dance, no picture of painting, silent music. Then Wang Shiji should be the whole history, the greatest poet, the most splendid dancer, the brightest painter, the most beautiful singing voice. Chapter 105 Wang Shiji's authentic handwriting. Su Xiuming has seen before the fast snow and clear post, but that is an imitation. But this thing in front of him, at a glance, I know it is the real thing. A short 28 words, detailed but full of roughness. A look no is handwritten, not a deliberate work, but even if they were written by hand, they would still be beyond the reach of countless calligraphers. Wang Shiji's brush was simply like a sharp sword, piercing through the river of heaven in front of him. These 28 characters, no matter which way you looked at it, were all perfect and incomparable. In fact, when Su Xiuming had heard of the scholar, such a title, he had also felt that it was a bit overstated. But after seeing this piece of writing, Su Xiuming finally knew what was called the sage of calligraphy. He didn't open his appraisal eyes, but now he can basically determine that this thing is absolutely true. Any one of the words taken out, even enough for some people who study calligraphy, see half a month's time. However, in order to be on the safe side, Su Xiuming still opened his own appraisal II. Name, Quick Snow Time Clearing Post. Introduction: works written by Wang Shiji during the Eastern Jin dynasty, which had been passed down to the people, and then stolen by thieves and bandits. Regular lines in cursive. Spontaneous. Its penmanship is round and smooth. The penmanship is coherent, and leads to each other, with the artistic beauty unique to Wang Shiji's calligraphy. Value, no appraisal. Name, Fast Snow Times Clearing Post. Value, no appraisal. After seeing this no assessment, it already shows that this thing has reached the apex of calligraphy. If we were to sell it, it wouldn't be enough to sell it for any amount of money. Not to mention Su Xiuming actually do not dare to sell this thing. If sold out into the hands of outsiders, then they will really become 1,000 years of sinners. Like this kind of thing, the most important place to put should be the museum. I heard that I have already thought about it now, and after I go back, I will discuss it with Lin Yaodong a little bit. This thing as long as in the Sanlong Antique Pavilion, put a year time is almost. Afterwards, it is better to donate it directly. This is not because Su Xiuming has to flatter anyone, but this kind of art treasure itself is to be taken to the majority of people to appreciate. If one really gave this thing to private storage, that would be a great disrespect to history and art. If you sell it, how much do you want to sell it for? After slowly smoothing out his mind, Su Xiuming looked at Yi Meishue beside him. Sell? Yi Meishue was a bit surprised after hearing these words, somewhat puzzled. She then asked, is this thing hardly very precious? Su Xiuming nodded. It can be said to be very precious. If we say it is measured in money, it is definitely capable of going up to hundreds of millions. After hearing such a price, even Yi Meishue was taken aback. After all, his monthly salary was only a few $1,000s, and hundreds of millions was a figure that he would never be able to touch in his entire life. But immediately afterward, her eyes gradually darkened. These things were never our family's in the first place. What do you mean? Su Xiuming was a bit surprised when he heard this. and Yi Meishue immediately began to explain. It turned out that his ancestor, at that time, was a very famous thief, and at that time, his ancestor, the thefts were basically some antiques as well. The back of the window was discovered, so naturally cannot continue to stay outside, so only to hide to this place, and his ancestors in the past, is already left behind. The legacy of these things are absolutely cannot be sold. If there was said to be a chance, then return these things to their owners. It is only that above history itself is the kings and lords of the world. You side of the song, along with the passage of years. As for who the real owner of this thing actually was, it was definitely impossible to find out. Because of this, Yi Meishue now also wanted to take this thing out. It would naturally be best if it could be placed in a museum. This card has $1 million in it, no matter what. It's also counted as the money you've spent on preserving this thing for so many years. You take this card. As for how to spend it, I don't care. Even if you don't feel like taking this money and donate all of this money, I won't say much. Su Xiuming looked at Yi Meishue and continued. Yi Meishue, who originally wanted to refuse, after hearing these words, finally accepted the card. Thanks a lot. Only then did Yi Meishue speak. Su Xiuming wrapped this painting and calligraphy up properly, preparing to take it away tomorrow. Before returning to his room, Su Xiuming also went to take a look at the several people who were tied up. He wasn't going to return to his room tonight, so he simply slept in the room where they were tied up. Once they had any movement, he could also react at the first time. Time soon came to the next day, and these people were also tied up by Su Xiuming and sent down the mountain together. After arriving at the bottom of the mountain, Su Xiuming reported to the police at the first time. After making a basic statement, Su Xiuming also left first. As for the follow-up how to do, anyway, Su Xiuming certainly does not need to participate in it. These people will not, presumably, tell the story of the fast Snowtime post. After all, if it was just an ordinary antique artifact, they estimated that a sentence of a few months would be enough. If it was really this kind of national treasure level cultural relics, it was estimated that their days were also sentenced. Soon after, he returned within Shijing City. He didn't tell Lin Yaodong about this news in advance, and only asked a few questions after arriving in Shijing City. When Lin Yaodong learned that Su Xiuming was coming back soon, he was more or less surprised. After getting off the high-speed train, Su Xiuming came to Canglang Antique Pavilion at the first time. How is it? Just after entering within the antique pavilion, Lin Yaodong asked rather eagerly. Su Xiuming did not say anything more, but entered the office upstairs. After arriving in the office, Su Xiuming took out the box he obtained yesterday. After opening the scroll, it revealed the real handwriting inside. Lin Yaodong was also quite fond of calligraphy, so he could naturally tell the strengths and weaknesses of a calligraphy. So after just seeing this calligraphy handed over by Su Xiuming, his expression was also slightly stunned. The strokes of this calligraphy were extremely graceful, and between every stroke, it seemed to contain an endless ancient charm. Immediately afterward, his eyes had gradually caught fire. I've authenticated it. It's real, and it's Wang Shiji's genuine handwriting. Su Xiuming looked towards Lin Yaodong and slowly said. After hearing these few words, Lin Yaodong's breathing seemed to be a bit ragged. As of now, above the entire world, there had not been a true masterpiece of Wang Shiji, so the discovery of this authentic handwriting in Su Xiuming's hands could be considered a deficiency that was made up for. Really? Really? Lin Yaodong was stuttering a bit as he spoke, seemingly in a bit of disbelief. Really? Su Xiuming said firmly. Chapter 106, Master Zhang San's Commission. The reason why he was so shocked was that he also knew the value of this quick Snowtime clearing post. If this thing is genuine, for him, the meaning is completely different. Why don't we first take this thing to the appraisal association and let them appraise it? After obtaining the appraisal certificate, we can then put it out. In this way, we can also make the people who question shut their mouths. Su Xiuming's side put forward his own idea after a slight pondering. This thing is real, but there is no way to identify this thing as real with an empty mouth. It could only be something like an appraisal certificate, to assist and let others know the authenticity of this quick Snowtime clearing post. That's good. Facing Su Xiuming's suggestion, Lin Yaodong also felt that it was very appropriate. If this thing was directly laid out, it was expected that there would be quite a lot of people who did not believe it. But now as the appraisal association actually does not have such a right, if you want to take it, it can only be to get the provincial appraisal association. This kind of national treasure level of existence, once it is issued, then, absolutely can cause a lot of people's crazy. This antique cabinet, although now has been considered very hot, but at best is also in the province. If this pair of Wang Shiji's real handwriting out, it is estimated that the antique enthusiasts from all over the country will also converge here. Do not even have to publicize. Canglang Antique Pavilion's fame will also be increasing day by day. We get this time after the fast Snowtime clearing post, about only 1 year of display time. Wait until a year later. This thing will be donated to the museum. This is my agreement with the owner of this thing. Su Xiaoming raised his head, and Lin Yaodong slightly introduced it. Regarding this, Lin Yaodong on the other hand did not have any refusal, and immediately nodded his head. A year's time was already completely enough for them to make a name for themselves here. At that time, even if they donated it out, their side would still be able to gain a good reputation. No matter which way one looked at it, it was very suitable. Moreover, he also knew that this kind of national treasure would be a bit too greedy if he kept it to himself. Donating it would be a good thing, not a bad thing. Only after agreeing on these things did Su Xiaoming submit the quick snow time clearing post. It was only after he had finished this side of things that Su Xiaoming finally had the time to return home first. However, before he could wait for his side to rest for a long time, a phone call came over again. After Su Xiaoming picked up the phone, he found that the person who was looking for himself this time was actually Helia. The two of them were busy during this period of time, so the contact was naturally not much. Now seeing him find himself again, Su Xiaoming's heart was definitely a little confused. Su Xiaoming, what are you busy with this period of time? Several times before, I couldn't get through on the phone somewhat. After picking up the phone, the opposite side was already the sound of Helia's complaint. It was only then that Su Xiaoming remembered that when he was on the mountain before, there was actually no signal. Because of this, it was natural for others to call and not be able to call in. I went on a slight trip to the field before, and the place where I traveled didn't have much of a signal, so it's not very good. At this time, Su Xiaoming, also accompanied with a smile. This is nothing to be embarrassed about. This time to call you. In fact, also want to ask you recently this period of time there is no time. Helia smiled and then asked. Su Xiaoming slightly froze, and immediately nodded. It's okay, there really isn't much going on during this recent period. Hearing this, the opposite party was only slightly relieved. Didn't you ask me to look for strange stones last time? Now I did look for one. I just don't know if it's the kind you want. Helia continued. Hearing this, the originally somewhat lethargic sentiment immediately came into the spirit. What? Where is it? He definitely needed the help of spirit stones if he wanted his strength to increase. Recently there was a jade exchange meeting, and at that time, there will definitely be something you need. It just so happens that my company also has a booth at the jade exchange, and incidentally, I want to let you take the stage, Helia said. A booth? Hearing this, Su Xiaoming was slightly stunned. We will put out some of our company's jades, as well as some other larger jade companies. The exhibition is actually a means to promote one's company. If anything, the better the quality of the jade, the more attention it will attract. Helia nodded and explained immediately afterward. This time, the exhibition was also on a larger scale, which was why Helia was paying a lot of attention to it. This time, he happened to bring Su Xiaoming along with him to see if he could publicize his family's jewelry company. After all, last time, he had also obtained a variable stone cat's eye. That cat's eye he hadn't sold yet, was ready to shine at this exchange conference. Then it's done. I'll just follow along and go over it that time. But there are still some things going on right now. Su Xiaoming nodded, putting this matter to the back of his mind first. Anyway, according to Helia, that exhibition should still have these few days. While Su Xiaoming went ahead and found Master Zhang San, as promised last time, the boxing match would probably take place today, which is why Su Xiaoming wanted to go over and ask. Su Xiaoming had heard of the boxing ring opened by Master Zhang San, but he had also heard of it. That boxing ring is quite famous in the local area, and there are often some celebrities who go to watch those boxing matches. It even organizes some large-scale TV boxing programs, using the old to gain traffic. Nowadays, the social pressure itself is quite big, sometimes is the need to through this kind of flesh and flesh between the fight, to get their own inner vent. Because of this, so this boxing ring in the local area, in fact, is considered to be relatively hot. After a phone call with Master Zhang San, after Master Zhang learned that Su Xiaoming had the time, naturally, he was very happy and sent someone to pick up Su Xiaoming at the first time. In third Master Zhang's opinion, if he had Su Xiaoming, the trouble on his side would probably be a lot smaller. After the two of them agreed, Su Xiaoming followed the address given by Master Zhang San, and soon came to the outside of the boxing ring. The entire boxing ring was also located on the outskirts of the city, covering a large area. It is mainly divided into two parts. Part of the professional training, but also able to have some amateurs to learn boxing. There is a part that is specially used to fight ring matches. The entire boxing ring is also very lively, and in front of the boxing ring, there are several huge posters. On top of the posters, it was also said that recently there was a provincial invitational tournament, and there would be some stronger players coming over to participate. The flow of people here is not too much, but the price of the boxing ring is also very high. Chapter 107, The Boxing Ring. Among the people coming and going, there are a lot of elite people in suits and dresses in the workplace. there are also some fashionable and beautiful women, swinging their bodies into it. If you look at these people from the outside, it seems in boxing this kind of fierce confrontation sport is far away, but in fact, the whole boxing ring is mainly supported by them. Many people who were too stressed out after work often came over to watch a boxing match, in this way to vent their hearts, for the work of the bitter. Just after arriving at the entrance of the boxing ring, Su Xiaoming was already seeing Master Zhang San waiting there. Zhang Sanjie's main business is to open a boxing ring. As for helping to watch the ring, it is actually a kind of side business. In a profession like boxing, a boxer's peak was in their 20s. Once they were over 30, their strength would drop drastically. After reaching the age of retirement, since they had no way to box, they could only find some other occupation. Although Master Zhang San and the others looked like they were collecting protection money, this protection money was actually difficult to collect. If something really happened, they had to be really on it. Otherwise, they would have already been replaced. Said to be collecting protection money, actually more like a market administrator. Brother Su. After seeing Su Xiaoming, Zhang San Master immediately waved his hand and called out, "I had some things to do 2 days ago, so I came a little late." After Su Xiaoming walked over, he said with a slight apology. Third Master Zhang simply waved his hand. "That's nothing," he said. Under Master Zhang San's welcome, Su Xiaoming quickly entered the interior of the boxing ring, but it had to be said that from the outside, the inside of the boxing ring was actually very depressed. Although there were people, the number of people was not too many. It can even be said that the number of customers are not compared to the number of boxers. With such a state of operation, Su Xiaoming could hardly imagine how long they could last. Could it be that this is what this place looks like in normal times? A trace of doubt also bubbled up in Su Xiaoming's heart as he looked around, and immediately opened his mouth to ask. Third Master Zhang on the other hand shook his head helplessly. "It's not like this in normal times. It's just that the situation now is slightly more complicated." After Third Master Zhang's explanation, Su Xiaoming also finally understood what had happened. Some time ago, that boxing ring was already a challenge for them. If that challenge failed, then they would have to move out of Shijing City. If they were to move out, this boxing ring of theirs would not be much different from going out of business. After all, they had already stayed in Shijing City for such a long time, and their clientele had already stabilized. If they were to move to another place, there would be other competitors. When he had just heard this news, he naturally didn't take it too seriously. This kind of challenge happened quite a few times a year. However, he also had a few ace warriors in his hands, all of which were quite impressive in terms of strength, and were even more loyal to him. One of the strongest, the name is called Tiger. Tiger was originally the third Master Zhang, the ace of their boxing ring. In the beginning, it was Master Zhang San, who single-handedly trained him up. Master Zhang San was a professional boxer when he was young, and after he retired, he received a large sum of reward money. It was then that he utilized such a sum of incentive money to open this place. But who knows? During the competition a few days ago, Tiger had suddenly defected to amongst the boxing ring across the street. Coupled with the fact that Tiger was also well liked amongst the boxing ring, he even took a few fighters with him. Because of this, it made their position in the boxing ring a bit awkward. Under this kind of hopelessness, Zhang San Master would ask for help from Su Xiaoming. As for whether or not Su Xiaoming would help, he had no idea in his heart at first. But he didn't expect that Su Xiaoming would agree so simply, which also made him feel a bit surprised. "This is the strong person you invited over?" Just as the two of them were conversing, a strong and robust man walked over from the side. The vigorous muscles on his body seemed to be signaling his strength. His height was more than half a head taller than Su Xiaoming, and he looked like he had more than 2 meters. Su Xiaoming, on the other hand, was slim, wearing a white shirt, with a well-mannered appearance. The contrast between these two people standing together was indeed a bit strong, making people somewhat skeptical of Su Xiaoming's strength. After hearing these words, Zhang San Master knew that the leopard seemed to be a little less than convinced about Su Xiaoming as if he was. "What? You're not convinced?" Third Master Zhang glanced at Panther and asked with a smile. He could be said to be the number 2 person in the entire boxing ring besides Tiger. A body of strength was equally powerful, just a shade weaker than Brother Tiger. "It's true that I'm convinced, but I haven't been able to find an opponent for such a long time. Since an expert has come, then I would like to compete." Panther glanced at Su Xiaoming with a very obvious purpose. In his opinion, someone who could make Third Master Zhang take the initiative to greet him was definitely not weak. Moreover, Third Master Zhang had said before that the main force today would be Su Xiaoming, and he would only be able to serve as a supporting role. You should know that although he is only an amateur, but the strength of the above basically already reached the level of a professional player. Previously, there was only one Tiger who was able to overpower him. Now that Tiger was gone, in his eyes, such a newcomer was just coming over to be a dabbler. Good. How to compete? Facing the opposite side's provocation, Su Xiaoming agreed very dryly, which also made Panther a bit surprised. Formal boxing was actually divided into tons. After all, this was also to take care of those thinner and weaker boxers, but they are such a kind of amateur boxers, for the tonnage on almost no requirements. When Master Zhang San saw that Su Xiaoming had agreed, he didn't say anything more. He was also clear about Su Xiaoming's strength, and it was definitely impossible for him to come over. Since the leopard wanted to challenge him, he could simply let him challenge him, and also be able to let him know the gap between the two. Call it whatever you want, get in the ring first. The leopard had a confident face and casually pointed to the ring behind him. Su Xiaoming didn't refuse, and with a forceful leap he jumped on top of the ring with a light figure. Something. The leopard's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, Su Xiaoming's slim body actually had such strong explosive power. Thinking of this, Panther then rubbed his hands together and mounted the ring, his eyes full of battle intent. Chapter 108, Yama. After getting into the ring, the Panther's aura had already changed. Just like his name, he was really like a cheetah at this moment. The two of them stood eye to eye, and the Panther had already set up his stance. The leopard had moved, both fists clenched up tightly, and violently slammed his fist into Su Xiaoming's face. The speed of this punch was more than a few times faster than an ordinary person, and was even able to leave two residual shadows in the air. In the eyes of an ordinary person, it was impossible to see the speed of the opposite side's punch, but in Su Xiaoming's eyes, he was able to observe it all clearly. The energy was already surging into Su Xiaoming's eyes, and the leopard's strikes were like playing in slow motion in his eyes. His eyes narrowed slightly, and in the next second, he stretched out a hand and grabbed the opposite side's punch with one hand. Before the opposite party could react, a huge force was already surging out from Su Xiaoming's body. Along with a low voice coming from Su Xiaoming, the leopard's body was violently smashed into the ground. In a matter of moments, the leopard had already been beaten up by Su Xiaoming. When the two were fighting just now, there were quite a few people who noticed this side. In those people's eyes, such a thin and weak Su Xiaoming against the strong leopard. It seems that there is only one way to die, but this is just a few moments out of the results. Cannot believe what they see. But now the leopard heart has been completely convinced. He just did not take it lightly, but a shot to make their full strength. But who could have thought that the skinny Su Xiaoming in front of him would actually be able to erupt such a terrifying power? I lost. After standing up, the leopard instead spoke very dryly, not failing to recognize his defeat. You were just careless just now, Su Xiaoming casually said, which was also considered to leave him a face. This also made the leopard show a hint of gratitude towards Su Xiaoming. In fact, in Su Xiaoming's opinion, there was no need for him to offend leopard. It wasn't the resident boxer here. At most he had come over to do a favor. It was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Well, this is my hand-picked boxer. Do you feel he has any chance of winning against Tiger? Third Master Zhang walked out at this moment and asked rather smugly. Leopard heard this but hesitated for a moment, seemingly thinking about this question and how exactly to answer it. Tiger's strength is indeed a bit strong, and it's not really possible to say how strong or weak the two of them are. Panther then said. Hearing this, Su Xiaoming was only slightly relieved. After all, what he had just used was only about 30% of his own strength. If 30% of his strength was able to spar with that so-called Tiger brother, then his strength should not be as strong as imagined. The boxing match will probably start in the evening, and the system that will be adopted at that time is also 2 out of 3. Brother Su, if you have nothing to do, you can. Now we are over here casually strolling around. Third Master Zhang continued. Half of the afternoon had quickly passed. The boxing ring that originally didn't have a few people, now the number of people had gradually increased. The number of people in the original 500 or so spots were basically already occupied. One should know that the price of the ticket to come in once was as high as 5,000. Su Xiaoming didn't expect that his city actually had so many rich people. With so many people added up, the total ticket price was already more than $2.5 million. The atmosphere was also gradually heating up at this moment, and in the middle of this boxing ring, there was still a group of people who didn't look like they were in this boxing ring, and the one who was at the head of the opposite side was a burly man who smelled of flowery arms. From the way these people around him were looking at him, they were able to guess that he should be that brother Tiger. However, the eyes of the surrounding people looking at him were somewhat unfavorable. If it wasn't for his sudden betrayal, the current situation in the boxing ring probably wouldn't have become so awkward. Boss Zhang, it's really been a long time. You look pretty good now. A quiet man wearing golden glasses slowly walked out. Opening his arms, he seemed to want to embrace Third Master Zhang, and Zhang San Master is toward the back to hide a bit. Embrace or forget it. I have been looking for who in the end to do this kind of thing. Did not think that it is you, how boss? That everything I heard before can also make sense. The two also seemed to be quite familiar, but this familiarity was the feeling of being a dead ringer. As he spoke, his gaze still glanced towards Tiger. Tiger, on the other hand, subconsciously shifted his gaze, as if he didn't dare to meet his eyes. People go to higher places, water flows to lower places. This thing that Brother Tiger did, it's just a matter of recognizing the times. When Boss Hao heard this, he on the other hand did not feel the slightest bit embarrassed. By the way, this time I brought over besides Brother Tiger, there is also Yan Wang. Boss Hao suddenly thought of something, slammed his head, and then said, after hearing the word King of Hell, a hint of fear appeared in the gazes of everyone, as if they had heard some ancient beast, and behind Boss Hao, a man with a thin figure slowly walked out. This man's height looks like only this 1 meter 6 or so, and the body is very thin, really does not look like a boxer has the appearance. Su Xiaoming, however, was able to feel a hint of a dangerous aura on this skinny man's body, which seemed to be the so-called killing aura. Even Master Zhang San, after seeing this skinny man, cold sweat broke out on his head. Is this man famous? Su Xiaoming asked with some confusion. Kid, you should be new to the profession, right? If you haven't even heard of King of Yan's name, I advise you not to enter this business, or else when you get killed, I guess you won't even understand. After that, Boss Hao looked at Su Xiaoming. He only thought that he was a small boxer who hadn't been here for long. This man is called Yan Wang. This name of his is not something he calls out, but something he fights. He fights with extremely venomous means. Basically, those who have been in the full ring with him are going to sign a life and death contract. From before to now, the number of people he has killed alive is no less than 10. After looking at Su Xiaoming, Zhang Sandmaster then explained what Su Xiaoming felt from the opposite side's body. Other than the Fury Chi, there was also a very familiar aura, which was the same as the aura on his own body. If Su Xiaoming guessed correctly, this Yan Wang in front of him should also be an ancient martial artist. Chapter 109, Boxing Match. Yan Wang's gaze locked onto Su Xiaoming for the first time. Seemingly sensing something, Su Xiaoming casually averted his gaze, and the vigor in his body was somewhat restrained. Since we've all come over, then the boxing match is about to start. Boss Hao looked at his watch and then asked. Above the audience below, it was already very enthusiastic, and every man and woman looked very excited, especially after the crowd had learned that Yan Wang would be coming this time. Many of his fans were already here, which was why the place was able to fill up quickly. Then, the rules of this competition. Let's talk a little bit about them as well. First of all, each side will send out 5 players. If the first player of your side wins, you can choose whether or not to stay on the stage to face the second player of the enemy side. After Boss Hao stood out, he introduced the rules slightly. Isn't it one-on-one? Master Zhang San slightly stared and asked a rhetorical question. We've already discussed this before. The rules are made by my side, right? I don't want one-on-one. Boss Hao shook his head, obviously giving Master Zhang Sanjian a setup before. In Mr. Zhang's opinion, if the system of 3 out of 5 games is used, his side will still have some chances if he uses the Tianji horse race method. If this type of match that favored a round-robin system was used, then his side's chances were really slim. Good. Master Zhang San finally gritted his teeth and said. Boss Hao's face was delighted as his eyes roamed over the several people behind him. Slowly speaking, let's begin. The first one to be dispatched out from my side is Brother Tiger. When Brother Tiger heard this, he immediately walked out from the crowd, rubbing his fists and making a sound of bones rubbing together. Everyone, who will go first? After Brother Tiger walked out, he coldly laughed. Master Zhang San did not expect that this Boss Hao would take out his number 2 trump card as soon as he made his move. He pondered for a moment and looked at the leopard behind him. Sighing, he said, "You go first." When Panther heard this, his body trembled slightly. It wasn't that he hadn't fought Brother Tiger before, but every time he had fought before, the result was basically the same. Under Tiger, he simply wouldn't be able to last more than a few rounds, and every time, he would be knocked out of his head. But, Third Master, Panther hesitantly opened his mouth. There's no buts. Go. Third Master Zhang didn't have any other options, so he could only let Panther Z top first. With nothing else to do, Panther Z also slowly walked to the top of the ring with a gloomy look on his face. That smug look on Tiger's face after seeing Panther still hadn't disappeared. Panther, are you going to fight me? Brother Tiger glanced at Panther and asked. Brother Tiger, I'm sorry. Panther nodded, then took up his stance. After both of them mounted the ring, those spectators under the stage began to cheer. They used to be in this boxing ring itself, belonging to 2 of Master Zhang San's powerful men, and didn't know how many people who came to challenge them had been defeated. This was the first time they had seen these 2 capable henchmen standing above the same ring, naturally triggering the excitement of many. Leopard's figure turned, just like his name, and his body rushed towards the opposite side like lightning. The crimson gloves flashed violently in the air, just like a meteor trailing its tail, smashing heavily in front of Tiger's body. And at this moment, Tiger's face was still clear and cold. Just when that fist was well and truly about to smash in front of him, Tiger was already slamming his fist out. and the two fists heavily collided together. With a sound of bones cracking, that face of leopard's was already gradually distorted. The leopard covered that fist, and his face was already bruised with a painful look. However, the opposite side didn't have the slightest idea of letting the leopard go. Another punch ruthlessly hit his abdomen, instantly causing his body to hunch into a prawn. It was only a matter of moments before the fight was over. Tiger patted his arm contentedly, and with a provocative look, he looked towards Zhang San Master. The appearance of this scene also made Third Master Zhang's face have some hangover. Let me do it. It's a good thing to get rid of it quickly. After Su Xiuming glanced at Third Master Zhang, he then said, in Third Master Zhang's eyes, Su Xiuming was also one of his own cards. In fact, in his heart, he did not want to play his own card out so quickly. But in the current situation, even if he didn't want to, it was impossible. Alright then, unable to do anything else, Third Master Zhang also nodded his head. Brother Tiger, who was on the stage, was also able to hear their conversation clearly. After hearing these words, a hint of ridicule appeared on Brother Tiger's face instead. After all, in his eyes, the sentiment in front of him was very skinny and didn't look like a strong person. If it were to actually fight against itself, it was estimated that it wouldn't even need a few moves to be able to knock it down. Glancing at Su Xiuming, who slowly walked up, that disdain in his eyes seemed to be already overflowing. Are you one of my next opponents? Looking at Su Xiuming, who slowly walked onto the stage, Tiger then asked, don't talk so much nonsense. Wait for a while, I still have this thing. Su Xiuming let out a light laugh. Hearing this, Tiger's face instantly became a bit untenable. In his eyes, this time he came over himself was actually just coming over to abuse the vegetables, but who could think that he was actually provoked by others? Well then, since you want to die, then my side will naturally fulfill you. Tiger's voice was very cold, and after he finished speaking, he stepped forward one step at a time. Under the reflection of Tiger's tall body, Su Xiuming was completely like a small child, accompanied by a high heckle from the opposite side. The opposite side's fist was already smashing straight over, seemingly wanting to quickly finish off Su Xiuming. The speed is too slow. After looking at the opposite side, Su Xiuming then smiled and shook his head, and with his other hand, the speed at which he raised it seemed to be slow. But just as the opposite party's fist was about to smash into his face, that hand of his grabbed the opposite fist at the exact moment. A wave of internal energy surged out from his body as he slowly twisted his hand, and from the opposite side's mouth came a miserable scream, and that hand of his was twisted into a ball in an instant, looking like a ball of twist. In the next second, Su Xiuming's figure slightly advanced forward and leaned towards Tiger's body. At this moment, Brother Tiger felt as if his chest had been hit by a sledgehammer. Hard. A mouthful of blood was violently spat out from his mouth and splattered on top of the ground. Chapter 110, Battle Against Yama. Seconds again. However, the protagonist of this spike has changed from Tiger to Su Xiuming. When Su Xiuming just came on stage, many people looked at him with an expression of disdain. After all, in the tonnage above, the two are not on a level. The crowd naturally will not think Su Xiuming will win. It was only thought that this was a savior, a cannon fodder. That Master Zhang San had moved over only after he had no choice but to do so. How is it possible? After seeing this scene, Boss Hao's expression was also slightly dumbfounded as he muttered in disbelief. This person is very strong. On the other hand, Yan Wang, who was beside Boss Hao, slowly opened his mouth at this moment. At this moment, Boss Hao couldn't even believe his ears. After all, he also knew that King Yan's character had always been the kind that was blind to everything. In his mouth would only appear who was weak, not who was strong. Naturally, if you can praise him, then it means that this person's strength is already a threat to him. Su Xiuming, who was a head shorter than Tiger, easily defeated Tiger, which indeed had a certain visual impact. I'll go. How did Tiger lose like that? I had just invested 100,000 in him when I opened the game. I originally thought he was a sure winner. No, it's a fake match. I seriously doubt it's a fake match, just to cheat us out of money. It is estimated that this boxing ring is a bit unable to make ends meet. That's why it will play this kind of fake match. Refund money. Many of the spectators below, at this moment, also made a mess of noise, clamoring loudly. However, after making noise for a while, and realizing that this noise was of no use, they slowly closed their mouths. You're on. Boss Hao looked at a boxer beside him, which was the ace of their boxing ring, and that ace was likewise somewhat unbelieving, even thinking that Tiger's loss just now was most likely intentional, just to let the opposite side off the hook. It was with such a thought in mind that he also walked up with confidence. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly gained a few more points of confidence. After arriving in front of Su Xiuming, he also just gave him a disdainful glance. Come on. For the next 3 boxing matches, Su Xiuming basically killed in seconds. Under the absolute strength gap, None of the opposite side was able to block Su Xiuming at all. Even every time Su Xiuming made a start, he was able to give the opposite side a direct second kill. This kind of terrifying power, they had only felt it in Yan Wang's body. After Su Xiuming fought alone against 4 people, he was actually able to retreat in one piece, and this had become a miracle in their eyes. If those spectators, at the beginning, thought that this was a fake match, along with Su Xiuming's victories over and over again, they also finally recognized the gold content of this battle. After all, winning a handful was simple, winning 2 was simple, but winning all the time was not so simple. So now the crowd is also very much looking forward to Su Xiuming and Yan Wang if they meet. In the end, who is stronger? Now the opposite boxing hall. There is only one last place left, and this place will naturally let Yan Wang fight. How Boss, who was originally full of confidence, at this moment, his expression was also gradually gloomy. He didn't think that the program that he had been planning for such a long time would actually be almost broken by this kid now. How about you feel confident? Boss Hao then asked after glancing at Yan Wang. This should be the first time he asked Yan Wang this question in such a long time. In the past, he would basically just say something like go easy on him, but now he couldn't say such words. He had sacrificed almost half of the shares of the entire boxing ring in order to pull Yan Wang over. Now between him and Yan Wang, it could be said that they were partners in opening this boxing ring. Yes, there is indeed a little bit, Yan Wang said with some uncertainty. Anyway, just try, as much as you can. Boss Hao sighed before saying this. Right after Yan Wang walked onto the stage, the scene actually called out a Yan Wang's name at the same time. Among the amateur boxing world, even if he couldn't be considered number 1, he could still be said to be one of the top existences, right? After walking to the top of the ring, Yan Wang just warmed up a little bit, and then looked at Su Xiuming. I didn't expect that here. I would still be able to meet someone like me. Quite a coincidence indeed. After Yan Wang walked above the ring, he had deliberately lowered his voice and said with a smile. Su Xiuming naturally knew what his words meant, but he didn't answer positively. Come on. The strength within Su Xiuming's body was already running into both fists. He was also clear that the opposite party's strength was not weaker than his own in the slightest. If he said that he was taking it lightly, it would be troublesome in turn. Just when the opposite side was about to strike, Su Xiuming's side was already the first to act. The fists of the two of them continued to meet in the air, emitting one after another burst of vibrating sounds. Su Xiuming was able to sense that this Yan Wang's strength should be comparable to his own. Although he hadn't reached the dark power realm, he was already on the verge of reaching it. The battle between the two on the stage was also dazzling to watch, and those below, all of them were also supporting their favorites individually. Although Yan Wang's popularity was indeed very high, Su Xiuming's battle just now had also attracted quite a few fans. In the beginning, between the two, they were actually still comparable, but as the battle continued, Yan Wang's side gradually felt depleted. Su Xiuming raised his fist to the opposite side and fired a false shot. Just as the opposite side was about to counterattack, Su Xiuming's body sidestepped and violently sent the opposite side flying a few meters. Before the opposite party could react, Su Xiuming's body had already followed up with another punch that directly knocked the opposite party out of the ring. However, Su Xiuming's head was also already dripping with sweat. After glancing at Yan Wang, he slowly clasped his fists. Understood. In the audience below, a burst of cheers erupted. After all, for such a long time, Yan Wang had always been an invincible existence in the ring. But who could have thought that he would actually falter in the hands of a youngster? Just as Su Xiuming was about to turn around and leave, Yan Wang suddenly called out to him. Which sect? Which school? Which family does your excellency come from? King Yan looked at Su Xiuming and then asked. No sect, no faction, not to mention I don't know any lineage. Su Xiuming replied indifferently. He was indeed very curious about ancient martial arts, but he was learning ancient martial arts. More than anything else, he wanted to preserve himself. As for things that were too deep, he was a bit reluctant to get in touch with them. After all, once he fell into it, it could easily cause some trouble. Then, fine. Seeing that he looked like he was unwilling to disclose, Yan Wang did not say anything more.